Chapter 1. What to do without a script. Where am I? Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Chu Yu's face. He groggily opened his eyes, sat up, and let out a tremendous yawn. Glancing around, his drowsy eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. This isn't my home. In disbelief, Chu Yu pinched his thigh, and a sharp pain surged through him. Is this not a dream? I distinctly remember going to the movies yesterday, and then... But what happened next eluded him entirely. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the fusion. The system numbered 007 will now serve you. A system? What does that mean? Chu Yu's confusion deepened. Aren't systems typically found only in novels? Could it be that he has become the protagonist of a story? Host, you have now traversed into the Marvel universe. Wait a moment, I've crossed over? If it's Marvel, then that's a relief. I've watched every Marvel movie. This time, I must say my Natasha. Chu Yu recalled Black Widow's graceful figure. Cough, her charismatic personality. He couldn't help but drool. Host, the current date is January 2nd, 2025. What does that signify? The time point where the host currently resides is after the events of the Endgame movie. All the plot points you recall have already transpired. What? Chu Yu gasped, his mouth agape in shock, utterly incredulous. This was Marvel, where aliens occasionally appeared, and now with the multiverse in play, how was he supposed to navigate without a script? Most importantly, what about Natasha? At this thought, Chu Yu felt drool threatening to escape again. Ding! The host has a beginner's gift pack to claim. Upon hearing beginner's gift pack, Chu Yu hastily wiped the drool from his mouth. What is the beginner's gift pack? The beginner's gift pack includes metal manipulation, water manipulation, fire manipulation, wood manipulation, earth manipulation, wind manipulation, space manipulation, time manipulation. Are all of these for me? Chu Yu's eyes gleamed with greed. Randomly allocated. All right then. Chu Yu pouted in disappointment, suspecting the system would not be so benevolent. Please, host, select to open the beginner's gift pack. Open. Anything is better than nothing. Suddenly, a strange object resembling a lottery machine floated before Chu Yu, filled with colorful orbs. These orbs spun wildly, each reluctant to be the first to emerge. After a moment, a white orb was finally squeezed out. Excitedly, Chu Yu picked it up and discovered 3 large characters inscribed upon it. Tactical skills. System, are you playing with me? This isn't included in the beginner's gift pack. All explanations are at the discretion of the system. Congratulations, host, on acquiring tactical skills. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Fusion. Chu Yu gritted his teeth, thinking that something was better than nothing. Very well, fusion complete. Is that it? Chu Yu felt no changes within his body. According to common sense, shouldn't system integration leave the host feeling refreshed and clear-headed? Yet, I feel absolutely nothing. This system facilitates painless integration. Painless, indeed. Beep. Newbie task assigned. The voice of the system echoed once more. You needn't say, is there some crime afoot that requires my intervention? Congratulations, host, you are correct, but there is no reward. Chu Yu. Beep. Task initiated. Newbie task, combat crime. Task description. A criminal incident has occurred on Minka Street in the Queens District. Please reach the location promptly and prevent the crime. Task reward. One of the 8 elemental controls. Task failure. Erasure. If the first task cannot be completed, it indicates a miscalculation by the system and a poor choice of host. The host will face annihilation. Upon hearing the word erasure, Chu Yu felt a jolt of panic. How could it come to such an end? Please reach the task point swiftly. Failure to arrive within 5 minutes will result in automatic task failure. How ruthless! Chu Yu cursed under his breath, dashing to the door and bursting outside. In the dimly lit corridor, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a somewhat familiar figure. Were it not for the mission cough, the task at hand was paramount. He would undoubtedly pause to observe. Queens District, Minka Street. Brother, I've given you all my money. Can you please let me go? The girl cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she clutched her bag tightly to protect herself. Before her stood a burly man, his face twisted in a wicked grin, gazing at her intently. The man gripped the girl's slender shoulders, forcing her into a corner. Let you go? There's no one here. You have no choice. Release that girl. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the mouth of the alley. The burly man turned towards the sound, spotting a boy of Chinese descent, breathless and leaning against the wall. He scrutinized the boy, noting that the lad's thighs were no thicker than his own arms, and sneered derisively. Don't interfere with my affairs, or you'll wish you hadn't. The burly man threatened, raising his fist. The girl, observing the boy's pale complexion and labored breathing, felt her last glimmer of hope extinguish. Sir, please call the police. Don't worry about me. Smack! A sharp sound echoed, and the girl felt a burning sensation on her cheek, She covered her face, collapsing to the ground, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at the burly man. "You filthy wench, dare to call the police? Let me tell you, this is your misfortune," the burly man declared, disregarding the presence of another in the alley, as he began to unfasten his belt. Before he could complete the task, he suddenly felt a heavy force strike his face. Unable to maintain his balance, he fell to the ground. Furious, he turned to see the Chinese boy had delivered a punch straight to his face. He quickly regained his footing, swinging his fists. "You little brat, you're asking for death." 5 minutes later, "Call me brother, brother. Call me father, father. Sing conquer, conquer. Brother, no, I mean father. The son cannot sing conquer." Chuyu rubbed his slightly aching fist and moved his foot away from the burly man's body, spitting contemptuously upon him. What nonsense is this? Chuyu had initially believed that the muscular man beneath him possessed formidable strength, yet he had succumbed after only a few exchanges. Had it not been for his current reliance solely on technique rather than raw power, he could have easily dispatched this giant with a single blow. The burly man clutched his face, swollen like a steamed bun, groaning in pain incessantly. Chuyu, irritated by the sounds, shouted, "Stop whining and stifle it." The burly man could only curl his body, enduring the pain, his mouth agape, but too fearful to utter a sound. Chuyu glanced back at the girl huddled in the corner, preparing to approach her for inquiries when suddenly, an unknown object lunged towards him. Before he could react, his body was pinned against the wall by this mysterious force. Narrowing his eyes, Chuyu discerned a figure swiftly approaching him under the moonlight. Chapter 2. About my near abduction, Chuyu suddenly spotted an additional figure in the alley, clad in a striking red suit adorned with distinct black spiderweb patterns. This individual wore a mask that concealed his entire face. A youthful voice emerged from beneath the mask. "I am your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, and I absolutely will not allow any criminal activities to transpire under my watch." Friendly neighborhood? With that physique, that attire, and that mask, along with the inexplicable sticky substances clinging to him. Who else could this person be if not Spider-Man? With this realization, Chuyu's anger flared, and he shouted at Spider-Man, "Peter Parker, are you out of your mind? Why have you trapped me?" Spider-Man halted abruptly, his body pausing mid-stride as he extended his arm without a moment's hesitation. Chuyu noticed the golden bracelet on Spider-Man's arm, and suddenly recalled a crucial detail. In this world, no one knew that Spider-Man was indeed Peter Parker. A crimson beam shot forth from the bracelet, and before Chuyu could utter a sound, the beam struck his forehead, causing his body to vanish from the alleyway. Who is Peter Parker? I do not know him. Do you, lovely lady? Peter Parker awkwardly attempted to mask his confusion. Yet it appeared that the two individuals nearby had not heard his words. Wait a moment, two individuals? Wasn't there only one girl? Why was there also a man lying here? Are you Spider-Man? A weak voice emerged from the corner, belonging to the girl. Peter Parker turned to her and nodded. Then why did you attack that boy? He saved me, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. Peter Parker's lips twitched beneath his mask. Could he have made an error? Was the man lying half-conscious before him the true threat? The burly figure's swollen eyes vaguely perceived a silhouette approaching with clenched fists. Ouch, ouch. 5 minutes later, Peter Parker clapped his hands and nonchalantly gazed at the girl in the corner, softly stating, "Dear lady, you are now safe. I shall ensure this rogue is taken to prison. You may return home now. Why are you still here? Where should I go? Return to your universe. How should I know?" Chuyu helplessly sat within a glass enclosure. Just moments ago, a red beam had struck his forehead, and he had mysteriously found himself in this place. Then, a middle-aged man draped in a red cloak approached him. Given such attire, he must be Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange insisted that he did not belong here and dismissed Chuyu's attempts at argument. He then formed a series of gestures with his hands, summoning numerous golden runes. These runes swirled through the air for a few moments before erupting into brilliance, filling the entire space with dazzling golden light. Chuyu shielded his eyes, and as the golden radiance gradually dimmed, he realized that nothing around him had changed. Or rather, that was not entirely accurate. The expression of the middle-aged man across from him had transformed into one of greater astonishment. As the golden light shone brightly, Chuyu indeed felt a twinge of panic. If I were to traverse into the Marvel universe and find myself sent back within an hour, I would surely be the most embarrassing of all time travelers. However, it appears that Dr. Strange's method might not be effective. "Mr. Strange, if you possess no solution, could you kindly release me? After all, I am a human, not a canary, and I do not wish to remain cooped up in your cage," Chuyu said with a touch of irritation. Dr. Strange paused momentarily, coffee in hand, and cast a glance at Chuyu. "You actually know me. Well, to some extent, I suppose. After all, I've heard your name mentioned several times in my world." Chuyu replied with a tone of indifference. Suddenly, a golden ring materialized behind Dr. Strange, and a figure slowly emerged from within. Chuyu narrowed his eyes, focusing intently. Was that not the Spider-Man who had trapped him without discernment moments ago? Peter Parker removed his mask, revealing slightly golden short hair. A handsome face still bearing traces of youth. If one overlooked his Spider-Man suit, who could truly associate him with the superhero? Peter Parker glanced awkwardly at Chuyu, confined within the glass enclosure, momentarily unable to meet his gaze. Why did you bring him here? Dr. Strange inquired, setting down his coffee. Peter Parker averted his eyes from Chuyu as he had uttered his name. Did you not relay my name as you did to me? Dr. Strange questioned, his expression tinged with curiosity. Peter Parker quickly shook his head, responding, No, I didn't even mention it. Dr. Strange turned back, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he regarded Chuyu. Chuyu, accustomed to such scrutiny, paid little heed to the matter at hand. Suddenly, an electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding. System has detected task completion. Task rewards are about to be issued. Please accept. Post. Hearing this, Chuyu's eyes brightened. This time, the system had explicitly stated that the reward pertained to attribute manipulation. Accept. No sooner had he spoken than a machine resembling a lottery draw appeared before him. While it seemed entirely real to Chuyu, Dr. Strange and Peter Parker appeared oblivious to this peculiar contraption. The machine whirred and clattered, and soon a blue sphere rolled forth from the passage. Water attribute manipulation. Proficiency points. 1 point. Proficiency points will increase the number of times the host can use abilities and task rewards. When proficiency points reach 200, the host can manipulate a second attribute. Would you like to complete the fusion? Fusion. After a brief moment, Chuyu realized he felt no peculiar sensations. He tentatively asked, Has the fusion completed? Pain-free fusion. You deserve it. Chuyu, upon discovering his newfound ability to manipulate water, felt an eagerness to test it out. Water attribute. Where might I find water? Chuyu scanned his surroundings, his gaze landing on the coffee beside Dr. Strange. As Dr. Strange and Peter Parker pondered the identity of Chuyu, the coffee beside them began to boil, bubbles rising to the surface like water reaching a boil. A stream of liquid gradually emerged from the coffee, soaring into the air and coalescing into a single droplet. Witnessing this, Chuyu felt a surge of excitement, his hands trembling involuntarily as he manipulated the water element. The droplet ascended higher under his control, eventually hovering above Dr. Strange's head. He intended to elevate the droplet further. But upon noticing Dr. Strange suddenly looking up, panic coursed through him, causing his movements to falter. The consolidated droplet instantly shattered, directly above the face that Dr. Strange had just raised. Chapter 3, The Bomb Monster. Dr. Strange wiped the remnants of coffee from his face, his eyes ablaze with anger as he glared at the figure encased in the glass dome. Chuyu, catching the intensity of that gaze, swallowed hard, his toes nearly digging into the floor in anxiety. After cleansing his face of coffee, Dr. Strange turned to Chuyu and inquired, Can you still manipulate the water element? I just learned, and I'm not very skilled yet, Chuyu replied softly. The atmosphere grew awkward once more. Chuyu resolved to further dig his toes into the metaphorical ground beneath him. Fortunately, the arrival of an individual alleviated the tension, clad in a brown robe. This person was somewhat stocky, with short black hair exuding a sense of competence. Chuyu tilted his head and thought, That must be Wong. Wong approached Dr. Strange, seemingly intent on speaking, but noticed a peculiar redness appearing on Strange's face. Strange, what is happening? Nothing. What is the matter? Dr. Strange replied, casting a sharp glance at Chuyu. Chuyu mustered a forced smile and slowly seated himself. There's a bomb monster in New City, in Queens. Upon hearing Queens, both Chuyu and Peter Parker widened their eyes in alarm. Queens was the very place where Chuyu had played the hero just the night before. Peter Parker's forehead creased with worry as he looked at Wong. What is the situation? Are there many casualties? Is there a bakery near where the bomb monster is? The casualties are quite severe. The police are currently powerless against him, as any heat-based weaponry becomes ineffective in his vicinity. Moreover, anything he touches turns into a bomb. Wong replied gravely. Chuyu struggled to grasp the details of their conversation, but the expressions on their faces indicated that the situation was dire. However, he pondered, What does this have to do with me? The system has not issued a mission. Ding. New mission assigned. Mission brief. Assist Peter Parker in dealing with the bomb monster. Mission reward. Increase in physical strength by 2, proficiency points by 10. Accompanying item. Dagger. Mission failure. Loss of water manipulation ability. Chuyu, reluctantly accepting the mission. He resigned himself to fate, but how would he escape? Suddenly, a voice resonated from outside the glass dome. You're coming with us. As Chuyu raised his head in response to the voice, he met the indifferent gaze of Dr. Strange, who was fixated on him. You can manipulate water. That is quite useful. The incessant sounds of explosions reverberated through the streets of Queens, with bursts of flames erupting in quick succession. The people on the street fled in a panic, but before they could escape more than a few paces, the ground beneath them suddenly erupted in a bizarre explosion. Countless fragments of flesh were scattered, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, mingled with the nauseating odor of charred flesh. Grandma, please get up quickly. It's dangerous here. A young girl with brown curls, tall and with a hint of bronze in her complexion, rushed to the roadside. She spotted an elderly woman who had fallen and hurried over. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not lift the old lady. "Little girl, you should go ahead. I can't run any longer," the elderly woman gasped, her face pale, struggling for breath, her eyes occasionally rolling back. The girl gritted her teeth, placing the old woman's arm across her shoulder, and declared, "Grandma, I will carry you." Cackling, "Are you sure you don't want to run away first?" A sinister voice suddenly emerged from behind the girl. She turned to see a stooped middle-aged man standing ominously behind her. The man raked his hand through the few strands of hair left on his head, his mouth stretched in an exaggerated grin, the corners nearly reaching his ears. "Cack, cack, cack." His chilling laughter echoed menacingly. The girl picked up a stick, trembling as she faced the middle-aged man. "Don't come any closer." "Do you know who my boyfriend is?" he asked Spider-Man. The man paused for a moment, and a mysterious black object appeared in his hand, his bloodshot eyes glinting with interest as he regarded the girl. "Your boyfriend is Spider-Man? My wife is Wanda." With that, the middle-aged man hurled the black object. However, as soon as it left his hand, a tremendous force knocked him to the ground. A red figure shot through the air, launching a web toward the mysterious object, ensnaring it firmly before swiftly tossing it into the sky. Bang! The black object exploded in midair. The girl watched as the flames drew closer and quickly crouched down. But the expected wave of heat did not engulf her as she had imagined. Slowly, she lifted her head, only to see a figure extending his arms to shield her. "Are you Spider-Man?" she asked timidly. Peter Parker nodded, remaining silent, and gently gestured for the girl to leave. The middle-aged man observed Peter with a glint of astonishment in his eyes, yet his laughter grew even more deranged. "Is that really Spider-Man? It seems this world is far more interesting than mine." Before he could rise, he suddenly felt a weight strike his abdomen. Chuyu landed on the ground, shouting, "And what about me, your grandpa?" With that, he delivered a kick to the middle-aged man, sending him sliding several meters before coming to a halt. He summoned a dagger, intent on charging forward, but suddenly felt a strong pull at his waist. As he was yanked into the air, the spot where he had previously stood erupted without warning. The fierce heat wave caused Chuyu to furrow his brow as he flipped through the air before landing back on the ground. Looking down, he noticed a web tethering his waist. The other end of this web was connected to Peter Parker in the distance. "Be careful. This bomb villain can turn his surroundings into explosives," Peter Parker warned gravely. Chuyu nodded, gripping the dagger tightly, ready to advance once more when he suddenly noticed a fire hydrant nearby had been blown apart. Water gushed out violently from the damaged hydrant, prompting Chuyu to raise an eyebrow. "This is manageable." He retracted the dagger, waved his fingers lightly, and a faint blue glow appeared at his fingertips. Simultaneously, the water near the hydrant coalesced into a column, shimmering with a soft blue light, swiftly hurtling towards the middle-aged man. However, the water column, though initially forceful, lost momentum midair and shattered just as it reached the man. Drenched, the middle-aged man paused in surprise before a mocking laughter erupted from his lips. Clearly unfazed by the earlier attack, Spider-Man, holding his forehead, asked helplessly, "Are you giving him a bath?" Chiyu suddenly felt that the ground beneath him was quite suitable for crafting a 3-bedroom apartment. Chapter 4. Murder? System. What is going on? I'm almost acquiring a home in Marvel. Chiyu relaxed his toes, which had begun to ache from digging, and quietly inquired. The host is currently too weak. You are merely a novice, unrelated to the system. At that moment, Chuyu felt as though 1,000 angry horses were trampling through his heart. Cackling laughter from the bomb villain echoed in his ears, causing him to frown as he summoned his dagger and charged forward. In just a few breaths, Chuyu had reached the bomb villain, tightly gripping the dagger and aiming a swift, precise stab at the villain's throat. However, before the blade could make contact, he felt the pull at his waist again and had to retreat hastily. Yet, before he could back away a few steps, a fiery explosion erupted, prompting Chuyu to quicken his pace, though a few strands of hair on his forehead were singed by the scorching wave. Peter Parker leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch. But just as his fist was about to reach the middle-aged man, his eyes widened, and he pivoted in midair. Boom! Another explosion erupted around the bomb villain, startling those nearby, who quickly covered their heads and crouched against the walls. Cackling. The sinister laughter echoed from the flames, and as the fire dissipated, the middle-aged man reemerged. Though his clothing had been scorched, he appeared oblivious to the damage, grinning maniacally with eyes radiating madness. As Peter Parker landed back on the ground, "You raised an eyebrow? Aren't you afraid of bombs?" "Such nonsense. Who would willingly endure an explosion?" Spider-Man retorted with evident irritation. Suddenly, a crisp female voice rang out from behind the bomb guy. Following the sound, Chuyu beheld a young policewoman clad in uniform, her expression stern, brandishing a black handgun as she stood resolutely behind the middle-aged man. The man turned to face her, slowly raising his hands, yet his laughter persisted unabated. "Cease your laughter." The policewoman commanded, her grip firm around the weapon, her finger poised just above the trigger, ready to unleash a bullet that would pierce the man's skull. However, the middle-aged man appeared utterly unperturbed, his laughter growing increasingly maniacal. Click, click. The policewoman squeezed the trigger, but the bullet refused to exit the barrel as intended. No one can harm me with conventional weaponry, the bomb guy boasted, suddenly appearing before the policewoman and delivering a powerful punch that sent a jolt of pain through her chest. In a flash, Chuyu dashed to the policewoman's side, grasping her arm and pulling her behind him, then delivering a fierce kick to the bomb guy. The man collapsed to the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. Chuyu remained vigilant, his expression grave as he addressed the policewoman. Quickly, remove your clothing. What? She stammered, bewildered. Hurry. Gripping her collar, Chuyu forcefully tore her shirt, the fabric ripping apart instantly. He swiftly tossed the garment toward the bomb guy. Just as the clothing left his hands, it detonated, and he spread his arms to shield the policewoman beneath him. The heat wave scorched his back, causing him to furrow his brow momentarily before regaining composure. The policewoman trembled, hugging herself tightly to conceal her modesty, her gaze fixed on Chuyu, her lips parting slightly. Thank you. You should leave. It's too dangerous here. Chuyu did not linger on her for a second, instead gripping his dagger and hurling it at the bomb guy. Yet, the man evaded the strike with a slight movement. The policewoman, feeling helpless, lowered her head and hurried away. From a distance, Wang contemplated stepping forward to assist. But just as he took a step, he felt a firm grip on his arm. Turning to look, he discovered Strange's hand clasped around him. Strange. Should we not help Chuyu and Peter with this bomb guy? Wang inquired. No need. Peter is not using his full strength, and I wish to observe what other abilities Chuyu possesses. Dr. Strange replied, his gaze returning to the scene where Chuyu was summoning his dagger once more. Charging forward. This time, he aimed for the bomb guy's forehead. As the blade neared its target, he suddenly felt a gust of wind from the side. He swiftly pivoted to evade the bomb guy's slap, thrusting the dagger once more, only to find the bomb guy unexpectedly retreating. Noticing this, Chuyu quickly followed up, aiming for the man's neck, but an ominous sense of foreboding washed over him before he could sense the impending danger. Despite the fleeting moment that could have allowed him to vanquish the bomb-wielding fiend, he felt no longing for the opportunity, instinctively retreating. Yet, before he could distance himself by more than a few steps, another explosion erupted before the bomb man. The proximity between Chuyu and the villain was perilously close. He raised his arms to shield his face, knowing that evasion was futile against such explosive power. Observing this, Peter Parker forcefully swung the webbing he clutched, propelling Chuyu into the air. The flames of the explosion pursued him relentlessly, finally relinquishing their chase as he reached the apex of his ascent. As he descended back to the ground, he drew a deep breath. A heart-wrenching cry reached his ears. Unbeknownst to him, a small girl had appeared beside the bomb man. Her pristine white dress soiled with dust as she desperately rubbed her filthy hands against her tear-streaked cheeks. Daddy, Mommy, where are you? She wailed, drawing both Chuyu's and the bomb man's attention. Watching the bomb man extend his gnarled fingers closer to the girl, Chuyu felt an urgent dread and surged forward. With a brilliant blue light emanating from his hands, countless streams of water coalesced behind him, ultimately merging into a formidable water column. He hurled his dagger, and the water column surged fiercely after it. The bomb man, with a grotesque grin, remained oblivious to the impending torrent. The powerful water column collided with him, sending his body crashing to the ground like a broken-winged bird. Without a moment's hesitation, Chuyu summoned the dagger back to him and charged at the bomb man, aiming for his throat. Bright crimson blood erupted, splattering Chuyu's face. He quickly shut his eyes, and with a subtle twist of his hand, the blood suspended in the air, forming a crimson orb that plummeted toward the bomb man. The light in the bomb man's eyes extinguished, though the exaggerated smile lingered on his face. As Chuyu slowly rose, he suddenly felt a powerful grip on his collar. He looked up to see Peter Parker. His eyes reddened with fury, hoarsely shouting at him, "Why did you kill him?" Chapter 5. Being a hero and still being captured? Impossible. Why can't I kill him? Chuyu retorted, breaking free from Peter Parker's grasp with a scornful laugh. Because Aunt May once said that everyone deserves a second chance. Why don't you give him a second chance? Peter Parker's eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Humph. Chuyu scoffed, pointing towards the still sobbing little girl beside them. A second chance, Peter Parker. Did this monster ever consider granting a second chance to this girl's family? Look around. How many have perished by his hand? This second chance, I, Chuyu, shall not bestow. Peter Parker's fists clenched tightly, the veins on his neck bulging. Yet he remained silent for what felt like an eternity. With a disdainful smile, Chuyu leaned closer and whispered into his ear, "Peter Parker, conceal your so-called benevolence." In an instant, Peter Parker reacted, forcefully gripping Chuyu's neck. Chuyu felt a sudden constriction in his breathing. In a state of panic, he waved his hand, unleashing a jet of water that surged towards Peter. Gripped by pain, Peter clutched his abdomen and staggered back a few steps, tightening his fist once more, preparing to charge at Chuyu. "Everyone, raise your hands." A deep voice suddenly resonated from afar. Chuyu glanced over and noticed a robust middle-aged man clad in a black suit, sporting a scruffy beard, advancing towards them with a handgun raised. "Raise your hands." The man shouted again. A slight smile crept onto Chuyu's lips as he slowly raised his hand, though the tips of his fingers began to emit a faint blue glow. "Rein in your powers, or I will not hesitate to shoot." The middle-aged man took a step back, his finger resting ominously on the trigger. Reluctantly, Chuyu retracted his abilities, appraising the man before him. "Who are you?" "I am Agent John from the Celestial Sword Bureau. You and Spider-Man must return with us for an investigation," John stated sternly. Chuyu chuckled lightly. "Where were you just now?" "I was en route. I have the right to suspect your involvement in this matter, and you must cooperate." John advanced a step, producing a black collar from behind him. Chuyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized the collar as one designed to restrain mutants' abilities, though uncertain of its effect on his powers. He was unwilling to find out. He cast a glance at Peter Parker and whispered, "Spider-Man, if you wish to keep your identity concealed, help me escape." Peter shot Chuyu a glare, but after a moment's contemplation, he seemed to concede. He nodded subtly. Realizing this, Chuyu erupted into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" John's expression darkened as he halted his advance, staring at Chuyu. Chuyu shot a cold glance at John, his laughter resuming. "I merely find you all to be utterly ridiculous, that's all." "You," John exclaimed, his finger poised to pull the trigger, only to discover, to his astonishment, that the trigger had been firmly ensnared. Looking down, he found a strand of white webbing wrapped around it, rendering his finger immobile. Seizing the moment, Chuyu dashed forward, delivering a powerful kick to John's body. The collar slipped from John's grasp and soared into the air. Chuyu's eyes sharpened, and his dagger reappeared in hand, swiftly aimed at the airborne collar. With a sharp crack, the collar was severed by the dagger. Chuyu caught the dagger and raised his arm, preparing to hurl it at John. Suddenly, Peter Parker appeared, positioning himself in front of John. "Why are you so agitated?" "I was merely trying to frighten him." Observing Peter's flustered demeanor, Chuyu retracted the dagger. Abruptly, a fleet of vehicles sped toward them from a distance, and Chuyu's expression hardened. "How many people are coming?" "You cannot escape." Lying on the ground, John gazed excitedly at Chuyu and Peter Parker, laughing exuberantly. Chuyu furrowed his brow slightly and kicked a nearby broken collar with force. The collar then swiftly encircled Peter Parker's body and lunged towards John. "Ah!" John screamed, his eyes rolling back, and the cacophony finally ceased. "It was truly noisy," Chuyu remarked, noticing Peter Parker's accusatory expression and helplessly shrugging his shoulders. "He merely fainted." "I am not a murderer." As the car approached, dozens of agents disembarked, brandishing handguns directed at Chuyu and Peter Parker. "Release the hostage." "Hostage?" Chuyu queried, perplexed by the notion that he had a hostage. "They must be referring to this one," Peter Parker replied, gently indicating the unconscious John on the ground. Chuyu, exasperated, grimaced. Despite being a hero, he was now branded as a kidnapper. Faced with so many guns aimed at him, he slowly raised his hands, when suddenly a golden ring appeared beneath his feet. Chuyu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the golden ring. It seemed that Dr. Strange was somewhat reasonable after all. In the blink of an eye, as all the agents anxiously observed the two superpowered individuals, they both vanished without a trace. In the vicinity of Minko Street in Queens, a golden ring materialized in a dim alley, and a young boy of Asian descent stepped out from it. Ding. System detects mission completion. Rewards are being distributed. Host attributes proficiency, 15 points, 10 points as a mission reward. 4 points for the host's automatic increase in water manipulation during the task. Host physical strength, 6 points, approaching the physical prowess of a special forces soldier. After receiving the rewards, Ji felt no discernible change, undoubtedly. It was a painless integration by the system. He stretched lazily, surveyed his surroundings, and walked directly out of the alley. "Today, I saved an old man. I even told that villain that my boyfriend is Spider-Man." The most embarrassing part was, right after I said that, Spider-Man actually appeared before me. Peter Parker stood outside his apartment, listening to a voice message he had sent, a tender smile gracing his lips. Although he had initially forgotten her, through relentless effort, he had finally won back his girlfriend. However, this time, he had not revealed to her that he was Spider-Man. What if your boyfriend truly is Spider-Man? Peter Parker mused to himself. Suddenly, the haunting image of Aunt May, bloodied and lying amidst the rubble, flashed before his mind. He shook his head vigorously. I must not say that. Placing his hand on the doorknob, he prepared to enter when an ear-piercing scream pierced the air. Following the sound, Peter Parker's gaze fell upon a familiar face before him. How did he get here? Chapter 6. The good neighbor is my neighbor, awakened by the grumbling of his stomach. Chuyu, with disheveled hair, rose from his bed. I'm starving. He gently caressed his abdomen, relieved that the system had generously provided him with a modest sum of money. Otherwise, securing basic sustenance would pose a significant challenge. As he stepped out of his door, preparing to venture down to procure some food, a familiar figure caught his eye. "What are you doing here?" Chiyu exclaimed, astonished as he recognized Peter Parker, the individual he had previously encountered. Initially, Peter appeared taken aback, but swiftly masked his surprise. Responding with a frigid demeanor, "I live here." Noticing Peter's disinterest in engaging with him, Chiyu chose not to dwell on it, walking past Peter towards the elevator. "Wait." Suddenly, a voice called out, prompting Chiyu to turn and face Peter Parker once more. "I don't know where you come from, but as long as I am here, you cannot act with impunity." Peter's tone was icy. In response, Chiyu remained unfazed, offering a slight smile and a scoff. "I have never acted with impunity, I merely pursue my desires. And let me remind you, your so-called goodness is worthless. Have you forgotten about May?" Before Chiyu could finish his sentence, he felt a foreign object firmly constricting his neck. A sudden force pulled him off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. With a swift motion, he drew a dagger, aiming to sever the webbing around his throat. Gasping for breath, Chiyu lay on the floor, feeling as though he had glimpsed the underworld. No, in accordance with this country's customs, he had nearly confronted death itself. No one must mention May. She had once told him that with great power comes great responsibility, and that even villains deserve a second chance. Those who only know of slaughter, like you, are unworthy of her name. She regarded a flustered Peter Parker with a mocking smile. It seemed that he had been overly sheltered, maintaining a facade of innocence in such a world. A second chance for villains? What about the lives lost at the hands of the bomb-crazed maniac? We both know how many he has killed. I stand by my words. I shall not grant a second chance to such individuals. Gradually rising to his feet, the dagger in his hand began to emanate a faint blue glow. Water from a pipe in the adjacent room began to thrash violently upon the table. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted as the concealed water pipe within the wall ruptured, releasing torrents of water that coalesced in midair into a massive orb. With a swift motion of his right hand, Chiyu summoned a fierce column of water from the orb, propelling it towards Peter Parker. Seeing the surging water column, Peter instinctively dodged to the side, causing the water to crash against the corridor's glass. The sound of shattering glass reverberated, drawing the attention of other residents on the floor. With a creak, a young girl cautiously peeked out from her door, clutching a black stick tightly in her hand. She surveyed the hallway, finding it deserted, save for the wall's pipe incessantly spewing water. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, prompting the girl to turn her head. She discovered that the corridor's glass had inexplicably shattered, leaving shards scattered upon the ground. What could have caused this? Never mind. I refuse to believe that I am this unfortunate, encountering malevolence for 2 consecutive days. It must be the old house's faulty facilities. I shall call the landlord shortly. With a sigh of relief, she lowered the stick in her hand and resolutely closed the door once more. Ding. The system was about to issue a new task. What nonsense task could this be? I am being pursued. Chiyu hurriedly darted across various rooftops. Just moments ago, he had engaged in a fierce battle with Spider-Man, initially believing he could at least hold his own against him. However, upon actual confrontation, he realized how naive he had been, although his proficiency in water manipulation had increased. Each time he unleashed a water column, Peter Parker effortlessly evaded it. In contrast, he had received several sharp kicks to the chest from Peter, and now his torso throbbed with pain. What to do when one cannot win? The only option was to flee. Yet, while he desperately ran, the system chose that very moment to issue a task. Despite his reluctance, it seemed the system disregarded his pleas. Task title: Fog enveloping the city. Task requirements: dissipate the fog enveloping the city and protect its inhabitants. Task rewards: increase in attribute proficiency by 10 points, enhancement of physical strength by 2 points, and acquisition of the wind attribute. Chiyu found himself devoid of the energy to contemplate the task at hand. Survival was his utmost priority. Boom. A tremendous noise erupted, and a cloud of dust suddenly billowed before him. Observing the vague silhouette emerging from the haze, he hesitated not a moment before swiftly turning and sprinting in the opposite direction. Ouch! Unbeknownst to him, a strand of webbing had ensnared his ankle. As he attempted to take a step, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. He lay there awkwardly, striking the earth with fervor. Peter Parker, I cannot defeat you. Do as you will. If you wish for me to pay for that bomb-wielding fiend's life, I'll extend my neck for you to strike. Upon hearing Chuyu's voice, Peter Parker abruptly halted. Hey, I mean what I say. If I blink, I am no longer a citizen of Huaxia. Chiyu observed Peter Parker's sudden stillness and continued. Peter Parker removed his mask, stating, I cannot kill you, but I will punish you. With a swift motion, he extended his finger, and a web shot forth from his wrist, binding Chiyu securely. Where are you taking me? Chiyu exclaimed, struggling fruitlessly as Peter effortlessly lifted him with one hand. Peter Parker remained silent, weaving through the towering skyscrapers until they arrived at the nearly completed torch of the Statue of Liberty, a symbol of freedom and democracy, where he unceremoniously hurled Chiyu to the ground. Dizzy from the impact, Chuyu barely had time to recover before he felt himself lifted once more. He watched as Peter Parker carried him towards the edge of the torch, instinctively swallowing hard, though he could accept the notion of his own mortality. How could he possibly remain unafraid when faced with death? Chuyu was cast from the edge of the torch by Peter Parker, and he cried out, finally unable to restrain himself. Yet, he did not plummet far before he found himself suspended in midair. The tension in his ankle was palpable as he struggled to lift his head and glance at his feet. To his astonishment, he discovered that his ankle had been ensnared by a white web, the other end tethered to the torch held by the Statue of Liberty. I shall not take your life. I merely wish for you to remain here for the night. I will return for you come morning. Peter Parker observed Chuyu hanging upside down, nodding in satisfaction. Chuyu now felt a rush of blood to his head. Fortunately, he had not eaten prior, or he feared the contents of his stomach would surely make an unwelcome appearance. The human brain experiences a rush of blood when starved, and similarly when inverted. Chuyu now found himself in a state of dual congestion, and such a condition could render one momentarily more astute. The sound of water splashing reached his ears from beneath the Statue of Liberty. Wait, beneath the statue lies the ocean, where water is in abundance. Chapter 7. The One-Armed Statue of Liberty Plop. Peter Parker heard the sound of something falling into the water, and his eyes widened in shock. He dashed to the edge of the torch platform, only to realize that his web had snapped. The figure of Chuyu, hanging above, had vanished. No way, at this height. He should be unharmed. Peter gazed at the rippling waves below, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. Chuyu? He shouted towards the sea, but silence reigned in response. This is not good. I must investigate. Extending his fingers, Peter secured a web to the edge of the torch platform and, gripping it tightly, leapt downward. Just as he descended halfway, the surface of the ocean erupted, a massive column of water surging towards him. He swiftly shot a web towards the Statue of Liberty, swinging out of the way of the impending torrent. However, the deluge struck the statue's right arm with a thunderous crash. A loud crack echoed as the already weathered limb of the statue began to fracture further. The fissures widened, spreading ominously across the statue's form. Boom. Chunks of the statue broke away, plunging into the sea below. This is bad. Chuyu, you've caused a great calamity. Peter Parker. The greatest misfortune I have encountered is meeting you. Chuyu's body suddenly erupted from the water's surface. With each step he took, a column of water burst forth beneath him. Armed with a dagger, he lunged towards Peter Parker, unleashing a torrent of water columns that surged from the depths. Peter Parker frantically shot webs, maneuvering to evade the onslaught of water. Yet, the sheer number of columns was overwhelming, and there remained only the Statue of Liberty as a fixed point to cling to. He could only repeatedly alter the anchor points of his web, swiftly swinging through the air. As Chuyu observed the numerous water columns, he was astonished that Peter Parker could manage them all. With a flick of his dagger, a water blade surged forward, severing Parker's web. Instantly, Parker's body lost its support and plummeted downward. Chuyu swiftly raised his arm, redirecting a water column that flipped over and charged towards Peter Parker. Just as Parker was about to shoot a web from his wrist, a water column forcefully thrust him into the sea before the web could reach the Statue of Liberty. Satisfied with his handiwork, Chuyu suddenly felt dozens of bright lights illuminating his face, shielding his eyes with his arm. He noticed several black cars parked beside the Statue of Liberty, from which emerged a swarm of agents clad in dark suits, brandishing handguns and aiming at him. Before he could comprehend the unfolding situation, an enormous voice echoed from above. Who are you? Cease your actions. She looked up to see several helicopters hovering above, each with a sniper aiming at him. Why are there so many people all of a sudden? Before he could ponder this question, he felt a sudden void beneath his feet and his body fell downwards. Dr. Strange stood atop a building, his expression grave as he surveyed the now one-armed Statue of Liberty. With a wave of his finger, a golden portal appeared in the air. Chuyu tumbled out of the golden ring, losing his balance and collapsing onto the ground. Ouch! He slowly raised his head to find Dr. Strange glaring at him with fury. Mr. Strange? Why have you brought me here? Chuyu, oblivious to the trouble he had caused, boldly inquired. Dr. Strange did not respond. Instead, he waved his hand again, conjuring another golden ring from which a drenched Peter Parker fell, landing face first. Chuyu couldn't help but smirk at Parker's misfortune, momentarily forgetting his own recent predicament. Peter Parker stood up, vigorously shaking the seawater from his clothes, but unlike Chuyu, he kept his head down, avoiding Dr. Strange's gaze, suppressing his anger. Strange's veins bulged as he pointed toward the distant Statue of Liberty, shouting, "Look at the chaos you've wrought. Are you trying to dismantle New York?" Chuyu followed his gaze and gasped. The Statue of Liberty had been reduced to a one-armed figure. Its torch and arm vanished. Hey, what happened to its arm? He exclaimed, unafraid. Stop talking. It's your fault, Parker quietly warned. Chuyu suddenly recalled seeing stones fall when he emerged from the water earlier, but had been too focused on revenge to think much of it. Now, he finally understood the reason for the sudden influx of helicopters and cars. What a remarkable turn of events, dismantling one's beliefs. Chuyu and Peter Parker, amidst the chaos that has beset New York City, are astounded that the Statue of Liberty remains intact. Truly impressive. The resonant roar of Dr. Strange reverberated once more. Chuyu and Peter Parker bowed their heads in silence, unaware that they were unwittingly becoming the most significant culprits. Do you perceive the sudden fog enveloping us? Peter Parker exclaimed, breaking the tension. Enough distractions. Focus on what we must do. Strange admonished Peter Parker with a fierce glare. As Chuyu lowered his gaze, he noticed a veil-like mist creeping around his feet. Mr. Strange, please, do not be angry. Look around, he urged, gesturing in wonder. Dr. Strange lifted his eyes to discover that the surroundings had indeed transformed into a hazy obscurity. The once clearly visible severed arm of the Statue of Liberty was now shrouded in thick fog. The three of them hurried to the edge of the rooftop and peered downward, only to find New York City cloaked in a dense mist, rendering everything below utterly indistinguishable. The fog was ascending at a visible pace, blanketing the city in a milky haze, as if milk had been poured from the heavens. What is happening? Chuyu inquired. But silence greeted him. Surveying the area, he realized that the mist had completely enveloped him. The figures of Peter Parker and Dr. Strange had vanished without a sound. Suddenly, Chuyu recalled a task mentioned by the system. The fog encircles the city. Peter Parker? Mr. Strange? Chuyu called out loudly, yet there was no reply. Moreover, he felt the water elements around him slipping away. For a fleeting moment, he questioned whether this was all a dream and that he had never truly entered the Marvel Universe. I can hardly move, despite being enshrouded in mist. He was acutely aware that he stood on a rooftop. A misstep could lead to a tragic fall, marking him as the most unfortunate of traversers. Hello? Is anyone there? Please respond. Just as he resigned himself to silence once more, he discerned a faint beam of light appearing before him. What manner of light is this? Chuyu pondered. Yet he was drawn to touch it. Upon contact, he felt a sudden connection to the water element. He cautiously shifted his feet, fearful of straying too close to the rooftop's edge. Fortunately, the light was not beyond the boundary. Standing beneath the radiant glow, he slowly raised his gaze along its path. Abruptly, his eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a golden-eyed gaze at the apex of the light. It seemed to have noticed him. And an overwhelming sensation of suffocation washed over Chuyu. Chuyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, he found himself standing at the edge of a fog. Before him stood a woman clad in silver armor, her back adorned with two magnificent golden feathered wings. In her right hand, she wielded a longsword, its surface marred by rust yet radiating a dazzling golden light. You must be an angel, Chuyu mused. His brow slightly furrowed, for he recalled that there were no angels in the Marvel Universe. The angel cast a cold glance at him, her lips parting slightly as a voice filled with authority resonated from all directions. You are peculiar. Peculiar? Chuyu strained against the oppressive aura. Although the angel had not displayed any powers, the sheer pressure made cold sweat trickle down his back. It was indeed remarkable that an ordinary person could remain conscious within the fog of the nightmare demon Lilith. Whether the angel sensed Chuyu's struggle or he had merely acclimated, he felt the pressure lessen considerably this time. Nightmare demon, Lilith. And now an angel. Could this truly be the Marvel Universe? Doubt clouded Chuyu's mind, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He shook his head at the angel and said, I do not understand what is happening. Since you do not comprehend, you may depart. I intend to destroy this city. Oh, very well. Wait, to destroy this city. Wasn't the task also to protect the people within it? Chuyu observed as the angel slowly raised her sword, a colossal shadow emerging faintly behind her. Just as she was poised to strike down, a voice interrupted. Wait. The angel glanced at Chuyu, and once more. He felt the weight of the oppressive aura. May I inquire, if the city is destroyed, will all its inhabitants perish? Indeed. Yet it is an honor for them to sacrifice their mundane lives for the annihilation of the nightmare demon. As she spoke, the angel lifted her sword once more, ready to deliver a blow. Hold on. Chuyu dashed beneath the angel's blade, arms outstretched, positioning himself in front of her. What is it now? The angel's expression grew even more frigid, her sword unwavering in its trajectory. Chuyu's eyes locked onto the razor-sharp blade before him, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Fixing his gaze on the lethal edge, he steadied his voice, refusing to let it tremble. Though I am not one to show weakness. We are speaking of millions of lives. Is there truly no alternative? Even if I do not slay them, they have no chance of survival. You remain unaffected. Which is why I sought to rescue you. The others in the city are trapped in nightmares. Unless the nightmare demon herself retracts them, they shall never awaken. The angel's tone was devoid of warmth, yet she finally lowered her sword. Chuyu exhaled deeply, a glimmer of hope igniting within him as he tentatively asked, what if I could persuade her to retract them? Haha, how naive. The angel scoffed coldly, her gaze regarding Chuyu as if he were a simpleton. Lilith is not someone of your ordinary caliber who can contend with. Cease your futile struggles. The angel pushed Chuyu aside, raising her longsword once more. The blade gleamed with golden radiance, and as she prepared to plunge it back into the mist, she caught sight of a water column surging toward her from the corner of her eye. Swiftly, she spun her sword, cleaving the water column in two. Chiyu's eyes widened in astonishment, warily observing the angel. In that brief skirmish, he discerned that in her eyes, he was akin to an ant. It seems you are no ordinary individual. You possess control over the water element. The angel flicked her sword, sending droplets of water cascading from the blade. Ultimately, these droplets coalesced into a sphere, glimmering like a large pearl. With a gentle tap of her finger, the water sphere hurtled toward Chiyu with astonishing speed. Realizing the magnitude of this sphere's power, he instinctively retreated. However, the sphere's velocity was overwhelming, leaving him no time to evade. His eyes widened as the sphere approached, and he summoned the water element to form a shield. Yet, the sphere pierced through the shield as if it were mere parchment. Chiyu held his breath, fixated on the menacing sphere, feeling as though it could effortlessly shatter his skull. Just as the sphere reached him, it suddenly dispersed. He hastily wiped the water from his face, regarding the angel with wariness. The angel appeared uninterested in launching a second attack. She cradled her sword against her chest, observing Chuyu with intrigue. Do you truly wish to attempt resolving this matter? Chuyu nodded resolutely. Very well, then, you have half a day. If the sun rises and the mist has not dissipated, I shall disregard your fate and obliterate this city. Chuyu nodded again, affirming his promise. All right, then go. With a gentle wave of her hand, the angel made him feel as if he were plummeting. In a moment, the sensation of landing surged from his feet, and the surroundings transformed back into a shroud of white mist. Despite his utmost effort to widen his eyes, he could not discern what lay hidden within the fog. Chapter 9 Lilith. System, what should I do now? Please rely on yourself to complete the task. Do not expect assistance from the system. Could you provide a hint, then? Apologies, host, but the system seems unable to comprehend your words. Chuyu shot a look of exasperation, compelled to move forward. Around him, the dense white mist persisted. He was uncertain of his location, each step taken with utmost caution. Lacking any point of reference, he had no idea how far he had traveled. Yet, with each step, he could sense the minuscule distance covered. Even after wandering aimlessly in the mist for several minutes, he estimated he had only traversed a few meters. Wandering aimlessly is hardly a solution, and I find myself with only half a day left. Chiyu murmured to himself, when suddenly he felt his foot brush against something. He crouched down slowly, reaching out to touch it. A peculiar sensation coursed through his fingertips. How to describe it? It was somewhat soft. As Chiyu continued to explore with his hands, he discovered that it wasn't a depression but rather a protrusion beneath his touch. With this realization, he recoiled as if struck by electricity. My apologies, I did not mean to. In an instant, Chiyu sprang to his feet and took a large step forward. However, before his foot could touch the ground, he was tripped by an unseen object. Ouch! He fell to the ground, acutely aware of a foreign object beneath him. Yet, after the prior incident, he hesitated to reach out again. This will not do. Chuyu cautiously stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and sighed in resignation. The angel above had mentioned that this mist could ensnare one in an illusion, yet I cannot enter the illusion now? He pondered while tracing his chin with his hand. And suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. System, is it your influence that shields me from this mist? The electronic voice echoed in Chiyu's mind. If so, what if you withdraw your protection and allow me to enter the illusion? Chuyu, feeling vindicated in his assumption, inquired further. Yet, the system remained silent for a lengthy while. What is the matter? If the host requests such, the system shall comply. However, once the host enters the illusion, consciousness will sever from the system. Furthermore, the system cannot forcibly awaken you. Chuyu pressed on. What if I cannot awaken? The host may very well lose their life. The cold, unfeeling electronic voice conveyed no emotion. Given that the system and host have only coexisted for 3 days, no bond has formed. Thus, the system will recalibrate and select a new host. Chuyu shot a glare, while then, utterly useless, cold-hearted champion. Despite his reservations, he recognized the lack of alternatives. Ultimately, he resolutely declared, fine, if I fail, seek another. Just let me enter the illusion swiftly. No sooner had he spoken than a peculiar fragrance filled his nostrils, followed by a sharp pain at the back of his head. The mist dissipated, and the surrounding scenery transformed instantaneously. Clutching his head, Chiyu scrutinized his new surroundings, realizing he had entered a castle imbued with an ancient ambience. Have I truly entered the illusion? Though can I voice a complaint? Would it be too much to inform others before undertaking certain actions? Chuyu, albeit somewhat exasperated, had gradually acclimated to the peculiarities of recent days. He stepped forward, and a woman clad in a flowing black gown came into view. Her long, jet black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her pallid skin appeared particularly eerie beneath the dark fabric. The woman advanced, yet Chuyu discerned no feet beneath the hem of her skirt, a disconcerting absence that led him to ponder if she were a specter. A shiver coursed through him. It was indeed his first encounter with such an apparition. As the figure clad in black drew closer, he faintly perceived the sound of scales scraping against the ground. "Who are you?" The woman's voice was frigid. "I am Chuyu. May I inquire, miss, who you are?" He tightened his grip involuntarily, attempting to summon the water element, only to find it eluding his grasp once more. The black-clad woman cast a cold glance in his direction, uttering not a word, before silently turning away. "Follow me." Despite his uncertainty regarding her intentions, Chuyu found himself trailing after her. The sound of scales continued to scrape against the floor, and as he glanced downward, a chill crept up his spine. The woman indeed lacked legs. Beneath her skirt, a serpent's tail emerged, its scales glimmering ominously in the dim light of the castle. Chuyu swallowed hard, a realization dawning upon him. Could this be Lilith? Having ventured into this Marvel universe, his worldview had already been profoundly altered. Yet no one had forewarned him of the existence of angels and such serpentine beings. "Hurry!" The woman's icy command rang out once more. Suppressing his tremors, Chuyu complied. He followed Lilith into a room where darkness enveloped them. Yet, not far away, countless clouds floated, each concealing a vivid tableau. One cloud revealed a girl atop a building, drawing a black bow with a fierce gaze directed below. Another cloud depicted a green-skinned monstrosity clad in gray shorts, wreaking havoc on its surroundings. Chiyu's attention fixated on the foremost cloud, where Peter Parker took center stage. In the image, Peter knelt, his eyes vacant, his face smeared with blood, and his costume in tatters. Upon closer inspection, Chuyu discerned a horrific bite mark beneath the tattered fabric, surrounded by dark green veins, from which a mingling of green and red blood seeped relentlessly. Shadows loomed behind him, figures advancing in grotesque postures that defied human limits. "What is this?" Chuyu gasped in astonishment. Observing his alarm, a hint of amusement flickered across Lilith's icy visage. With a casual wave of her hand, a sumptuous sofa materialized beneath the cloud. Lilith swayed her tail, approached the sofa, and settled into its embrace, though she appeared somewhat dissatisfied, propping her head upon her hand as she reclined. "This place is truly fascinating, far more so than ours. I never anticipated that such a small city could harbor so many ordinary individuals with extraordinary abilities." "Are you the nightmare demon, Lilith?" Chuyu inquired. Gazing at her with curiosity, Lilith paused for a moment, then covered her face with a smile, exclaiming, "Haha. I never imagined that old woman would take the time to discuss me with you." After sitting up, she scrutinized Chuyu from head to toe and continued. "But it makes sense, considering how unique you are." "Unique? Why do you also refer to me as unique?" Chuyu furrowed his brow, bewildered. Lilith raised her pale hand and gently caressed his face. "You truly are delightful, but I haven't indulged in human flesh for quite some time." A chill ran down Chuyu's spine, and the cold touch on his face instinctively made him step back. "Haha, there's no need to be afraid. I am currently only interested in your dreams, yet you surprisingly remain unscathed by my control." Lilith teased with a coy smile, her gaze playfully fixed on Chuyu. The sound of her laughter resonated in his ears, causing a tumult in his stomach. "Why is the laughter in this world so peculiar?" Chuyu asked coldly. "What do you intend to do? Do you not realize how sweet you are? Sweeter than anyone in this city, and I wish to consume you." Lilith's fingers traced lightly across Chuyu's face, her sharp nails lingering at his collarbone before she made a swift cut. Chuyu winced in pain, furrowing his brow as he instinctively pushed Lilith away. "What do you truly want?" "Quite simple. You must allow me to enter your dreams. And if you can escape my nightmares, I shall spare you." Lilith, unfazed by being pushed, clasped her hands together and spoke with intrigue. "Is it really that easy?" Chuyu questioned, skeptical. Lilith nodded, waving her fingers, causing the cloud of nightmares to dissipate. "I have collected the nightmares. They pose no danger now. However, I cannot vouch for the sword that old woman in the sky wields." Chuyu hesitated, but it appeared he had no alternative if he refused. "Fine, I agree. But you must uphold your end of the bargain. I have no reason to deceive an insignificant creature." Lilith chuckled softly, her sharp nails piercing toward Chuyu's brow. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and his vision instantly darkened. Do the people in this world never announce their intentions beforehand? Upon reopening his eyes, Chuyu found himself facing a burly bald man charging toward him with fists the size of sandbags. He swiftly turned his body and kicked the man hard in the abdomen. The bald man stumbled back, retrieving an indiscernible black object from his waist. "Why does this seem so familiar? Where am I? Who am I?" Chiyu's eyes widened in realization that his memories had become a blank slate. "Be careful. He has a gun." A sharp voice pierced his ear. Suddenly, a flash of fire ignited before him, from which a silver bullet erupted. Chiyu barely had time to react as a force from the side propelled him backward, allowing him to narrowly evade the deadly bullet. Dazed, He watched as a man clad in red and blue battle attire appeared before him. This man seemed to have unleashed something that pinned the bald man firmly against the wall. After the man completed his actions, he swiftly advanced and delivered a powerful punch to the head of the bald man trapped against the wall. In an instant, blood splattered, and the alley became permeated with a pungent scent of blood. I felt as though I had witnessed this before, yet it seemed different. Chiyu steadied himself and approached the man, placing his hands on the mask of the red and blue figure, pulling forcefully. In that moment, he felt a heavy grip constricting his throat, his feet gradually lifting off the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the figure before him. Although his memories were hazy, he sensed that these events should not be unfolding. What do you intend to do? The youthful voice was laced with a chilling menace. Chiyu struggled to breathe as his vision began to blur, summoning all his strength to claw at the hand gripping his neck, finally breaking free. The pressure around his throat vanished, and he collapsed to the ground, propping himself up with his hands and gasping for air. Who are you? Chiyu's hoarse voice crawled from his throat. I am Spider-Man. But let me tell you, if you wish to uncover my true identity, you must pay with your life. Spider-Man proclaimed, extending his finger as a strand of webbing shot forth from his wrist. Grasping the web tightly, he leaped into the air, swinging between the towering buildings before vanishing from sight. Sir, are you all right? Chiyu vaguely heard a voice nearby, struggling to open his eyes. He beheld a blonde girl with blue eyes gazing at him with concern. The girl clutched her bag tightly to her chest, and the traces of tears on her face were still clearly visible. I'm fine. Chiyu waved his hand and laboriously rose to his feet. However, before he could steady himself, he suddenly felt the world tilt, and his eyelids grew heavy, falling shut. Above New City, an angel sat upon a cloud, radiating golden light as her gaze swept over the city below. Her gaze ultimately fixed upon a boy of Chinese descent, who lay on the ground with his eyes tightly shut and forehead furrowed. The angel shook her head in resignation. I let you go. Yet you foolishly sought a deal with a demon. Can a demon truly keep its word? Before her words faded, a sultry female voice echoed from below New City. Who says demons do not keep their promises? We demons are far more honorable than you so-called angels. How dare you reveal yourself? Are you not afraid of death? The angel's brow furrowed, her expression turning cold. She gripped her long sword tightly, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she prepared to strike. What is this? A demon untrustworthy, yet you claim to be trustworthy, angel? The sun will not rise for several hours. Do you wish to break your word? The sultry voice chimed again, devoid of any fear. The angel's eyes blazed with fury, yet her sword did not descend. Very well, I shall delay your demise for a few hours, but remember, your survival hinges upon the millions of lives in this city. Should you dare to leave this city, you will meet your end by my sword. Ha ha. Who would have thought that an angel could concern herself with such insignificant lives? A melodious laughter resonated, sending ripples through the mist of New City. Silence. The voice of an angel reverberated through the heavens. All right, I shall be silent. Yet, I express my gratitude for your reminder, dear angel. I shall not flee. I await your sword to descend upon me, to obliterate my existence, alongside the millions of insignificant lives that will accompany me to perdition. Chapter 11. The terrifying Spider-Man lying in bed. Chiyu furrowed his brow slightly, as a vague voice echoed incessantly in his mind. Slowly, he opened his eyes, discovering himself in a quaint room. Though somewhat antiquated, the pale pink wallpaper was neatly affixed to the walls, and a bouquet on the coffee table exuded a delicate fragrance of lilies. The owner of this room evidently led a refined life. With his hands braced against the bed, Chiyu sat up, only to be assaulted again by a wave of headache. He gently shook his head, his fingers instinctively massaging his temples. You're awake? A sweet voice suddenly chimed. Following the sound, Chiyu turned to see a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl approaching him, holding a steaming bowl, dressed in a loose pink sweatshirt. Her curvaceous figure remained distinctly visible. Who are you? Where am I? Chiyu shook his head again, and the throbbing in his head subsided slightly. With a playful squint and a sweet smile, the girl replied, I am Alice. You heroically saved me yesterday, of course, I am that damsel. However, you fainted. And I had no idea where you lived, so I brought you to my home. Alice seated herself on the edge of the bed, picked up a spoon from the bowl, and scooped out a spoonful of porridge, gently blowing on it. I learned this from a friend from Huaxia. It's delicious. You must try it. She offered the spoon toward Chiyu's mouth. Feeling a bit awkward, Chiyu retreated slightly, smiling as he softly said, I can manage it myself. He placed the spoon in his mouth, and the rich aroma of the porridge enveloped his senses. Noticing Alice's expectant gaze, he nodded appreciatively. Indeed, it was delightful. Hee. By the way, I just remembered something. Why did you remove Spider-Man's mask yesterday? Alice asked, casting a furtive glance around the room, ensuring they were alone. She lowered her head, covering her mouth with her hand, and whispered, though Spider-Man is a superhero, he is notorious for his temper. His methods of punishing wrongdoers are exceedingly brutal. We are somewhat afraid of him. At this, Chiyu's hand faltered. Has he always been like this? I wouldn't know. Alice replied, I am just an ordinary citizen. What happens with those superheroes is beyond our understanding. Seeing that Chu Yu's bowl was nearly empty, Alice quickly took it from him. Let me serve you some more. Chu Yu nodded, but once again, the vague voice in his mind echoed persistently. He clutched his head tightly, desperately stifling a cry. What's wrong? Alice exclaimed, noticing Chu Yu's sudden distress, and rushed to his side. Boom. The sound of an explosion erupted without warning from outside, the powerful shockwave crashing against the glass of the room, causing it to tremble violently. Alice crouched down, clutching her head, her face a mask of panic as she gazed out. Chu Yu struggled to rise, his hand pressed against the windowsill. His complexion pale as he stared into the distance, observing the residents of the street fleeing in confusion. Explosions occurred successively without forewarning, enveloping the entire street in a shroud of grayish dust and smoke. In the midst of the chaos, a little girl knelt in the center of the street, her face marred by dark stains left by the explosion, her tiny, dirty hands incessantly wiping away her tears. Mommy, Daddy, where are you? A middle-aged man slowly approached the girl, a grotesque grin stretching across his face, reaching almost to his ears. He extended his bony fingers closer to her, all the while emitting a series of chilling cackles. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yu immediately flung open the window and leapt down beside the girl, shielding her behind him while warily eyeing the man. Who are you? Chu Yu's gaze was laced with murderous intent. Who are you? I am her father. The man paused momentarily before his laughter grew even more frenzied. Doubt flickered in Chu Yu's mind as he felt a small tug on his shirt. Big brother. He is not my daddy. I don't know him. The little girl's voice trembled, clinging to Chu Yu's clothing. He turned to her, offering a reassuring smile and gently ruffling her hair. It's all right. I'll protect you. What is wrong with you? I've already told you I'm her father. Leave at once. The man glared at Chu Yu, his anger flaring as his laughter persisted unabated. One more step forward, and it will be your end, Chu Yu declared coldly, his fingers curling into a fist, yet there was no response from his surroundings. Why must I make this gesture? Chu Yu pondered, bewildered by his own hand. In that moment of distraction, the middle-aged man lunged forward. Big brother, be careful. The girl's warning rang out, prompting Chu Yu to swiftly lift his head and deliver a powerful kick to the advancing man. The man fell to the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. Remarkably, he seemed impervious to pain, continuing to emit that chilling, maniacal laughter. Suddenly, Chu Yu clenched his fists, preparing to charge again when he caught sight of a figure darting past in his peripheral vision. Following the movement, he recognized it as Spider-Man. Clad in his iconic red suit, Spider-Man approached the middle-aged man and delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing against the wall. The man's body became embedded in the structure, a horrific wound on his head oozing crimson blood. As the blood trickled down his forehead and across his cheek, he extended his tongue, greedily licking the blood as it reached the corner of his mouth. Chu Yu felt a surge of nausea as he watched Spider-Man nonchalantly approach the man, a dagger appearing in his hand seemingly out of nowhere. Spider-Man seized the middle-aged man's hair, ruthlessly yanking him from the wall, disregarding the grotesque contortions of his limbs. With a look of revulsion, Spider-Man hurled the man to the ground, his grip tightening around a dagger, plunging it repeatedly into the man's flesh. Each thrust was accompanied by the sickening sound of the blade piercing through skin and muscle, and with each withdrawal, blood gushed forth from the wounds. The crimson liquid splattered across Spider-Man's red costume, staining it with dark splotches of blood. Yet, he appeared unfazed, his relentless assault continuing unabated. Although every knife strike found its mark, none struck a fatal blow. The middle-aged man's lips curled into an exaggerated grin, laughter intertwining with his screams. A sound that made Chu Yu furrow his brow. This was not how it was supposed to be. Taking a deep breath, he realized he harbored no sympathy for the man being brutally slaughtered. He knew that given the chance, he would not employ gentler methods. However, in his mind, the figure wielding the dagger, inflicting wound after wound, should not be the same as the one clad in red. A vague voice echoed in his mind once more, prompting him to close his eyes tightly. This time, the sound grew increasingly distinct. Yet, with clarity came a sensation akin to his head being torn asunder. The voice coalesced, illusion, mirage. Finally comprehending its message, Chu Yu's eyes snapped open as he clenched his fists and charged toward the distant crimson figure. Chapter 12. The mist lifts. What are you doing? Everyone stared in shock at Chu Yu. Moments ago, they reveled in Spider-Man's merciless execution of a villain when suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. The assailant raised a steel beam high, thrusting it unhesitatingly towards Spider-Man's back. In an instant, Chu Yu yanked the beam from Spider-Man's body, causing a torrent of crimson blood to erupt forth. Blood splattered across Chu Yu's face, yet he felt no discomfort, merely wiping it away with a casual gesture. In the blink of an eye, dozens of agents surrounded him, their handguns trained on him. Lilith, since you have already lost, why do you still struggle? Chu scoffed. He brought the blood-stained dagger to his nose, inhaling the potent scent of iron. I must admit, your illusion is remarkably lifelike. The sensations of touch, taste, and smell are nearly indistinguishable from reality. However, you have ultimately underestimated me. As his words fell, the surrounding scene began to warp. He slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the return of light. To his astonishment, he succeeded. Lilith leaned languidly against the remaining shoulder of the Statue of Liberty, her black tail swaying gracefully in the air. An angel, who had been hovering, suddenly landed on the statue's shoulder, drawing a long sword to strike at Lilith. Do not move. Since you agreed to the bargain, do not think of reneging. Lilith delicately pushed aside the blade with her slender fingers, swaying her tail as she slowly rose to her feet. Why so fierce? I merely wish to linger here a while longer. After all, it is uncertain when I might next bask in such sunlight. The angel once again pressed the blade to Lilith's throat, her expression frigid. Yet, Lilith faced the sharp edge with an unperturbed demeanor. When shall I possess a statue of such grandeur? She inquired. The angel scoffed. That is their faith. You are unworthy. Lilith remained unfazed, replying, My subjects once held great faith in me. Enough of this. Let us depart. As she spoke, she glanced towards the distant figure of Chiyu lying on the street, her hand brushing against the Statue of Liberty, a rare and gentle smile gracing her lips. Very well, this little one. Perhaps we shall meet again. Consider this a gift for you. The fog in New City had dissipated, yet its inhabitants remained in slumber. Chuyu was the first to awaken, a throbbing pain at the back of his head compelling him to rub it vigorously as he surveyed his surroundings, noting many residents sprawled haphazardly around him. He pushed himself up, discovering a girl lying beside him. Alice, he murmured, puzzled. Was it merely the proximity to this girl that conjured her image in his dreams? He gently helped Alice to her feet, placing her on a nearby CAF chair. Observing the others gradually waking, he quietly slipped away. Last night, New City had been engulfed in an unprecedented fog. Experts deemed it a normal weather phenomenon. Thankfully, this mist had not incurred significant economic losses. However, the Statue of Liberty had sustained damage when a pilot collided with one of its arms due to poor visibility in the fog, as reported by government officials. They stated that, given the statue's long-standing presence, it required restoration, and during this period, close visits would be prohibited. Seated in a Chinese restaurant, Chiyu munched on buns while watching the news. He understood that the government occasionally resorted to benevolent falsehoods to maintain public stability. However, he bore the guilt of having damaged the Statue of Liberty, and surely those agents had seen his visage. Why had no one come to seek him out? Ding. The system has completed its task. Rewards are being distributed. Physical strength, 8, equivalent to that of an elite soldier. Post-attribute proficiency, 35, originally 15, task 10. Control automatically increased by 10. Ah, splendid. The proficiency in control has risen to match that of the task, he thought, his spirits buoyed. Until the system's next announcement doused his enthusiasm. Host has acquired wind attributes. System attribute proficiency has not yet reached 200. Temporary usage is restricted. Upon hearing that he could not manipulate the wind attributes, the buns in Chuyu's mouth lost their appeal. If I cannot utilize it, why do you even announce it? You might as well grant me more proficiency, he retorted, irritation lacing his tone. All explanations are at the discretion of the system. Chiyu wished to disengage from the system, which he deemed a mere leech. He stuffed another bun into his mouth and bit down fiercely, as though the bun were the system itself. Just as he was becoming engrossed in his meal, a man donned in an eye patch suddenly appeared before him. Startled, Chuyu nearly bit his own tongue off. Are you Chuyu? The man inquired, his solitary eye fixated on Chuyu. The pain from his tongue still lingered, and he could only nod in response, enduring the discomfort. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fury, former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. You are coming with me, not going. Chuyu firmly rejected. The system had not issued any tasks, so he had no intention of complying. Ding. The system issued a task. Task content. Assist Fury in resolving an issue. Task reward. 50 proficiency points, increase in physical strength by 2 points. Chiyu had initially been inclined to curse, but upon hearing about the 50 proficiency points, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Wait, no, I will go. Fury observed the boy who had just resolutely declined now eagerly agreeing with shining eyes. Could this fellow be suffering from some sort of split personality? Are you going or not? I'll go. I haven't even told you where. Wherever it is, I will go. Chiyu replied, suddenly reminded of those 50 proficiency points. His tongue unconsciously licking his lips, only to hurt himself further. Grimacing in pain, he covered his mouth, yet found no better alternative, resorting to a futile gesture of covering it. Fury scrutinized Chuyu, suddenly doubting the credibility of what Dr. Strange had said. Is this fellow truly trustworthy? Sanctum. Wong handed a yellow package to Dr. Strange, his face filled with concern. Strange, are you absolutely certain you wish to go to that place? Dr. Strange solemnly nodded, accepting the package from Wong's hands. With a gentle wave of his hand, a golden ring materialized in the air. Through the golden ring, a snow-capped mountain came into view, with dark stones faintly peeking through the snow. I'll leave this period to you. You have been the Sorcerer Supreme longer than I have, so you should manage well. If I, Dr. Strange paused, stroking the yellow package in his hands. If I do not return, take care of this world. Chapter 13, Entering the Manor. Oh, you were here too, Chiyu said as he followed Fury into a black car. Upon opening the door, he noticed Peter Parker seated in the back. Peter's eyes brightened at the sight of Chiyu, but soon turned cold and indifferent. What's wrong? Do you two have a conflict? Fury inquired as he took the driver's seat. Through the rearview mirror, he observed the two young men, both twisting their necks at a 90-degree angle. Unwilling to glance at one another. No, we just aren't familiar. Chiyu quickly interjected. Yes, we're just not familiar. They echoed, once again twisting their necks away from each other. Had it not been for the limitations of the human body, Fury believed that these two individuals could have engaged in a more thorough entanglement. He gazed at the two young people through the rearview mirror, chuckling softly. As long as they did not delay the mission, the vehicle approached the entrance of an estate, where a man clad in a black suit approached them. Sir, may I inquire if you possess an invitation? He asked respectfully, tapping on the car window. Fury nodded and handed over the black envelope he held. The man opened it, scrutinizing its contents before bowing slightly to Fury. Sir, you may enter. What place is this? Chiyu surveyed the surroundings, astounded by the opulence of the estate. The garden was meticulously maintained, with servants occasionally trimming the nearly flawless greenery with large shears. A grand fountain stood at the center of the courtyard, casting a soft and beautiful glow through the lights. This is a businessman's South investment estate. The owner invited me to attend a banquet today. Fury replied as he continued to drive. Chiyu rolled down the window, inhaling the sweet floral fragrance wafting towards him. This scent was peculiar. Do wealthy individuals truly make their gardens fragrant? Fury chuckled. That is beyond our understanding. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of a villa reminiscent of a castle. A young woman in formal attire approached with a radiant smile. Director Fury, I did not anticipate that you would accept my invitation. It is indeed an honor. Fury opened the car door, gesturing for Chiyu and Peter Parker to alight. The three exited the vehicle, and Fury greeted the young woman with a customary cheek kiss prevalent in Western cultures. Surely these two cannot be your children. They are both exceptionally handsome, the young woman remarked, immediately regretting her words. Chiyu, being of Asian descent, and Peter Parker, Caucasian, could not possibly be the offspring of Fury, who was black unless, of course, Fury had a touch of green on his head. The young woman awkwardly smiled. Madam May, these are the children of a friend who invited me to play. I brought them along. I hope you don't mind. Of course not. Madam May laughed lightly, extending her hand slowly. Please, my guests. The grand door opened, and the trio stepped into the room, where Chiyu was astonished to find around 100 people gathered. Everyone was dressed formally, holding high-stemmed glasses, and with each utterance, they would delicately sip from their cups. Chiyu? Chiyu. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, and he turned to find Peter Parker looking at him with a tense expression. What's wrong, my not-so-familiar friend? Peter Parker whispered urgently. All right. I know what you are about to say. This place indeed feels strange, but I cannot pinpoint what is odd about it, Chiyu replied, noticing a passing attendant who, looking the part, took a glass of champagne from the tray and sipped lightly. So, how is it, little ones? Are you struggling to adapt to the atmosphere here? Fury returned after greeting others, a sheen of oil glistening on his dark face. Not bad, but Mr. Fury, what is the purpose of our visit here? Surely it cannot merely be to indulge in a meal, Chiyu inquired, casting a glance at Fury. He then surveyed the array of exquisite delicacies on the adjacent table and smiled, thinking that if it were as simple as that, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. You will find out shortly, but for now, I need you to step outside and investigate if there are any peculiarities within this estate, Fury whispered into Chiyu's ear. Ah, it seems there is no such thing as a free meal. Chiyu raised an eyebrow and signaled for Peter Parker to accompany him as they exited. In the distance, Mrs. May, who was receiving guests, observed the two as they prepared to leave, her expression instantly turning serious. She beckoned a man in a suit to approach her. What is it, madam? The man asked. These two accompanying Mr. Fury are undoubtedly extraordinary. You must follow them closely and ensure they do not cause any trouble, the young woman replied, her face clouded with concern. Chiyu and Peter Parker wandered aimlessly through the estate. Although there were always one or two servants trimming the greenery, they bore no relation to anything peculiar. The old fellow Fury could not be straightforward. Aside from a lingering fragrance, there was nothing unusual here. As Chiyu lingered in the courtyard, the scent seemed to gradually dissipate, becoming so faint that one would have to intentionally seek it out to catch a whiff of its delicate aroma. Meanwhile, Peter Parker gazed thoughtfully ahead. Chiyu? Chiyu had long sensed that Peter Parker was behaving unusually, having noticed it the moment they entered the vehicle. I had a dream on that foggy day, Peter Parker confessed after a moment of inner turmoil. If it had merely been a dream, I would not be concerned. However, I awoke on a rooftop, and I cannot recall why I was there. Wait, do you not remember the incident with the Statue of Liberty? Chiyu asked in astonishment. The Statue of Liberty? Wasn't the government claiming it was due to obstructed visibility? Peter Parker's brow furrowed in confusion as he looked at Chuyu. Forget I said anything. Continue. Chuyu chuckled awkwardly, hastily covering up his previous comment. Precisely because of that, I find this dream intriguing. In it, I transformed into a zombie and ultimately perished at your hands. Do you know who bit me? It was. Peter Parker's eyes once again filled with dread. Upon awakening, he had not sought help regarding this dream, not out of fear of becoming a zombie, but rather the fear of the transformation itself. It was merely a dream. There is no need to dwell on it. Chuyu gently patted Peter Parker's shoulder in consolation. Just as they were about to proceed as Fury suggested and investigate the oddities within the courtyard, a cacophony of sounds suddenly erupted around the house. Chapter 14. The mysterious fragrance. Chuyu turned towards the commotion and noticed a crowd gathered around the fountain. He squeezed into the throng, eager to uncover the source of the noise, but the sounds emanating from within quickly extinguished his interest. Why do you not treat her better since you've married her? How could you even strike her? A robust middle-aged man, his face flushed, stood amidst the crowd, vehemently pointing at a slightly portly man in a white suit whose hairline had begun to recede. Upon hearing this, Chuyu immediately lost interest, assuming it to be yet another peculiar occurrence. Was this not merely a domestic drama akin to those broadcasted on certain fruit-themed channels before his transmigration? He had not yet fully squeezed into the throng when he found himself pushing back out again. Curiously, did these so-called upper-class individuals truly revel in such spectacles? What is the matter, Chuyu? Peter Parker approached, his expression one of perplexity. Chuyu waved his hand dismissively, softly murmuring, "It's nothing, just a couple of drunks." For reasons unknown, it seemed the crowd was swelling. Individuals began to jostle for position, disregarding their dignity as if there were treasures within that they must seize. Wait. Standing on the periphery, Chuyu finally discerned a hint of something amiss. The commotion over familial and romantic entanglements hardly warranted such a large audience. His brow furrowed slightly as the fragrance in the air intensified. Peter Parker, have you noticed the scent growing stronger? Chuyu inhaled deeply, confirming his suspicion. Peter Parker followed suit but shook his head, replying, "No, the aroma remains faint. No, I must see for myself." Chuyu's gaze sharpened, and with a surge of strength, he cleaved a path through the throng. Despite their collective efforts to push forward, none could compare to the physical prowess of Chuyu. Reminiscent of an elite special forces operative, he effortlessly reached the forefront, discovering two individuals engaged in a vicious altercation, wholly indifferent to their appearances. The portly man lay on the ground, enduring a barrage of punches from the brawny adversary. Did the security personnel not intervene? Chuyu glanced around, noticing the black-suited security guards standing as if oblivious to the unfolding turmoil, or perhaps they were already aware of what was to transpire. With renewed force, Chuyu pushed aside the individual blocking his way, sending him sprawling to the ground. Yet, even as he lay there, his eyes remained fixed on the two combatants. Chuyu? Peter Parker, stationed at the edge of the crowd, suddenly sensed the fragrance had intensified slightly. He hurriedly covered his nose, trying to contain its spread. Observing the crowd's attention fixated on the melee, he leapt, twisting in midair and traversing through the throng to land at the forefront. Peter Parker gazed in astonishment at Chuyu, who was now intensely focused on the two middle-aged men embroiled in their fierce struggle. Turning back, Peter Parker noted that the men's garments had torn asunder, revealing numerous claw marks upon their skin. The slightly plump man's nose lay outward, stained with crimson blood. Yet it seemed to convey more than mere pain, as it forcefully tore at the robust figure before him. Observing the escalating ferocity in their actions, Peter Parker, apprehensive of the deteriorating conflict, stepped forward to separate the two. However, as his hands rested upon their shoulders and he exerted force, he realized he could not pry them apart. This was not due to a lack of strength, but rather because neither was willing to relinquish their grip on the other. Should he apply more force, he risked tearing their arms asunder. Chuyu? Peter Parker glanced back at Chuyu, noticing the fervor in his gaze had intensified. Was it the allure of that fragrance? Contemplating this, Peter extended a finger, sending a strand of webbing toward Chuyu. With a swift flick, he hurled Chuyu's body into the fountain. Splash! Suddenly, Chuyu was jolted by the cold water, his consciousness returning in an instant. He surged upright. Shock painted across his face as he gazed at Peter Parker. What just happened? Chuyu clenched his fists, the droplets of water cascading off him. You were utterly engrossed in the spectacle. Peter's voice emerged from behind his hand, muffled yet peculiar. I only remember wanting to see what was happening, and then I slowly lost consciousness. Chuyu recalled, the scent in his nostrils growing stronger once more. I understand. Chuyu's eyes sparkled with revelation. What is it? Peter asked, surprised by Chuyu's sudden excitement. Chuyu quickly covered his nose, recognizing that the aroma was linked to human desire. As soon as one develops a desire for something, this essence amplifies that yearning until it becomes overwhelming. Those individuals were merely curious, harboring a slight desire to comprehend the situation, and thus fell prey to this scent. I too succumbed when I wished to know what was transpiring. Oh, Peter Parker was evidently unfazed. Chuyu looked at Peter, astonished. Aren't you the least bit curious? Not at all. Why not? Because I deduced it moments ago. Chuyu retorted. What? You think being a top student makes you superior? It's no easy feat to figure this out, and you offer no acknowledgement. At that moment, it struck Chuyu that Peter Parker was capable of crafting his own battle suits, and even concocting remedies to restore individuals like Dr. Octopus to normalcy. Instantly, any lingering dissatisfaction dissipated. Indeed, being a top student is commendable, he declared. Let me use my control over water to awaken these people. Chuyu glanced at the fountain behind him. Peter Parker shook his head, his eyes widening with shock as he gazed ahead. It appears to be too late. Look at them. Following his gaze, Chuyu observed that the crowd, once clustered together, had now dispersed. They stood like soulless automatons in various corners of the courtyard, their expressions vacant, particularly that of the slightly plump man clad in a white suit. The suit he wore was stained crimson with blood, the wounds exposed through the tattered fabric. Blood continued to flow, yet he stood there, seemingly oblivious to the pain. In the room, Director Fury sat across from Madame May. Although both bore smiles on their lips, the frigid glint in their eyes rendered the atmosphere chillingly tense. Director Fury, shall we engage in another game of chess? Madame May inquired, her smile ever radiant as she gently set her goblet down, arching an eyebrow at Fury. He narrowed his remaining eye slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly replied, How could I possibly decline the invitation of such a lovely lady? However, his demeanor suddenly darkened as he cast a glance outside at the silhouettes of two young boys, muttering under his breath, It's up to you now. Chapter 15. The game, Chuyu. What are they doing in that formation? Peter Parker asked, his brow furrowed in confusion as he looked at Chuyu. Chuyu squinted slightly, noticing the previously robust man and the portly fellow standing opposite each other, surrounded by a neatly arranged crowd. The onlookers stared blankly ahead, their hands clenched tightly, as if poised for a brawl at any moment. It can't be our country's chess, can it? Chuyu speculated, only to immediately dismiss the thought. There were only 32 pieces in chess, whereas this crowd numbered well over 100. Suddenly, one individual stirred, and Chuyu focused intently to see the portly man's team step forward, fists clenched, ready to showcase their prowess. Director Fury, how about we try a new variation? Madame May clapped her hands, and a woman dressed in a white maid's uniform approached. The maid carried a flat tray covered with a white cloth. As she lifted the cloth, it revealed an orderly arrangement of black and white pieces. The tray held 50 pieces of each color, with the two central pieces on either side slightly larger than the rest, all otherwise identical. Observing the pieces, Fury inquired with astonishment, What kind of game is this? I don't believe I've ever played it. Heaven and hell, Madame May chuckled softly, covering her face. Fury gently caressed the black piece before him, jesting. Surely this game doesn't require one to wager their life? Madame May moved one of her white pieces forward, replying, Director Fury, it's merely a name. There is no need for concern. Even if you have never played, it matters not. You simply need to place the two different colored pieces in the same square. The color that topples first will be eliminated. The game continues until the largest piece of one color, known as the king, is defeated, resulting in victory for the other side. Intrigued, Fury examined the pieces before him, tentatively advancing one. It landed precisely in the same square as the piece Madame May had just moved. To his astonishment, the two static pieces began to clash eerily within the square, the sound of porcelain colliding resonating sharply between them. Gradually, fissures began to appear on the surface of the black chess piece, and ultimately, with one final collision, it toppled over onto the board. Director Fry, you have lost this initial move. Mrs. May chuckled softly, with her elegantly manicured red nails. She gently pinched the black piece and casually tossed it onto the floor. Chuyu, look. Another one has moved. Peter Parker shouted towards Chuyu. Immediately, Chuyu turned to the sound, only to discover that a robust man had also stepped forward from his side. The two were standing alarmingly close, and without any warning. They engaged in a fierce scuffle. Did these two harbor a grudge against each other? Had one betrayed the other? Their blows were merciless. Chuyu observed the brutal melee with a sense of horror. The portly man's opponent had his eyes bruised and swollen, yet his strikes did not relent. Blow after blow targeted his adversary's vital points, and eventually, he gained the upper hand, sending the other man crashing to the ground. The robust man lay there, the light in his eyes fading away. Surely, he wasn't dead, was he? Chuyu furrowed his brow, suddenly noticing several figures in black approaching in the distance. He quickly pulled Peter Parker behind a statue for cover. What is happening, Chuyu? Stay silent and watch. He pointed as the expressionless men in black approached the fallen figure. One lifted the legs while another supported the body, swiftly carrying him away. The others remained frozen in place, as if oblivious to the scene unfolding before them. What on earth was going on? Chuyu's brow furrowed deeper, still grappling with the situation when another robust man began to move. He stepped to the left, arriving precisely at the spot where the previous man had been taken. The victorious, portly man's comrades advanced, and just like before, the two men began to clash once more. However, this time, the portly man clearly lacked the advantage. A flurry of punches rained down upon his forehead, and blood began to trickle from the corner of his eye. In no time, he collapsed to the ground. And soon after, a few men in black appeared to carry him away, leaving no one to discern their destination. Peter Parker, I'll follow the men in black. You try to contain these people. This fighting is futile. Chiyu gently patted Peter Parker and whispered. Peter nodded. My web should suffice. Stay safe. After receiving the response, Chiyu concealed himself against the wall, stealthily trailing the men in black. Meanwhile, Peter Parker emerged from behind the statue, extending his fingers as a massive web shot forth from his wrist. The web suspended in midair before cascading down to completely envelop the individuals present. Peter Parker gazed at his handiwork with a slight smile, only to suddenly sense an approaching danger. He leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding a stun gun shot that had been fired from behind him. Peter Parker steadied himself, warily glancing behind, where he noticed a man clad in a black suit brandishing a firearm aimed directly at him. Where were they headed? Chiyu stealthily trailed behind the group of darkly clad figures. Fortunately, the vastness of the estate afforded him enough distance to follow undetected. Otherwise, he would have been discovered long ago. Observing as the group halted before what appeared to be a dilapidated warehouse, he noted the rusted iron door, marred by numerous patches, standing out starkly in the moonlight. This structure was a jarring contrast to the opulent villa that resembled a castle, making it all the more conspicuous within the estate. The leader of the black-clad men lightly rapped on the decrepit iron door of the warehouse. After a brief interval, the door creaked open with a resounding groan of rusted hinges. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his face etched with deep wrinkles, emerged with an expression of displeasure. Mr. Duke, here are the new materials. Please take them for now. More will follow. The leader of the black-clad men said with a sycophantic smile, though his posture instinctively recoiled. Duke regarded the man restrained by the black-clad figures with an impassive expression, uttering no words. He merely opened the iron door wider and gestured for them to enter. The black-clad men entered the warehouse and soon re-emerged. Watching them depart, Duke surveyed his surroundings, and upon confirming that no one was near, he confidently returned to the warehouse. Moments later, the creaking of the iron wheels echoed again. Chiyu emerged from behind the greenery, cautiously approaching the warehouse entrance. However, as he neared, a piercing alarm suddenly blared around him. A massive iron cage descended from above, ensnaring Chiyu within its confines. The sound of the warehouse door opening resonated once more. Chapter 16. Over 100 hearts I warned you. There's a tale behind you. Don't assume you're safe just because you're in the estate. Chiyu caught a glimpse of Duke, who looked at him with evident disdain. To his surprise, the leader of the black-clad men stood beside Duke, bowing humbly and smiling obsequiously. Mr. Duke's admonition is correct. It is we beneath you who have failed, interrupting your experiments. Experiments? Chiyu pondered. Were they conducting experiments on these individuals? Given that this person was presented before him, he appeared to be quite skilled. Otherwise, how could he have evaded detection? The leader of the black-clad men offered a sycophantic grin. Duke cast a glance at Chiyu, nodded, and beckoned him before re-entering the warehouse. Suddenly, Chiyu felt a sharp pain in his arm. Looking down, he discovered a thin syringe embedded in his flesh. The leader of the black-clad men watched Chiyu collapse and let out a cold chuckle. He flung open the cage, delivering several forceful kicks to Chuyu's body. How dare you follow me? If you weren't of any use, I would have certainly killed you. He spat, gripping Chuyu's leg and roughly dragging him into the warehouse. Can it be resolved? If it can be resolved, then resolve it. If not, find a way to make it work. Lady May spoke into her earpiece, her voice laced with fury. With that, she removed the earpiece and slammed it against the ground. Crack! The headphones fell to the floor, shattering into fragments. Sitting across from Madame May, Fry chuckled softly. What seems to be the matter, Madame May? Is your subordinate failing in their duties? It's nothing. I simply have two mice that I dread the most. They must be caught, Madame May declared, pushing a chess piece forward once more. However, after a considerable time, the piece remained unmoved. She slammed her hand on the table, swiftly rose, opened the window, and shouted outside, if I cannot catch them, then I shall set this yard ablaze. Madame May, how formidable could two mere mice be? And what if they are not mice at all, but merely small cats? Fry remarked, rubbing the chess piece in front of him. He lifted it gently, only to find it still unmoved, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps they truly are cats. Peter Parker lay on the rooftop. Beside him a man in a suit ensnared by spider silk, his mouth securely sealed. He observed as dozens of individuals clad in black began patrolling the yard below. Could that rascal Chiyu have fled? What has he been doing all this time? As he cursed Chiyu, a sudden commotion erupted among the black-clad figures, who quickly gathered and rushed towards a single point. What is happening? Peter Parker mused, rising from the rooftop and quietly following on tiptoe. Duke gazed at Chu lying on the examination table, a scalpel in hand, wearing a mask as he approached. Although you differ from them, the heart under these circumstances is not what we seek. Yet, your physical condition surpasses that of those portly individuals. You should be fine. With that, he began to unfasten the buttons on Chu Yu's attire. However, before he could touch Chu Yu's body, a powerful punch struck his face. He staggered back, bewildered, as the man lying on the table rose to his feet. You! Chu Yu exclaimed, pulling the syringe from his arm and pressing the plunger. A stream of liquid flowed from the needle's tip. Why hasn't this anesthetic entered your body? This is meant to sedate a tiger. Duke stared in shock at Chu Yu, his grip on the scalpel tightening as he trembled. Chu Yu smiled gently. Blame it on the fact that it's a liquid. You actually thought to extract my heart. In an instant, he was before Duke, delivering a fierce kick to his face. Duke fell to the ground, spitting blood that surprisingly contained a fragment of a white tooth. As Chu Yu summoned a dagger, preparing to strike Duke, he was suddenly drawn by a strong scent of blood. Looking up, he discovered dozens of corpses lying in the shadows of the warehouse, each one surrounded by pools of blood. Upon closer inspection, he noted that each corpse bore a gaping crimson hole in its chest. Their hearts had been extracted. Duke, realizing Chu Yu was momentarily stunned, quickly rose, opened the door, and shouted outside, "Come quickly, save me." Before the sound had fully escaped, Chu Yu delivered a harsh kick, sending Duke crashing to the ground. Grasping Duke's hair, he yanked him up, pressing a dagger against his throat, demanding in a fierce tone, "Speak. What are you up to? Otherwise, I shall end your life." Duke remained unfazed, opening his mouth, frothing with blood, and laughed heartily. "What is this? Are you self-righteous superheroes really going to slay an unarmed man? Who told you I am a superhero? If you do not speak, believe me, this dagger will pierce your throat in an instant," Chu Yu warned, thrusting the blade with renewed force. Blood trickled down the edge of the dagger. "You dare to harm me? Do you have any idea how monumental my research is?" Hearing the old man's voice, Chu Yu could no longer contain himself and delivered a resounding slap to his head. "Monumental nonsense. Speak quickly." Duke clutched his throbbing head and shot a fierce glare at Chu Yu. "You dare to glare at me?" Chu Yu slapped him again, the dagger pressing deeper. "I will speak." The pain in Duke's neck surged once more. He finally realized that this man beside him had no regard for his life. "I am a great scientist," Chu Yu interrupted with another slap. "Focus on the key points. I was summoned by a woman who claims to be a witch, alleging that she needed help from Lady Mina to acquire over 100 hearts. She told Lady Mina that if the blood from those hearts were poured into this estate, her son could be resurrected. But her son has been dead for a year, and his body was severed in half. Even a deity could not bring him back to life." Duke recounted the incident without pausing for breath. What era are we in? Does he really believe that blood can resurrect the dead? Then what is the purpose of seeking these hearts? Chu Yu inquired further. The witch claimed it would aid her cultivation. I intended to invent a miraculous elixir for prolonging life using human hearts. Chu Yu's expression hardened, and he tightened his grip on the dagger. "Ah, I have told you everything. Why do you still wish to kill me?" Duke cried out in pain. "When did I say I would spare you? You have taken so many lives. Go ask them if they would want me to let you go." Chu Yu's demeanor turned cold as he prepared to strike, only to suddenly notice dozens of men in black rushing towards them from a distance. These men brandished firearms, aiming at him. The leader, the very one who had just kicked him, stood at the forefront, shouting, "Release Mr. Duke, or you will suffer a gruesome fate." Chapter 17. A grand gift. I remember you. You were the one who kicked me. Chu Yu cursed at the leader of the black-clad men, his grip on the dagger instinctively tightening. "Hero, please do not apply more pressure. It hurts." Duke grimaced, feeling as though he might perish at the hands of this man beside him. At this moment, he even wished for Chu Yu to end his life rather than continue to jab the dagger into him. Blood flowed down his neck, staining his white coat crimson. Chu Yu cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent as he coldly regarded the leader of the men in black across from him. "Summon Lady May immediately. I have a grand gift for her," he declared. "You must release Duke at once, or we shall not hesitate to ensure your demise." The leader of the black-clad men showed no inclination to retreat, his finger poised on the trigger, ever ready to take aim at Chu Yu. "Hurry, or I shall take his life this very instant," Chu Yu insisted, tightening his grip on the dagger with renewed fervor. "Ah, you fools, hurry and fetch Lady May." Duke cried out in pain, but the black-clad figures remained unmoved, prompting him to shout in frustration, "Quickly! If I perish, Lady May shall exact her vengeance upon you incompetent wretches." The leader shot a furious glare at Chu Yu before violently gesturing for his subordinates to clear a path. Within the room, Lady May wore a somber expression as she observed the courtyard. The guests therein were ensnared by an enormous spider's web, rendered utterly immobile. "Pardon my candor, Lady May, but your son has been gone for a year. Perhaps it is time to let go," said Fry, slowly rising from his chair, a champagne flute in hand as he approached her. He offered it to her, but she turned her indifferent gaze upon him, snatching the glass and splashing its contents onto his face. Who says my son is gone? He is alive and well. If not for your two little brats, he would have returned by now. Fry, unperturbed by the champagne drenching his face, retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to dab at the mess. Lady May, your son's fate is indeed tragic. No one could have anticipated that upon his return, he would meet his end beneath an excavator. Almost a year has passed. It is time to move on, he said, the horrific scene replaying in his mind. A boy returning only to be tragically severed in two by machinery. Lady May's eyes filled with bloodshot fury as she hurled the glass at Fry. I have not seen my son in 5 years. The first moment I laid eyes on him, he lay before me, drenched in blood. Fry sidestepped the flying glass, softly reassuring her, Lady May, truly. It is time to let go. Do you not recall that when he returned, he called out to me as mother? Yet, in the next breath, I helplessly watched him. As Lady May spoke, she crumpled to the floor, trembling and sobbing. I cannot bear it. Why must everyone else live in happiness while I alone endure this endless torment? Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks reverberated from the door. Lady May inhaled deeply, wiped her tears, and stood up, as if nothing had transpired, and approached the door. Upon opening it, she found the leader of the black-clad men standing outside. His expression grave. What is it? She inquired. Madam, there is trouble, the leader replied, his gaze inadvertently flickering towards Fry. In the realm of Fryon. It became evident what had transpired. It seemed that those two little rascals had succeeded. Speak. Mrs. May's tone was chilling. The leader of the black-clad men hurriedly whispered. The young gentleman brought by Director Fry has taken Mr. Duke hostage. He demands to see you, claiming to present you with a grand gift. Upon hearing this, Mrs. May turned and shot a glare at Fry. Fry, raising his hands in innocence, replied, I know nothing of it. Come, let us teach them a lesson. With that, the trio swiftly exited the room, heading towards the warehouse. Is it merely one person? Mrs. May rushed forward. Indeed, madam, only that Huasha gentleman. The leader of the black-clad men replied, bowing slightly. Suddenly, Mrs. May halted, turning to inquire, what of Gas? Did you not see him? The leader shook his head. Meanwhile, atop the roof, a young man clad in a black suit, his mouth tightly bound, struggled to make a sound, but no one could hear him. Duke felt the effects of excessive blood loss. His body had begun to grow cold. His legs weakened. It was an arduous task to support himself. Stop feigning death and stand properly. With a renewed force of the dagger in his hand, Chuyu compelled Duke to stand erect. Chuyu observed that all the black-clad men had cleared a path, anticipating the imminent arrival of Mrs. May. Sure enough, a woman in a red evening gown approached, followed by the sycophantic leader of the black-clad men, along with Fry, who wore a look of amusement. Young sir, if my hospitality has been lacking, is it fair that you vent your ire upon an elderly man? If so, I must first offer my apologies. Mrs. May's demeanor belied no anger. Her slight bow and soft voice suggested she was there to make amends. Mrs. May, your hospitality is commendable, thus I feel compelled to present you with a reciprocal gift. As he spoke, Chuyu kicked Duke forward. Already weak, Duke fell to his knees, supporting himself with trembling hands. Mrs. May, save me. I only wish to assist you. Duke stammered, his eyes wide with panic as he looked at Mrs. May. Now, tell me, what noble deeds have you done? Chuyu did not afford Mrs. May the opportunity to respond, delivering another kick to Duke. Duke collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck wound, crimson blood seeping through his fingers. Speak quickly, or I shall kill you and articulate your fate myself. Chuyu glared at Duke, who remained sprawled on the ground, feigning death, and kicked him once more. Director Fry, if this is the manner in which you entertain your guests, allow me to discipline this young man in your stead. Mrs. May's expression darkened as she waved her hand, and the black-clad men swiftly surrounded Chuyu. Noticing Fry observing from the periphery with an air of amusement, Chuyu discerned the implication. He was being encouraged to unleash his full potential. With a deft flick of his fingers, a blade of water materialized beside him. With a swift twist of the wrist, the blade of water shot forth. In an instant, the surrounding figures clad in black recoiled, clutching their ankles, howling in agony as they collapsed to the ground. Lady May's face was a mask of shock as she gazed at Chuyu, drawing a handgun from her waist. What do you intend to do? Do not be alarmed, Lady May. I am truly here to present a gift. Chapter 18. He deserves his fate. If you are still alive, hasten to reveal all that you know. Chuyu approached Duke and delivered a powerful kick. Duke struggled to support himself, trembling as he rose unsteadily. His hand clutched at the wound on his neck, his mouth occasionally issuing a pitiful cry. Lady May, I apologize. It was I and that which who deceived you. Your son truly cannot be saved. Lady May's pupils dilated in shock, and like a lion, she lunged forward. You speak falsely, do you not? Was it this man who coerced you into saying such things? I have already had you kill so many. Why do you claim now that there is no hope? In a fit of desperation, Lady May shook Duke violently. The already weakened Duke struggled to articulate his thoughts. Yet, regardless of how he tried to express himself, the conclusion remained the same. No amount of Heart's blood spilled in the courtyard could resurrect Lady May's son. Lady May, you are a woman of the new era. How could the blood of a heart possibly revive your son? Chuyu crossed his arms, casting an indifferent glance at the black-clad leader sprawled on the ground. He then delivered a brutal kick to the leader's head, silencing his cries of agony. What do you know? Have you ever had a child? Lady May glared at Chuyu, her eyes reddened with fury, her voice raised. I have not. She replied awkwardly, raising his hands in surrender. He had barely been here for a week, and even before his time travel, he had no children. Lady May shot him a venomous glance, her hands continuing to tear at Duke. In a matter of moments, streaks of blood appeared on Duke's face. Chuyu slowly approached Fury, who watched the scene with amusement. Mr. Fury, how has the task progressed? It's been excessively brutal, Fury chuckled wickedly. But I rather enjoy it. What shall we do now? Call the police, let them handle it. The scene inside is enough to ensure these individuals never emerge again. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out. Chuyu's eyes widened as he spun around, discovering a thumb-sized blood hole had appeared in Duke's forehead. Meanwhile, Lady May collapsed. Her body sprawled in a pool of blood. Lady May, Fury shouted, rushing forward, but it was too late. Lady May had taken her own life. The light in her eyes had long since dimmed. At that moment, a figure abruptly entered Lady May's room, stealthily approaching the table to retrieve the chessboard. The dozens of people standing erect in the courtyard instantly crumpled to the ground. Peter Parker emerged from the warehouse, casting a complex glance at the lifeless Duke. With a resigned sigh, he approached Chuyu and inquired, Chuyu, what would you do if Madame May had killed Duke? Chuyu, bewildered, glanced back at Peter and replied, I suppose I would have killed him. Peter nodded thoughtfully and continued on his way, but after a few steps, he halted. Turning to Chuyu, he mused, perhaps you are right. Not everyone is afforded a second chance. Chuyu exchanged puzzled looks with Fury, wondering what had suddenly come over Peter. Soon, the sirens of 911 echoed as they arrived to carry away both Madame May and Duke. The men in black, deemed accomplices, were also to face judgment. As numerous stretchers emerged from the warehouse, Peter's brow furrowed once more. Chuyu noted that the number of stretchers far exceeded what he had initially observed. And he couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This scene was merely a fragment of the grim reality within those walls. He felt that Duke had met a deserved end. Director Fury, thank you for resolving this missing persons case. A middle-aged officer approached, saluting with gratitude. There have been dozens of disappearances over the past month with no leads. And now it is finally resolved. Yet, these individuals are most unfortunate. Fury gestured toward Chuyu and Peter, softly stating, I did not do much. It was primarily these 2 youngsters. The officer turned to glance at Chuyu and Peter, his expression filled with skepticism. These 2, appearing barely in their 20s, likely hadn't even graduated from university. However, understanding Fury's intentions to avoid complications, the officer offered a respectful nod to Chuyu and Peter. Chuyu, indifferent to such formalities, would not have come if not for the task at hand. Ding. System detects host task completion. Please accept your reward. Accept. The host gained 50 proficiency points, and physical strength increased by 2 points. Host proficiency attributes, 85, 3,550 task rewards. Note, upon reaching 100 proficiency points, the host can transform water into ice. Host physical strength, 10, exceeding that of advanced special forces. Upon hearing about the ability to turn water into ice, Chuyu's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that provide him with yet another means of defense? The individuals lying in the courtyard were ultimately transported to the hospital. Fortunately, apart from the first 2 who were severely injured, the others seemed to suffer no grave consequences. Remarkably, Chuyu's intervention had fortuitously saved those 2 lives. Duke had not yet had the chance to extract their hearts when Chuyu had intervened. Eventually, 911 cleared the estate, and Fury ensured that Chuyu and Peter were returned home. As they entered the elevator, Chuyu's pupils suddenly sharpened. I seem to have forgotten something. That old fellow mentioned a certain individual to me. Peter Parker, his previously vacant eyes flickering with a glimmer of interest, inquired, who? Chuyu carefully pondered. It seemed that the old fellow mentioned a witch who practiced self-cultivation using hearts. A witch, cultivating herself. Was this not a tale from ancient mythology? Peter Parker's face twitched slightly. Chuyu shrugged his shoulders, admitting, I don't believe it either, but that person indeed claimed so. We should investigate this witch at the Sky Sword Bureau. After a moment of contemplation, Peter Parker responded, Sky Sword Bureau? How do we get there? Director Fury should know. After speaking, Peter Parker glanced upward, realizing he had forgotten something important. Suddenly, a man in a black suit spat out a foreign object from his mouth and took a deep breath. Just as he was about to rise, he became acutely aware that he was still ensnared in a web of spider silk. This web was quite peculiar. The harder he struggled, the tighter it became. He rubbed his face against the wall to support himself in standing. Gazing at the desolate manor, he helplessly shouted, Is there anyone there? I'm a living person. Chapter 19. Meeting Alice again. Ah, hero. The rusted elevator doors slowly creaked open, revealing the dilapidated facilities of the old house. With every inch the elevator moved, it was accompanied by a cacophony of screeching sounds. Yet, one sound pierced through the din, directly reaching Chu Yu's ears. As the elevator doors widened, a girl with golden hair and striking blue eyes, possessing an alluring figure, emerged into Chu Yu's view. She wore a pink nightgown and held a bag of trash, covering her mouth in shock. Alice. Chu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this not the Alice from his illusion? Alice dashed toward Peter Parker, her initial shock dissipating in an instant. She handed the garbage bag to Peter Parker, gently saying, "Little brother, could you hold this for me?" Then, her astonished expression returned as she opened her arms and suddenly embraced Chu Yu. "Hero, I finally found you. What a coincidence. We are neighbors. Miss, who are you?" Chu Yu awkwardly raised his arms, casting a pleading glance at Peter Parker. Peter Parker shrugged the garbage bag and raised his hands, indicating he was preoccupied. "Hero, do you not remember me?" Alice asked. Chu Yu certainly recalled. But was this not his illusion? Could it be that Alice had truly entered his illusion? Noticing Chu Yu's silence, Alice released her embrace and took a step back. Extending her right hand, she intentionally lowered her voice and shouted, "Let go of that girl." A spark of realization illuminated Chu Yu's eyes. He seemed to remember that this was a line he had spoken during his first mission. It turned out that the first person he had saved was indeed Alice. "You remember me, don't you? My name is Alice." "Hero, what is your name?" Alice observed Chu Yu's reaction and instantly opened her arms to tightly hug him once more. "My name is Chu Yu." Chu Yu offered an awkward smile. Meanwhile, Peter Parker crossed his arms, watching the two tightly embraced figures in the elevator with keen interest, unintentionally letting out a soft chuckle. "Chu Yu, my hero. Do you have time now? Allow me to treat you to a meal." Alice lifted her head, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Chu Yu. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he heard Peter Parker, ever the spectator, comment on the young lady's heartfelt invitation, asserting that a true gentleman could not decline such an offer. Chu Yu widened his eyes and shot Peter a glare, then glanced at Alice and smiled. "Indeed. It appears that a certain gentleman has resolutely rebuffed a lady's earnest invitation." Leaving her in longing, Peter's voice rang out once more. "Very well, I shall go. Just downstairs will suffice. I'm a bit weary today," Chu Yu conceded reluctantly. Upon hearing his agreement, Alice joyfully leaped onto Chu Yu, causing the ancient elevator to tremble under the sudden motion. Noticing this, Peter Parker hastily stepped out of the elevator, fearing that he might become an unwelcome third wheel should they plummet. Alice, realizing her exuberance was perhaps excessive, sheepishly dismounted from Chu Yu. She turned to Peter and softly inquired, "Little brother, will you join us?" "No, little sister, I must prepare for university," Peter Parker replied, nodding in satisfaction as he watched the two depart. It was then that he noticed an object in his hand. Looking down, he realized he still clutched a trash bag. Caught up in the spectacle. "You mean you moved in the day before you were robbed?" Chu Yu remarked as he sliced a piece of his medium-rare steak and placed it in his mouth. The steak retained a hint of rawness, prompting a slight furrow in his brow. It was still not as delectable as a bun. Alice nodded vigorously. "If it weren't for you, my hero, I would have likely been bullied by that guy." Chu Yu reflected, recalling the moment tinged with awkwardness when he had first donned the mantle of a hero, only to be mistaken for a villain by Peter Parker. "Since then, have you encountered any nefarious individuals?" Alice continued. "A few days ago, the pipes in our corridor strangely exploded, and then we encountered that fuck. Hero, why am I so unlucky?" As she spoke, she bit into another piece of steak, her expression shifting as a sudden thought struck her. "Oh, by the way, you mentioned your companion, Peter Parker, right?" Chu Yu nodded. "Yes, what's the matter?" His voice resembles that of Spider-Man. "Speaking of which, that Spider-Man infuriates me. Is his intelligence in question? He just whisked you away without discernment." Chu Yu agreed wholeheartedly, slapping the table in affirmation. "Indeed, his intelligence is questionable." Achoo. Peter Parker rubbed his nose, taking a couple of deep breaths. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the phone. "Peter, you've worked hard during this time. If it weren't for Dr. Strange informing me, I wouldn't have anticipated so many occurrences." Peter Parker forced a smile. "It's nothing. Director Fury, it's just the people around me. I am truly sorry about May. However, she would surely find solace knowing you ultimately succeeded in healing them and sending them back." "Indeed, Director Fury." She mentioned that Duke also spoke of someone referred to as a witch. The voice on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment, and after a lengthy pause, it resumed. "Could it be Wanda?" "No, it shouldn't be. Miss Wanda would never engage in such activities. I trust her," Peter Parker remarked, suddenly hearing footsteps outside the door. The sounds of laughter between a man and a woman reached him. He recognized it to be Chu Yu and his companions. He continued, "If the opportunity arises, I hope to visit the Sky Sword Bureau to see if I can uncover any information about this witch." The voice on the phone readily acquiesced. "All right, I will make arrangements and inform you shortly." Thank you, Director Fury, Peter Parker replied as he hung up the phone and walked over to the window, gazing at the distant Stark Tower. The luminous brilliance of Stark Tower remained the most dazzling sight in all of New York City. Observing the tower's lights, he smiled softly. Mr. Stark, I miss you. After parting ways with Alice, Chuyu returned to his room. Lying on the bed, his eyes gradually closed. System, are there any tasks available? Please wait patiently, host. All right, then where shall I go tomorrow? Chuyu suddenly felt a bit uneasy with the unexpected free time. For the past few days, he had either been engaged in missions or on his way to them. This time, Joe Popeye had unexpectedly granted him a break. The thought of the witch mentioned by Duke resurfaced in his mind. Who could this witch possibly be? Chapter 20. Infiltrating the Sky Sword Bureau. Peter, are you certain we should enter in this manner? Chuyu lay on the ceiling, letting out a resigned sigh. Yesterday, Peter had informed him that Fury had a way for them to access the Sky Sword Bureau. However, the method involved infiltrating through the ventilation ducts. Chuyu, I should never have trusted that unreliable fellow. Peter grumbled through clenched teeth, clad in his black Spider-Man suit. The two of them crawled forward slowly across the cramped ceiling. Eventually, they reached a spot where a voice crackled through the earpiece. Chuyu, Peter, you have arrived. You may descend now. Fury sat in the car, taking a deep sip of his cola, his enthusiasm evident as he watched two red dots flickering on the car's display screen. Is this the data vault? Chuyu wondered aloud as he cautiously shifted a section of the ceiling panel. He discovered nothing but darkness below, obscuring his vision. The earpiece fell silent, and exchanging glances with Peter, he moved the ceiling panel further aside. They stealthily descended from the ceiling, but upon landing, the corners of his mouth twitched. This was hardly a data vault. It was merely a corridor. Peter followed closely behind, his expression mirroring Chuyu's beneath his mask. That old fox can't ever be reliable. Chuyu muttered angrily, when suddenly, he noticed a light flickering to life in the distance. Instantly, the two returned to their positions on the ceiling. Chuyu covered the opening, leaving a small gap through which he could see two agents clad in thick, bulletproof vests approaching. As the workday concluded, only the two of us remained to patrol this area. With vision having been stolen, what is there to patrol? A male voice resonated, and Chuyu turned to see a slightly stocky man stationed beneath the ceiling. The burly man, bored, aimlessly waved a flashlight, casting frantic beams in all directions. Finding no further anomalies, he resumed his grumbling. I thought joining the Celestial Sword Bureau would elevate me to the ranks of high-level agents like those in the Avengers. Yet here I am, either running errands or doing menial labor. Mike, why are you silent? You used to berate me more fiercely. Mike? Suddenly, the slightly leaner agent in front halted abruptly, turning to face the disgruntled man. What's wrong? Why do you seem to have lost so much weight today? Have you been up to no good lately? The stocky man remarked, patting the lean agent's chest with his right hand. The moment his hand made contact, the lean agent's eyes widened, and he instinctively recoiled. Raising his weapon and poised to pull the trigger, the lean agent's silhouette swiftly appeared before him, delivering a decisive strike to his neck. The stocky man collapsed instantly to the ground. It seems there is some commotion below. Peter whispered to Chuyu. It appears we are in for some excitement. Chuyu nodded in agreement. The two observed as the lean agent concealed the stocky man and, clapping his hands, feigned nonchalance as he continued forward. Silently, they descended from the ceiling, scanning their surroundings. Indeed, all the cameras above had been obscured by a specialized device. Shall we follow? Chuyu discreetly gestured. Peter nodded in affirmation. The two swiftly trailed behind, dressed in black leather, and with Peter also clad in dark attire. They seamlessly blended into the shadows of the night. They quietly shadowed the agent in front, noting that not a single alarm had sounded along the way. It seems this fellow was well prepared. Chuyu stealthily followed, observing as the agent approached an office door, producing a card to gently swipe across the keypad. After ensuring no irregularities in the vicinity, he entered. As the door was about to close, Chuyu quickly summoned a droplet of water to wedge against the door. The two hurriedly followed, glancing at the office doorplate, which read Data Room. Chuyu stepped up, gently pushing the door, which opened to reveal a sudden burst of light. Following the illumination, he spotted the previously lean figure standing beside a computer. Upon closer inspection, he noted the screen displayed a profile card of a woman clad in a black cloak. The lean agent's lips curled into a slight smirk as he inserted a USB drive into the computer, which promptly went dark. Chuyu rushed forward, extending his right hand to seize the USB drive from the lean agent, yet the agent's form moved with ghostly swiftness. With a slight tilt, he evaded the attack once more. Chuyu extended his hand again, reaching for the emaciated agent. However, the slender agent showed no inclination to engage, deftly evading with a subtle flick of his arm. He hurled an unidentified object to the ground, and the entire office was engulfed in a blinding flash of light. Chuyu instinctively shielded his eyes, while a piercing alarm rang in his ears. Rubbing his eyes, he suddenly felt a powerful force grip his arm. We must leave quickly. Reinforcements are on their way. Peter grasped Chiyu's arm, hastily leading him out of the office. The sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly distinct and urgent as the two raced forward. What had just transpired? If Chiyu were to glance back, he would undoubtedly recognize the individual in pursuit. John, his expression tense, rushed into the archives room with his firearm drawn, only to discover that the door had already been breached. Documents lay scattered across the floor, and the office's cameras had been destroyed. "Captain, we have an intruder," a young agent reported as he approached. John, seething with anger, slammed his gun to the ground and shouted, "Who was on patrol today? Is this the level of professionalism we expect from the agents of the Sword Bureau? What have you found out?" Fury watched as Peter and Chuyu swiftly emerged from the ventilation shaft, quickly opening the car door. Chuyu and Peter scrambled inside, taking deep, labored breaths. "Give me a moment, my eyes are stinging," Chuyu exclaimed, frantically blinking as he still perceived lingering brightness. Observing Chuyu's disheveled state, Fury chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude and remarked, "What happened? When we entered, we encountered a mysterious figure who, like us, had accessed the archives room. However, he was a step ahead. When we arrived, he had inserted a USB drive into the computer, causing it to crash instantaneously. I suspect that this USB may have introduced a virus into the Sword Bureau's database." Peter removed his hood, wiping the sweat from his brow. Chuyu's vision finally cleared, and he slammed his fist against the car window, cursing, "I swear, if I see him again, I'll put out his eyes." Fury smirked, pressing down on the accelerator as they sped away. On the rooftop of the Sword Bureau, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows, observing the retreating vehicle. A slight smirk played on her lips as her slender fingers shook a black USB drive. Tapping her earpiece gently, a crisp female voice resonated, "Boss, I've completed the task. Please proceed with the settlement of the previous matters." Chapter 21. A new mission surrounding the dimly lit arena stood countless fierce-looking men, their eyes gleaming with a predatory light as they cheered for the warriors within. One fighter, battered and bruised, proclaimed his dominance, raising his wounded body in defiance, as if to declare himself the mightiest champion of the arena. Suddenly, a woman clad in a flowing black robe appeared, gradually removing her hood to reveal her lustrous, ebony hair. She gently tapped the person in front of her. The individual turned around with a fierce glare, but upon seeing the woman, his gaze instantly faltered, and he swiftly retreated. The woman's presence silenced the already raucous arena. Everyone lowered their heads, unwilling to meet the gaze of her exquisite visage. "Dan, my esteemed lady, you ought to have informed me of your arrival," remarked a slender man clad in a black suit, standing in the chamber above the arena. His eyes bulged dramatically, and even in the dim light, his pallid skin was unmistakably visible. "Caliban, what is the purpose of my summons?" Dan inquired, raising her gaze slightly towards Caliban. With arms outstretched, her form transformed into a wisp of black smoke, which reformed in the chamber above the arena. Dan's figure reappeared before Caliban. He smiled faintly, his bloodless lips slowly parting. "Miss Dan, I have executed your directives. Your files have been expunged from the Sky Sword Bureau, and your chessboard has been retrieved." Dan nonchalantly seated herself in a chair beside the table, with a gentle wave of her right hand. The chessboard on the table dissipated into a wisp of black smoke and vanished into her sleeve. "Caliban, have you uncovered the reason for our arrival in this world?" she queried coldly. Caliban placed his right hand over his chest, slightly bending at the waist as he respectfully replied, "Miss Dan, I am merely a merchant and possess limited knowledge regarding the multiverse. I find this world quite disagreeable, filled with meddlesome individuals." As she spoke, the table beneath her trembled violently, splintering into a heap of wood shavings on the floor. She rose, casting a glance at Caliban, and produced a gem from her sleeve, tossing it at his feet. "This is your reward. Expedite the search for the next candidate. I must swiftly regain my strength." As her words faded, her form transformed once more into a swirling mass of black smoke, dissipating rapidly. Caliban gradually stood, retrieving the gem from the ground and wiping it with his sleeve. Suddenly, a tall girl emerged from behind the door. Caliban regarded her with an unusual gentleness. "Lingdai, you have worked hard today. I trust you are uninjured?" Lingdai placed the black plate on the table and shook her head. "I am fine. Those people could not possibly catch me." After a moment's hesitation, she tentatively inquired, "Are we truly unable to return to our world?" Caliban rested his hands on the window, casting a glance at the revelry below in the arena. With a resigned smile, he replied, "Let us hope we can return." Ding. Task initiation in progress. Task name: eliminate the extraterrestrial invasion in the Republic of Maus, South Africa. Task details: the host must locate and eliminate extraterrestrial beings in the Republic of Maus, South Africa. Task rewards: 50 proficiency points, 2 physical strength, Earth attribute. 200 proficiency allows manipulation of the second attribute. 500 proficiency permits control over the third attribute. Chiyu had just opened his eyes, indulging in a delightful stretch. Before fully indulging, a certain exploiter commenced the issuance of tasks. Is there an alien invasion occurring in South Africa? Chu Yu yawned nonchalantly. Please arrive at the task point promptly. Well, it seems I must seek assistance from Dr. Strange. Chu Yu, burdened by his weariness, stepped outside. This time, if successful, not only could he transform water into ice, but he would also be one step closer to achieving 200 proficiency points. This would enable him to manipulate a secondary attribute. And with this thought, his reluctance dissipated. He hastened to the temple, only to find that the one opening the door for him was Ned. Ned? Chu Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Though Ned's eyes were already narrow, he attempted to widen them in confusion, but Chu Yu could not discern it. Do you know me? Ned inquired, a puzzled expression adorning his face. It was then that Chu Yu recalled this was their first meeting. And he was taken aback that Ned had come to the temple. I'm a neighbor of Peter Parker, who has mentioned you, Chu Yu quickly covered up. However, upon finishing his explanation, he suddenly realized that Ned seemed not to remember Peter Parker. Chu Yu scrutinized Ned closely, and upon seeing him nod, he released a sigh of relief. Oh, you mean my boyfriend? We get along splendidly, as if we have known each other for ages. Thankfully. Hearing that Ned knew Peter filled Chu Yu with gratitude, and he grasped Ned's hand, shaking it vigorously. Ned regarded him as though he were a fool, questioning internally if this person had recently escaped from a mental institution. Chu Yu, what brings you here? Wang's voice resonated as he descended from the ancient staircase. Chu Yu rushed towards him as if he were a benefactor. Wang, I'm looking for Mr. Strange. Upon hearing the name Strange, Wang's brow furrowed momentarily, and he replied in a low tone, to be honest, I am not certain where Dr. Strange is at the moment. Huh? Chu Yu suddenly recalled the Easter egg from Heroes No More. Could it be? Right? What do you need from Strange? Chu Yu said, I need assistance to teleport me to South Africa's Mus country. What is the matter? Why do you wish to go there? Wang regarded him with curiosity. Yet his fingers began to trace circles in the air. A golden ring suspended itself in the air, and Chu Yu turned to Wang, bowing slightly, exclaiming joyfully, just visiting family. After saying this, he leaped into the golden ring and dashed ahead without looking back. Wang stared at Chu Yu in confusion, pondering if he truly had relatives in this world. Simultaneously, the American Aviation Authority was in disarray. What is the status? Are we still unable to reach Explorer 2? An elderly, robust black man slammed his palm down on the control panel. The surrounding researchers, startled by the elder's outburst, began to fumble in their actions. Report, Director. We still cannot establish contact with Explorer 2. We are unable to locate it at all, a young researcher stammered. The elder erupted in fury once more, pointing at the young researcher and berating him. If you cannot locate it, find a way to do so. If you cannot contact them, seek an opportunity to establish contact. If all else fails, I shall send you up there. Wait, Director, we suddenly have a signal. A female researcher exclaimed with joy. The elderly man rushed over, his eyes fixed on the blinking red dot on the computer screen. Someone had escaped in a pod, landing in the nation of Mauritius, South Africa. Chapter 22. A man falls from the sky system. I regret it. There is too little water element here. Chu Yu sat in the desert beneath the blazing sun, opening a bottle of water and drinking deeply. This place, South Africa, was undeniably unfriendly to someone like Chu Yu, a water element manipulator. He lifted his gaze to the distant silhouette of a city, finally letting out a sigh of relief. I hope it's not another mirage. I should have had Wang teleport me directly into the city. Being dropped in a desolate place is almost unbearable. With heavy legs, Chu Yu trudged forward step by step. Suddenly, something resembling a meteor streaked across the sky, crashing into the distance. Shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight, he squinted to see better. Wait, this meteor is covered in metal. Metal? This cannot be a meteor. It must be a return capsule. As the capsule descended rapidly, surrounded by flames from the friction with the air, Chu Yu quickened his pace, sprinting toward it. Boom. The city's residents gazed in shock at this celestial object, beginning to chatter excitedly. Is that a meteor? Could it be an alien spacecraft? Are extraterrestrial forces about to invade? Oh, it's moving, someone shouted, causing the crowd to step back. The capsule's door swung open, revealing a tall man with tousled, slightly curled golden hair, his face marked with traces of dust. He looked around, a smile breaking across his face as he tilted his head toward the sun, weakly exclaiming, I'm finally back. Chu Yu arrived in the city, hearing the surrounding people animatedly discussing the man who had fallen from the sky. He hurried over, his eyes filled with urgency as he asked, Excuse me, where's the man you mentioned? The person he approached was initially taken aback, sizing Chu Yu up before falling silent. Chu Yu anxiously watched him, realizing he must have appeared quite mad. It was strange for anyone to engage with him. Taking a step back, he politely bowed to the individual. I sincerely apologize. I am with the Space Agency of the United States, and that man is my friend. I regret my earlier rudeness. He should be at the government hotel, just a short distance ahead. You may go look for him. All right, thank you. Chu Yu expressed his gratitude and resumed his hurried pace towards the hotel. Upon reaching the front desk, he prepared to repeat his earlier approach. Suddenly, He recalled that he would need identification. Where could he procure that? With a quick thought, he turned to the receptionist beside him, raising an eyebrow and whispering, "Hello, beautiful miss, are you familiar with Spider-Man?" The receptionist looked up at Chuyu, her expression one of confusion as she nodded slowly. "Miss, to be honest, I am he." The receptionist stifled her laughter, exclaiming, "You are Spider-Man, and I am still Wanda." Suddenly, her mirth ceased abruptly. She watched in astonishment as Chuyu emitted a web-like substance from his wrist, pulling a cup toward himself. "Ah, miss. I am merely completing a task. I am also in disguise. This is not my true appearance, and I hope you can keep my secret." The receptionist, mouth agape, could not utter a word, stiffly nodding in agreement. Having acquired the man's information, Chuyu smiled contentedly. Although there was a limited amount of water element to manipulate, conjuring a water vine to draw the cup was a simple feat. It could only be said that the young lady was quite gullible. Chuyu approached the room number provided by the receptionist. Just as he was about to enter, he discovered 4 or 5 burly men standing at the doorway. With a resigned shake of his head, he opened the window and stealthily climbed through. Resting his hands on the windowsill, he lightly tapped the window. The man lying in bed was drawn to the sound and approached the window, pushing it open. As the window swung outward unexpectedly, Chuyu's hand slipped away. "How does this window open outward?" he thought, hastily controlling the water element to steady himself, preventing a fall. The man, seeing no one outside, was about to close the window when a pair of arms suddenly appeared on the sill. "Ah, don't scream, don't scream." Chuyu quickly entered the room, covering the man's mouth in a flurry of panic. Outside, the men heard the commotion and prepared to open the door, while the sound from within continued. "Ah, Hyan." Soaring with pride, Chuyu clutched his chest, taking a deep breath and patting the man's shoulder. "You're quite accommodating, my friend." The man politely extended his right hand. "Hello, I'm Tom. And you?" "I am Chuyu, sent here to assist you." "I know. How do you know?" "I possess a slight ability to discern a person's intentions through their scent. Though this ability is somewhat trivial, I can sense that you mean no harm." Tom awkwardly scratched his head and spoke softly. Chuyu gratefully shook Tom's hand. This foreigner was indeed amiable. "I am here to investigate extraterrestrial matters," Chuyu declared, casting a glance that recalled a shadow of a black figure in his mind. "Director Fury sent me." "You are with S.H.I.E.L.D." Tom's eyes widened with interest. "Sort of, but I only heed Director Fury's orders." Chuyu thought to himself, pondering when he would need that old man. Tom nodded vigorously, signaling his understanding. "All right, let me ask you this. Did you come from space?" Chuyu inquired directly. Tom nodded. "I'm an astronaut from Explorer 2. "Indeed. We were attacked by extraterrestrials. Except for me." His gaze dimmed momentarily before quickly regaining composure. "Except for me, everyone perished at the hands of the aliens." With a slight furrow on his forehead, Chuyu absent-mindedly stroked his chin. "Do you recall the appearance of the aliens?" Tom shook his head in response. "We never actually saw the aliens. However, the individuals within the spacecraft perished one after another, and none bore any wounds." The absence of injuries and the lack of alien sightings left Chuyu even more perplexed. Since the system had brought him here, there must be a reason. Perhaps there was something within the return capsule. Just as he pondered this, a sudden clamor of combat erupted outside. The ruckus ceased abruptly, and the door was forcefully kicked open. A girl with a somewhat robust physique and golden curls hastily tied back appeared in the doorway. With a boisterous voice, she exclaimed, "I heard a man fell from the sky. I must see what this celestial being looks like." Chapter 23, the second generation of Black Widow at the Research Institute of the Republic of Maus in South Africa. Dozens of researchers clad in white coats encircled the escape pod. They meticulously examined every inch of the pod with various instruments, leaving no trace uninspected. Team leader, I haven't found anything unusual here. Nor have I. Let us proceed as such. Temporarily seal this area and restrict entry to anyone. You all must don protective gear. Understood, team leader. As the crowd dispersed, a bug-like creature emerged from the soil, raising its antennae to survey its surroundings. It stealthily followed behind a female researcher. "Are you the man from the heavens?" Chuyu gazed at the woman before him, feeling a slight twitch in his mouth. He recognized her. She was none other than Yelena, the half-sister of Natasha, the second generation of Black Widow. Yelena scrutinized Chuyu in silence, then playfully slapped his shoulder, asking again, "Are you the man who fell from the sky?" Chuyu recoiled in pain, inwardly cursing her strength. "Miss, I believe I am the man you speak of." Tom courteously extended his right hand with a polite smile. Yelena glanced at Tom, swatted his hand away, and her eyes conveyed disdain. "I expected the man from the heavens to be quite handsome. It appears I was mistaken." "John." Yelena turned back to Chuyu, raising an eyebrow, and softly said, "Hello. I am Yelena." Chuyu nodded slightly. "Greetings, I am Chuyu, from Huaxia." "Hello. I didn't ask you, be quiet." Yelena shot Tom another dismissive glare. Tom awkwardly rubbed his hands on his trousers. Don't move. Raise your hands. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the door. Chuyu followed the sound and saw a tall black man standing outside, brandishing a handgun and regarding them with suspicion. Before he could react, a crash of shattering glass echoed behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Yelena dragging Tom as they leaped out the window. What are you doing? Are you stealing a man? Chuyu cursed inwardly and prepared to jump out as well. However, the black man's voice rang out once more. Don't move, or I'll shoot. Before the words were fully uttered, he felt a heavy object strike his head. Dazed, he watched as Chuyu's agile figure leaped out of the window. Just moments ago, Yelena had dismissed Tom, yet now she seemed as if she had never encountered a man before, whisking him away. Chuyu followed closely behind Yelena. Realizing that despite his current physical prowess resembling that of an elite special forces operative, he could not catch up to her. Moreover, Yelena was carrying a robust man towering at 190 centimeters. As Yelena's figure receded into the distance, Chuyu disregarded the odds, leaping forward to kick a passing motorcyclist off his bike. Pardon me, S-H-I-E-L-D is on the case. I must commandeer this. Chuyu mounted the motorcycle and hastily pursued, watching as Yelena hurried Tom into a narrow alleyway. He swiftly turned, leaving a distinct black mark on the ground. Yet, Yelena's figure suddenly vanished. Dismounting the motorcycle, he cautiously advanced. The alley was deep, and even in daylight, no sunlight penetrated its depths. Summoning a dagger, several water blades floated behind him. In the dim light, he discerned a figure lying on the ground, quickening his pace to investigate. He crouched down, flipping the person over to reveal Tom's face. Don't move. A cold voice emanated from behind. Chuyu inhaled deeply and raised his hands. Slowly turning, he discovered Yelena standing before him, a silver handgun aimed directly at him, her gaze filled with wariness. Dispel your abilities, Yelena commanded icily. Chuyu clenched his hand slightly, causing the water blades behind him to vanish in an instant. Are you with S-H-I-E-L-D? Yelena pressed, showing no intention of lowering her weapon. Chuyu's eyes flickered as he nodded. I am. What brings you here? Yelena tossed a pair of handcuffs at his feet, tilting her chin slightly to indicate that he should put them on. Chuyu crouched slowly, but as he reached for the handcuffs, his wrist turned gently, summoning a water blade that appeared beside Yelena. The water blade spun furiously, accompanied by a whooshing sound, directly knocking the handgun from her grasp. In a heartbeat, he stood before Yelena, pressing down on her shoulder with his left hand while his right hand gripped the dagger against her throat. Don't move, Chuyu whispered. However, Yelena showed no signs of submission, thrusting her knee toward his vital area. Chuyu instantly recoiled, blue light flashing as several water blades materialized around her. Now, will you behave? A mischievous smile crept across his lips as he raised an eyebrow, looking triumphantly at Yelena. I can't defeat you. Do as you please. Yelena shot him a disdainful glance, replying coldly, Who do you represent? Chuyu crossed his arms, leaning against the wall as he inquired. I represent no one but myself. Observing the slight tremor in Yelena's fingers, Chuyu's gaze sharpened, and an ominous premonition washed over him. In an instant, he lunged to the side as a deafening explosion reverberated in his ears. Lying on the ground, he shook his head, the ringing in his ears causing a wave of dizziness. Struggling to his feet, a sudden tingling sensation coursed through his back, and the spasms enveloping his body blurred his consciousness. In his haze, he felt a powerful arm lifting him. Upon opening his eyes again, he discovered himself within a dilapidated factory. His body was tightly bound, and as he attempted to wiggle his fingers, he realized they were utterly immobile. Awake, Yelena approached, leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg, and took a seat before Chuyu with a curious expression. Do not even think about using your abilities. The moment that thought crosses your mind, electrical signals will surge through your skin, and that will trigger the bomb strapped to your chest. Glancing down, Chuyu indeed saw a black miniature bomb flashing ominously with red dots against his chest. Yelena continued, Now, perhaps you could enlighten me as to your purpose for being here? Nothing to disclose, Chuyu replied through gritted teeth. He cursed himself for being inexperienced. Yelena truly lived up to her reputation as the second-generation Black Widow, her cunning and methods rivaling those of her sister. After finishing the last bite of her chicken leg, Yelena crudely wiped her oily lips with her fingers. Very well, in exchange, I shall share my goal with you. I too wish to know what Tom has brought back from space. Chapter 24. Anomalous Circumstances as the Moon Rose. A dim light finally seeped into the decrepit factory. Chuyu gradually opened his eyes and glanced at the black miniature bomb on his chest. Noticing Yelena's absence, he pursed his lips and a dagger appeared between them. He bit down on the hilt, bending down to use the blade's edge to slowly sever the ropes binding him. After what felt like an eternity, his jaw began to ache, but he finally managed to create a gap in the ropes. With a thrust of his arm, the gap tore open, and he stood up slowly, placing his hands before him. No wonder my fingers wouldn't move, he realized, as Yelena had directly bound his fingers with several steel rods. Releasing his fingers, he looked at the bomb still faintly glowing red against his chest. And Yelena's parting words echoed in his mind. Do not even think about removing that bomb from your body. The moment it is detached, it will explode. Taking a deep breath, Chiyu gently removed the bomb from himself. Extending his arm, he swiftly turned his wrist and hurled the bomb away. The blue light enveloping him in an instant. A protective shield composed of water elements rapidly cocooned his entire body. Yet, after a considerable time, the distant bomb remained silent. Chiyu maintained control of the shield as he moved forward, casting a glance at the ominous black bomb. Suddenly, the bomb erupted, shattering into countless fragments, and he hurriedly retreated. Yet, contrary to expectations, no blaze of fire emerged. Fool, fool, fool. A sound emanated from the direction of the bomb, and Chiyu cautiously approached, only to discover a thumb-sized clown doll dancing animatedly. With each sway, it emitted a foolish laugh from within. Upon witnessing this, Chiyu nearly spat blood in fury and kicked the clown doll with all his might. Yelena, you cunning spider. Achoo. Yelena, lying on the hillside, rubbed her nose and resumed her gaze through the binoculars, observing the escape pod within the research institute below. Tom, do you recall how you accessed the escape pod? Yelena turned to the Tom beside her and inquired softly. Tom pondered for a moment, his eyes darting as he recalled, it seems the spaceship had completely malfunctioned. And I exerted considerable effort to open the escape pod door. Yelena lowered the binoculars, rubbing her eyes. After a day of climbing, she had gleaned nothing and found herself questioning the old man's motives for summoning her. Old man? Tom frowned slightly, asking. Never mind, it's of no consequence. You can tell I mean you no harm. So let us return. That fool must be hungry. Yelena gathered her belongings, preparing to depart when she suddenly noticed a commotion at the research institute. A female researcher dashed out of a tent, seemingly deranged, shrieking as she clawed at her own face. What is happening? Yelena's expression turned grave as she observed. A squad of armed soldiers rushed out from the tent, brandishing stun guns, surrounding the frantic researcher. Release her. A command was given, and in unison, everyone pressed their triggers. Dozens of electric darts shot forth, and the researcher's screams intensified, her body convulsing as she collapsed to the ground. How many is this? A middle-aged man in a white lab coat emerged from the tent, his face etched with concern as he gazed at the fallen girl. Report, team leader. This is the fifth one. An armed personnel saluted the middle-aged man with a firm voice. The man shook his head in resignation. These individuals had suddenly succumbed to madness within the tent, leaving only him and the armed personnel aware of the situation. However, the fact that this researcher had run out in her frenzy meant the entire institute was now aware of the incident. Let us confine her with the others, and ensure she is restrained to prevent any self-harm. The armed personnel nodded, binding the researcher with rope and carrying her back into the tent. Witnessing this scene, Yelena furrowed her brow and murmured, it seems there is indeed something amiss. As she prepared to investigate further with her binoculars, she suddenly spotted a figure slipping into the research institute like a wraith. This is bad. I must go as well. Tom, wait here for me. With that, Yelena cast aside the binoculars and sprinted towards the institute. The incident truly terrified me. Did you see that girl go mad just now? How could she suddenly lose her mind? A researcher was walking through the courtyard, speaking aloud. However, after a prolonged silence without response, he turned around in confusion, only to find himself utterly alone. His body was instantly enveloped in a chill, and he quickened his pace. Suddenly, he felt a heavy force grip his neck, and his vision plunged into darkness. Yelena dragged the researcher into a corner, stripping him of his lab coat and donning it herself. Just as she was about to rise and depart, she felt a sharp weapon pressing against her back. Do not speak. Who are you? Without hesitation, Yelena flipped forward, bracing herself with her palms on the ground while her legs shot back in a kick towards the shadow behind her. The figure behind her sliced downward with their palm, a blue light shimmering at their fingertips. Yelena suddenly felt her body ensnared by an unseen force, rendering her immobile. She struggled fiercely, but to no avail. This entity possessed no physical form, yet bizarrely bound her. Raising her gaze, she recognized the silhouette as somewhat familiar. Chiyu. Upon hearing his name, the figure froze momentarily. Yelena. Chiyu's eyes widened as he stared at her, recalling how he had stealthily infiltrated the research facility, incapacitating a researcher to assume his attire. He had then heard a commotion nearby, witnessing another figure subduing the isolated researcher for the same purpose. To his astonishment, that figure turned out to be Yelena. What are you doing here? Chiyu asked, astonished. Yelena's eyes widened in return. How did you escape? At this, a surge of fury ignited within Chiyu. Memories of the grotesque clown toy mocking him echoing in his mind. Oh, I was just joking. Why are you angry? You're a grown man, and here you are, getting mad at a little girl, Yelena remarked, recalling her miniature bomb and stifling a chuckle. Suddenly, a raspy scream echoed from a distance. Ah, kill me, kill me. The two turned towards the sound, discovering yet another individual in the courtyard succumbing to madness. This person was the middle-aged man previously referred to as the leader by everyone. Chapter 25. The madman kill me, kill me. The middle-aged man in a lab coat rolled frantically on the ground, his white coat now soiled with patches of yellow sand. His fingers clawed desperately at his face as if something needed to be torn off. The wounds on his face multiplied, revealing glimpses of grayish-white bone in some places. Security personnel swiftly surrounded him, unhesitatingly firing electric darts. The middle-aged man convulsed violently as he felt the intense current coursing through him, eventually falling into silence. Quickly secure the leader. All researchers, gather with me to ascertain what has truly transpired. The speaker is Susanna, the deputy leader stationed at the research institute in the area. With the leader incapacitated, she must now take charge. Chu Yu and Yelena exchanged glances and quietly followed the researchers behind. Susanna entered the tent, where a blackboard displayed 5 photographs. With great reluctance, she retrieved the picture of the recently deranged leader from the table and affixed it to the board. We now have 6 individuals, yet we remain utterly oblivious to what has transpired, Susanna said gravely, leaning on the table. A young researcher, upon observing the photographs, suddenly exclaimed, "Is this not the group that interacted with the escape pod?" Susanna turned to look, and at the researcher's prompting, she too realized the implication. Since the escape pod returned from space, it required thorough testing to ascertain whether it harbored extraterrestrial life forms. The arrival of such entities on Earth could potentially trigger biological invasions, hence a small team of researchers was dispatched for inspection. Tragically, it was precisely that team that had encountered misfortune. Were there others who interacted with the escape pod? Susanna inquired anxiously. A security personnel clad in a black uniform stepped forward, his voice deep and solemn. Report, Leader Susanna. After the previous team departed, the escape pod underwent disinfection, and no one else has had any contact since. That's a relief. Let a few of you accompany me to check on the leader and the others. Susanna's words hung in the air, yet no one responded. The earlier scene had been far too harrowing, and no one dared to take the risk. Susanna gazed at the researchers before her, each exchanged uncertain glances, none willing to step forward. In frustration, she slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "If you all fear for your lives, I shall go alone." Suddenly, Chu Yu felt a shove from behind, stumbling precariously. "Leader Susanna, we will accompany you." Yelena's voice rang in Chu Yu's ears. He shot her a fierce glare, knowing without a doubt that she was the one who had pushed him. Susanna regarded the two of them with a look of unfamiliarity. "Who are you?" "We are new interns following the mentor. You have not met us, Miss Susanna," Chu Yu hastily explained. Susanna scrutinized Chu Yu and Yelena but found no reason to doubt them, waving her hand dismissively. "Come along with me." Chu Yu and Yelena followed Susanna into a dimly lit tent, where they discovered 6 cages. Each cage contained a researcher clad in a white lab coat. However, these researchers bore bloodshot eyes and fresh wounds that continued to bleed. A security personnel, armed with a stun gun, approached and saluted Susanna. "Leader Susanna, we have bandaged them." But shortly after, they began to furiously rub their faces against the cages. Chu Yu glanced around at the individuals present and inquired, "Do they still possess their own consciousness?" The security personnel looked at Chu Yu and replied, "It appears so, yet they occasionally begin to scratch their faces in a frenzied manner. To prevent further harm, we have restrained them." Unable to rub against the cage, they occasionally erupt into screams. No sooner had he spoken than one of the researchers began to wail loudly. The hoarse cries resonated like a wild beast, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. Chu Yu covered his ears, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the person confined within the cage. The individual strained against the ropes binding him, yet to no avail. The restraints remained firmly in place. His body trembled violently as he shook his head, desperately seeking to rub his face against anything within reach. The gruesome abrasions and scratches on his face continued to bleed profusely. As he shouted, the other researchers imprisoned in the cage, as if summoned, joined in the cacophony of screams. The entire tent echoed with their spine-chilling, hoarse voices. "Is there any way to make them sleep?" Chu Yu shouted, straining his voice above the din, knowing that only in such a tumultuous atmosphere could others hear him. The security personnel shook their heads, responding loudly, "There is no way. We have administered sedatives, but they have no effect on them." The group could no longer withstand the auditory assault on their minds and reluctantly exited the tent. Once outside, although the screams were still audible, they were significantly less overwhelming than within the confines of the tent. Susanna, her expression tense, cast a concerned glance at the security personnel and softly inquired, "When will the doctor arrive?" "He is already on his way. The institute is quite far from the city, so it will take some time," came the reply. Susanna nodded, letting out a resigned sigh, her body rigid as she stood outside the tent. The cold wind of the desert night, mingled with those terrifying screams, sent chills down one's spine. After a considerable time, the noise from within gradually subsided, prompting them to re-enter the tent. Chiyu followed Susanna forward, noticing that although the individuals no longer screamed, their mouths remained agape. Their eyes were filled with terror and anguish. Even with Chuyu standing before them, there was not a glimmer of light in their gaze. Unconsciously, Chuyu reached toward the cage, longing to touch the face of the person inside. Just as his hand was about to make contact, a sudden force yanked him back. Are you seeking death, reaching in to touch them? What have your mentors taught you? Susanna scolded as she tossed Chuyu a pair of white gloves. With his head bowed, he reluctantly donned the gloves. Suddenly, he noticed a small bulge gradually rising from the ground. Chuyu crouched down, gently stroking the protrusion. He sensed a persistent force pushing upwards from within it. A creature resembling a worm slowly emerged from the protrusion, its softly glowing antennae sweeping the surroundings as it crawled towards Chuyu. Chapter 26. The white worm. Chuyu lifted his finger. His gaze fixated on the white worm gradually moving across his skin. This creature lacked a hard shell, its entire form soft and pliable. Its shape was somewhat flattened, with two antennae at its head emitting faint glimmers of light. Chuyu noticed an indistinct mark on the creature's head, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. The worm slightly raised its body, its tiny antennae gently tapping against Chuyu's finger, seemingly probing for something. The mark on its head became increasingly pronounced, causing Chuyu to squint as he observed it slowly opening. The creature's head bent back along the mark, revealing countless teeth glistening ominously. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the worm in Chuyu's hand exploded instantly. Blue liquid erupted forth, and with quick reflexes, he managed to shield himself from the splattering fluid. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Elena's cold voice pierced through the chaos. Following the sound, Chuyu saw Elena brandishing a silver handgun, wisps of white smoke still emanating from the barrel. The gunfire drew the attention of everyone in the room, and several security personnel quickly surrounded the two. This time, they wielded actual firearms instead of stun guns. Susanna rushed over, her expression stern as she demanded, "Who are you?" Chuyu smiled, and the blue light in his hand flared dramatically, conjuring countless blades of water that hovered beside the security personnel. The blades spun wildly. Clang. A series of metallic clangs echoed as all the guns were knocked from the hands of the security team. Chuyu quickly grabbed Elena's wrist and whispered urgently, "Run." In an instant, the two figures vanished from the tent, appearing ghostly under the moonlight, nearly impossible to track. "Don't run," Susanna shouted from behind, and the security personnel rushed forward, only to find themselves unable to catch up with the pair. Susanna gradually came to a halt, leaning on her knees, panting heavily. At that moment, Elena and Chuyu had already disappeared from sight. Furiously, she threw her gun to the ground and shouted, "How dare you infiltrate our territory? Find out who they are." The security personnel returned empty-handed, re-entering the tent. Meanwhile, Chuyu and Elena concealed themselves in a corner, both gasping for breath. "Why did you shoot earlier?" Chuyu asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Elena chuckled lightly. "I was aiming to kill you, but I missed." Chuyu shot her an exasperated glance, waving his finger to conjure a glob of green liquid before him. "Elena, what do you think this is?" But he received no answer. Instead, he felt the cold barrel of a gun pressing against his head. He raised his eyes slightly, catching the moonlight reflecting off Elena's face, which was filled with menace. "What do you want?" Chuyu remained unfazed. Yelena's fingers rested lightly on the trigger as she coldly asserted, "You are not from S.H.I.E.L.D. What nonsense are you spouting?" Despite being exposed, Chuyu's expression remained utterly unperturbed. If you were indeed from S.H.I.E.L.D., you could directly inform that team leader. After all, the influence of the beautiful nation holds some weight here. Yet you chose to conceal your identity, just as I have. Yelena's voice remained icily detached, her gaze fixated on Chuyu's fingers. Should there be any movement from that finger, she would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Chuyu gradually rose to his feet. Even with the gun pressed against his head, he remained remarkably composed. "Will you reveal who is behind you?" "No, I will not." "Very well," Yelena replied, holstering her weapon and lightly brushing her finger across Chuyu's shoulder. "Since we share a common objective and are reluctant to disclose our identities, there must be a stipulation." "What stipulation?" Chuyu slightly recoiled from her touch. "I have just placed a miniature bomb on your shoulder. If this bomb is removed from your body, or if I die, it will detonate. No matter how swift your abilities are, you surely cannot evade the force of an explosion equivalent to that of 10 grenades." Yelena clapped her hands gently, her demeanor as nonchalant as ever. "If you believe this bomb is merely a toy, feel free to test it." Chuyu seethed, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he glared at Yelena. "Once this task is completed, I will remove the bomb. Of course, you may then kill me, provided you possess the capability." Yelena chuckled softly, her dark red lipstick reminiscent of poison, suffocatingly alluring. Chuyu silently cursed, acknowledging her reputation as the most venomous spider. "Fine, I agree. What now?" he murmured. "Let us return and discover what transpired with those individuals." Yelena did not grant Chuyu a moment of hesitation. She vanished into the night, leaving only a fleeting shadow. Frustrated, he kicked a nearby stone and immediately followed her. What were those two doing here? Inside the tent housing the deranged individuals, two security personnel were engaged in idle chatter. The hour was late, and it had been decided to leave two of them on guard, with a rotation set for 2 hours hence. One of the guards yawned widely and mumbled, "How should I know? It's absurd that someone would attempt to steal such a troublesome situation." The two continued their casual banter, utterly oblivious to the presence lurking in the shadows. At that moment, two figures concealed themselves in the dark corner of the tent. Jiu focused intently as two water spheres silently floated behind the guards. The spheres swiftly descended upon the back of the guards' heads. Without a sound, both men collapsed to the ground. As they crumpled, Yelena's arm remained awkwardly suspended in the air. She shot a glare at Chuyu, who was emerging from the shadows. "Could you not have given a warning in advance?" Chuyu shrugged his shoulders, incredulous that one would resort to such a clumsy method. Yeleana shot him a fierce glare, her arm swinging forcefully as she strode towards the iron cages. Chuyu followed closely behind, and as they stood beside the cages, they discovered that the expressions in the eyes of the captives had drastically changed. Whereas before, their eyes reflected fear and panic, as if they still clung to life. Now they appeared vacant, devoid of any glimmer of vitality. A faint rustling sound reached their ears. They both crouched down slowly, tracing the sound with their gaze. To their astonishment, they noticed the skin of the individual before them was marred by a myriad of cracks. From these fissures, delicate antennae, glowing faintly, began to emerge cautiously. After surveying the surroundings for danger, the antennae retreated back into the crevices. Subsequently, a white worm forced its way out, expanding the crack wider with a subtle rustling sound. Soon, other cracks on the body also yielded these repulsive white worms. As the number of worms proliferated, the person's body began to collapse like a deflating balloon. In the blink of an eye, the entire form was overrun by these grotesque white creatures. As the worms departed from the body, what had once been a complete human lying in the cage was now reduced to a chilling skeleton. Chapter 27, Trouble Run. Chuyu shouted, grasping Yeleana's wrist and dashing towards the exit. The white worms continued to pour from the remaining captives, accompanied by the rustling sounds of the writhing creatures. It was not long before the rest of the individuals had also transformed into mere bones, with not a single drop of blood to be found. Chuyu glanced at the two security personnel still sprawled on the ground. With a swift motion of his hand, a jet of water surged towards their faces. The sudden deluge jolted the two guards awake. They rubbed their necks and, still groggy, sat up, bewildered by their surroundings. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, they saw two figures sprinting urgently towards the tent's exit. Rustle. A faint yet intense sound reached their ears, and following the noise, they beheld a mass of densely packed white worms. Instantly, fear propelled them to their feet. What is this? They exchanged glances, each uncertain of the answer. Without pausing to retrieve their firearms left on the ground, they bolted towards the outside. You really are meddling. Yeleana swiftly swung her arms, her figure moving with a ghostly grace, leaving a faint afterimage in her wake. She remained silent, his arm wrapping around Yeleana's waist as he spun her around abruptly. A white worm, revealing its sharp teeth, trailed closely behind her feet. Yeleana stared blankly at the man, but in a moment of clarity, she felt an urge to eliminate him. Return my gun. She sensed her sidearm being stealthily removed from her waist, undoubtedly pilfered by Chuyu. With a silver pistol in hand, Chuyu fired a shot into the air. Bang! A resounding gunshot shattered the tranquility of the desert. Everyone, bleary-eyed, donned their attire and peered out from the flaps of their tents. They beheld four figures sprinting down the road, pursued at an alarming speed by a mass of indistinct white creatures. Run! Chuyu shouted, waving his arm behind him. A crescent-shaped blade of water surged forth, cleaving through the foremost of the creatures. In an instant, the unfortunate insect was severed, erupting in a cloud of azure blood. However, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming. The water blade could only vanquish those at the front. Moreover, the blue blood seemed far from ordinary. It coagulated into liquid, pooling on the ground. Soon, bulges began to form, and countless smaller white creatures emerged, probing the earth with their antennae. Noticing this, Jiu furrowed his brow as two anguished cries rang out from behind. It turned out that the two security personnel had been unable to escape the relentless pursuit of the white insects. In the blink of an eye, the creatures enveloped them entirely. When they finally departed from the bodies, the victims were left riddled with cracks, even more numerous than before. Another swarm of insects crawled out from these fissures. The already staggering number of creatures had multiplied. Chuyu swung his hands once more. Although the water blades took down some of the insects, a fresh wave scuttled forth from the ground, not reducing their numbers, but inadvertently aiding their proliferation. Who are you? A sudden voice, laced with indignation, echoed from a distance. Chuyu turned towards the sound and saw Susanna, gun in hand, standing in the middle of the road, warily observing them. This is troublesome, Chuyu muttered under his breath. They could halt, but the pursuing insects could not. Before Chuyu could react, Yelena accelerated once more, swiftly positioning herself behind Susanna, brandishing the silver pistol she had snatched from Chuyu and pressing it against Susanna's temple. If you wish to live, you will listen to us. Do you see those insects? Have your people leave at once. Susanna's neck was taut, the veins visibly strained. Who on earth are you? Spare me the chatter. If it weren't for my sister, I wouldn't bother with you. Yelena pressed the gun harder against Susanna. As she observed the swarming insects drawing nearer, her left hand clutched Susanna's throat firmly, while her right fired at the approaching horde. Each shot detonated a few insects instantaneously. Yet their numbers were far too great to make any significant impact. Chuyu, think of something quickly. If we keep running like this, everyone will perish. Yelena yelled. Chuyu abruptly halted, turning to face the swarm. Suddenly, a radiant blue light emanated from his fingertips, and an array of water blades materialized behind him. With a swift motion of his palm, water blades sliced through the air, hurtling toward the swarm of insects with a resounding whoosh. As the water blades struck the horde, bursts of azure blood mist erupted forth. However, this time, the blue droplets coalesced in midair instead of splattering onto the ground. With a stern expression, Chuyu deftly waved his fingers, causing the blue droplets to merge instantly, transforming into blood blades that surged towards the surrounding white insects. Moments later, countless blue blood blades emitted a soft azure glow, whirling rapidly beneath the pale moonlight. Whenever an insect's body was severed, the blood that gushed forth would solidify into another blood blade. At last, the final insect was cleaved in two, and Chuyu surveyed the ground littered with the white carcasses. With another wave of his fingers, the blood blades dissipated, coalescing into a large mass of liquid suspended in the air. It appeared his supposition was correct. As long as the blue blood did not touch the ground, it would not reproduce further. As the insects finally ceased their movements, Yelena cast a glance at Chuyu, acknowledging his effectiveness with a hint of approval. Thank you for the compliment. Chuyu managed to force a smile in response. He then approached Miss Susanna and bowed politely. Miss Susanna, our identities are somewhat unusual, but please believe that we mean no harm. Susanna did not meet his gaze. Instead, her eyes were fixed on the insect carcasses on the ground, her voice trembling slightly. What exactly are these? Why did you release them? Before she could finish her inquiry, she felt the cold muzzle of a gun pressed harshly against her head. An impatient voice pierced the tension. You can't blame us. If it weren't for you, none of you would even know how you might perish. Just imagine how many of these creatures there could be. Yelena interjected. Chuyu, maintaining his courteous demeanor, continued to explain, Miss Susanna, these insects emerged from your deranged colleagues. However, before he could elaborate further, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Chuyu turned toward the sound, his brow furrowing slightly. This truly was troublesome. A squad of security personnel, weapons slung across their bodies, approached them at a rapid pace. The security team quickly encircled them, all guns trained on Chuyu and his companions. Yelena cast a cold glance around, her finger subtly resting on the trigger of her handgun. We harbor no malice. But that does not mean we lack temper. Chapter 28. A more grave situation in the city? Release team, leader Susanna. The voice belonged to the leader of the security personnel, who, gun in hand, regarded Chuyu and the others with a serious expression. Yelena let out a derisive laugh. What if I refuse? Chuyu's fingers, hidden behind his back, moved swiftly. The suspended mass of blue blood once again transformed into a multitude of blood blades. Should the security personnel continue to act recklessly, Chuyu would have little patience left to reason with them. Suddenly, amidst the standoff, one of the security personnel collapsed to the ground, curling his body in agony, letting out a pained scream. His hands began to claw at his own face. In just a moment, the face of the individual contorted into a grotesque visage, reminiscent of those previously driven to madness. Hurry, stabilize him. Susanna disregarded the firearm pointed at her, seizing the opportunity while Yelena was momentarily distracted and swiftly broke free from her grasp, darting towards the security personnel. Don't move. Chuyu intervened with lightning speed, firmly gripping Susanna's shoulder, utterly indifferent to the surrounding security officers who had once again aimed their weapons at him. His voice, icy and resolute, pierced the air. If you wish to avoid becoming a mere skeleton, remain still and observe this person. The security officer, curled upon the ground, clawed at his own body with frenzied intensity, oblivious to the deformity of his fingers wrought by his own desperation. In mere moments, his clothing was rent asunder, a fissure spreading from the region of his heart with alarming rapidity. This crack soon extended to his hands and face. The officer's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the growing fissure. It expanded further, and a pair of antennae, faintly aglow with a bluish hue, began to emerge from the crevice. Subsequently, a pale worm pushed its way through the opening, leaving behind a stark, visible wound on the officer's hand. Strangely, no blood flowed from the gash. Instead, something within it writhed and moved slowly towards the exterior. In quick succession, another white worm extricated itself from the wound. The security officer's mouth gaped open, but no sound emerged from his throat. Countless insects began to crawl out from various parts of his body, and the solitary terror reflected in his eyes, the last vestige of his humanity, gradually dimmed. "Everyone fall back," Chuyu shouted once more. As a column of water coalesced and surged upwards, the water engulfed the now shapeless form of the security officer, swiftly transforming into a mass that enveloped both the corpse and the writhing insects. Within the aqueous sphere, currents swirled, separating the insects from the human form. Yet, as the insects departed, the flesh and blood of the human had vanished, leaving only a faintly grayish skeletal structure. The onlookers gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. Susanna tore herself from Chuyu's grasp and crouched on the ground, retching violently. "This seems different from before," Chuyu remarked, turning to Yelena. They had previously witnessed these individuals succumb to madness. While they would incessantly claw at their own faces, they had not begun to tear at other parts of their bodies. This time, however, not only were they inflicting harm upon themselves, but these insects appeared to be emerging from within the human body while the individual still retained a semblance of consciousness. Indeed, but why this change in behavior? Yelena pondered, equally perplexed. It seems they are hastening their emergence. Is something summoning them? Chuyu suddenly recalled that these creatures had pursued him upon their emergence, yet had not attacked the individuals within the nearby tents. Or perhaps, they were not pursuing him at all, but rather heading towards a specific destination, and his flight coincidentally led him in that direction. That destination, could it be the city? If so, might all these occurrences be linked to the escape pod? In the research institute, such a situation has arisen, and as the city that serves as the primary landing point for the escape pod, it is undoubtedly infested with these creatures. At this thought, Chuyu's eyes widened suddenly, locking onto Yelena's gaze. "This is not good," both exclaimed in unison. Although this is a desert, sparsely populated, the city still harbors numerous residents. Furthermore, these inhabitants are predominantly ordinary people who stand little chance against such monstrous beings. "Miss Susanna, you must stabilize your people immediately. The city may already be facing a situation far graver than that of the research institute," Chuyu asserted, forcibly pulling Susanna to her feet. Her complexion was pallid, her eyes filled with terror. She nodded stiffly, a hoarse voice escaping her cracked lips. "I will do my utmost. But if you are indeed superheroes, please ensure this matter is resolved." Upon finishing her words, Susanna pushed Chuyu's hand away and, summoning her strength, advanced resolutely ahead. "Now, everyone must enter the glass chamber for isolation. Should any issues arise, promptly press the incineration button," she instructed, casting a glance at the security captain, who nodded slowly in acknowledgement. The captain extended his hand, prompting everyone to lower their weapons. He stepped forward and saluted Chuyu. "We are uncertain if anyone else has fallen prey to these creatures. We have our own methods of resolution. Please, go save the residents of the city." "Thank you." With that, he bowed deeply to Chuyu, and the others followed suit. Chuyu intended to pat the captain's shoulder, but the captain evaded the gesture. "I have interacted with these individuals, yet my own situation remains unclear. Should I meet with misfortune, please leave a lily upon my gravestone. I know not to whom I can confide these matters, and thus I share my final wish with you." Chuyu withdrew his hand, nodding solemnly at the captain. "I promise you." He then turned to Yelena, raising his hand slightly. "Let us proceed." Yelena holstered her firearm and nodded. The security personnel cleared a path for the two of them. In mere breaths, their figures vanished into the night. The captain watched their disappearing forms, a serene smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting acceptance of whatever fate awaited him. "Heroes, stay safe." The duo swiftly reached the outskirts of the city. Initially, they had intended to return with Tom, only to discover that his presence had vanished without a trace. In the distance, the horizon began to gleam with a faint white light. A gentle breeze lingered, carrying the last chill of the night. A subtle, prolonged rustling sound emanated from the city, as if the streets still shrouded in darkness were gradually revealing flecks of blue light. As the sun ascended, the city became enveloped in sunlight. Upon its arrival, the light revealed that beneath the blue glow lay the tentacles of those white creatures. Countless white insects infested every corner of the city. In the heart of the city, in the midst of a bustling square, stood a man towering at approximately 6 feet 3 inches. He bore a smile upon his face, his gaze fixed ahead, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone significant. Chapter 29. The insect paradise is everyone within this place. Elena gasped at the sight of the countless white insects swarming throughout the city. The entire urban landscape, from the streets to the walls of buildings, was teeming with these pale creatures. They writhed slowly across the ground, and amidst their numbers, one could faintly discern a few skeletal remains, slightly oxidized and darkened. It was utterly repulsive. Chuyu's pupils glimmered with a faint blue light as a blade of water materialized silently, suspended in the air. He swiftly gestured forward. However, before the water blade could reach the mass of white insects, it inexplicably dissipated into nothingness. Chu Yu's eyes narrowed, and he waved his hand again. This time, the water blade failed to materialize at all. What was happening? Has my ability faltered? Elena, standing nearby, inquired with a hint of confusion, observing the surging swarm. She drew a pistol from her waist and fired at the mass of insects. The bullet erupted from the barrel and detonated upon reaching the group, creating a clear space on the ground. Yet, remarkably, the insects from surrounding areas swiftly converged upon this newly created void, and in the blink of an eye, it was once again engulfed by the swarm. Elena, witnessing this, ruminated over the scene, sensing that something was amiss. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed these insects were gathering within the city, showing no inclination to spread outward. Suddenly, the swarm began to move rapidly, parting to create a narrow passage. What could this signify? Elena's brow furrowed as her gaze fixed upon the opening. Perhaps something within seeks to meet us. Chu Yu squinted, observing a vague figure in the distance. This silhouette was tall and stood at the center of the square. Turning slightly, he caught sight of Elena and remarked, "Let us proceed." With a slight twist of his wrist, a dagger manifested in his hand. He strode forward, unfazed by the impending swarm of insects. As the figure grew clearer, Chu Yu noted the short, slightly curled golden hair of the individual. He raised his dagger and hurled it fiercely towards the figure. The silhouette, upon noticing the dagger, did not exhibit any intention to evade. The surrounding insects seemed to sense the imminent danger posed to this figure and swiftly coalesced into a wall, shielding it. The dagger merely severed a few of the insect bodies before becoming embedded within this wall of creatures. Chu Yu slowly lifted his hand, and the dagger, trapped within the mass, vanished, reappearing in his grasp. As the wall of insects dissipated, a familiar voice echoed, "Welcome to the insect paradise." Only then did the two realize that the individual standing amidst the swarm was none other than Tom. "Tom, who exactly are you?" Elena demanded, raising her pistol without hesitation and firing a shot. Just as the bullet was about to strike Tom's body, a colossal insect leaped forth from behind him. This enormous creature bore a mouth wide enough to swallow an entire automobile, and it effortlessly consumed the bullet. A violent explosion ensued, yet it seemed to have no effect on the creature whatsoever. To be candid, you arrived later than I had anticipated. For every soul in this city has now become nourishment for these insects. Tom stepped forward, and the insects sprawled on the ground swiftly scuttled aside, clearing a path for him. He raised his right hand and gently caressed the antennae of the massive insect beside him, smiling affectionately. "If it weren't for your delayed response, I likely would not have had to create this behemoth. Do you find this creature charming? It is truly revolting." Chu Yu surged forward, his toes lightly tapping on the swarm of insects. The creatures beneath him bared their sharp teeth, lunging toward him. However, before their teeth could reach the soles of his shoes, he leapt into the air once more, his hand gripping a dagger tightly as he aimed it at Tom. Yet Tom appeared unfazed, taking a slow step back. The enormous insect swiftly moved to stand before him, gaping its terrifying maw at Chu Yu. Without hesitation, Chu Yu lunged at the monstrous insect. A metallic clang echoed, and Chu Yu felt a jolt reverberate through his arm. Remarkably, the dagger failed to penetrate the creature's white body. As the white insect lunged at him, he delivered a powerful kick to its form, retreating swiftly. He found himself back in the narrow passage, observing as the insects began to crawl rapidly from both sides. "This is bad. We must flee." As soon as the words left his mouth, he and Yelena hurriedly dashed towards the city outskirts. However, the insects moved with alarming speed, and the narrow path ahead was entirely obstructed. Chu Yu leapt forward, hastening his steps, but before his toes could fully touch the mass of insects, he lifted them once again. The creatures opened their mouths wide, yet their efforts were futile. Seemingly provoked, they surged forward with even greater speed. The previously faint rustling now a cacophony. Chu Yu glanced at the edge of the swarm and leapt once more. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder. His balance faltered, and he instinctively lurched forward. As he saw the greedy mouths of the insects drawing nearer, he plunged his dagger into the ground to support himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he inverted his body, gripping the dagger tightly as he executed a flip, finally landing beyond the boundary of the swarm. Upon returning to the ground, he shot a fierce glare at Yelena, who feigned innocence. "You nearly caused my demise just now." Yelena, undeterred by his glare, merely shrugged her shoulders and replied, "I believe in your capabilities. If you cannot manage, then I must have overestimated you." Chu Yu pressed his lips tightly together, a fierce breath escaping his nostrils. "I will settle the score with you later." As Chu Yu concluded his words, he turned his gaze back and was astonished to see Tom slowly approaching them. With each step he took, the swarm of insects parted in advance, only to swiftly converge again once his feet left the ground. "What do you think of my masterpiece?" "Chu Yu? Yelena?" Tom exclaimed, his arms outstretched as the insects piled upon one another, forming a structure towering as high as a building. "Who on earth are you?" Chu Yu shouted in a low voice. Tom chuckled softly, crouched down, and gently cradled an insect in his hand, caressing its antennae. I hail from the Gilbert star system, and my purpose here is quite simple, to conquer your planet. Upon finishing his statement, Tom waved his finger, and the insects instantly surged outward. Witnessing this, Chuyu could only retreat once more. Inexplicably, his powers had vanished, leaving him utterly defenseless against the onslaught of insects. A fleeting glance at Yelena revealed that she had abruptly halted, her shoulder bearing a military-green rocket launcher that she had somehow produced. She pressed the switch, and the missile shot forth, hurtling towards Tom. Upon detonation, a mushroom cloud ascended into the air. As the cloud gradually dissipated, a tall figure emerged, unscathed amidst the swirling dust. Chapter 30. A passionate young man. The explosion of the missile failed to hinder the rapid expansion of the insect swarm. Damn it, not even a rocket launcher can harm him, Yelena lamented, her frustration mounting as she cast aside the rocket launcher and continued her flight. Chuyu clenched his fists tightly, yet the blue glow that had just manifested on his fingers dissipated in an instant. At that moment, he felt a disconnection from the water element once more. What is the matter with your abilities? Why do they fail at such a critical moment? Yelena exclaimed, hurling bombs behind her without pause. The explosives detonated within the swarm, obliterating countless insects. Observing the remnants of the creatures, Chuyu's eyes brightened suddenly. These insects were unlike the previous ones. They bore no blood. With this realization, Yelena recalled her own nagging doubts. Previously, when these insects were destroyed, they had erupted with a repulsive green slime, yet now they did not. The duo pressed onward, only to find that the insect's advance had abruptly halted. Tom's figure materialized before them in an instant. Without waiting for Tom to speak, Chuyu gripped his dagger tightly and lunged toward his neck. Yelena, without hesitation, followed suit, but before she could reach Tom, a colossal insect blocked her path. With a swift twist of her wrist, Yelena transformed her dagger into a handgun and fired several shots at the massive creature. Yet, as before, the giant insect opened its maw and swallowed the bullets whole. It charged forward, its body colliding with Yelena, sending her soaring through the air like a baseball struck by a bat. She steadied herself, wiping the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth with her fingers, and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground with fierce disdain. Are you all right? Chuyu inquired, his gaze fixed on the injured Yeliana. However, before he could receive a reply, he felt a violent blow to his chest. Instantly, he staggered back several steps, clutching his chest as a wave of metallic tang surged upward. Enraged, he glared at Tom and tightened his grip on the dagger, charging forward once more. Yet, before he could take another step, he realized he was surrounded by the swarm of insects. This time, however, the creatures seemed reluctant to advance. In contrast, Yeliana was undeterred. She pushed herself up and charged at the colossal insect. Yet, before she could fire her weapon, she was once again knocked down by the monstrous creature. The swarm closed in, their mouths agape with a ravenous hunger for flesh. Desperately, Yeliana hurled several bombs around her, the explosions illuminating the darkened space and obliterating the foremost insects. Yet, the relentless horde pressed onward, and she had no choice but to continue tossing bombs to shield herself from their voracious bites. Tom casually picked up a white insect, gently stroking its antennae as he spoke calmly. Chuyu, these insects were specifically prepared for you. Initially, the ones at the research facility were ordinary, but I discovered they were utterly incapable of harming you. Your mastery over the water element is truly enigmatic. To counteract your abilities, I had to enhance these creatures. Now, wherever they roam, they will devour the water element, rendering it non-existent. Thus, you are currently incapable of manipulating the surrounding water. With a fierce expression, Chuyu glared at Tom and demanded, "What do you intend to do? Why not kill me?" Tom's lips curled into a slight smirk as he replied softly, "Why do you believe I wouldn't kill you? It is quite simple. The insects surrounding Yeliana are poised to bring about her demise, while the ones near me are solely intended to control you." As Chuyu spoke, he heard Yeliana's voice rise in anger. "Chuyu, are you involved with this man? He is torturing me while treating you with far more gentleness." Ignoring her, Chuyu turned his attention back to Tom. Tom stroked his chin thoughtfully, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "I find your control over the water element fascinating. Therefore, I wish to dominate your body." "Fine, I agree. Release Yeliana." Chuyu responded decisively. Tom appeared perplexed by Chuyu's straightforward compliance, yet he extended his finger, causing the insects surrounding Yeliana to halt abruptly. "How can I trust you?" Tom inquired, his smile laden with implications. Chuyu spread his arms wide, declaring, "I am powerless to retaliate. I am but a lamb awaiting slaughter, unable to earn your trust." Tom took a slow step forward, raising his hand as 5 fingers morphed into tendrils stretching toward Chuyu. Just as the tendrils were about to brush against Chuyu's eyes, a crimson blur suddenly darted across his vision. The tentacle was severed by a crimson shadow, crashing to the ground, and in an instant, the surrounding insects surged forward, causing the appendage to vanish without a trace. Tom stared in shock at Chuyu, who grasped a blood-red scythe, from which a dark crimson wound at his wrist continuously oozed blood. The crimson liquid flowed up his palm, converging on the scythe, rendering the already blood-stained weapon even more sinister. Ignoring Tom's astonished expression, Chuyu continued to wield the scythe and charged ahead. The swarm of insects swiftly followed, frantically gnawing at his body. It seemed as though Chuyu felt no pain. The speed of his strikes remained unabated. The insects had crawled up his legs, their sharp teeth leaving a series of wounds upon his flesh. Blood gushed from these injuries, but instead of pooling, it swiftly surged toward the front, manifesting as numerous blood blades aimed at Tom. The enormous insect appeared to sense the danger to Tom and prepared to charge. Suddenly, a burst of flames illuminated the path ahead, accompanied by a colossal roar from behind. Yelena, wielding a Gatling gun in each hand, shouted ferociously, "Your opponent is me." Her fingers pressed the triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets that struck the massive insect, resulting in immediate explosions. The colossal creature seemed enraged, pivoting to lunge at Yelena. She was thrown back once more, yet even mid-air, her fingers remained firmly on the trigger. All the bullets appeared to possess a mind of their own, accurately targeting the massive insect. However, these enhanced rounds failed to inflict any harm, not even leaving a mark on the creature's tough hide. Upon landing, Yelena rose without hesitation, roaring defiantly, die. She paid no heed to the blood trickling from her mouth. Bullets continuously erupted from the gun's muzzle. Yet the giant insect's charge toward her showed no signs of slowing. As she fired the last bullet, she beheld the enormous creature's figure within the flames, its gaping maw rushing toward her. Eyes wide open, she awaited her fate. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light flickered before her, and the massive insect was abruptly cleaved in half. The surrounding swarm instantly turned to ash, while in the distance, Tom's lifeless body lay on the ground. Yelena, still shaken, turned her gaze toward the figure behind the colossal insect. A pale-faced youth, bloodied and wielding a crimson scythe, stood before her. Chuyu felt the last remnants of his strength dissipate, his body collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. Yelena, mustering her strength, approached him and gently nudged him with her toe. "Still alive?" "Yes, I am." Chuyu struggled to sit up. Yelena's eyes remained fixed on the bloodstains on him, teasing, "Quite the valiant young man, aren't you?" Chuyu managed to smile. "Fortunately, yes." Just as the two were finally about to breathe a sigh of relief, a colossal sound resembling the whirring of helicopter blades echoed through the sky. They slowly raised their heads and discovered a helicopter hovering above them. Chapter 31. Want to take me down? Impossible. Name: Chuyu. Gender: could I possibly be female? Chuyu slammed his scorched hands against the table. However, the man opposite him remained unfazed, his head bowed as he coldly stated, "Gender: male." Chuyu nearly spat the word through clenched teeth. The man's robotic voice resonated once more. "Why are you in this city?" "To save the world." Chuyu impatiently leaned back in his chair. He attempted to cross his arms, but the handcuffs on his wrists hindered him. Reluctantly, he let his hands fall, yet the man's words reignited his fury. "Where have the people in the city gone? Did you kill them? Does your investigation bureau not adhere to evidence?" Chuyu tugged at the handcuffs again, but they appeared to be made of some special material impossible to break free from. At that moment, the body of one of our astronauts lay nearby. "Is his death related to you?" Chuyu shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. The middle-aged man's expression grew grave, observing Chuyu's reticence. His stern voice echoed again. "You must divulge everything you know, or we will charge you with manslaughter." Chuyu curled his lip in disdain. "Do as you please." With that, he leaned back against the chair and slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, an electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding. System detected host task completion. Reward distribution in progress. Physical strength, 10, 8 reward, 2 base. Attribute proficiency, 155, 85 reward, 50 operational increase, 20. Proficiency exceeding 100 grants the host the ability to transform water into ice. Hearing the system's voice, Chuyu's eyes snapped open, gleaming with newfound vigor. The man who had been seated opposite him had already departed, and he felt no inclination to dwell on it. With a gentle press of his finger, frost rapidly enveloped the handcuffs on his wrists. The frost thickened until it completely encased the handcuffs. With a forceful tug, the handcuffs shattered, just as he admired his handiwork. The iron door of the interrogation room swung open. He glanced towards the entrance and saw Yelena, swaying a set of keys in her right hand, leaning against the doorframe, observing him with an amused expression. "So, are you planning to stay here forever?" Yelena's teasing voice chimed in. "What is the point of lingering here?" Chuyu retorted, placing his hand on the interrogation chair. The surface of the chair was instantly covered in a layer of frost. He struck the chair with force, and in an instant, it shattered into pieces. Calmly, Chuyu stepped over the shards of ice and spoke softly to Yelena. "Let us go." Yelena's gaze lingered on the ice fragments scattered on the floor, a slight smile gracing her lips. It seemed the hot-blooded youth had indeed grown stronger. Before Chuyu could respond, a group of uniformed agents surrounded them. As Chuyu observed the agents, all brandishing their firearms at him. His impatience intensified. Why am I the hero while they perceive me as the villain? He muttered to himself, a flicker of blue light silently emanating from his pupils. The agents immediately sensed a rapid drop in the room's temperature. Looking down, they noticed frost creeping up from their feet. The chilling advanced so swift that it reached their waists in mere moments. In a state of panic, they attempted to pull the triggers, only to find them immovably frozen by the ice that had inexplicably enveloped the triggers. Rest assured, I shall not take your lives. I merely wish to confine you momentarily. You may continue your investigation, but without evidence, do not think to place the blame upon me, Chuyu declared, striding confidently towards the door. They had already been transported to New City by the agency's aircraft, thus alleviating some of their troubles. Yelena followed closely behind. Realizing that this individual was even more audacious than she had merely covertly liberated a key from the interrogator, never daring to make such a grand exit. Yet, Chuyu seemed entirely unfazed by the armed presence surrounding him. With a casual wave of his hand, he transformed the agents into statues of ice, rendering them motionless. Upon reaching the entrance of the agency, Chuyu halted and turned to Yelena, gesturing with his hand. This matter is concluded. Let us return to our respective organizations. And perhaps we shall meet again. Yelena chuckled softly, her hand brushing against Chuyu's shoulder. He instinctively recoiled, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. What do you intend? You're not planning to plant a bomb on me, are you? Yelena, feeling slightly embarrassed, waved her hand dismissively. Very well, since you desire this bomb so earnestly, I shall refrain from reclaiming it. Wait, refrain from reclaiming it? Chuyu's eyes brightened instantly as he recalled the bomb resting on his shoulder. Ah, sister. I did save your life earlier. Consider this my plea for you to take it away. He bowed and nodded, shedding the earlier bravado. Yelena glanced away, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Indeed, you have saved my life. I ought to grant you a parting gift. This one is not particularly valuable, so accept it. With that, she circled around Chuyu and quickened her pace forward. However, before she could take another step, she suddenly felt something ensnaring her foot. Looking down, she discovered that her foot had been ensnared by ice without her notice. Are you seeking death? She glared at Chuyu, her eyes brimming with menace. Faced with her fierce gaze, Chuyu unconsciously swallowed hard and offered an awkward smile. Sister Yelena, I assure you, I have no desire for demise. If you simply remove the bomb from me, I shall release you. Yelena looked down, pulling at the ice with all her strength, but to no avail. She reached out and gently patted Chuyu's shoulder, yet as she withdrew, her fingers inadvertently grazed his chest. All right, I've retrieved the bomb. Now let me go. Yelena said impatiently. Chuyu hastily thawed the ice, gazing at Yelena with an ingratiating expression. Safe travels. Yelena cast him a meaningful glance, her alluring lips parting slightly as she whispered, Fool. Fool? Chuyu furrowed his brow in confusion as he watched Yelena's retreating figure. Suddenly, he noticed a flickering red light below him. Looking down, his pupils dilated in shock. When did a bomb appear on my chest? He quickly removed the bomb from his body and hurled it away. A protective shield, formed of water elements, enveloped him instantly. However, after a considerable duration, the anticipated explosion never occurred. He cautiously approached the bomb, crouching down to inspect it closely. Suddenly, the bomb cracked open, and a jester sprang forth, wobbling as a series of mocking sounds emanated from within. Fool! 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 Chapter 32. Following fury truly brings feast. Chuyu opened the door to his room, preparing to step inside. Just as he took a step forward, he felt the ground give way beneath him. His entire body plummeted downward. Ned stood in the grand hall of the temple, lightly gesturing with a ring-adorned finger towards the sky. A radiant golden ring hung in the air. A youth fell from the ring, performing several flips before landing firmly on the ground. The boy lifted his head, glaring fiercely at Ned, and shouted, Are you seeking death? You fat fool? The recently descended youth was none other than Chuyu, his face contorted in rage as he approached Ned, gripping his shoulders tightly and shaking him violently. Mr. Chuyu, please stop shaking. I'm about to vomit the dinner I had last night, Ned exclaimed, his eyes rolling back. Chuyu's grip tightened on Ned's shoulders when he suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon him. Turning around, he noticed a black man wearing an eye patch. His single visible eye locked onto Chuyu. Fury regarded him with a slight smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Chuyu thought to himself, thankfully it's not night, otherwise, I might have mistaken him for a supernatural denture. Mr. Fury, you were looking for me. Chuyu forcefully tossed Ned aside, allowing him to sprawl on the ground, retching. Fury nodded, retrieving a card from his coat pocket and handing it to Chuyu. What is this? Chuyu inquired, taking it and glancing curiously at the inscription. He discovered it was an invitation. This is from a wealthy individual you rescued at that estate, who wishes to express his gratitude by sending you this invitation through me. Observing the cunning expression on Fury's face, Chuyu sensed that the matter was far from simple. Please convey to that wealthy gentleman that I was merely assisting. The main credit belongs to you. Let him thank you instead. I shall decline. Chiyu returned the invitation to fury, turned, and seized Ned once more, preparing to shake him again. The voice of Fry resounded once more, causing his poised hand to come to a halt. I beheld the chessboard of heaven and hell in that person's chamber. Are you referring to the one you had with Lady May? Chiyu inquired as he released Ned. Fry nodded, extending the invitation once again, raising an eyebrow. Are you interested in joining me to investigate? Wait, Chiyu interjected, extending his right hand and casting a fleeting glance upward, attentively listening for any sudden task from the system in his mind. After a prolonged silence, aside from Ned's retching, the entire temple remained ominously quiet. Satisfied, Chiyu nodded, squinting his eyes with a slightly exaggerated smirk at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Fry, I do not ding. The system issued a task. Task name, assist Fry in investigating the chessboard. Task reward, 20 attribute proficiency points, 2 points in physical strength. Task failure punishment, imprisonment by ice element. What's wrong? Chiyu. Fry's gaze shifted from confusion to a glimmer of hope, now tinged with a hint of frustration. Chiyu gritted his teeth, breathing heavily, and muttered, Oh no, this is Mr. Job, you should remember him, right? Fry said, driving as he handed Chiyu a photograph. Taking it, Chiyu scrutinized the image and recognized the robust man as the lead in the earlier middle-aged romantic drama at the estate. Indeed, I remember him. But why wasn't Peter invited? He was, but Peter has other commitments and cannot break away. Fry replied. Chiyu nodded, realizing he had no script and was unaware of Spider-Man's current endeavors. Suddenly, Fry seemed to recall something, and his eyes brightened. By the way, Mr. Job was also a victim of the extinguishing event. He was at a wedding when it transpired, only to return and discover his fiancée he had already married another. Reflecting on this, Chiyu recalled that Mr. Job had indeed faced conflict due to a woman's infidelity. Could that stout middle-aged man be the current husband of Mr. Job's fiancée? How is she faring now? Chiyu asked, perplexed. Fry's hand on the steering wheel faltered momentarily, a smile gracing his lips. That I do not know. Their family matters are beyond my comprehension. The car soon halted at the entrance of a vineyard, where they disembarked, handing the keys to the attendant before proceeding into the winery. Upon entering, Chiyu inhaled deeply, only to find the absence of that peculiar fragrance. As they entered the banquet, a gentlemanly figure approached them. Upon closer inspection, Chiyu realized it was Mr. Job. With utmost courtesy, Job extended his right hand toward Chiyu, exclaiming with excitement, My little benefactor, it is truly an honor for you to be here. Chiyu smiled politely, shaking Job's hand. You may call me Chiyu. Job gave a slight nod, glancing toward the entrance before speaking again. Mr. Chiyu, Mr. Fry. Our guests are arriving one after another. Please excuse me for now. I shall express my gratitude to both of you later. As his words faded, Job made his way toward the door. Chiyu turned away, a slight frown creasing his forehead. He anticipated his presence. Who? Fry followed the direction of the voice and noticed a portly middle-aged man standing beside Job. A strikingly beautiful woman clung to the man's arm. Yet fatigue was evident on her handsome face. A faint bruise lingered on her neck, partially concealed by makeup, but still noticeable. Chiyu raised his chin slightly, pointing toward the rotund man. That was the individual who had previously clashed with Job. Their relationship had been so contentious, yet now they appeared quite intimate. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he observed the middle-aged man approaching them. Pardon me, you must be Mr. Fry and Mr. Chiyu, correct? My name is Alvin. The man's gaze was filled with gratitude as he firmly grasped Chiyu's hand, continuing, I only learned upon waking in the hospital that you, Mr. Chiyu, saved my life. I cannot thank you enough. Chiyu nodded, responding softly, it was primarily Mr. Fry's efforts. I merely assisted. Nonetheless, I am grateful to you. At your age, I can hardly imagine being anything but a mere child, Alvin said, tightening his grip on Chiyu's hand. Had it not been for Job's voice echoing from afar, Chiyu might have felt as though his hand could be crushed by this man. Thank you all for attending this gathering. We have two primary purposes today, one to celebrate our miraculous survival, and the other to express our gratitude to our benefactor, young Mr. Chiyu. As soon as the words were spoken, Chiyu noticed all eyes at the banquet turning toward him. Goodness, it was the same familiar faces. Chapter 33. Wrongfully accused? Mr. Chiyu, you need to clarify. Job's expression was grave as he scrutinized Chiyu, slowly rising from beside the collapsed Alvin. Chiyu looked quizzically at Job, who stood by the restroom door. His blood-stained hands clenched slightly, the remnants of crimson quickly vanishing from his palms. What do I need to clarify? Chiyu asked, bewildered. Before Job could respond, a commotion erupted outside the restroom, the chaotic sound of footsteps drawing nearer. A woman rushed to Job's side, her eyes wide with terror as she covered her mouth upon witnessing the scene inside, ignoring the fact that it was a men's restroom. She stumbled toward the unconscious Alvin. Chiyu furrowed his brow, gazing down at the woman who knelt beside Alvin, weeping uncontrollably. His eyes narrowed as he recalled the events that had just transpired. 10 minutes earlier, Mr. Fry, do you not find it rather too tranquil at present? Chiyu asked, seated at the table, chewing on a piece of steak. Frere lifted a glass of champagne, his gaze fixated on Job seated at the head of the table. Shaking his head slowly, indicating to wait patiently. Chu Yu exhaled deeply, removing the silk scarf from around his neck as he rose to his feet. You eat first. I need to use the restroom, he said, making his way towards the lavatory. Upon entering, Chu Yu could not help but marvel at the opulence that surrounded him. Even the restroom's decor was extravagantly lavish. However, one figure caught his attention, prompting him to pause. This figure, slightly plump, lay on the ground, and as Chu Yu approached, he realized it was Alvin. At that moment, Alvin's eyes were tightly shut, devoid of any color, a dagger embedded in his chest, crimson blood slowly dripping down the blade. Chu Yu crouched down, gently placing his hand before Alvin's nose, only to find that he had already ceased to breathe. Just then, he heard Job burst through the restroom door, demanding answers. The sound of a woman's sobs broke Chu Yu's concentration as he looked at Job, stating with an air of indifference, "What is there to explain? I have done nothing." In response, Job drew a handgun from his waistband, aiming it at Chu Yu, and sternly commanded, "Mr. Chu Yu, when I arrived, you were the only one here. I have already contacted the authorities, and they will be here shortly. I expect your full cooperation." "Cooperate? Very well, but I assure you, I've done nothing to fear arrest," Chu Yu retorted, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall, impatiently awaiting the arrival of the investigation team. Outside the restroom, the crowd continued to swell, yet Frere's absence was conspicuous. Meanwhile, Frere sat at the table, finishing the last morsel of steak before swallowing and contentedly wiping his mouth with the silk scarf, casting his eyes towards the approaching vehicles. He observed several agents disembarking and hastily entering the room. Frere waved at the agents, gesturing towards the restroom. "Where's the restroom?" After that, he turned to a nearby waiter and politely requested, "Could I trouble you for another serving?" As Chia noted the swift arrival of the investigation team, a cold smile crept across his face. Surely, this had been meticulously arranged. The investigation bureau was not close by, yet they arrived in mere minutes. The crowd outside the restroom parted to create a passage as the agents quickly entered, surrounding Chu Yu. A middle-aged man stepped forward, coldly addressing him. "Hello again, Mr. Chu Yu." Without even glancing up, Chu Yu recognized the man. Few possessed a voice comparable to that of the robot who had previously interrogated him. Noticing Chu Yu's silence, the middle-aged man retrieved a collar from behind him and approached, saying, "Mr. Chu Yu, due to your unique abilities, we must implement certain measures." Chu Yu raised his gaze to see the black collar, his pupils narrowing in a sudden, icy intensity. The restroom was enveloped in a chilling frost. "I dare you." A harsh voice erupted, halting the man's advance. Observing the agents around him trembling in fear, a disdainful smile curled at the corners of Chu Yu's mouth. "I shall cooperate with your investigation. Should I be proven innocent, I will not make things difficult for you, and I hope you can be perceptive enough." With these words, he cast a fierce glance at the collar held by the middle-aged man. Instantly, a thick layer of frost enveloped the black collar. Seeing this, the middle-aged man, in a panic, discarded the collar to the ground, where it shattered into ice shards upon impact. Chu Yu glanced at him and coldly snorted, "Let us depart. Do not hinder these individuals from celebrating their miraculous survival." With that, he moved forward, but the agents ahead blocked his path, showing no intention of yielding. Chu Yu turned back to the middle-aged man. A sphere of blue light suddenly appeared in his palm. The temperature in the restroom plummeted once more, causing the overhead lights to shatter under the unbearable cold. "Sir, do you intend to conduct the interrogation in the restroom?" Chu Yu sneered. The middle-aged man gestured for the agents to step aside. Chu Yu withdrew the blue light and walked toward the restroom exit, stopping beside Job, casting a glance his way. He gently patted Job, who immediately felt enveloped by a chill. Swallowing hard, he spoke in a hoarse voice, "Mr. Chu Yu, I hope you are indeed wronged." Chu Yu retracted his hand, chuckling softly, "I do not require a knife to slay you." In the grand hall of the winery, a server hurriedly emerged, carrying a steak. However, when she prepared to present the steak to the African-American gentleman, she realized he had vanished without a trace. Job watched as Chu Yu was taken away by the agents, and only then did the chill dissipate from his body. He dismissed the onlookers, and once everyone had departed, he approached a door. After ensuring no one was around, he cautiously opened it. Inside sat a man and a woman. The woman, who had moments ago knelt beside Owen weeping, now radiated cheerfulness, devoid of any sorrow. The man, wearing a black eye patch, wore a mysterious smile that was difficult to decipher. "Has everyone left?" he asked, his lips barely moving, yet his voice emerged as a sultry, beguiling tone. Job nodded and approached the woman, kneeling before her, his hands gently exploring hers as he softly said, "Doris, it is over. The man who tormented you is dead." The woman nodded, her eyes sparkling with light, and she embraced Job tightly. The man observed this tender scene with amusement, lightly tapping his chin with his fingers. He slowly rose, his form suddenly shrouded in a cloud of black smoke. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a charming woman clad in a cloak emerged from within. Chapter 34. The Emergence of Zombies. Name? Brother, you just asked me that during the day. Name? Chuyu. Is that sufficient? Gender? Chuyu found himself back in the interrogation room from earlier that day, his hands once again shackled. However, this time, the handcuffs were evidently more robust than those of the daytime session. Moreover, his feet were shackled. The Investigation Bureau stated that due to Chuyu's formidable abilities and the prohibition against wearing a collar, they had to exercise utmost caution. Seated before Chuyu was the same middle-aged man who had interrogated him earlier that day. As before, the man's expression resembled that of someone who had been wronged for a million. Gender? The middle-aged man reiterated, his tone heavy with impatience when Chuyu remained silent. Chuyu shot him a disdainful glance and scoffed. Female. The suspect's gender is male. Do you not already know that? At that moment, Chuyu was filled with a strong desire to strike him. The middle-aged man, utterly disregarding Chuyu's anger, continued, You are a prime suspect in Mr. Alvin's death. What transpired that day, and why did you kill him? I froze him with ice elements. Is that sufficient? Chuyu replied, his impatience evident as he rolled his eyes. The middle-aged man perused his documents, cleared his throat, and continued. However, the autopsy revealed that the victim sustained a wound. Specifically, a dagger had pierced his heart directly. Exactly. So why would I choose the most troublesome method to kill him? Chuyu leaned slightly forward, inquiring. The middle-aged man placed the documents back on the table and coldly stated, You might have done so to mislead others. We obtained a recording from the murder scene showing that after Alvin entered the restroom, you were the only one who followed him in. With that, the middle-aged man turned his computer screen towards Chuyu. Narrowing his eyes, Chuyu noticed that the computer displayed footage from the vineyard's restroom entrance. The video clearly depicted Alvin entering the restroom alone. Subsequently, one could see Job standing outside the restroom, opening the door. And faintly discernible was the sight of Chuyu crouched beside Alvin's corpse. Do you have anything to say? The middle-aged man's voice resonated once more. Chuyu cast a glance at the video, where the top left corner displayed a clear timestamp. He lifted his chin slightly, pointing at the screen, and remarked, Do you see that timestamp? There is no way you could have arrived at the vineyard from the Investigation Bureau within those few minutes. The middle-aged man replied calmly. Our team was not at the Bureau at that time. We had just completed a case. The Bureau arranged for us to go directly to the scene in order to swiftly apprehend the suspect. Hearing this, Chuyu leaned back against the chair, feeling as though he might almost believe he was the perpetrator, had he not known he was innocent. Do you have anything else to say? The middle-aged man inquired, his voice deepening as he observed Chuyu's silence. Chuyu shot him a disdainful look and retorted, What could I possibly say? This video cannot prove that I committed the murder. The middle-aged man nodded, unflustered, and replied, Indeed, but we are in search of more evidence. With narrowed eyes, Chuyu responded sarcastically, Then I hope you find the evidence you seek. After uttering this, he closed his eyes, entirely dismissing the middle-aged man across from him. The middle-aged man, recognizing the cue, departed. After hearing the sound of the interrogation room door open and close, Chuyu slowly opened his eyes and began to speak to himself. Is this considered a failure of the task? Host. The system detects that the task has not yet commenced, exclaimed Chuyu in astonishment. What do you mean it hasn't commenced? What was I doing at the winery then? After a brief pause, the voice in his mind resumed. According to system analysis, the host was merely attending a banquet. Chuyu's face flushed crimson, his teeth grinding audibly in frustration. Once he calmed himself, he closed his eyes again, pondering the situation. If this was not a task, could it be that Xiaobu merely wished to express gratitude? The system remained silent. Aside from discussing tasks, it seemed almost non-existent. He fell into deep contemplation, replaying in his mind everything that had transpired from the tipple to the winery. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He had not seen a single soul since leaving the winery. Where had Fry gone? Chuyu strained to remember, recalling that he had not spotted Fry since entering the restroom. When he was escorted out of the hall by the agents, Fry had also been absent. Where could that fellow be? Had he fled from potential trouble? Chuyu shook his head vigorously. Although the old man sometimes seemed unreliable, he would never resort to such cowardice. Gazing at the illuminated ceiling, Chuyu struggled to comprehend the unfolding mystery. I am almost home. Alice reached the ground floor of her apartment building, stretching luxuriously before stepping into the elevator. The elevator creaked and groaned as it ascended slowly. Clearly accustomed to the old elevator's sounds, Alice leaned against the wall, her expression blank as she watched the digits on the display change languidly. With a soft chime, the elevator doors opened. As she prepared to step out, a strong metallic scent wafted down the corridor. Frowning, she hesitated, glancing around. The dim lights in the hallway flickered erratically, and a shadowy figure stood deep within the gloom. Hello, are you the new tenant the landlord mentioned? Alice attempted to keep her voice steady. Yet, the figure appeared oblivious, remaining motionless. A gust of wind swept through, causing the chandelier to sway precariously. As the lights flickered, they illuminated the figure momentarily. Alice squinted, trying to discern its features. In the dim light, she could see the figure's face grotesquely contorting, a mouth stretching wide enough to reveal sharp, glistening teeth, dripping a viscous green liquid. Alice swallowed hard, her legs moving cautiously backward. The figure seemed to notice her, its pale eyes narrowing, glinting with a ravenous hunger for fresh flesh. It extended its claw-like hands, staggering towards Alice. "Ah!" she screamed, as if that cry had activated her body. She abruptly turned around and frantically dashed into the elevator. Her hand fervently pressed the buttons, while the elevator doors creaked and moved slowly. Alice dared not breathe, her gaze fixated on the decrepit doors inching shut. Just as the doors were nearly closed, a hand, still stained with scarlet liquid, suddenly emerged through the gap. Chapter 35. With zombies approaching, you still interrogate me? Alice, in a state of terror, covered her mouth and crumpled to the floor, her legs giving way beneath her. As the hand drew nearer, her pupils dilated, and an uncontrollable whimper escaped her throat. Suddenly, a deep explosion reverberated. The monster's head exploded, its mangled body collapsing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Alice, still in shock, slowly raised her eyes to discover a girl with a stern expression standing at the elevator entrance, bow and arrow in hand. The girl approached Alice, helping her to her feet, and gently said, "Are you all right?" Alice suppressed her trembling body and nodded. "Thank you for saving me. What was that creature?" The girl glanced at the corpse of the monster inside the elevator, her expression grave. "This is the 5th one we've encountered. You should go home and stay indoors as much as possible." Alice nodded, her fingers shaking as she retrieved her keys, walking to the door to unlock it. The girl watched her enter the room, then pressed her finger against her earpiece, speaking softly, "Spider-Man, how's it going over there?" On the other end of the earpiece, Peter removed his mask and took a deep breath. "Kate, I'm glad you arrived in time. Otherwise, there would have been more victims." He stood in a dimly lit street beside a man-monster tightly bound in webbing. The creature writhed violently, but could not escape its silken restraints. Peter extended his arm, a red beam shooting forth to strike the monster between the eyes. Afterward, a golden ring materialized in front of him, and without hesitation, he leaped into it. Ned, seeing Peter return, eagerly approached and embraced him tightly. "Honestly, bro, I still find it hard to believe you were Spider-Man." Peter smiled awkwardly, nodding at Kate, who was already seated at the table, her high ponytail and form-fitting purple suit accentuating her presence. Kate raised her cup in acknowledgement, slowly rising to approach the glass chamber. Inside, a humanoid creature was confined. The creature's pallid complexion and razor-sharp teeth were unsettling, and its grayish-white pupils fixated on Kate, its mouth agape as it lunged at her. However, the glass barrier obstructed its path, and the sound of its teeth gnawing against the glass sent shivers down the spine. "Are these things zombies?" Kate inquired, scrutinizing them closely. Peter stepped closer, nodding. "It appears so, but we have yet to witness any signs of infection." As he spoke, a sudden realization struck him, and he turned to Ned, inquiring, "Has she returned?" Ned nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed, but Director Fury has taken him away." Peter's eyes brightened at the mention of Fury, recalling their last encounter when Fury had mentioned needing to leave New York for urgent matters. Ned's eyes darted thoughtfully as he recollected the imposing black man who had come to the temple, confidently asserting, "Yes, that's him." Jiu sat in the interrogation room, stifling a yawn out of sheer boredom. Although the hour had grown late, the harsh lights in the room remained unyieldingly bright, causing a slight sting in his eyes. "Is anyone there? Have you found any evidence yet? Could someone come and alleviate my tedium?" Chuyu had been confined for 4 long hours, and apart from the robotic man who had briefly visited to add to his discomfort, no one had come to see him since. Stretching languidly, he found the enhanced interrogation chair restrictive, hindering even his most basic movements. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside, the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, interspersed with gunfire. At the sound of gunfire, Chiyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Is there a riot at the bureau?" A smirk crept onto his lips, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Then, the door to the interrogation room was violently slammed open, followed by a pained wail. His expression hardened, and a chill enveloped the room as he regarded the handcuffs on his wrists. With a fierce blow to the chair, the cuffs shattered, and cracks began to spiderweb across the seat beneath him. As the fissures widened, the chair disintegrated, and Chuyu slowly rose to his feet, the remnants of the chair crumbling around him. He fixed his gaze on the iron door, summoning a shard of ice that surged forward with ferocity. The door, as fragile as parchment, was instantly pierced by the icy projectile. Without losing momentum, the shard continued its trajectory towards a monstrous figure standing in the corridor. The creatures had exploded upon impact, green viscous fluid splattering across the hallway. Chiyu swung the iron door open, completely disregarding the terrified expressions of those within the corridor. "Who let you out?" A man's voice rang out. Following the sound, Chiyu recognized the man who had been interrogating him. "Sir, I'm here to save you," Chiyu replied with irritation. However, the middle-aged man appeared unmoved, drawing a pair of handcuffs from his waist as he approached Chiyu menacingly. Chiyu's pupils constricted once more, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Several shards of ice floated behind him. With a mere flick of his finger, the shards sipped forward. The middle-aged man froze in place, but the oncoming shards swept past him without causing harm, instead hurtling towards the colleagues who had previously encircled him. The air was filled with a chorus of anguished screams as he turned to see the heads of his former associates burst apart in a gruesome display. The entire corridor was suddenly suffused with a pungent scent of blood. He stared at Chuyu in horror. His voice strained, yet attempting to maintain composure as he whispered fiercely, "You dare to commit murder in my presence?" Chuyu regarded the stoic man, a flicker of emotion finally breaking through his icy exterior, and let out a soft chuckle. "Do you see clearly? Is this not your colleague? Their blood is not red." The middle-aged man turned to look again, only then realizing that the blood splattered across the corridor was indeed a deep shade of green. It oozed down the walls, leaving distinct traces. Gazing down, he noticed his colleague lying on the ground, the nails on their fingers having transformed into black, hardened shells. The air was thick not only with the stench of blood, but also with a nauseating odor of decay. Chuyu chose not to linger on the middle-aged man, instead turning to stride towards the exit. "Wait." The man's voice rang out. Chuyu turned back, looking at him inquiringly. "What is it?" "Sir, you wouldn't intend to interrogate me now, would you? You cannot leave my sight, for you are a prime suspect in Mr. Alvin's murder case, and you must remain here." "And what if I refuse?" Chuyu narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. As the two men faced off, neither noticed the golden ring that silently appeared beneath their feet. Chapter 36, Eagle Eye 2. Chuyu grasped Ned by the neck, shaking him vigorously while cursing. "Are you addicted? Could you not have warned me in advance? If not, could you at least refrain from setting the portal in midair?" Just moments before, he had been standing firm, only to suddenly find himself plummeting downward. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would likely have met the same fate as the middle-aged man who had accompanied him, landing face first. Ned, his complexion turning ashen and struggling to breathe, now sported an even larger visage. Peter hurriedly intervened, pulling the two apart, thereby rescuing Ned from further distress. Chuyu cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man, who was still applying an ice pack to his face, cleared his throat, and approached. "This hardly constitutes a prison break. This hefty fellow has taken me hostage." The middle-aged man's lips twitched, poised to respond. Yet his attention was captivated by the humanoid creature within the glass chamber. "Is this of the same ilk as the monsters in the bureau?" He pondered as he approached the glass enclosure, instinctively reaching out to touch it. The creature lunged forward as it sensed someone nearing, startling the middle-aged man into retreating several steps. Fortunately, the glass was sufficiently sturdy, preventing the entity from breaking through. Chuyu also edged closer, observing as the creature's fangs dripped with green viscous fluid, causing his stomach to churn. "This must be a zombie," he mused, stroking his chin. Peter's voice came from behind. "It seems so, but we haven't witnessed any signs of infection. Haven't we? We encountered infected individuals at the bureau. This gentleman's colleagues have all transformed into such." Chuyu turned around and spoke calmly. "What?" Peter exclaimed. "Indeed, it's true. Just as I stepped outside, I discovered that the streets have descended into chaos." A distant, cold female voice echoed. Following the sound, Chuyu spotted a girl of exquisite beauty, her lustrous black hair neatly tied into a high ponytail, clad in a form-fitting purple battlesuit that accentuated her alluring figure. The girl retrieved a black quiver from behind her and placed it alongside her long bow on the table. Chuyu pondered the girl's identity, and his eyes suddenly lit up. She must be Kate, the second-generation Hawkeye. Kate approached Chuyu, extending her hand politely, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of weariness. "Hello, I am Kate. You must be Mr. Chuyu, as Peter mentioned." Chuyu gently shook her hand and nodded, responding. "Greetings, I am Chuyu." Kate's gaze lingered on the middle-aged man for a moment, pointing at him and softly inquiring, "And who is this?" Chuyu smiled awkwardly, having no idea what the man's name was. He turned to the middle-aged man. "Why don't you introduce yourself?" The middle-aged man stepped forward, slightly bowing, and courteously said, "Greetings, beautiful miss. I am Machi, the head of the investigation bureau." Chuyu observed Machi's sudden transformation, his lips curling in disdain as he inwardly scolded. "What on earth? When speaking to me, he is as stiff as a board, yet he acts like a peacock in front of the lovely miss." Kate nodded slightly, looking at everyone, her tone carrying a weight of concern as she stated, "The situation in New City is dire. What about Queens?" Peter suddenly grew anxious. Kate shook her head helplessly, letting out a sigh. "I'm sorry. I originally thought there was only one casualty in Queens, but now it has fallen as well. This won't do. I must find out more. Ned, can you help me teleport?" As soon as Peter finished speaking, a golden ring appeared before them. Ned waggled his fingers, saying, "Bro, I'm your best tech support." "Wait. Why am I saying this?" She shot a glance at Ned and gave him a firm slap on the shoulder, sternly saying, "Isn't this supposed to be a controlled teleportation? Why am I always ending up in midair?" Ned chuckled awkwardly, his actions momentarily faltering, nearly causing the portal to close. She donned a green apron and approached the bakery's entrance. Just as she was about to open the glass door, she suddenly noticed blood splattered across it. Startled, she stepped back to find numerous oddly positioned pedestrians emerging on the street. A man, covered in blood, staggered beside the glass door, trembling as he advanced. Scrutinizing the man closely. "Sir, are you all right? What is happening outside?" But the man did not respond. Suddenly, his eyes shot open, his grayish-white pupils staring blankly. Devoid of life, like a soulless zombie. Terrified, she stood up, then grabbed a cake-cutting knife from the table, gripping it tightly with both hands. "Sir, if you are feeling unwell, I can call for help." The man, rigid with tension, rose slowly, revealing sharp fangs protruding from his lips. His bloodied hands relentlessly battered the glass door, while a low, phlegmy growl emanated from his throat. Witnessing this, she hastily retreated, crouching behind the counter. Her fingers trembled as she extracted her phone, laboriously dialing a few numbers. "Hello, this is the bakery on Minka Street in Queens. There's a riot occurring here. Please come quickly. Thank you." After uttering these words, her weary legs could no longer support her weight. Gripping a knife tightly, beads of sweat began to cascade down her forehead. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass pierced the air, compelling her to stifle a scream. The sound of footsteps approached stealthily in her direction. Watching the shadow on the ground draw nearer, she swallowed hard, clutching the knife firmly. She leaped from behind the counter and lunged toward the figure. "You're all right. That's such a relief," Peter exclaimed, astonished and delighted at her sudden emergence. Yet, it seemed she did not hear him. Her eyes remained tightly shut, her hands flailing the knife in wild abandon, while she shouted vehemently, "You monsters, die! Die! It's me, I am Peter," he urged, tightening his grip on her wrist and speaking softly. At last, she comprehended his words, her clenched eyes gradually opening. Before her stood a strikingly handsome youth. "Peter, what are you doing here? There are monsters outside. Are you unscathed?" She gazed at him anxiously, her eyes scanning him for injuries, and only then did she exhale in relief. "Wait, why does your attire seem peculiar? Peter, why are you wearing Spider-Man's costume?" The question froze Peter, his pupils dilating. He looked down, realizing in his haste he had emerged still clad in the Spider-Man suit. Chapter 37. The horde of zombies. The streets lay deserted. A chilling wind carrying the scent of blood rustled the fallen leaves. Kate stood vigilantly outside the bakery, her bowstring taut, her gaze alert to her surroundings. She slowly lifted her head, her eyes lingering for a moment on the distant Statue of Liberty. The dilapidated statue against the desolate street cast a pall of desolation over the entire city. Lowering her longbow, Kate murmured, "I wonder which miscreant damaged the arm of the Statue of Liberty. The most I have ever destroyed is the bell of our shooting team, if given the chance. I would certainly like to meet that troublemaker." Hearing her words, Jiu forced a chuckle, attempting to maintain composure. "Yes, I too would like the opportunity to meet them." However, before he could finish, a sudden scream erupted from within the bakery. In an instant, they dashed through the shattered glass door. But the scene that met their eyes left them feeling somewhat superfluous. Tightly embracing Peter, his pallid face had now regained a hint of color. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Chu-Yu and Kate, the two reluctantly released each other. Glancing down at Peter's attire, a slight furrow formed on her brow as her gaze filled with bewilderment. "Why are you wearing a Spider-Man costume?" Peter, flustered, looked down and stammered, I was actually preparing to participate in a superhero role-playing event in New York City today, but I encountered a monster, and then these two saved me." "Yes, that's it." Her eyes suddenly brightened with excitement as she exclaimed, "Is it the role-playing event in Manhattan? I was planning to go there today as well." "Yes, that's the one. How unfortunate that all of this is happening now." Peter nodded vigorously, akin to a pestle pounding garlic. Suddenly, her expression turned cold, her eyes fixated on Peter with indifference. "The role-playing event in Manhattan was merely a fabrication." There must be such an event. If I weren't attending, why would I be dressed as Spider-Man? Wouldn't you agree?" Peter's eyes darted around as he attempted to mask his anxiety. Placing a hand on Peter's shoulder, she chuckled softly. "Do you think I believe you?" Under her icy gaze, Peter felt as though his throat were constricted, producing only fragmented sounds. Suddenly, a series of tremendous roars erupted from outside the door. Chiyu and Kate exchanged glances and dashed out in an instant. Observing this, Peter finally exhaled in relief and turned to explain once more, "Look, if I were truly Spider-Man, how could I possibly remain indoors?" No response came, as her eyes remained fixated on the unfolding scene outside. Chuyu rushed into the street, spotting several zombies sprinting towards them. Despite their stiff limbs and unsteady gait, their speed was undeterred. A brilliant blue light emanated from Chuyu's palm, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Thick frost rapidly spread from beneath his feet in all directions. The zombies, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, showed no signs of slowing down. With a firm stomp on the ground, icy spikes erupted from the frost. Though they appeared blunt, they effortlessly pierced through the zombies' feet. Yet, the zombies seemed impervious to pain. Even with gaping wounds the size of a fist in their skulls, their pace remained unyielding. Their mouths gaped wide, sharp teeth bared, emitting raspy howls from their throats. Chu Yu's expression remained frosty as he waved his hand forward, conjuring dozens of ice blades that soared through the air towards the zombies. Upon sighting these blades, the zombies appeared even more exhilarated, their roars intensifying, and their speed noticeably quickened. With each step they took, copious amounts of green, viscous fluid oozed from their foot wounds, sizzling as it corroded the ground beneath. Chu Yu waved his hand once more, summoning additional ice blades that joined the initial ones, all hurtling towards the zombies. The blades cleaved through the zombies' bodies with precision. However, even though the zombies were severed at the waist, the upper halves of their bodies relentlessly crawled toward Chu Yu and his companions. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds reached Chu Yu's ears. Following the sound, he beheld several black arrows soaring through the air. These arrows, as if guided by a preternatural instinct, accurately pierced the skulls of the zombies. A putrid green viscous fluid oozed from the wounds, and the frenzied flailing of the zombies' arms finally ceased. Turning around, Chu Yu spotted Kate, her expression grim as she wielded a longbow, fixated on the approaching undead. A slight furrow formed on her brow. The sight was indeed repulsive. Chu Yu waved his arm again, and snowflakes began to fall around them. With the descent of the icy flakes, the rancid odor in the air began to dissipate. Yet, before they could catch their breath, countless silhouettes emerged in the distance. Kate narrowed her eyes and whispered, "Is that a military unit or survivors?" She peered into the distance, noticing that the figures moved with unsteady limbs, all swaying as they trudged toward their direction. His expression darkened. He waved his hand once more, sending a shard of ice flying toward the approaching crowd. The ice shard penetrated the heads of several figures, green blood erupting forth. Kate hastily retrieved a few long arrows from behind her and shot them into the distance. The arrows sped toward the group and erupted in a violent explosion upon reaching them. A dazzling fireball illuminated the scene, sending countless debris soaring into the sky. Yet, as the smoke cleared, numerous silhouettes continued their advance toward them. "Ned, we need to leave now." Chu Yu pressed his earpiece, speaking in a low voice. The figures in the distance were undoubtedly a horde of zombies, and while they could defend themselves, they could not afford to linger. As Chu Yu's words faded, a massive golden ring appeared before them. Kate leaped into the ring, and Chu Yu slowly raised his hand. A brilliant blue light emanated from his palm as a colossal ice blade, wide enough to span a street, hovered in the air. Taking a step forward, he grasped one end of the ice blade and spun his body rapidly, hurling it toward the horde of zombies. The ice blade whirled fiercely, charging at the undead, accompanied by a cacophony of roars from the distance. After executing his maneuver, Chu Yu's complexion paled slightly as he glanced back at the golden ring and swiftly jumped inside. Not far away, a woman clad in a black cloak observed the zombies on the street, a beautiful smile gracing her lips. Just as she prepared to vanish in a swirl of black smoke, a gunshot rang out from behind her. Chapter 38. Elena in peril. The woman in the black cloak instantly transformed into a wisp of black smoke. The bullet pierced through the smoke, directly hitting a zombie staggering on the street. Elena emerged from the depths of the alley, wielding a silver pistol, her gaze warily fixed on the dark mist before her. Her finger pressed the trigger, firing several shots into the black smoke. Yet the bullets passed through as if striking nothingness. What on earth is this? Yelena's brow furrowed in confusion. She had been trailing the woman in the black cloak for an entire day, wherever this figure appeared. Chaos ensued as a horde of zombies erupted, although the cloaked woman was currently absent from sight. Yelena's instincts as an assassin told her that the ordeal was far from over. Indeed, dark smoke began to swirl, and a wisp of it detached, hurtling towards her. She fixated on the smoke, firing several shots, yet, as before, they bore no effect. Realizing this, Yelena swiftly turned and sprinted deeper into the alley. However, just moments into her flight, she felt something constricting around her neck. She struggled to remove the foreign object, but her hands could not grasp it. Gradually, her feet lifted off the ground, and a sense of suffocation enveloped her. A wisp of smoke materialized before her, and as it dissipated, she discerned a delicate hand firmly gripping her throat. The owner of that hand was none other than the very woman she had been pursuing. "Who are you?" Yelena gasped, tugging at the hand around her neck. The woman in the black cloak raised the corner of her uncovered mouth in a slight smirk, removing her hood to reveal a face exquisitely sculpted, albeit marred by a scar that traversed her left eye. "Since you wish to know the name of the one who seeks to end your life, remember this well. I am Dan." Summoning her remaining strength, Yelena noticed a crimson light suddenly illuminating her wrist. Clenching her fists, she launched an attack towards Dan. A black electric dart shot forth from her wrist, striking Dan's shoulder. In an instant, red currents coursed through Dan's body, causing her to release Yelena, who fell heavily to the ground. Without pausing to catch her breath, Yelena sprang to her feet, dagger in hand, charging forward. Dan, discarding the electric dart, hurled it to the ground just as the sharp blade nearly grazed her throat. With a swift motion, she pivoted backward. Yet Yelena would not squander this opportunity. She swung her dagger again, finally aiming for Dan's throat. To her astonishment, Dan transformed once more into a wisp of black smoke. Realizing the danger, Yelena hastily retreated, only to feel the constriction around her neck return. Once more, she launched the widow's sting towards the swirling smoke, but the dart passed straight through it. Breathing became increasingly difficult, and her vision began to dim. Just as her consciousness started to wane, she abruptly felt the pressure around her neck vanish. Without support, her body collapsed to the ground, her hands struggling to prop herself up. In her haze, she caught sight of a woman in red now standing in the alley. With a gentle wave of her hand, the crimson light enveloped the alley. Under its dark red glow, the black smoke was gradually suppressed until it coalesced into the form of a woman lying on the ground. Dan's eyes widened in terror as she gazed upon the woman clad in red before her. Her palm outstretched, a swirling mass of black smoke erupted forth, hurtling towards the figure. With a mere flick of her finger, the woman dissipated the dark cloud in an instant, revealing a resplendent crimson glow behind her. Dan felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon her, rendering her breathless. "Are you also a witch?" Dan's voice emerged, hoarse and strained. The woman in red replied coolly, "Indeed, I am." The pressure intensified, causing dark red blood to trickle from the corner of Dan's mouth. Supporting herself with one hand, she wiped away the blood with the other. "Since we are both witches, why do we turn against one another? Your magic is of the dark arts. We are kindred spirits." The woman raised her hand slightly, and Dan sensed her strength waning rapidly. Uncontrollably, she rose to her feet, hearing the same icy voice whisper in her ear. "Who you are and the spells you cast bear no relevance to me. However, you have crossed a line. New City is protected by my family, and you shall not lay a hand upon it." Dan felt a powerful force tearing at her body from all directions. She attempted to summon her magic, but realized she was utterly powerless. A massive sigil appeared behind the woman in red. "Before me, your magic is rendered useless. Having taken so many lives, you shall repent in hell." The woman laughed wickedly. Dan, however, remained unfazed and began to laugh maniacally. Her bloodshot eyes bore into the woman. "If I die, do you comprehend the consequences?" The woman in red inquired. "What consequences?" With a ghastly expression, Dan's scars seemed to deepen in their horror. "If I perish, or rather, if I sever my connection to the array I established, everyone in New City will become a zombie. Not just New City, but the influence of this array will swiftly spread until every soul in this world is transformed into a zombie, and only then will it cease." Such bluster, the woman retorted as the light in the alley intensified. Dan cackled madly, her gaze fixed on the woman in red. "Try it and see." Just as the words left her lips, Dan felt the tearing force abate. Supporting herself with her hands, a smile lingered at the corner of her mouth. "If there exists a way to break this, I shall kill you." The woman's hands glowed with a dark red light, and Dan felt an overwhelming pressure once more. As the weight grew, her surroundings began to warp and her consciousness blurred. The woman in red observed Dan, now unconscious on the ground. And with a gentle wave of her hand, Dan's form levitated. As she advanced out of the alley, a weak voice called out from behind. "Hello, I am Yelena. Thank you for saving me." The woman turned her head slightly, her fiery lips parting as her cold voice resonated. "I know who you are. My actions are in response to your sister." Upon hearing the mention of her sister, Yelena's eyes sparkled with recognition. "You know my sister?" The woman in red offered no reply, continuing onward with Dan in tow. Upon stepping out of the alley, she transformed, along with Dan, into a radiant beam of crimson light, vanishing without a trace. Yelena gazed blankly in the direction of the disappearing figure clad in red. Just as she was about to rise, she suddenly felt herself plummeting downward. Chapter 39. A reunion. As Chuyu returned to the sanctuary, he encountered Ned tightly embracing a visibly awkward Peter. Ignoring Peter's discomfort, Ned continued to hold on fervently, even attempting to bury his head in Peter's embrace while murmuring, "Peter, I still cannot calmly accept that you are Spider-Man." Peter forcefully pushed Ned away, his eyes darting around, signaling Ned to be quiet. "What Spider-Man, Ned? What are you talking about?" Just as he spoke, a chill crept up his spine. Unconsciously swallowing, he heard a cold voice whisper beside him. "All right, stop pretending. I know what is going on." Ned, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere, continued to gaze mysteriously, raising an eyebrow. "Let me tell you a secret. Your boyfriend is a stud." Before he could finish, Peter swiftly covered his mouth. Ned wanted to exclaim, "Your boyfriend is a handsome guy." Casting a glance at them, he walked forward, suddenly noticing something peculiar inside a nearby glass chamber. Slowly, she leaned in closer and gently touched the glass, when something unknown lunged at her. Startled, she retreated a considerable step, stumbling and losing control as she fell backward. Just as she thought she would hit the ground, she felt a strong arm wrap around her waist. Opening her eyes slowly, she saw Peter's worried expression, causing her lips to involuntarily curve into a smile. All right. Having a Spider-Man boyfriend is nothing to be angry about. Yet, Peter appeared still burdened with thoughts, gazing at her with a complex expression. Ned, eager to continue his interrupted remarks, noticed Kate approaching. She whispered a few words, to which Ned nodded, his ringed finger lightly tracing the air. Chuyu, with his arms crossed, leaned against the table, deep in contemplation about the day's events, completely oblivious to the golden ring that had appeared above his head. Sensing something blocking his view, he raised his head to look up, but before he could discern what it was, a heavy object struck him forcefully. Crying out in pain, he fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Who is so heavy?" Before he could finish, a sharp slap landed on his head. He sprang up, fists clenched, ready to retaliate, only to find Yelena standing before him unexpectedly. "Ah, it's just Miss Yelena. I thought a fairy had descended from the heavens," G remarked, relieved as he observed Yelena ignoring him. He was reluctant to continue the battle of wits with Yelena, as he could hardly bear it any longer. Kate approached Yelena with a smile and remarked, "I see you two are acquainted." Yelena cast a sidelong glance at Chuyu and retorted dismissively, "Who knows this fool?" Suffering from embarrassment, Chuyu lost all desire to argue further. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the bruise on Yelena's neck. "What happened to you? Is there someone who could harm you?" Yelena quickly adjusted her collar and coldly replied, "It's nothing." Upon Chuyu's observation, Kate also noticed the mark on Yelena's neck. Her big, watery eyes blinked a few times before she asked with concern, "What is that on your neck?" "It's nothing, just encountered the instigator of the zombies," Yelena said calmly. Chuyu frowned. "The instigator of the zombies?" Yelena nodded and replied, "Yes, it's a witch." At the mention of a witch, Chuyu and Peter exchanged wide-eyed glances. "Is she the one wearing a black cloak?" Yelena nodded. "Do you know her?" "I have been tracking her all day. Wherever she appears, the zombies go into a frenzy. I confronted her, but her abilities are very peculiar, and I couldn't overpower her. If it weren't for that woman in red, I would have likely met my sister." "The woman in red?" Chuyu frantically searched his mind for those words. Yelena was no weakling, and someone who could outmatch her must be even more formidable, yet the woman in red had defeated the witch. There was only one person who fit such a description and possessed that level of power. "Wanda?" Peter exclaimed. Chuyu almost choked on his breath. "I don't know. She didn't tell me her name, but she knows my sister, Natasha," Yelena replied. This time, Chuyu left no room for Peter. "That must be Wanda. Are you talking about the witch who caused the incident in Shijing Town some time ago?" Kate asked with wide, curious eyes. Chuyu nodded and continued to look at Yelena. "What about Miss Wanda? She left with Dan, the black-cloaked witch." Yelena responded, "Hey, friends, come over and check the news." Ned's voice suddenly rang out as he turned the computer screen towards everyone. Chuyu squinted at the video on the screen. All the streets of New City were overrun by these zombies, with dozens staggering about on nearly every street. Temporary isolation fences had been erected around the outskirts of New City, and sparks could be seen flashing from the fences as they crackled with electricity. The military had sealed off every exit from New City, making it impossible for even a fly to leave safely. Witnessing these scenes, the sanctuary fell into a deep silence. Within New City, there were still many survivors. However, to prevent the zombies from spreading further, the only option was to cut off the pathways connecting New City to the outside world, allowing the survivors within to continue their struggle against the undead. Although this course of action appears exceedingly cruel, it remains the most effective solution available at present. Yelena seemed to recall something, her eyes suddenly brightening. She vaguely remembered that the witch Dan had mentioned a certain array, seemingly connected to these zombies. Dan opened her eyes, groggily finding herself within a wooden house. She propped herself up with her hands and surveyed her surroundings, yet did not spot the woman in red. "Hello? Is anyone there?" She called out, but received no response, prompting her to rise cautiously. With a gentle touch of her fingertip, she observed tendrils of black smoke emanating from her fingertips, a sardonic smile curling at her lips. "I do not know who you are, but it is quite presumptuous of you to confine me here alone." With that, she flicked her cloak, transforming her form into a swirling mass of black smoke, vanishing from the spot. Unbeknownst to her, on a nearby table lay an open book, steeped in an ancient aura, its pages marred by jagged, uneven tears. Chapter 40. They have arrived Brooklyn Bridge. Numerous tanks firmly obstructed the bridge. Nearly 100 citizens stood shoulder to shoulder upon its expanse, yearning to cross and escape New City. Yet, confronted by cannon barrels thicker than their own heads, they clutched their belongings tightly, remaining stationary. The hatch atop one of the tanks swung open, revealing a robust man clad in a deep green military uniform. The insignia on his shoulder indicated his rank as a colonel. He raised a white megaphone to his lips. "Your best course of action now is to swiftly return home. Orders from above dictate that the citizens of New City are not permitted to leave." The citizens seemingly ignored his voice, remaining entrenched in their positions. We are soldiers and must obey orders. We will not allow you to pass. The colonel continued to shout, this time eliciting some movement from the crowd. We have barely escaped the zombies to reach this point, only to be denied passage. A man's voice rang out. Others quickly echoed his sentiments. Yet the soldiers standing before them remained resolute. We understand your frustration, but this is essential in order to curb the further spread of the zombies. Rest assured, the nation will not abandon you. The colonel persisted in his earnest appeal. He had been shouting all day, and rather than seeing the crowd diminish, it only seemed to swell. Although the higher-ups had indicated that force could be employed if absolutely necessary, he was loath to direct his bullets at unarmed civilians. Helplessly, he regarded the residents before him when suddenly an object hurtled towards him. Unable to evade in time, he felt a warm trickle cascade down his forehead. He gingerly touched the area, bringing his fingers to his eyes, only to discover they were stained with blood. Upon witnessing his injury, the other soldiers swiftly raised their handguns, aiming their weapons at the residents. All eyes turned towards the barrels, leaving the crowd trembling in place, even with his legs trembling. He mustered all his strength to keep his body still. What are you doing? When did I ever instruct you to aim your weapons at innocent civilians? The colonel pressed his palm against his forehead, utterly oblivious to the crimson blood seeping through the gaps between his fingers. He bent down and retrieved a roll of white gauze from the tank, hastily bandaging his wound before seizing the megaphone and proclaiming, "Look, I am here too. Rest assured. The nation will undoubtedly find a way to rescue you. It's merely a matter of time." The residents, either intimidated by the firearms or swayed by his words, began to disperse slowly. Just moments ago, nearly 100 residents stood by the bridge, but now only a sparse few remained. One resident stripped off his clothing to reveal a dark green military uniform and saluted the colonel atop the tank. "Commander, you are quite relentless with yourself." The colonel managed a bitter smile, wincing as the pain from his forehead wound caused him to draw a sharp breath. "You are quite the tough one." He removed the blood-soaked gauze and prepared to wrap the wound anew when his eyes suddenly narrowed. The residents, who had just distanced themselves, were now rushing back towards them. And this time, their panic was palpable. He raised the binoculars to his eyes and discerned a horde of zombies rapidly advancing towards them. "This is bad. Prepare for battle." The colonel shouted gravely, and the soldiers around him immediately seized their rifles and charged forward. The soldiers reached the edge of the bridge and signaled for the residents to enter first. The colonel instructed others to block the residents at the opposite end of the bridge. Gripping his pistol, he lightly pushed off his toes and leaped down from the tank. Blood streamed from his forehead down his neck, yet he appeared oblivious to the pain, striding confidently ahead. The chaotic footsteps of the approaching horde echoed ominously in the distance. "How many are there?" The sergeant, his expression grim, clutched his handgun, fearing the numbers might approach 1,000. "Open fire," the sergeant yelled. The tank behind them swiftly maneuvered its turret, unleashing dozens of bombs that rained down upon the horde. Explosions erupted one after another among the zombies. Yet as the flames dissipated, the relentless swarm continued its advance towards them. "Fire again!" He raised his arm, but this time, it lingered in the air. Grasping the binoculars once more, he witnessed the heads of the zombies bursting one after another in the distance. The colonel felt the temperature plummet around him, a layer of frost forming on the ground. The horde halted its advance, their rigid limbs turning back as a cacophony of roars intertwined with the sounds of explosions. The colonel's tense expression finally eased as he waved towards the tank in the distance, shouting, "Superheroes have come to save us." Ice shards pierced through the bodies of the zombies, and arrows penetrated their skulls. The sound of gunfire shattered the anguished cries of the zombies. Peter stood behind the trio, suddenly feeling as though he were unable to intervene. It was not that he lacked the capacity, but rather that he feared being accidentally harmed by one of them. Yelena, wielding a Gatling gun in each hand, unleashed a relentless barrage upon the horde of the undead. Kate repeatedly drew her bowstring, launching arrows with a force that cut through the air. Meanwhile, the azure light in Chuyu's eyes blazed forth, sending forth a multitude of icicles and ice blades towards the throng of zombies. In mere moments, the entire horde lay sprawled on the ground. One lone survivor, having evaded capture, began to rise slowly from the ground. Observing this, Kate, with her bowstring taut, regarded the creature with an impassive expression. As her finger gradually relaxed, poised to release the arrow, a hand suddenly interposed before her. She looked up to find Chuyu with a slight smile, saying, "We must allow someone to feel a sense of involvement." With that, he summoned a dagger and cast it into the air, where a crimson figure materialized above them. This figure, gripping the dagger tightly, dashed towards the lone survivor, swinging its arm with swift precision. A flash of cold light flickered. Before the zombie could utter a cry, its head was severed in two. Peter toyed with the dagger in his hand, turning to Chuyu with a gentle smile. "Thank you." Ned, lacking the ability to defend himself, could only remain within the sanctuary. The zombie confined in the glass chamber seemed to understand its entrapment, ceasing its struggles and curling up in the shadows, low growls occasionally escaping its lips. Suddenly, A series of urgent knocks echoed against the door, prompting Ned and Kate to exchange worried glances. Who could it be at this hour? Cautiously, they approached the door. Ned cracked it open slightly, while Kate stood ready with a baseball bat. Peering outside, Ned quickly shut the door again, his face pale as he shouted, what happened? Gripping the bat tightly, he asked in a panic. I don't know. I didn't see anything. Kate shot him an exasperated look, pushing him aside as she gently opened the door a crack to look outside. There, lying before them, was a bloody black man wearing an eye patch. Chapter 41. Why advanced agents cannot bandage. Upon hearing that a black man lay outside, wearing an eye patch, Ned rushed out. He carried the man back into the room and laid him on the floor, gasping for breath. Who is this? He asked, still clutching the baseball bat and keeping his distance. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ned breathlessly replied, It's Director Fury. Check for any signs of zombie bites. He cautiously moved closer. However, upon noticing Fury suddenly move, he quickly retreated several steps. Ned, he moved, he shouted, urging Ned to get away quickly. Turning back, Ned saw Fury's eyelids flutter before slowly opening a sliver. Director Fury, he exclaimed, immediately rising and grabbing a stick, watching Fury warily. Fry slowly opened his eyes, propping himself up with his hands as a prolonged gasp escaped his lips. Rubbing his forehead, he shook his head slightly, and a hoarse voice emerged from his cracked lips. Where am I? The temple. Ned instinctively took a step back, apprehensive that Fry might suddenly lunge at him like a zombie. How did I end up here? Fry quivered as he spoke. Gripping the baseball bat tightly, Ned anxiously replied, You were lying outside the temple. Do you remember what happened? What happened? Fray's eyes widened with alarm. Oh no, where is Mr. Strange? I encountered a witch in New City. Upon hearing the mention of a witch, Ned exchanged a glance with him and took a step forward. And then? The injuries on my body are the witch's doing. I was fortunate to escape, but I saw many zombies along the way and had to run for a long time to arrive here. Did any zombies bite or scratch you? He continued to inquire. Fry smiled faintly. Even if I were on my last breath, those mindless monsters wouldn't lay a finger on me. That little chubby one. Do you have any bandages or something of the sort? With that, he stripped off his tattered clothing, revealing numerous horrifying scars on his robust physique. It would be best to have some disinfectant too. That woman was truly vicious. Seeing this, Ned hurriedly dashed inside and soon returned with a box. He placed it on the ground and gently nudged it toward Fry with a stick. Director Fry, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that this creature is too terrifying. I must ensure my safety. Fry waved his hand dismissively, opened the box, and carelessly poured some potion over himself. He skillfully wrapped bandages around his wounds, occasionally letting out hissing sounds. As soon as the bandages touched the wounds, they were soaked by crimson blood. Yet he paid it no mind and continued his rough treatment. Unable to watch any longer and desiring to assist, she stepped forward, but at that moment, a zombie in the glass chamber let out an untimely roar. She glanced at the zombie and then at Fry, who was seemingly committing slow suicide, gritting her teeth as she approached. Director Fry, I'm here to help. With that, she raised the baseball bat high and struck him forcefully on the head. A dull thud resonated through the air. Fry clutched his head, disbelief etched on his face, his eyes rolling as his body crashed heavily to the ground. What are you doing? Ned rushed forward in a panic. He discarded the baseball bat, crouched down, and carefully began to tend to Fray's wounds with bandages and ointments from the medical box. I feared I might turn into a zombie while bandaging him, so I knocked him out first. But how does a senior agent possess such clumsy wound treatment skills? As Chu Yu and the others arrived at the entrance of the Brooklyn Bridge, they exchanged a subtle nod with the officer. The colonel, overwhelmed with excitement, reached out to shake their hands, causing the scab on his forehead to rupture once more. He furrowed his brow, casting an apologetic glance at Chu Yu and the others. Thank you all. Had it not been for your assistance, we might have been trampled by these zombies. Chu Yu smiled slightly and waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing. Merely a matter of convenience. Before he could finish, he suddenly noticed nearly 100 ordinary residents standing on the bridge. He pointed toward them and inquired, What is this? The colonel turned his head to take a glance, then turned back, shaking his head with a sense of resignation. These are orders from above. If even one of those who venture out becomes infected, the situation could spiral out of control. A man, initially intending to flee amidst the chaos, found himself halted by soldiers stationed at the other end of the bridge. With his belongings in hand, he was forced to remain rooted in place. Suddenly, he heard a peculiar sound, akin to teeth grinding, near his ear. Confused, he turned around to discover someone crouched beside him, covering their mouth. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? He inquired with concern as he leaned in closer. Yet, the person trembled violently, curling their body, with muffled sounds escaping from beneath their hand. What are you saying? He crouched down, bringing his ear closer. I don't want to. I don't want to. What is it that you don't want, sir? I don't want to become a zombie. The person suddenly released their grip, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, their pupils transforming into a ghostly white. Their body underwent a visible transformation at an alarming speed. In an instant, they lunged at the man before them, extending their withered claws to grasp him. The surrounding crowd hurriedly scattered, crying out for help. The man faced the grotesque creature with terror, exerting all his strength to hold back the creature's head. The monster's force was overwhelming. He felt its teeth drawing ever closer. The sound of the creature's greedy panting filled his ears, and the foul stench of the slime oozing from its teeth churned his stomach. "Help me," he screamed hoarsely, but none dared to approach. His strength waned, yet the monster's power showed no sign of diminishing. Despair enveloped him as he gazed at the creature, its fangs poised to reach him. Slowly, he closed his eyes and relinquished his grip, awaiting his grim fate. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his hand. The immense force surging toward him dissipated. He cautiously opened his eyes to find several drops of green slime suspended before him, while the zombie's head, mere inches away, was pierced by a blue ice shard. Chapter 42. Explaining everything with science, Chiyu retracted the blue light emanating from his hand and approached the man, pulling him to his feet. "Are you all right?" The man, still reeling from his terror, nodded shakily. Chiyu glanced at the lifeless zombie sprawled on the ground, and with a gentle clench of his palm, numerous ice shards erupted from the earth. In the blink of an eye, the zombie was reduced to a puddle of flesh. His forehead creased slightly as he retrieved a lighter from a soldier, igniting it before tossing it into the mass. The desiccated flesh of the zombies instantly erupted into flames, sending wisps of black smoke spiraling upwards, exuding a nauseating scent of charred meat. He approached the citizens before him, coldly declaring that if they did not wish to become part of this grotesque mass, they should hasten home immediately. No sooner had Chuyu's words left his lips than everyone grabbed their belongings and hurried toward the bridge's exit. The colonel approached, offering him a hearty smile. "You are quite the superhero, distinct from the rest. This will certainly eliminate a great deal of trouble." Chuyu clapped his hands, nodding toward the soldier from earlier, assuring him that after the zombies were dealt with, he would return something even better. With that, he made his way to the bridge's entrance, where his 3 companions awaited. "Let us proceed to seek out the formation." The trio nodded, waving goodbye to the soldiers as they followed Chuyu away. The colonel watched their retreating figures, nodding with a faint smile. "It seems this superhero will bring forth a tempest of carnage." With that, he gracefully leaped back onto the tank. "Everyone, maintain your vigilance here." Though Chuyu had traversed the city for quite some time, he remained at a loss. They were unaware of the formation's precise location, nor its very appearance. Searching through New City felt akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. Although the streets were teeming with zombies, they posed little threat beyond their sheer numbers. As soon as these undead creatures dared to show their faces, they would be met with ice shards, bullets, or arrows that would pierce their skulls, often silencing their throaty roars before they even had the chance to utter a sound. As dusk descended, Chuyu and his companions casually entered a large building. Undoubtedly, zombies lurked within, but they swiftly dispatched them, leaving nothing but splattered brains in their wake. Peter, lacking his armored suit, found himself the most at ease, as he had no ranged attacks, and his companions effortlessly handled the threats before he could even engage. As night deepened, New City succumbed to darkness due to a power outage. The once bustling streets were now silent, save for the occasional echo of distant growls. Chiyu split a wooden table within the building to kindle a small fire. The dimly lit hall gradually revealed traces of blood on the floor. Yet the 4 companions remained unfazed. Though they all sought to avoid acknowledging it, they understood all too well the city had become saturated with blood. "Let us rest, for we have not closed our eyes for a day. We shall search again tomorrow," Chuyu said, prodding the fire with a stick. Kate and Yelena nodded, retreating deeper into the hall in search of a comfortable place to sleep. Peter, having expended the least energy, volunteered to keep watch. However, Chiyu remained seated, lost in thought. "Aren't you going to rest?" Peter inquired. Chiyu shook his head and tossed the branch in his hand into the fire. "Let me sit for a while longer. You seem to have something on your mind." Upon hearing this, Chuyu paused momentarily, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I was merely contemplating the purpose of my arrival here." "Are you implying that you came to this world?" Peter continued to inquire. Chuyu nodded. "I arrived here in a state of confusion. Although it has only been 2 weeks, I have experienced a plethora of events. This world appears exceedingly strange to me. I have encountered angels, demons, witches, and even zombies. Who would have imagined that just 2 weeks ago, I was merely a child? And now I must embark on a journey to save the world. What is your world like?" Chuyu hesitated, reflecting carefully, only to discover that his memories were somewhat hazy. "It's all right, quite good, really. All strange phenomena are ultimately explained by science, albeit sometimes rather rigidly." "Wait, science?" Peter's eyes suddenly widened. Chuyu looked at the boy in bewilderment. "What is it?" "The fluctuations around the magic circle will undoubtedly be significant. With New City's power grid down, there want to be many sources of radiation, which will help us locate this magic circle." Peter exclaimed excitedly, his eyes shining. Chuyu quickly blinked several times and cast a helpless glance at him. Is the thought process of a top student truly so different? Where can one observe these radiation waves? After a moment's hesitation, Peter replied, Stark Tower. They must have backup power, and certainly such instruments. Then let us go tomorrow. The two ladies are already asleep. Before Chuyu could finish, he suddenly felt the presence of two individuals beside him. Turning around, he discovered that Kate and Yelena were ready, now standing firmly behind him. Aren't you going to rest? We had intended to, but someone's musings on life were rather loud. Chuyu finally completed the treatment of Fury's wounds, rising to wipe the sweat from his brow as he approached the table. Ned handed her a cup of water, softly asking, You can bandage wounds? I just found out that I can. She drained the cup and placed it on the table, sitting down with a sigh of relief. Ned gazed at Fury, who lay motionless, nearly bound like a mummy, feeling a pang of anxiety. Are you sure he is still alive? I believe so, she replied. Though she still approached Fury with a baseball bat in hand. Gently placing her finger in front of Fury's nose, Ned noticed his pupils constrict, his heart seemingly halting for a moment. Yet, as she pulled a small opening in the bandage, he exhaled deeply. With her finger positioned at the openings, she felt a faint warmth emanating from within. Nodding in satisfaction, she declared, He is fine, still alive. Ah! Ned suddenly shouted. He moved, watching Fury's mummified body tremble. He shut his eyes in fear, gripping the bat tightly and raising it high, swinging it down with unerring force. Chapter 43. Little Pepper. Due to the power outage in New City, the entire urban landscape was enveloped in darkness. The stars in the sky seemed to sense that there was no competing brilliance, gradually revealing themselves from the depths of the night. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the stillness of New City, causing the wandering zombies in the streets to lift their heads in response. At the pinnacle of the tallest building in the city center, lights flickered on inappropriately. The zombies appeared to be drawn to the illumination, perhaps compelled by an unseen force, as they dragged their stiff legs unsteadily toward the source of the light. Why did you turn on the lights? Yelena hissed at Chuyu. Chuyu looked at the three before him with an expression of innocence. In such darkness, how could he locate the device Peter had mentioned? Yelena shot him a disdainful glance and approached the power control panel, pulling down a green button. The entire building was plunged back into darkness. As New City succumbed to the void once more, the zombies hesitated momentarily, then resumed their advance. This light attracts the zombies. Let us use flashlights instead, Kate exclaimed, retrieving 4 flashlights from her backpack and distributing them among the group. Reluctantly, Chuyu accepted his share. Suddenly, a beam of lasers shot toward his flashlight, instantly melting it into liquid. The 4 of them immediately assumed a defensive posture, alert and vigilant. 3 more lasers followed, striking down the flashlights in their hands. Observing this, Chuyu summoned forth a dazzling blue light, causing the temperature in the room to plummet drastically. Countless icicles erupted from the floor. Who is there? Show yourself, he demanded. But silence lingered in the air. Chuyu cautiously advanced, yet before he could take a step, he felt a rush of wind as a fist hurtled towards him. His body was propelled backward, and a dagger appeared in his hand, thrusting forward. Clang! A deafening metallic clash resonated, sending a jolt through his hand. He heard several whooshing sounds nearby, followed by the sound of arrows embedding themselves into the walls. Kate drew another arrow from behind and shot it into the air. The arrow pierced the ceiling, emanating a blinding white light. This illumination, as it penetrated the ceiling, diminished in intensity, rendering the room briefly bright yet not glaring. Through this ephemeral light, Jiu finally discerned the scene before him. However, apart from the disarray of chairs and desks, the space was devoid of life. Chuyu, be careful. A sharp voice rang out from behind him. Before he could react, he felt a powerful arm clenching around his neck. He swung his elbow back with force. Bang! It felt as though he had struck a steel plate, pain radiating through his arm as he attempted to soothe it, only to find he could barely move. The sound of mechanical gears echoed in his ears, and from his peripheral vision, he glimpsed a searing light beside him. Yelena, Kate, and Peter rushed forward, only to halt abruptly. Who are you? Yelena brandished her handgun, her voice sharp and commanding. Who are you? She perceived a chilling female voice resonating beside him. Upon hearing this voice, Peter's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim soon after. Greetings, Miss Potts. I am Spider-Man, and the individual you are holding hostage is my friend. Chuyu. Potts? Pepper? Chuyu subtly shifted his head, eager to glimpse the goddess who had transformed Stark, the notorious playboy. Yet, barely had he moved when he noticed a gleaming red laser cannon poised dangerously close to his head. He swallowed hard, obediently returning his head to its original position. This apparatus was no trivial matter. How do you know my name? I don't believe I've had any prior encounters with Spider-Man. Pepper's metallic mask retracted, revealing a face that, though marked by age, still held an undeniable charm. It is because of Mr. Stark. Upon hearing Stark's name, Boz hesitated briefly, but quickly tightened her grip, bringing the laser cannon even closer to Chuyu's head. He has not mentioned you to me either. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, may we negotiate? Release me first, and then you can reminisce. This device beside my head is not to be trifled with. Chu Yu lamented, feeling the heat from the laser singeing his hair. Silence. Very well, you may continue. Chu Yu forced a smile, attempting to blow out the laser cannon as if it were a candle. Naturally, this was futile. What is your purpose here? Boz inquired. The zombies outside are not traditional in nature. They seem connected to a certain magical formation. Stark Industries equipment should be able to detect its location. Peter explained patiently. Boz responded succinctly. You intend to locate this formation through wave radiation? In Boz's grasp, Chu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, well then, it seems I am utterly clueless. Indeed, Ms. Boz, Stark should possess such equipment, Peter said excitedly. Boz cast a cold glance at Kate and Yelena, scoffing, is this your way of addressing a problem? With guns and bows? My dear lady. You are also wielding a laser cannon. Be quiet. Chu Yu scoffed, exhaling a frustrated breath through his nostrils. Peter hastily urged Yelena and Kate to lower their weapons. Just as he prepared to step forward, he noticed a laser cannon emerging from behind Boz, aimed directly at him. He slowly raised his hands. Ms. Boz, we truly mean no harm. How can I trust you? Boz replied coldly. The hostages are in your custody. If our words were false, you could simply eliminate them. Couldn't you? Chu Yu heard Yelena's voice, sending a chill down his spine. However, before he could finish his thought, he felt his body ensnared by some unseen force. Looking down, he discovered blue mechanized tendrils coiling around him. He exerted a forceful pull, only to discover that this mechanical armor was far more robust than the handcuffs and shackles of the Investigation Bureau. Furthermore, the harder he struggled, the tighter these mechanical restraints seemed to bind him. Very well, I shall lead you to the object, but should you entertain any nefarious thoughts, your friends will suffer dire consequences. After uttering these words, Bozy seized Chu Yu and advanced forward, with the others hastily following suit. Reluctantly dragged along, Chu Yu found himself led by Bozy into a room. Upon entering, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed a pair of glistening, watery eyes peering out from the corner. Suddenly, he comprehended why Xiao Jiao appeared somewhat different from his memories today. She was indeed present. Chapter 44. Crisis in a dimly lit chamber. A kerosene lamp emanated a faint yellow glow, its flickering flame swaying in the air. Though the flame occasionally dwindled, it stubbornly persisted, casting the last vestiges of light within the room. Under this illumination stood a young man and woman. The young man was slightly portly, while the young woman was tall, gripping a baseball bat tightly in her hands. The young man squinted his eyes, resembling a mere slit, as he gazed at an indistinct, mummy-like figure below. A tremulous voice escaped his lips. Why have you knocked him out again? The young woman replied. I was afraid he might turn into a zombie. The young man sighed in resignation. Shall we tie him up then? Would that be appropriate? After all, he seems rather aged. Unbeknownst to them, the young woman had acquired a length of rope. They exchanged glances, each taking an end of the rope, and cautiously crouched down to lift the mummy's body, wrapping the rope around him. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in alarm as he noticed the mummy's arm move slightly. In a panic, he grasped the bat and swung it forcefully towards the mummy's head. Just as the bat was about to reach its target, a bandaged hand tightly grasped it. Enough, you too. A deep, raspy voice, filled with urgency, emanated from the mummy's tightly wrapped head. The young man sheepishly retracted the bat. The mummy let out a sigh of relief. In his peripheral vision, a flicker of light caught his attention. He turned to investigate, but before he could discern the source, he felt a sharp blow to his head. Ned, clutching the bat tightly, stared in horror at the tightly bound figure before them. Fury was ensconced in white bandages, particularly around his head, which seemed to be wrapped more than necessary. Mr. Fury, we sincerely apologize. We acted out of concern for safety. Wouldn't you agree? They offered with an awkward smile. Fury's eyelids fluttered slightly before he gradually opened them, beholding the young man and woman before him, instinctively recoiling. Mr. Fury, would you like something to drink? We have boiled water, Ned announced, glancing around. Indeed, we have boiled water. Frere shook his head, attempting to massage his slightly swollen head with his hands, only to discover that his body was firmly bound. After futile struggles, he sighed in resignation, urging them to keep their distance as he sought solitude. Very well, Mr. Frere. Should you feel hunger, do let me know. We have. He glanced at the remnants of breadcrumbs on the plate before him. We have nothing here. It's all right. I'm not hungry. Just allow me some time alone. Frere watched as Ned and the others retreated further away, noticing a black dagger had somehow appeared in his hand. With the dagger, he deftly sliced through the ropes binding him. Once liberated, he glanced down at his body, entangled as if wrapped in a rice dumpling, and sighed again in exasperation. He raised the dagger and made a swift cut along the bandages encircling him, tearing them away until he reached the layer clinging tightly to his skin. Despite the bandages being firmly adhered to his wounds, he seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing to tear with decisive fervor. The blood-soaked bandages ripped away with a sickening sound, blood flowing from the wounds and dripping onto the floor, yet Frere felt nothing. A plume of black smoke began to envelop him gradually. As the smoke dissipated, his previously mangled flesh transformed, becoming as smooth as an infant's skin, devoid of any trace of injury. The blood pooling on the ground also transformed into black smoke, vanishing into thin air in an instant. Satisfied, Frere nodded and prepared to tear away the bandage from his forehead. However, as he pulled, a sharp pain caused his face to twitch involuntarily. He inhaled sharply, muttering under his breath, "That girl is quite heavy-handed." Yet, the rugged features of his face belied a hint of allure in the voice that emerged. Following Ned through the dimly lit corridor, her steps suddenly halted. Ned stopped as well, turning to look at her, softly inquiring, "What is it?" With a furrowed brow and a grave expression, she replied, "Don't you find it strange? Why doesn't Frere, as a head of agents, know how to bandage a wound? Isn't that a fundamental skill?" She bit her lip, preparing to say more, when she suddenly noticed a veil of black smoke enveloping their surroundings. "This is bad, run." Without hesitation, she grabbed Ned's hand, and they sprinted ahead. Upon reaching the room where the zombies were contained, they were taken aback to find Frere standing there, a triumphant expression on his face. The glass enclosure surrounding the zombies lay shattered, and one of the monsters, its eyes glowing green, gazed greedily at them. "To think you two figured it out. I had assumed your intelligence was lacking." Frere's voice, laced with a sultry tone, echoed in the room, lending the scene a touch of absurdity. However, neither Ned nor anyone else dared to laugh. "Quickly, open the portal, hurry." Straining to maintain her composure, she leaned closer to Ned and whispered softly in his ear. Ned's fingers slowly lifted, yet before they could glide through the air, they were ensnared by a thick, suffocating black fog. Grabbing a nearby stick, he hurled it fiercely at Fry. However, before the stick could reach Fry, it was shattered by a surge of black smoke. Fry regarded the two before him with a scornful smile, and once more, a plume of black smoke emanated from his fingertips. This dark mist rapidly enveloped the surrounding zombies, and a deafening roar erupted from within the cloud. Realizing the imminent danger, she hastily grasped Ned's hand and began to flee. Yet, before they could take a single step outward, she felt a constricting force around her neck, a suffocating sensation creeping through her throat. Stark Tower. Peter stood before the display screen, his gaze momentarily lost in thought, rubbing his eyes and taking a deep breath. At last, the screen began to respond. There were only 2 high radiation zones in the entirety of New York City, suggesting that the magical array was likely situated in one of these 2 locations. Yelena lowered her binoculars, her expression grave, as she turned to face the others. A large horde of zombies was approaching from outside. Chapter 45. The zombie tide breakout. We split into 2 teams to attempt an escape, Yelena and Kate together, while Peter and I would head toward the 2 radiation points. Chuyu stood by the window, peering down at the throng of zombies that had gathered below Stark Tower. The undead howled into the sky, their toothy jaws agape, causing the very structure of Stark Tower to tremble with their cries. Peter, with a hint of uncertainty in his eyes, remarked, "I do not mean to boast of my own strength, but I believe it would be prudent for Chuyu and me to separate, this way. The 2 teams would possess equivalent strength, making it easier for us to break through, wouldn't it?" Yelena, who had remained silent until now, cast a sidelong glance at Chuyu, stepped forward, and coldly stated, "I understand Chuyu's reasoning. This division is strategic. For if one member of a team were to be infected, the other would have the capacity to eliminate them." Chuyu nodded in agreement, then turned to the nearby pepper pots, speaking softly, "You must have important matters to attend to. Mr. Stark has already sacrificed enough for this world. This time, we shall take the lead." With that, he stepped onto the platform of Stark Tower. Gazing down at the horde of zombies, an azure light blazed in his eyes. Countless snowflakes began to fall from the heavens, coalescing beside him to form a magnificent pair of wings. He spread his arms and leaped into the air. The wings behind him flapped a few times, flipping his form into a downward dive. Seeing this, Yelena, Kate, and Peter followed suit. Pepper watched as the 4 plunged from the platform and approached the control panel, gently pressing a button. A golden protective shield enveloped the entire building, shredding the bodies of any zombies attempting to ascend from below. She discarded her blue battle armor and settled onto the sofa when a sweet, innocent voice echoed from the depths of the room, "Mommy." A little girl stumbled over, her face still marked by traces of recent tears. She ran to the sofa and tightly embraced little Chili, burying her small head in her embrace. "Mommy, those things outside are so terrifying." Little Chili gently stroked the girl's hair and softly reassured her, "It's all right. The heroes are already punishing the demons. Look, there's a snowman here. How adorable." The girl exclaimed as she rushed to the table, cherishingly caressing the figure. Little Chili raised her gaze to the snowflakes drifting down from the sky and smiled gently. "Mommy?" "Yes? I miss Daddy. When will he come to see me?" Little Chili felt a pang in her heart, tears welling in her eyes but refusing to fall. She glanced at the distant flashes of explosions and wiped away the tears that threatened to break free, tenderly stroking the girl's hair. Daddy is always watching over us. Chuyu twisted and turned, crashing heavily to the ground. At the same time, countless ice spikes spread out from beneath his feet, piercing through the bodies of dozens of zombies surrounding him, with a swift motion of his hands. The wings behind him disintegrated into countless ice blades that flew towards the zombies, accompanied by their anguished howls. These ice blades severed the heads of the undead one by one. Yelena, holding a gun in both hands, slid down the rope, unleashing a volley of bullets from her weapon. Blasts of fire erupted, sending the remains of the zombies soaring into the air. As Kate neared the ground, she performed a flip, the rope wrapping around her waist. Suspended in midair, she drew back her bowstring and swiftly retrieved a long arrow from her back. The arrow surged forward with a force that pierced through the foreheads of several zombies, coming to a halt within their skulls. The silver arrowheads erupted with dazzling flames, resulting in a violent explosion that obliterated the surrounding undead. Peter landed on the ground, leaping into the air to catch Chuyu's dagger. His figure moved like a phantom, leaving a trace as he severed the heads of the approaching zombies. In an instant, a pungent stench filled the air beneath Stark Tower, as rivers of green blood flowed away into the distance. Yet, the zombies seemed to be endless, multiplying relentlessly. Chuyu took a deep breath and gently pressed a button on his earpiece. "Ned, respond if you receive this." But there was no reply. He summoned countless ice shards once more, casting them around, causing another eruption of green blood. Yelena struck a zombie's neck with her dagger, but another zombie lunged at her from the side. She raised her gun and fired at the creature's head. It exploded instantly. Yet the momentum of its advance did not wane. The zombie's body knocked Yelena to the ground, and numerous others quickly surrounded her. A long arrow descended from the heavens, piercing through the bodies of the zombies and forcefully embedding itself into the ground. "Catch it!" Kate shouted. Yelena seized the arrow embedded in the ground without a moment's hesitation. A tremendous force surged through her, propelling her body into the air as the zombies, with their gnarled, wood-like claws, reached out for her, yet always falling just short. Once she stabilized herself, she swiftly grasped the rope and suspended herself in midair. "Are you all right?" A voice called from above. Yelena shook her head and replied softly, "I'm fine, thanks. I almost became one of those repulsive creatures." She turned to see Chuyu, his clothes stained with green blood, and exclaimed loudly, "Continuing to fight like this is futile. We must devise a way to break through." Chuyu's expression was grave as he surveyed the endless tide of zombies, his gaze settling on the distant skyscrapers. "We'll carve out a passage and head there," he shouted, as the blue light in his hand flared once more. With a slow, deliberate motion, he extended his arms, and a colossal ice blade, 20 meters wide, hovered before him. Gripping one end of the ice blade, he spun rapidly. Just as he felt he could no longer bear the weight of the ice, he released his hands. The blade whirled forward, cleaving through countless zombies, tearing a path through the horde. "Go!" Chuyu bellowed, instantly following the ice blade. Without hesitation, Kate, Yelena, and Peter leaped to the ground, sprinting ahead. As the ice blade decimated the undead, its speed began to wane. Observing this, Chuyu slammed his hands onto the ground. Countless streams of green liquid coalesced behind him, forming a long bridge that led straight to the rooftop. The other three quickly ascended the bridge, climbing upwards. A fresh wave of zombies surged towards them, and Chuyu swung his arm once more, sending the ice blade charging at the horde again. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and he found himself unable to advance. The zombies, as if under some unseen command, began to assault the bridge. It swayed precariously, and soon a massive crack appeared, rapidly expanding. As the fissure widened, Yelena and Kate ran desperately upwards, only to suddenly feel the ground beneath their feet give way, plunging them into the abyss. Peter, witnessing this, leaped down and firmly grasped both girls. Kate drew an arrow from behind her and shot it towards the zombies below. The arrow struck the ground, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that propelled the three of them directly onto the rooftop. Peter tumbled several times upon landing, but quickly regained his footing, rushing to the edge of the rooftop with urgency as he watched Chuyu. The zombies were closing in on him, their countless claws reaching out. His complexion paled as his strength rapidly diminished. As the approaching zombies extended their arms toward him, Chuyu felt his vision darkening. He reached out, conjuring an ice shard that shattered instantly. His body could no longer support him, and he fell towards the ground. Am I destined to die? Ding. Proficiency has reached 200. Chapter 46. Mastery of Wind Manipulation. Ding. Congratulations, the host's attribute proficiency has reached 200. The manipulation of wind attributes is now unlocked. May the host enjoy the experience. Chuyu's figure gradually vanished amidst the horde of zombies, as more and more of them lunged towards his position. Peter stood atop the building, shouting loudly, "Chuyu!" Yet, he received no response. "I must go save him," Peter exclaimed, stepping to the edge of the rooftop, preparing to leap down. Yelena followed closely behind, wielding a Nepalese dagger. Her gaze filled with murderous intent as she surveyed the swarming zombies below. Let's eliminate them. Just as the two were about to jump, they noticed a faint white light emanating from Chu Yu's location. As the white light flickered, a gentle breeze began to stir. In astonishment, they watched as the zombies in that vicinity seemed to slow their advance. Some even staggered backward, their stiff legs retreating. Could it be that these zombies fear something? Peter inquired. However, the green glow in the zombies' eyes showed no sign of dimming. They continued to stretch their arms forward, desperately trying to grasp what lay ahead. Yet, their pace grew increasingly sluggish, as if an unseen force were hindering their progress. Look, what is that? Kate shouted, drawing back her bowstring. The group noticed a vague shape of a whirlwind materializing above Chu Yu. The whirlwind grew larger and more defined. As it appeared, the bodies of the zombies began to levitate slowly into the air. Countless zombies spiraled within the whirlwind, and a flash of blue light pierced through, unleashing thousands of wind blades from its core. The moment these blades made contact with the zombies, they disintegrated into dust, a dark green powder enveloping the entire area. From within the whirlwind, a figure gradually emerged. This silhouette was tall, breaking through the tempest and hovering in midair, soaring towards the rooftop. Chu Yu, Yelena exclaimed, recognizing the newcomer and calling out. Chu Yu instantly arrived just above the rooftop and descended gently. Yet, before he could fully touch the ground, his legs buckled, and he nearly fell to his knees. By the heavens, I almost got torn apart by those zombies. He took a deep breath, his complexion pale, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Ultimately, he relinquished his resolve and plopped down onto the ground. Thankfully, I'm still alive. Does anyone have water? I need something to calm my nerves. Kate hurriedly retrieved a bottle of water from her backpack and handed it to him. He swiftly unscrewed the cap and drank deeply from the bottle. At that moment, he completely disregarded his image. Any water that spilled onto him went unnoticed. I can't go on like this. Let me catch my breath for a moment. After that, we need to find that radiation point. Those zombies' claws nearly scared me to death. After finishing the water, Chu Yu casually tossed the bottle aside, lying on the ground and gasping for air. You should be all right? Kate asked with concern. Yelena sheathed her Nepalese dagger, casting a sidelong glance at the utterly unrefined Chu Yu. With a chuckle, she remarked, this fellow is a calamity. He won't perish so easily. Indeed, I am a harbinger of chaos, and no one shall send me prematurely to the king of hell. Chu Yu laughed heartily, his gaze fixed upon the stars above. The group had initially intended to break through the horde of zombies and vacate the radiation zone ahead. However, due to Chu Yu's momentary lapse into a peculiar state of mind, they found it prudent to take a brief respite. Yelena and Kate reasoned that since they were pausing, it would be wise to rest together. The recent encounter with the zombie horde had left everyone both mentally and physically drained. Chu Yu lay on the ground, his eyes vacantly surveying the heavens, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally regained his composure. Gradually, he sat up, the color returning to his face. He meticulously examined his body, relieved to find no wounds, and exhaled deeply. Feeling better? Peter, seated nearby, toyed with a dagger in his hand. Chu Yu nodded slightly and whispered, May I ask you something? What did you feel the first time you faced death? Peter's dagger paused momentarily, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, I nearly clung to Stark and wept. Chu Yu pondered this, recalling perhaps that fateful encounter with the Extinguished, just moments ago. As the claws of the zombies reached for him, he felt his vision fading to darkness, as if his entire being was plummeting into an abyss. You superheroes truly have it tough, he remarked, rising to his feet and approaching the rooftop's edge, gazing down at the throng of zombies below, shivering involuntarily. These grotesque creatures were utterly repulsive. This matter needed resolution swiftly. Oh, is someone feeling better and reverting to their spirited self? Turning around, Chu Yu noticed Yelena approaching with her arms crossed. Let us prepare to depart. Peter and I will head east toward New City, while you two proceed to the southern radiation point. I've been ready. I was merely waiting for you to recover, Kate said as she secured her quiver on her back and stood up. All right, let us set forth. Chu Yu and Peter leaped from the rooftop, hurling an ice blade into the horde of zombies. Upon reaching the zombies, the ice blade instantly transformed into countless ice spikes, ferociously piercing the surroundings. The long-dormant zombies sensed the disturbance and charged forward rapidly. Meanwhile, Chu Yu, harnessing the power of wind, glided through the air at a speed just beyond their reach. The zombies, enticed by the tantalizing prospect of flesh, were relentless, nearly all of them trailing closely behind Chu Yu and Peter. Yelena and Kate seized the opportune moment to eliminate the remaining zombies, swiftly making their way toward the southern radiation point of New City. Observing that Yelena and Kate had vanished from sight, Chu Yu instantly quickened his pace, leaving the zombies trailing behind. They flew through the night until Chu Yu, noticing the horde had finally fallen behind, landed in an alleyway. Fortunately, these zombies possessed little intelligence. Had they been more cunning, their overwhelming numbers would have rendered us helpless. As Chu Yu spoke, he noticed Peter remained silent, his gaze warily scanning their surroundings. "What's the matter? Has your spider sense tingled?" Before he could finish his inquiry, Peter forcefully shoved him aside. Just as they moved from their original spot, a massive figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Jiu focused his gaze, a frown creasing his forehead. How can it be him? Chapter 47. Zombie Kingpin. Kingpin? How could it be Kingpin? Wasn't he defeated by Echo? Could the witch have disturbed his grave? Jiu stared at the imposing figure clad in a white suit before him, his brow tightening. This was indeed Kingpin. Towering at over 2 meters and weighing nearly half a ton, his physique nearly rivaling that of the Hulk. As the pinnacle of human combat prowess, even Peter was no match for him. Now, transformed into a zombie, his strength would undoubtedly be amplified. As Chuyu beheld Kingpin, he instinctively summoned the wind element, attempting to ascend into the sky. Yet, just as he began to lift off the ground, he felt a powerful grip tightly clasping his ankle. In that instant, he feared his ankle might shatter under the immense pressure. With a swift motion, he conjured an ice blade aimed at Kingpin's arm. However, the ice blade, capable of effortlessly cleaving zombies in half, failed to even slice through Kingpin's clothing. He felt himself being yanked by an overwhelming force, his body uncontrollably plummeting towards the ground. Seeing this, Peter quickly shot out a web, attempting to grasp Kingpin's wrist. However, he was taken aback by the brute strength of Kingpin, who flung him towards Chuyu. Nonetheless, this maneuver provided some relief. The impact of Chuyu hitting the ground was not as severe as it could have been. He propped himself up, noticing cracks forming in the earth beneath him, with sharp pain radiating from his elbow. Chuyu once again summoned an ice blade, directing it towards Kingpin's eyes. This time, it proved somewhat effective. Kingpin released his grip on Chuyu's ankle, striking ferociously at the ice blade before him. The blade shattered effortlessly. Chuyu hastily rose, conjuring 2 ice daggers. Peter landed on the ground, gripping a dagger tightly in his hand. "Who is this guy?" Peter asked, his brow furrowed in concern. "You don't recognize him?" Chuyu replied, suddenly recalling that this universe's Peter had yet to encounter Kingpin. "I don't know him." Now was not the time for explanations. After all, this creature was far more formidable than you can imagine. With that, Chuyu and Peter leaped back once more. Kingpin's fists, akin to thunderous hammers, struck the ground with tremendous force. The floor beneath them shattered instantly. Should those fists collide with either of them, neither would survive. Chuyu waved his hands, the blue light in his eyes flaring brilliantly. The temperature around him plummeted instantaneously, thick frost rapidly spreading from beneath his feet. Countless icicles rose from the ground, menacingly aimed at Jinbing. However, upon contact with Jinbing, these icicles shattered into a myriad of fragments. Not only did they fail to penetrate Jinbing's body, but even his clothing remained unscathed. What a monstrous individual! Jiu cursed inwardly as he gripped his ice dagger and charged forward. This human, of monstrous caliber, likely considered his eyes to be his only vulnerability. He spun agilely, evading a fist that sliced through the air with a whooshing sound. In that fleeting moment, Chuyu felt as though that punch could send him straight to the underworld. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed his ice dagger into a shard of ice, aiming directly for Jinbing's eyes. Yet, before the sharp tip could reach its target, Jiu heard a deafening explosion akin to that of a small bomb. Caught off guard, he was struck fiercely in the chest by a punch. His body fell like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. After tumbling a few times, he coughed up a mouthful of sweet, iron-tasting blood. Had he not previously condensed ice elements to withstand a portion of the assault, the consequences would have been far graver. Peter shot a strand of webbing towards Jinbing, propelling himself upwards in an instant. He spun rapidly around Jinbing, and with each rotation, the webbing tightened around Jinbing's form. In the blink of an eye, the strands had thoroughly ensnared him. However, as Peter steadied himself, he felt a surge of formidable power emanating from the web. He strained to hold on to it, even causing cracks to appear in the floor beneath him. Yet, he was still unable to contend with this overwhelming force. Jinbing broke free from the web, seizing a strand and yanking it with tremendous force. Peter was propelled uncontrollably towards him. Jinbing swung his fist, landing a solid blow against Peter's chest. Peter spat out a mouthful of blood, his body crashing heavily into a nearby trash bin. Chuyu dashed forward, leaping into the air and landing squarely on Jinbing's shoulder. Gripping the ice shard tightly, he aimed for Jinbing's smooth head. Upon contact, the ice shard punctured Jinbing's skin, prompting Chuyu to conjure another ice shard and continue his assault. Jinbing raised both hands, attempting to grasp Chuyu. As he beheld those terrifyingly clawed hands, more fearsome than any zombies, Chuyu instinctively recoiled. Manipulating the wind element, he controlled his body with serpentine agility. Coiling around Jinbing, Jinbing swiped violently at Chuyu, yet no matter how ferociously he lunged, he could not capture the nimble figure that writhed like a worm upon him. With a furious roar directed at the sky, Jinbing's muscles bulged outward. The fabric that had previously thwarted Chuyu's efforts now burst apart, unable to contain the explosive strength. Chuyu was sent flying, twisting through the air before crashing back down to the ground. He turned to glance at Peter, who lay unconscious in the garbage bin. With a flick of his wrist, Peter's dagger suddenly materialized in his grasp. He charged forward once more, this time leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. Clutching the dagger, he did not flinch even as Jean Bin's fierce fists approached. Jean Bin's punch resounded against Chu Yu's chest, causing a fresh spray of blood to erupt from his mouth. Chu Yu's body crashed heavily to the ground. Yet, that very blood coalesced in the air, forming a crimson dagger that swiftly pierced Jean Bin's eye. Jean Bin clutched his face, howling in agony. Chu Yu, akin to a spent bow, struggled to support his weight. He watched the crimson fluid trickle from the corner of Jean Bin's eye, his brow furrowing slightly. Why was his blood different from that of other zombies? Why did this one seem to feel pain? There was no time to seek answers, as Jean Bin was already dragging his battered body forward, each step sending tremors through the ground. Chu Yu painstakingly shifted his body. He still had one last strike left in him. If he could once more pierce Jean Bin's eye, he might yet survive. Jean Bin raised his fists high, slowly advancing. Chu Yu's arm, gripping the dagger, pulsed with tension. This was his only chance. He eyed Jean Bin's fists, swallowing hard. The metallic tang of blood in his mouth sharpened his senses. He awaited that fist. Just a little closer, and he would have his opportunity. However, after what felt like an eternity, those fists hung suspended in the air, hesitating to descend. Kill me. Chu Yu lifted his gaze towards the voice. He beheld Jean Bin's contorted visage, his eyes brimming with torment. His cracked lips parted with great effort, a raspy howl escaping them once again. Kill me. Chapter 48. The Witch Dan appears again. Kill me. Jean Bin roared, his eyes igniting with a sinister green light. He raised his arm, preparing to strike Chu Yu with ferocity. Chu Yu watched as Jean Bin drew nearer. Just as the fist was about to land, he instinctively dodged forward, tightly gripping the dagger and aiming for Jean Bin's eye. Thud. The dagger pierced through the eye. Chu Yu twisted the blade with force, unleashing a brilliant blue light. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, Jean Bin's head was pierced by countless ice shards, shattering apart. A cloud of blood mist rapidly expanded, enveloping the air. Chu Yu, seeing the massive form of Jean Bin hurtling towards him, swiftly rolled away to safety. As Jean Bin's body crashed heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust erupted. An unending stream of blood flowed from his neck, pooling on the ground to form a river of crimson. Peter struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he approached Chu Yu. Are you all right? Was he smiling? Chu Yu sat up, clutching his chest and spitting out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. He gazed at the colossal figure lying in a pool of blood, the crimson liquid glistening under the sun's rays, appearing exceedingly dazzling. Why did it seem as though it possessed its own consciousness? Could there be another type of zombie? He shook his head, and a sharp pain surged in his chest once more. A sickly sweet odor surged from his throat. With a violent cough, he expelled another mouthful of fresh blood. As this blood reached the outside world, it instantly transformed into icy particles, scattered upon the ground. He stared at the blood-red ice fragments on the floor, his vision blurring into a scarlet haze, and his body succumbed uncontrollably to the ground. Just before consciousness slipped away, he vaguely perceived an elderly man with white hair entering his field of vision. Whoosh! A pitch-black arrow pierced through a zombie's skull. The creature attempted one last struggle as the red glimmer on the arrowhead flickered rapidly. A powerful explosion erupted from the arrowhead, engulfing the zombie's form in a fiery blaze. Bang! The zombie's body was instantly consumed by the explosion's flames. Kate and Yelena approached from a distance, Yelena's Nepalese knife still dripping with green blood. She retrieved a silk scarf from her pocket and disdainfully wiped it, but the scarf became stained with the vile liquid. Frowning, she tossed the scarf into a corner. These zombies were truly repulsive, she muttered in disgust, twirling her long knife before hurling it toward the distance. A zombie racing toward them was swiftly decapitated by the blade. The head rolled upon the ground, its tooth-filled mouth still exaggeratedly gaping, eyes greedily fixated on them. Yelena drew a handgun from behind her and decisively fired a shot at the head. Green blood splattered everywhere. As they prepared to move forward, a sudden series of clapping sounds echoed from behind them. Clap, clap, clap. They turned to see a stunning woman in a black cloak approaching, clapping her hands. Who are you? Kate inquired. However, Yelena, without a moment's hesitation, aimed her gun at the woman and fired several shots. Yet, as the bullets passed through her body, she instantly transformed into a wisp of smoke. Run. That's Dan. Yelena knew full well that killing Dan was utterly impossible. The moment she fired, she grabbed Kate and sprinted forward. Yet, before they had taken more than a few steps, the wisp of smoke eerily reappeared before them. The smoke dissipated, and Dan's figure became increasingly distinct. She removed her hat, revealing a striking face marred by a terrifying scar. Unlike before, her forehead was wrapped in several thick layers of gauze. I never imagined someone could injure you. Though Yelena jested, her actions remained swift and resolute. She fired several more shots at Dan, and the widow's bite on her wrist glimmered to life. Multiple electric darts surged toward Dan's body, yet, without exception, they passed harmlessly through her, achieving nothing at all. Why struggle when you know it serves no purpose? Dan's lips curled into a faint smile. Yet the scar on his face appeared exceedingly grotesque. Yelena, still brandishing her firearm, warily inquired, "Why not act directly instead of wasting words in our presence?" "Because I wish to make you my puppets," Dan replied with a sinister grin. "In your dreams." Kate drew her bow, but refrained from releasing the arrow, fully aware that her weapon would bear no effect against him. "That is not for you to decide," he declared, raising his hands while laughing maniacally, his cloak billowing wildly in the wind. However, after a prolonged moment, aside from the cloak's bizarre and comical swing, nothing else transpired. "What is happening?" Dan stared in disbelief at his hands, lifting them again, yet still, nothing occurred. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed twice. Dan clutched his shoulder tightly, feeling the bullets pierce through him. Vivid crimson blood streamed from his fingertips, intensifying the cloak's already ominous aura. "What is happening? Why can I not wield my magic?" Just before he could seek an explanation, he noticed two sharp blades rushing toward him. He hurriedly sidestepped, catching a glimpse of a sigil drawn with green blood in the distance. This sigil would forever haunt her memory, the one suspended behind the terrifying woman clad in red. Seizing the opportunity as Dan was momentarily distracted, Yelena swung her blade with intent. Kate, drawing the bowstring taut, aimed at Dan and released the arrow. As Dan observed the incoming projectile, he swiftly retreated, deflecting it with a chop of his right hand but sustaining a wound in the process. Yelena charged again, aiming a fierce strike at Dan's chest. Dan retaliated with a ferocious palm strike against Yelena, yet blood splattered from his shoulder. "Do you think I rely solely on magic? In combat, I am far beyond what you ordinary mortals can comprehend." Chiyu slowly opened his eyes. Although his vision remained tinged with crimson, it had lightened slightly compared to before. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered he was in a somewhat antiquated room. Rising to his feet, he summoned a dagger and cautiously approached the door. Quietly, he opened it just a crack, peering outside. To his relief, the living room beyond was deserted. He pushed the door fully open and stepped forward silently. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming force strike his back. Gripping the dagger tightly, he thrust it backward. But his body fell heavily to the ground, as if under some external control. His eyes widened as he scrutinized the figure before him. The elderly man was none other than Chapter 49, the elderly Captain America. Chiyu gazed in astonishment at the old man before him. The elderly man, with hair as white as snow and a face etched with deep wrinkles, possessed a remarkably robust physique. His eyes sparkled with a vitality that surpassed that of many a youth. Just moments ago, during a brief encounter, he had inexplicably found himself knocked to the ground. "Your name is Chiyu, is it not?" the old man inquired, assisting Chiyu to his feet before taking a seat on a nearby sofa. "Do you know me?" Chiyu approached, his voice barely above a whisper. The elderly gentleman nodded, his gaze warm and benevolent. "Peter has informed me of everything, including the forgotten incantation and your unique abilities. Thus, I presume an introduction is unnecessary?" He gestured toward the sofa, inviting Chiyu to sit. Slowly, Chiyu complied, murmuring, "You must be Mr. Steve, the former Captain America." Upon hearing this, the old man displayed no surprise, handing Chiyu a cup of coffee before continuing. "A rather portly fellow came to see Peter earlier. The situation seemed quite dire, so I sent him on his way. I observed your duel with Jean Bing from a distance. It was impressive, decisive and clean, qualities that many of those youngsters lack." "Mr. Steve, what do you mean?" Chuyu's mind raced with thoughts of the Avengers' circumstances following the departure of the three great leaders. Steve chuckled softly, setting down his coffee. "I have surpassed a century in age. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to express my approval of your methods. Nothing more." Noticing Chuyu's silence, Steve propped himself up with his hands on his knees and rose from the sofa. "Since I have taken the liberty of allowing your partner to depart, I shall also accompany you today as your partner. Together, we shall accomplish your mission." This proclamation startled Chiyu, causing him to spring to his feet. After all, Steve was over 100 years old. It was hardly reasonable to expect a centenarian to wield a firearm against zombies. Wait, Mr. Steve," Chiyu began, only to halt as he recalled being bested by this very man. Despite his unpreparedness, it was evident that Steve's self-defense capabilities were formidable. "Are you dissatisfied with an old man of over a century, fearing I may hinder your youthful endeavors?" Steve quipped. "No." Chiyu quickly shook his head. "I can handle these matters outside myself. You have labored tirelessly throughout your life. Allow me to take charge." With a gentle smile, Steve stretched his neck, twisting it lightly. Chiyu couldn't help but marvel at the old man's clearly defined biceps. Is this truly the physique of a centenarian? He mused, having been retired for so long. "It seems I ought to engage in some exercise. That rascal Bucky has been somewhat reproachful about my leaving this world in silence." As Steve spoke, he prepared to step outside, prompting Chiyu to hastily follow. Only once they were outside did Chuyu realize that his earlier concerns had been not only excessive, but rather foolish. This centenarian seemed to possess a formidable stick, somehow acquired from who knows where. With each swing, a zombie's skull was shattered by the stick. After the baton splintered, Steve casually picked up a steel pipe and swung it wildly. Wherever this elderly man passed, green blood flowed beneath his feet. Chuyu momentarily lost himself in the sight of Steve's merciless slaughter of the undead. What merit did he possess to claim that Steve was a hindrance? Mr. Steve, are you not weary? Chuyu offered a bottle of water in front of him. Yet, Steve waved his hand dismissively, raising an eyebrow, and declared, I could fight all day long. Chuyu awkwardly withdrew the water, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. He would never admit his fatigue in front of a centenarian. With Steve's ferocious assault on the zombies, Chuyu felt no necessity to intervene. The captain of the 50-50 team, who could exchange blows with Thanos, posed no threat to him, even in his old age. As he walked behind Steve, arms crossed, admiring the elderly man's dramatic confrontation with the zombies, a sudden scream pierced the air, emanating from a distance. Chuyu turned towards the sound and, indeed, a classic scene from a zombie film was unfolding. A group of individuals emerged, even more terrifying than the undead. Why were they more fearsome than zombies? Because at least the zombies did not consume their own kind. A girl of around 17 or 18 clutched a bulging bag tightly to her chest, presumably filled with provisions. A burly man, seemingly in his 30s, brandished a gun, cornering the girl against the wall. Hurry up, hand over the food, he snarled with a fierce glare. Sir, this is all I could find with great difficulty. Food is nearly gone, and I've been starving for days, the girl replied, tears welling in her eyes as she clung to the bag, refusing to relinquish it. The man pressed the gun's barrel against her head, threatening, I haven't eaten for days either. If you don't want your head to burst open, you better hand over the goods. Though trembling in fear, the girl's fingers remained tightly grasped around the bag, turning white from the pressure. Seeing her unwillingness to let go, the man raised his hand to strike her, when suddenly a shout rang out from behind them. He turned to see a young Chinese boy in his early 20s, accompanied by an elderly man. To him, these two represented nothing but the frail and the weak. How could he take them seriously? He turned back, intent on yanking the bag from the girl's grasp. Suddenly, he felt a sharp blow to his head. Chuyu, still reeling from the impact, realized he was now wielding a brick. He glanced at the elderly Steve, who had taken cover behind him. Then at the brick in his hand. The image of the old man picking up a stone and throwing it at the man resurfaced in his mind, followed by the memory of retrieving a shattered brick from the ground. Hiding behind his innocent facade, the old man seemed perplexing. What had gotten into him? In his advanced years, he had resorted to such childish antics. Is it you? The man glared fiercely at Chuyu. Yes, it is I. Chuyu wished to avoid further entanglement. Would anyone believe him if he pointed to the old man behind him? Just as he was about to take a step forward, he suddenly felt a powerful hand clasped upon his shoulder. Chuyu, I have not engaged in acts of heroism since my youth. Allow me this moment. Chapter 50, Kill Me. The man looked on in astonishment as the elderly figure approached him. The old man clenched his fists, seemingly ready to unleash a formidable assault. Although this elder was more robust than many young men, he was still a man with silver hair. Had his opponent been younger, he might have harbored some concern, especially considering he had not eaten for several days. In a real fight, he might not stand a chance against the seemingly frail young man. Hey, old man. I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, your frail bones won't withstand my blow. The man straightened his posture and shouted at Steve, even displaying his fist for emphasis. Steve, as if oblivious to the threat, continued his approach. The man saw no sign of retreat from him and shouted again, Old man, don't seek your own demise. Upon hearing this, Steve indeed paused momentarily. The man felt his intimidation had had some effect. Mockingly raising his gun and aiming it at the onlooker, Chuyu, what, does the young man only hide behind the old man's back? Chuyu solemnly nodded, secretly pondering, is this merely an ordinary elder? Your entire nation has previously sheltered behind him. The man, witnessing Chuyu's apparent lack of spirit, prepared to continue his tirade. However, before he could utter a word, a heavy fist struck his face with brutal force. A metallic taste flooded his mouth, and his body fell uncontrollably to the ground. He glanced at his gun, which had been flung aside, and scrambled to retrieve it. Yet, as he reached for the weapon, he found himself utterly incapable of moving it even a fraction. Chuyu retracted the blue light from his fingertips, folding his arms with keen interest in the unfolding drama. Steve approached the man and delivered a ferocious kick to his side. The man once more tumbled to the ground. Before he could rise, he felt another heavy blow. He instinctively protected his vital areas, fearing that this powerful elder might leave him utterly incapacitated. Yet, he could not fathom why a man who appeared to be nearing a century could possess such strength. Chuyu stepped in front of the girl and softly urged, Little sister, quickly leave and stay safe. The young girl, clearly frightened, nodded slightly but remained rooted to the spot. Yu observed the middle-aged man, who was being mercilessly bullied by the elder, and could not help but shake his head in disbelief. Speaking to himself, he mused, in New City, one should never underestimate an elderly individual. What if he happens to be a retired Captain America? Steve seemed to have relished the moment, retracting the power he had unleashed. He feigned wiping non-existent beads of sweat from his brow and exclaimed with exuberance, "What a thrill! My retirement life is truly fulfilling." The man he had vanquished was left utterly disfigured, particularly his face, which was so swollen that it was nearly unrecognizable. However, this was a testament to Steve's restraint. Otherwise, even a dozen adversaries would scarcely have posed a challenge to him. Yu observed the triumphant return of the elderly hero and retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack. "Old hero, how does it feel to rescue the damsel in distress? Are you fatigued?" This time, Steve accepted the water and downed the entire bottle in one go. Raising an eyebrow at Yu, he sighed, "Alas, I am growing old. In my prime, standing here would have sent these villains trembling in fear." Yu chuckled wryly. "No need to reminisce. If this man caught sight of you from a distance next time, he would likely be terrified to the point of wetting himself." Steve handed the bottle back to Yu and approached a small girl, his expression instantly transforming into one of tenderness. "Little one, the bad man has been chased away. You should hurry home." The girl nodded, wiping away the traces of tears from her cheeks, and trembled as she took a step forward. However, before she could proceed, she abruptly halted. "What is it, dear child?" Steve inquired with concern. Suddenly, the backpack the girl was clutching fell to the ground with a thud, causing the zipper to burst open, revealing a bloodied hand. Chiyu's eyes widened, and he swiftly pulled Steve behind him. "What is this?" he demanded sternly. The girl, in a state of panic, crouched down to retrieve the severed hand, hastily shoving it back into her backpack before rushing forward. Chiyu waved his hand, and frost instantly cloaked the ground. The ice spread rapidly, encasing the girl's feet in a firm grip. She struggled to break free, but her efforts were in vain. Clutching her backpack tightly, she curled up in a corner. "Speak. What is going on?" Chuyu's countenance was cold and fierce as he pressed further. The girl remained silent, instead opening her backpack and frantically stuffing raw, blood-soaked meat into her mouth. As she ate, she cried out, "I am not a zombie. I never intended to bite anyone. But I am hungry. I want to eat human flesh. I found this in the hospital morgue. I did not kill anyone." Tears streamed down her face, mingling with the blood that stained her features. Chiyu felt a wave of nausea wash over him as the blue light in his hand intensified. The frost continued to creep up the girl's body, yet she remained oblivious, relentlessly shoving the bloody flesh into her mouth. Blood trickled down from her chin, falling to the ground and blossoming into a crimson flower as the frost continued its inexorable ascent. As they neared the girl's head, Chuyu abruptly retracted the blue light from his hands. The little girl, her only movable feature being her rigid head, turned to face Chuyu. Her bloodied mouth twisted into a smile, revealing teeth still smeared with remnants of flesh. "Brother, please help me. I don't want to be like this. I want to die. But I cannot bring myself to do it. Brother, please help me." The little girl forced what she deemed a cute smile, striving to make her visage appear less terrifying. Yet, how could a face drenched in blood and remnants of flesh not evoke fear? "I became like this after being bitten by that zombie. I have never harmed anyone. But I am hungry. I despise this version of myself. Brother, will you end my suffering?" Chiyu gazed at the little girl, his palm gradually opening. An icicle floated above his hand, poised to pierce the girl's skull should he direct it toward her. However, he found himself hesitating. Suddenly, the girl's previously placid expression contorted. Veins bulged on her forehead, her eyes widened in a grotesque glare, and her mouth gaped open, emitting a chilling roar. Without a moment's thought, Chiyu commanded the icicle to dart forward. Just as it was about to reach the center of the girl's brow, he noticed a fleeting, sweet smile manifest on her once hideous face. Chapter 51. Conflict. Why must zombies compete with me for food? The man, dragging his aching body, staggered before the girl whose head had been pierced by the icicle, squinting through swollen eyelids. He scrutinized her face and was astonished to find a trace of sweet serenity lingering on the countenance that had been pierced. How peculiar it was for a zombie to still bear a smile. Spitting contemptuously at the girl, he winced in pain as the motion aggravated his swelling. Gradually, he crouched down and unzipped the backpack beside the girl, greedily tearing it open, his tongue involuntarily licking his lips in anticipation of discovering what precious item warranted such fierce protection. As he unzipped it further, a potent stench of blood wafted from the bag. Frowning deeply, he leaned closer, his narrowed eyes catching a glimpse of an arm lying within, surrounded by unidentifiable flesh. Startled, the man flung the backpack aside, collapsing onto the ground in horror. What foul sustenance is this? Struggling to rise, he prepared to drag himself onward. Suddenly, a wave of intense hunger engulfed him, his vision blurring, and he clung to the wall to remain upright, surveying his surroundings. He found the desolate street littered with the corpses of zombies and the blood of creatures he could not identify. Cursed be it, There is nothing here. I cannot starve. A metallic scent of blood wafted into his nostrils once more, and his gaze followed the aroma to a black backpack. Chuyu walked forward, his expression vacant. Occasionally, a few oblivious zombies would approach, intent on attacking them, but before they could close the distance, an elderly man's staff would shatter their skulls. Chuyu, are you alright? Steve inquired, having felled one of the zombies. Chuyu remained silent, his eyes lost in contemplation as he moved ahead, even as a zombie lunged at him from behind. He was completely oblivious. Steve promptly rushed forward, pulling Chuyu aside and swiftly striking the zombie with his staff. The creature collapsed, its gnarled fingers still clawing at the air. Steve raised his weapon high, preparing to deliver another blow when an ice spike erupted from the ground, piercing the zombie's skull. Turning back, Steve noticed that Chuyu's eyes had regained their brightness. Chuyu retracted the blue glow from his hand and, looking at Steve, softly asked, "Mr. Steve, did you see that?" But before he could finish, Steve interrupted, "Do you believe what you have done is justified?" "What?" Chuyu replied, puzzled. "Everything," Steve insisted. "I feel as though I have acted according to my own convictions, regardless of right or wrong." Steve nodded, resting his staff upon his shoulder as he continued forward. "And that is sufficient." "What do you mean, Mr. Steve?" Chuyu hurried to catch up. "You will gradually comprehend." Steve smiled, tilting his chin slightly as he pointed ahead. "We should be nearing the radiation zone." Chuyu was about to press further when he noticed a cluster of military green tents ahead. "Are those soldiers stationed here?" He squinted. Before the tents stood two makeshift watchtowers, where two burly soldiers, armed with sniper rifles, stood guard, their eyes scanning the surroundings. He glanced around, noticing the distant skyscrapers and the trees reflecting glimmers of light. Lowering his gaze to himself, he was startled to see dozens of red dots marking vital points on his body. This meant that concealed snipers were ever ready to take aim at him. "Who are you?" A voice called from within a nearby artillery position, amplified by a loudspeaker. "We are here to find a source of intense radiation." Chuyu raised his hands, the blue glow beneath his gaze faintly visible. "There is nothing you seek here. Please leave. This is a military zone, and ordinary civilians are not permitted." The man continued, his finger poised on the trigger of his sniper rifle. "This source of radiation is connected to the zombies. New City has been overrun by them. And this is the only solution," Chuyu patiently explained, though the red dots remained unmoving, causing his forehead to furrow slightly. Now was not the time for confrontation, he thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, he was about to speak when the ancestor beside him stirred. "You little rascals, open the door for me at once. Do I have to beat you into submission for you to recognize my prowess?" Steve exclaimed, hurling the stick in his hand towards the observation post, shattering the horn held by the guard atop it. Chuyu stared in disbelief at Steve. Was this man truly Captain America? The commotion caused by Steve sent the military into a frenzy. They all squeezed the triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards them. Seeing this, Chuyu's hands radiated with blue light, and in an instant, a protective shield made of ice formed around them. The bullet struck the shield, rebounding harmlessly to the ground. He turned to see the old man behind him wearing a smug expression. Suppressing his anger, he exclaimed, "Mr. Steve, are you trying to get me killed?" Steve smirked. "Look, I'm helping you." With that, he delivered a powerful punch to the shield, causing a crack to appear. The fracture rapidly spread, and in the blink of an eye, the entire shield shattered into fragments. Steve pushed Chuyu forward, urging him, "Go on, protect me." Chuyu had no time to argue, for the red dots from the sniper rifles were now all aimed at him. He rolled forward, narrowly escaping as countless bullets rained down on his previous position. Glaring fiercely at Steve, he waved his hand, summoning a thick ice shield to envelop Steve. As the snipers adjusted their sights back onto him, he swiftly harnessed the wind element, lifting himself into the air. Countless ice spikes floated behind him, hurtling towards the concealed snipers. A chorus of anguished cries echoed around them. Steve struck the ice shield with a powerful punch, yet it remained steadfast. Rubbing his slightly reddened knuckles, he sat down, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he heard the sudden wails outside. It seemed this child should not be underestimated. They would have to come and test him. He then retrieved his phone from his pocket, placing it to his ear. "It's your turn to enter the fray. Don't underestimate him. You will regret it." Chapter 52, the Marvel version of Yanghua and the Eagle. Inside the military tent, a black man clad in a white and blue uniform hung up the phone, turning to a nearby muscular figure with a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Steve is back. He says we should go welcome his friends." The muscular man's expression shifted noticeably as he raised his gleaming metallic arm, grabbing a shield and tossing it towards the black man. "Let us go see Steve's friends." Chuyu landed back on the ground, raising his hands once more, shouting to the soldiers atop the observation post. "I mean no harm. I wish to speak with your commander." Watching as one soldier, wincing in pain, struggled to remove the ice spike from his shoulder, his face pale, he helplessly sighed. One cannot simply charge in recklessly. What if there are harmful weapons within? Wouldn't he that invite trouble upon oneself? After a moment of contemplation, Chuyu suddenly perceived a dark shadow emerging beneath his feet. He swiftly retreated, and a resounding crash echoed, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a tall figure with enormous wings appeared before him. "Is that Falcon Sam?" Before Chuyu could regain his composure, he felt a rush of wind from his side. He flipped backward once more, harnessing the wind element to suspend himself in midair. Observing the spot he had just vacated, he noticed another individual had materialized there. This person's left arm was entirely composed of metal. Chuyu chuckled softly. Such a distinctive feature made it unnecessary to discern his face to identify him as the Winter Soldier. "No, you should be referred to as the White Wolf, Bucky. Where is Steve?" Bucky fixed a cold, stern gaze upon Chuyu and demanded, "Where is Steve?" Chuyu pointed to the ice shield behind him, assuring, "He is safe inside." However, before he could utter another word, Sam charged toward him. Once again, Chuyu manipulated the wind element, propelling himself upward. He did not believe he possessed the capability to confront both the White Wolf and Falcon simultaneously. Sam spread his wings and swiftly pursued. Bucky, unable to engage in aerial combat, remained grounded. He approached the ice shield and struck it forcefully with his right hand, only to find it bore no marks. Glancing at his metal arm, he raised it high and delivered a powerful punch to the ice shield. This time, cracks began to form, rapidly spreading until the entire shield was riddled with them. As a chunk of ice fell away, an elderly man slowly emerged from within the shield and smiled gently at Bucky. "Long time no see." Bucky, with a fierce expression, seized the old man by the collar and shouted, "Are you really going to abandon your world like this?" Steve remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow. "I'm over 100 years old, accounting for the time in cryostasis. I'm nearly 200. Isn't it time to hand this world over to the younger generation?" He glanced upward, adding, "Besides, haven't I brought you a helper? You should assist Sam, otherwise he might find himself in a precarious situation." Bucky lifted his gaze and was astonished to see that Chuyu moved even faster than Sam, who possessed vibranium wings. Without any mechanical assistance, Chuyu glided through the air like a specter, despite Sam pushing his engines to the limit. He could not even graze the hem of Chuyu's attire. Sam charged at Chuyu once more, but Chuyu elegantly pivoted, instantly positioning himself behind Sam. He struck down hard, unleashing a dazzling burst of blue light. Frost enveloped Sam's wings. Sam quickly turned and hurled his shield at Chuyu. But a powerful whirlwind suddenly enveloped him. Sam accelerated, determined to break through the tempest. Before reaching the edge of the hurricane, his body was unexpectedly swept back. Beyond his control, he looked up, preparing to ascend from the upper periphery of the storm. However, as he barely began to rise, countless blades of wind surged towards him from the tempest. He quickly pivoted to evade, maneuvering his wings to shield against the onslaught of these gales. The air was filled with the cacophony of clashing metal. Although these wind blades could not rival the strength of vibranium, their sheer volume was overwhelming. In that moment, he found himself utterly powerless to escape. Chuyu gazed at the falcon ensnared within the hurricane, casting a glance at Bucky and Steve on the ground. With a swift motion, he dove downward. Steve gently tapped Bucky beside him and whispered, "Are you not curious to test the strength of your future ally?" Bucky observed Chuyu, whose pupils glimmered with a faint blue light, tightening his grip. Suddenly, a sound emerged from behind him. "I advise you to use your left hand." He shot a glare at Steve. Clenching his metal arm, he slightly bent his knees and leaped forcefully into the air. Chuyu was not surprised by Bucky's assault against him. The look of triumph on Steve's face indicated he was merely probing his capabilities. In light of this, he resolved to hold nothing back. Extending his arm, a colossal icy fist materialized before him, hurtling toward Bucky. As the icy fist collided with the metal gauntlet, a powerful gust of wind radiated outward, stirring up a cloud of dust. The blue light in Chuyu's eyes flared once more, and a faint glow began to emanate from the icy fist. With a fierce cry, he pressed down with all his might. A series of cracking sounds echoed from the ice as fissures began to appear across its surface, a testament to the escalating tension between them. Observing the emerging cracks, a slight smirk crept across Chuyu's lips. He did not believe his ice powers could contend with the vibranium arm, just as he did not think his hurricane could indefinitely trap Sam. As the icy fist shattered, he closed the distance to Bucky, showing no intention of slowing down. Bucky, perplexed by the boy's relentless approach, was about to withdraw his strength when Steve's voice resonated in his mind, urging him to unleash their full power. Bucky summoned every ounce of strength within him. Yet, at the moment of contact, the boy unexpectedly dodged to the side. Not only that, but Bucky felt an intense push from behind, propelling him uncontrollably forward. Meanwhile, Sam, who had just escaped the hurricane, was gearing up to accelerate towards Chuyu when he suddenly noticed Bucky charging fiercely in his direction. He quickly transformed his wings into a shield, positioning it before him. With a clang, a metallic reverberation filled the air. Steve, standing on the ground, hastily covered his ears, his gaze fixed on Chuyu as he descended back to the earth, striding towards him. Impressive. So what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Chuyu remarked with a cold smile. Steve shrugged his shoulders and softly replied, I have none, but they certainly might. Chapter 53. The arm detached upon hearing Steve's words. Chuyu leaped into the air with remarkable agility. His pupils gleamed with a brilliant blue light, causing the temperature around him to plummet instantaneously. A seemingly inconspicuous snowflake drifted down from the heavens, expanding in size until it resembled that of an adult. Chuyu struck at the snowflake with a powerful palm, shattering it into countless icy shards that surged towards Sam and Bucky. Sam, sensing the impending danger, raised his wings before him, transforming them into a shield that effectively dissipated the icy onslaught. Meanwhile, Bucky swiftly wielded his vibranium arm, crushing each shard with resolute precision. However, neither of them noticed a figure darting through the storm of ice shards. With a glint of cold light, Sam felt a sharp object pressing against his neck. Turning around, he discovered that Chuyu had mysteriously appeared behind him. Bucky, noticing this, charged forward with his vibranium arm raised. Chuyu tilted his body slightly to evade the attack, extending his finger to punctuate Bucky's left shoulder with several forceful taps. To Bucky's astonishment, his vibranium arm suddenly detached from his shoulder, crashing heavily to the ground. Chuyu swiftly stomped his foot, causing frost to spread rapidly from beneath him. The vibranium arm lying on the ground was quickly enveloped by the encroaching frost, freezing it solid in the blink of an eye. Bucky stared at Chuyu in shock, while Chuyu offered a gentle smile and retracted the dagger from Sam's neck. Now I possess the confidence to speak, do I not? Steve, observing the vibranium arm lying on the ground, approached with curiosity. He knelt beside it, his fingers instinctively tracing the icy specimen of the iron limb. I never knew it could be done this way had I known. I would have avoided the beatings in the first place. Bucky shot Steve an incredulous glance before turning to Chuyu and inquiring, how is it that you can do this? Do you have ties to Wakanda? As blue light emanated from Chuyu, the temperature around them returned to normal. He knelt down, completely disregarding Steve's astonished gaze, and retrieved the vibranium arm. Having been cleansed by the frost, the arm now gleamed even more brilliantly. He courteously offered it to Bucky, politely stating, I merely happen to know how. As for the manner in which I acquired this knowledge, I am afraid I cannot disclose that. Watching Bucky reattach his arm, Chuyu felt a sense of relief. Just moments ago, he had been recalling how the Dora Milaje had disarmed Bucky. It was nearly impossible to remember the details after just one viewing of the video. Yet, the system had remarkably revisited the scene in his mind, even annotating the precise locations and force required. This system, it seemed, had performed a human-like deed. Sam retracted his wings and approached Chuyu, his lips parting slightly as he whispered, Teach me. I've never liked that arm. Though his voice was hushed, the four of them stood in close proximity. Bucky distinctly overheard Sam's conspiratorial whispers. He shook his vibranium arm, realizing it had returned to normal, and struck Sam with a formidable punch. Sam hastily summoned his vibranium wings to shield himself. From beneath the wings, his eyes occasionally darted towards Chuyu, as if to convey, look, I'm in peril alongside this fellow. I must devise something to outmaneuver him. Chuyu offered a gentle smile, shrugging his shoulders, contemplating the impracticality of such an endeavor. As the trial concluded, the soldiers opened a passage for Chuyu and his companions, allowing them entry. Although some snipers had sustained injuries during the recent altercation, Chuyu had refrained from inflicting severe harm. With a few days of rest, their wounds would heal naturally. The quartet soon arrived inside the tent. The makeshift military base was somewhat rudimentary, and the sudden outbreak of zombies had dealt a heavy blow to New City. Sam handed 2 cups of coffee to Chuyu and Steve. Chuyu took a token sip and, getting straight to the point, inquired, Is there a high-radiation device among the station troops? Sam looked at Chuyu with curiosity and replied, How do you know? Indeed, there is one, but... Chuyu noticed Sam's hesitation and pressed for more information. It's a nuclear bomb. Bucky, who had been standing at a distance, interjected unexpectedly. Chuyu's brow furrowed slightly. Are we preparing to abandon New City? Though it is teeming with zombies, there are still some residents left. As he spoke, he realized his emotions were becoming heightened and quickly calmed himself, continuing, When do you plan to activate the nuclear bomb? Upon hearing this, Sam shook his head vigorously. Although the government proposed such a course of action, I outright refused. That's why Bucky and I are here, to prevent this from happening. However, those in power disagree. We can only negotiate with them, giving a 3-day ultimatum. Today marks the 2nd day. Bucky's expression was distinctly displeased. With a resigned sigh, Chuyu remarked, So we have merely a day and a half left. He glanced at Steve, only to find this man, who should have been the most outraged, calmly savoring his coffee. Mr. Steve, are you not the least bit surprised? Steve set down his cup and replied with serene composure, not in the slightest. Over the decades, I have come to understand the machinations of those in power. What should we do then? Sam asked urgently. I have retired. You must sort this out on your own. I am but an old relic, Steve said, resuming his casual sip of coffee. However, aside from Bucky, No one noticed the faint crack that had appeared on the handle of Steve's cup. Chuyu turned to Sam and said, "When we encountered Natasha's sister, she mentioned that the instigator of this zombie outbreak is a witch. The source of the zombies may very well be a magical array. In New City, we have identified 2 locations of high radiation. One is here, while the other lies to the south." Sam furrowed his brow in confusion and remarked, "I fail to comprehend the connection between the magic array you speak of and this zombie. However, as far as I know, this is the only place in New City where a nuclear bomb might be found. The south is devoid of anything. If it is not here, it must certainly be in the south." Chiyu's eyes widened in alarm. "This is bad. Yelena and Kate are in danger," he exclaimed, rising swiftly and exiting the tent. With his arms raised high, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the area. His body then levitated into the air, soaring forward with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Sam and the others' sight. Just as Sam and the others emerged from the tent, an unexpected disturbance arose within. Sam turned towards the sound and saw Ned crouched on the ground, trembling as he attempted to stand. "Where is Chiyu? Where is he? Peter?" Chapter 54. Clearly, I am not magic. Yelena spat blood, clutching her chest, and lay on the ground, glaring fiercely at the witch before her. Dan approached Yelena, crouching down to trace her delicate fingers across Yelena's face, leaving a faint mark. "What's wrong? Aren't you quite formidable?" "Bah," Yelena retorted, spitting blood and cursing. "I don't want to see your hideous face. It's revolting." Upon hearing Yelena's words, Dan raised her hand and struck Yelena's face with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed as Yelena struggled to prop herself up, wiping the blood from her mouth. Looking up, she found Kate lying unconscious in a pool of blood. She had hoped that the spell would allow her to control Dan's magic, but to her dismay, neither she nor Kate could withstand Dan. Dan wiped the blood from her face, a scornful smile playing on her lips as she approached the spell beside her. With her toe, she viciously rubbed the symbol crafted from blue blood. After completing this act, she extended her finger, observing the black smoke rising from her fingertip, a smirk gracing her lips. Turning to Yelena, who was trying to crawl towards Kate, Dan flicked her finger, unleashing a burst of black smoke that surged toward Yelena, ensnaring her neck tightly. Yelena desperately clawed at the black smoke around her neck, but no matter how fiercely she tugged, it would not yield. "What? Still unwilling to accept your fate? I truly loathe you self-righteous fools who meddle in matters beyond your understanding." As she spoke, she produced a chess piece from behind her. If Chiyu were to see it, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for this very piece was the one assigned by the system for his task, an investigation into the chess of heaven and hell. Dan slowly approached Yelena from behind, the black smoke coiling around the chess piece in her hand like a serpent. She raised the chess piece high, preparing to plunge it into Yelena's back, when suddenly a fierce gust of wind swept in. Alert, she scanned her surroundings, and in an instant, her form transformed into a swirling mass of black smoke. In that fleeting moment, countless ice blades pierced through the dark mist. Simultaneously, a heavy figure crashed to the ground. Chuyu observed the black smoke and summoned another fierce wind, which blew violently toward it. The dark mist effortlessly dispersed the gust, even the smoke around Yelena's neck dissipating. The smoke recoalesced, and Dan's form swiftly materialized, 2 daggers appearing in her hands with a flourish. "I didn't expect you to arrive, but I have learned something new," she declared as a massive talisman materialized behind her, its edges emanating a dark purple glow. Glancing at Yelena with a mocking smile, Dan quipped, "Surprised, aren't you? I can do this too." Yelena clutched her neck, her voice hoarse as she warned Chiyu, "Be careful. Only she can wield magic in the area of that talisman." "Such needless chatter," Dan remarked with a slight frown, sending a torrent of black smoke toward Yelena. Just as the smoke approached, dozens of ice blades suddenly appeared before Yelena. She deftly pivoted and retreated, astonished as she looked at Chiyu from afar. "What is happening? How can you do this? It is evident that this is not magic." Chiyu replied, rotating his palm to summon a dagger and charging forward. Countless ice blades erupted from behind him, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Dan swung her daggers to meet the onslaught, swiftly spinning them to sever the ice blades one by one. Chiyu appeared unfazed by this, for he had something far more significant yet to unveil. Ice blades flew forth again from his rear, only to be shattered by Dan's daggers, scattering onto the ground. Chiyu glanced down, a smirk gracing his lips. "It is time." He waved his dagger forward, summoning a whirlwind that surged toward Dan's figure, amalgamating the falling snowflakes and shattered ice blade fragments. Seeing this, Dan instantly transformed back into black smoke, only to realize that the whirlwind was irresistibly drawing her in. She hastily reverted to her original form to retreat, but discovered her legs had become encased in a layer of frost. The whirlwind drew closer, and its powerful force made Dan feel as though her body was being torn apart. "Do you dare to kill me? Do you not know that if I die, this entire world will be overrun by the undead?" she bellowed, but she merely smiled softly. "I do not belong to this world, so its fate is of no consequence to me." As he spoke, he intensified the power of the whirlwind, its rotation growing ever more ferocious. Dan's eyes reddened as she glared at Chiyu from a distance, transforming back into smoke and being drawn into the whirlwind. Chiyu watched as the black mist was engulfed, then with a gentle flick of his finger, the whirlwind instantly dissipated. Within the confines of a crystalline ice prison, a swirling mass of black smoke was ensnared. Chiyu nodded in satisfaction, only to turn and discover that Yelena was aiming a handgun directly at him. "What are you planning to do? What did you mean by your earlier words?" she inquired, her finger poised on the trigger. With a mere press, the bullet could swiftly and accurately pierce Chuyu's skull. He forced a bitter smile. "Miss Yelena, I was rescuing you just now." "What do you mean by that?" "I cannot simply acquiesce to the ramblings of someone so ghastly. Rest assured, she is unharmed, merely ensnared by me." As he spoke, Chiyu clasped his hands together over his chest, blue light emanating from his fingertips. The distant ice prison began to constrict gradually, causing the black smoke within to thicken in hue. A female silhouette slowly materialized, her hands braced against the upper edge of the ice prison, veins bulging on her forehead. "What do you intend to do?" she shouted vehemently at Chiyu. He completely disregarded her outburst and gestured towards Yelena, saying, "See? She is quite alive." Dan felt her body being subjected to excruciating pressure, yet she found herself devoid of any means to escape. Suddenly, a crimson figure darted across the rooftop within her line of sight. A faint smile crept upon her lips as she whispered, "My ally has arrived. Let us see how you handle this." Chiyu turned to discover a red figure silently hovering above the ice prison. His pupils constricted in alarm. Why would he be her ally? Chapter 55. The unraveled Peter. Chiyu gazed in astonishment at Peter, unable to fathom that he was indeed the ally Dan had mentioned. "Peter, why are you here?" he called out. Yet, Peter appeared oblivious, his gaze vacant as he stared at Chiyu. It was then that Chiyu noticed Peter's pupils had shifted to a vivid green. "Spider baby, do not hesitate. Eliminate those who torment me." Dan, trapped within the ice prison, uttered with a grotesque expression. Suddenly, Peter's green pupils gleamed with fervor as he leaped forward, hurtling toward Chiyu. In a panic, Chiyu shoved Yelena aside and conjured a massive ice shield before him. Peter showed no intent to evade the barrier. He struck the ice shield with tremendous force. A wave of energy surged between them, and the shield instantly became riddled with cracks. "Peter, what is happening? What transpired?" Chiyu clenched his slightly tingling palm. That brief contact made him realize the magnitude of Spider-Man's unleashed power. Peter remained silent, his gaze fixed, charging at Chiyu once more. With a wave of his hand, Chiyu caused the temperature to plummet. Frost rapidly enveloped the ground, and Peter's form began to be encased in thick ice. The frost solidified quickly, binding his legs in an unyielding grip of ice. However, he merely lifted his foot, and the ice upon his legs swiftly disintegrated. The widow's sting in Yelena's wrist glimmered with a crimson light. Several electric darts surged toward Peter, striking his back and unleashing a cascade of red currents. Yet, he remained undeterred, continuing his relentless advance. With a swift motion of his wrist, Chiyu summoned a dagger before him, propelling himself forward to thrust it toward Peter's chest. Just as the dagger's tip neared its target, Chiyu anticipated a dodge. However, to his astonishment, he witnessed a gush of warm blood erupt from Peter's chest. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a powerful punch struck his own chest. The impact found its mark precisely where Jean had previously injured him, exacerbating an already unhealed wound. Chiyu staggered back, clutching his chest as the metallic tang of blood surged forth. "Peter, do not force my hand," he exclaimed, observing the distance between them diminish as blood continued to seep from his wound, staining his once red battle attire a deeper crimson. Around Chiyu, a brilliant white light flared, as fierce winds began to swirl, carrying with them a flurry of snowflakes. Though seemingly innocuous, each flake bore an edge as sharp as a blade. In an instant, these gusts surged toward Peter, yet he remained steadfast, refusing to evade, allowing his body to absorb the onslaught of icy projectiles. The fabric of his attire was shredded, exposing skin that bore numerous cuts, with blood trickling from each wound. Despite this, Peter exhibited no intention of slowing down or retreating. Rather, he accelerated, closing the gap between them. As he pierced through the tempest, he became a figure drenched in blood, with a droplet clinging to the tip of his eyelashes. Refusing to fall, beneath the tattered remnants of his attire lay scarred skin, marred by crimson stains. Chuyu's expression hardened, and a surge of blue light erupted forth. This time, the blood coursing through Peter's veins detached from his body, suspending itself in midair before coalescing into a singular mass. Peter, having lost too much blood, appeared pale, with cracks forming at the corners of his mouth, yet he pressed on, hurtling toward Chiyu. With a rapid rotation of his palm, the sanguine mass began to spin, morphing into a blood-red cage suspended in the air. Chiyu, gazing intently at Peter, surged forward once more. His hands relentlessly struck Peter's body, each impact leaving a frosty imprint shaped like a palm. As Peter unleashed lethal punches, Yu summoned all his strength to evade. Yet, Peter's strikes were alarmingly swift. In a moment of distraction, he was met with another crushing blow to his chest. As he attempted to retreat, he felt his arms ensnared by a web of threads, leaving him with no time to react before Peter's knee came hurtling toward him. A layer upon layer of ice shields stood before them. Yet, under Peter's offensive, they shattered like mere parchment in an instant. Chuyu's pupils constricted. A blood prison descended from above, ensnaring Peter within its confines. Peter pounded relentlessly against the blood prison, but it remained utterly impervious to his assaults. Observing the frenzied Peter, Chuyu's gaze turned venomous as he fixed his eyes upon Dan in the distance. He hurried forward and struck the ice prison with a fierce punch. What have you done to Peter? Dan, supporting himself against the top of the ice prison, regarded the enraged Chuyu and sneered. It was all his own volition. I did nothing. Will you speak? Chuyu clenched his fist, and the ice prison seemed to constrict further. Dan struggled to maintain his stance, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he exhibited no sign of panic. After all, he had merely struck a deal using his little girlfriend. It was absurd that he believed he could still be restored after becoming a zombie. Chuyu's eyes filled with bloodshot fury as he tightened his grip, watching the ice prison shrink rapidly. In the end, Dan was forced to curl up within its confines. What? Do you wish to kill me? Come on. If I die, this world will descend into hell. Dan laughed maniacally. Yelena, witnessing Chuyu's uncontrollable rage, rushed forward to restrain him. Chuyu, you must calm down. Chuyu turned, glaring at Yelena, but ultimately retracted the azure light from his hands. He collapsed onto the ground, disregarding the remnants of green zombie blood beneath him. He lifted his gaze, only to find a golden ring appearing in the sky. Suddenly, a hefty figure came crashing down towards him. He deftly evaded, realizing that the one sprawled on the ground was none other than Ned. Yuchiyu summoned an ice blade, hovering beside Ned, while Yelena swiftly aimed her gun at him. Ned raised his head, preparing to speak, when he suddenly noticed two ice blades suspended before him. He involuntarily swallowed hard and stammered. Chuyu, I'm Ned. Peter he was. His eyes were abruptly captivated by a distant blood-red cage, within which the uncontrollable Peter was confined. He turned to Chuyu, this time devoid of any fear, and shouted, Peter has lost control, but I have a solution. Chapter 56, the deal 3 hours earlier, at Steve's home. What do you mean he turned into a zombie? Peter's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ned. Ned nodded anxiously, continuing, he was abducted by that strange fury. I witnessed him get bitten by a zombie inside the temple. I'm utterly useless. I can't even protect my friends. He hung his head, self-reproachfully striking himself. No. I must go there. But Peter glanced furtively at Chuyu, who lay unconscious on the bed. But could he manage it alone? Steve, who had been seated on the sofa, cleared his throat softly. What do you mean? There's still me, right? You're not dismissing an old man, are you? Ned followed the sound and soon discovered an elderly man with a head full of white hair seated on the sofa. He pointed at Steve and whispered, Who is this? Peter leaned closer to his ear and softly replied, The elderly Captain America. Oh, Ned gasped in astonishment, covering his mouth. Is this really him? Steve slowly rose, a benevolent smile gracing his features. The Grim Reaper does not wish for me just yet. Now, hurry along and see what SMS. Once Chuyu awakens, I will explain everything. Peter's expression was one of conflict as his gaze repeatedly flickered towards Chuyu. Ultimately, he bowed deeply to Steve and earnestly said, Thank you, Mr. Steve. Ned, regaining his composure, lightly traced a finger through the air, conjuring a golden ring that appeared before them. Observing Peter hastily leap into the golden circle, he exchanged a subtle nod with Steve before following suit. Steve watched as the golden ring gradually dissipated, then settled back onto the sofa. Outside, the sporadic howls of zombies echoed through the air, and a slight smile tugged at his lips. It seemed that their encounters were no less complicated than their own. Peter and Ned arrived at the corridor of the temple, standing before a door. As Peter placed his hand on the doorknob, he suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. His eyes widened, and his expression turned serious as he looked at Ned. He placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Leaning in, he whispered to Ned, Wait for me outside. If anything happens, run and find Chuyu. I refuse. I want to be a coward. I'm going in with you. Ned insisted, preparing to push the door open. Seeing this, Peter swiftly shoved him aside, commanding sternly, You must listen to me. With that, Peter opened the door and strode inside. Ned hid behind the door, peering through the crack to witness the unfolding events. As Peter entered the room, he was taken aback to find Fury standing in the center, panic etched on his face. Upon seeing Peter, Fury clutched his chest and hurriedly approached him. Peter, the zombies were unleashed by the witch. I failed to protect her. She was bitten by one of them. I'm so sorry. Without a moment's hesitation, Peter delivered a fierce kick to Fury, sending him crashing backward until he collided with the table, coming to a halt. Who are you? Peter asked coldly, his eyes fixed on Fury, who was now lying on the ground, clutching a chess piece-shaped object tightly in his hand. Haha. Fury laughed maniacally, but beneath his rugged exterior, a sultry voice emerged. He slowly rose, wisps of black smoke swirling around him. As the smoke enveloped him, a woman cloaked in black emerged. With delicate fingers, she concealed her face and smiled. Dan. At the sight of Dan, Peter surged forward, extending his hand to grip her throat tightly. Where are you? Dan's face flushed instantly. Her voice hoarse as she uttered, You possess such immense strength. I feel as though my neck is entirely unscathed. No sooner had she spoken, her form transformed into a swirl of black smoke. Peter hurriedly tightened his grip once more, only to discover he grasped nothing at all. The dark mist coalesced anew in a corner of the room, and Dan's figure materialized once again. Where are you? What have you done? Peter's eyes reddened, the veins on his neck prominently visible. A beguiling smile graced Dan's face as she pointed towards the shadows of the room. Are you referring to that girl? You ought to be grateful to me, for I spared her from an immediate demise. Following Dan's gaze, Peter discerned a figure huddled in the darkness. He softly called out, Are you all right? Upon hearing Peter's voice, the shadowy figure shifted deeper into concealment, tucking her head into her body, seemingly terrified of Peter. He stepped closer, realizing that the figure was clad in the bakery's uniform, stained with a considerable amount of blood. He continued his advance, gently brushing his palm against the figure's back. It's all right. Do not be afraid. I am here to help you. Yet, the shadowy figure persistently recoiled from Peter, the sound of teeth grinding echoing in the air. Look at me. I am Peter. He placed his hand on her shoulder, gently coaxing her forward. Suddenly, she turned, her bloodied mouth agape, letting out a deafening scream directed at Peter. He staggered back, astonishment etched across his face as he beheld her transformed visage. Her grotesquely contorted mouth was lined with sharp fangs, her pupils radiating an eerie green glow, remnants of flesh and blood still clinging to her face. Peter gazed in horror at her appearance, instinctively retreating. What's wrong? Can't bear to see your little girlfriend in such a state? Dan's voice dripped with malice. You should truly thank me. I fed her fresh human flesh. She needn't even compete with those zombies for food. This is a delicacy for her. Dan's countenance twisted into a terrifying grimace, the scar on her face becoming even more grotesque. In a frenzy, Peter charged at her, unleashing a barrage of punches. Yet each strike met only the black smoke, proving utterly ineffective. Who would have thought you were such a lovesick fool? How about we strike a deal? Hearing Dan's voice, Peter's movements halted abruptly. He watched as the black mist slowly revealed a human form. In a flash, he lunged forward, fiercely grasping Dan's throat. This time, she did not dissolve into smoke. Though her face flushed red from the suffocation, a smile lingered upon her lips. I will restore your little girlfriend. As for you, you shall become my servant. Peter's eyes widened in shock, and he loosened his grip. He cast a glance back at the trembling figure huddled in the shadows. Her gaze lingered upon a fractured black dahlia necklace adorning her neck. I promise you. No sooner had he spoken than he felt something pierce through his shoulder. It was as if his very soul was ruthlessly drawn to this entity. His vision began to dim, rendering him unable to catch even a final glimpse of the figure. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears. Ha ha ha, how foolish. How could a zombie ever be restored? Chapter 57. The choice at this moment, Peter had lost control. Yet I possessed a solution, Ned asserted, slowly rising to his feet, his finger pointing ominously at Dan, trapped within an icy prison. With a chilling countenance, he proclaimed, That is to kill her. Ha ha. Dan, straining to maintain his composure, laughed unabashedly, tears flowing dramatically from his eyes. Yes, Chuyu, it is to kill me. This is the only way. Kill me, and your dear friend Peter will be restored. What are you waiting for? Chuyu clenched his fists, pressing against the icy confines once more. The sound of cracking bones reverberated as Dan's legs contorted beyond human limits. Vivid crimson blood trickled from the corners of Dan's mouth. Yet, she seemed impervious to pain, cackling wildly. Chuyu, kill me, and this world shall descend into hell. Did you not claim you did not belong to this realm? Kill me. Chuyu's expression turned frigid, his gaze steeped in frost. He extended his right hand, a brilliant blue light erupting from his fingertips. Countless snowflakes descended from the heavens, coalescing into suspended blades of ice. Peter's anguished roars resounded from the blood prison behind him. He shut his eyes, his fingers trembling slightly. These ice blades surged towards Dan with a violent intent. As the blades approached, Dan's mouth gaped in exaggerated horror, blood pouring forth and staining her cloak, transforming the already eerie fabric into something more sinister. Her limbs, crushed by the icy confines, shattered completely, revealing stark white bones where they had broken. Blood flowed from her wounds, staining the once pristine ice prison a deep crimson. Dan's complexion turned pale from the loss of blood, yet she remained fixated on the unfolding chaos with a frenzied gaze. The ice blades drew ever closer, and Dan closed her eyes, awaiting her demise, or perhaps the transformation of this world into a hellish nightmare. With a sudden, sickening sound, flesh tore apart. then opened her eyes to find a figure standing before her, arms outstretched, shielding her from the impending doom. The figure's garments were shredded by the ice blades as it slowly collapsed to the ground, a torrent of blood gushing from the wounds. Chuyu stood in shocked disbelief at the scene before him. How could this be? Why had Yelena appeared here? He rushed forward, cradling Yelena as she lay in a pool of blood. Why are you here? Yelena convulsed, blood frothing from her mouth with each labored breath. She struggled to speak. I will not allow you to harm the world my sister vowed to protect. Haha. This individual truly meddles excessively. Come, Chuyu, continue to slay me. Go and rescue your friend. Silence. Chuyu bellowed, his entire being enveloped in a dense blue light that coalesced into a tangible form. With an outstretched hand, countless ice spikes erupted from the walls of the icy prison, piercing Dan's body. Yet, remarkably, not a single injury struck her vital points. Yelena, with bloodstained hands, clutched Chuyu's clothing with a fierce grip. She fought to suppress the crimson fluid threatening to spill from her lips, her bloodshot eyes glaring vehemently at Chuyu. This world was purchased with my sister's life. Should you dare to harm it, I swear that even in death, I shall never forgive you. With a faint exhalation, Yelena's grasp on Chuyu's garment slackened. A solitary tear of blood escaped from the corner of her eye as she gradually closed her eyes. Chuyu, do not commit acts you will regret. Upon uttering these words, her hand fell limply, and the agony etched on her face slowly faded into tranquility. Observing this, Chuyu hastily placed his fingers before her nose, sensing the faint breath that emanated from her, alleviating his anxiety slightly. He lifted Yelena and placed her alongside Kate. With deliberate movements, he extended his arms, summoning the elements of wind. A gentle breeze wafted through, and the two girls began to levitate. Countless droplets suspended in midair coalesced into streams of water. These streams merged into a protective barrier, enveloping both of them. After completing this, Chuyu suddenly sensed a gust of wind behind him. He swiftly turned, narrowly evading the oncoming attack. He found Ned standing behind him, tightly clutching a chess piece. His eyes now a vivid green, head tilted, mouth twisted into a grotesque grin, laughter spilling forth despite the agony evident in his gaze. Ned. Chuyu's expression darkened, azure light radiating from his hand. A flurry of snowflakes surged toward Ned. However, with a flick of his wrist, a golden ring materialized before him, revealing the tents of Bucky and Sam within its confines. They turned to see the golden ring continuously expelling white snowflakes. Sam quickly unfurled his wings, shielding Steve and Bucky beneath them. As the snowflakes dissipated, they realized that standing within the golden ring was none other than Chuyu. I underestimated you after all. Chuyu, indifferent to Sam's astonished expression, found himself suspended in midair, dagger in hand, charging at Ned. Unfazed, Ned conjured another golden ring to shield himself. Countless bullets erupted from this golden ring, prompting Chuyu to swiftly conjure an ice shield to deflect them all. As he concealed himself behind the ice shield, he was utterly unprepared for the onslaught from Ned. Ha, this little chubby fellow is indeed formidable. He was worth the effort of embedding the king's peace into his being. Dan, whose body had undergone severe distortion, showed no signs of diminished prowess in her verbal attacks. Chuyu descended heavily to the ground, and as he landed, innumerable ice spikes began to radiate outward from beneath his feet. Ned conjured a golden ring once more. And as the icy projectile hurtled towards him, he nimbly leapt into it, his ample form surprisingly agile. However, an interminable time passed, and he did not reappear. Chuyu remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings for any trace of Ned, yet none was to be found. He approached Dan, his voice firm and commanding. What have you done? Dan smiled lightly, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. I merely transformed them into my puppets. Have you not noticed? Their powers have grown far more formidable than before. Puppets? Chuyu recalled the previous Jean Bing, and now Peter and Ned. They did not seem like zombies, yet they had forgotten their very identities. Why would you do such a thing? Chuyu pressed on. Dan offered no answer, instead erupting into laughter, as if viewing a fool. Blood froth caught in his throat. Yet his laughter persisted, tears mingled with blood trickling from the corners of his eyes. After a protracted interval, he finally subdued his laughter. Yet the mockery in his gaze remained unabated. Chuyu, is it not foolish to inquire about a villain's rationale for their malevolence? Allow me to enlighten you. All villains commit evil without justification. Their so-called reasons are merely self-serving excuses. Chuyu paid little heed to Dan's philosophical musings. For an all-too-familiar electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding, mission assigned. Task, resolve the zombie crisis. Methods are unrestricted. Reward, one-time jump. Note 1. Timeline anomalies caused by the jump are irreversible. Note 2. The host must independently manage any complications arising from the temporal administration. Failure consequences. Outbreak of zombies. Acquisition of wind, water, and earth manipulation abilities. The 007 system wishes the host a delightful experience. Chapter 58. Wait, a nuclear bomb. Ouch. Sam had just cleared the frost from within the tent when a sudden wail echoed from inside. Rushing into the room, he found Ned lying on his back, legs flailing in the air. Confused, he glanced at Steve and Bucky. What happened? Bucky shrugged. Who knows? This little chubby guy just fell from the sky. Sam approached Ned, helping him to his feet. What's wrong, Ned? Where in you supposed to find Chuyu? Ned opened his eyes, and to his astonishment, his pupils had returned to their normal hue. Trembling, he stood, his gaze frantic as he clutched Sam's arm tightly. She wants to kill me? As soon as the words left his lips, Steve, who had been quietly sipping coffee, halted, his expression turning icy as he fixed his gaze on Ned. What do you mean? Ned's face turned ashen, his lips quivering uncontrollably, blood staining his shirt. In a hoarse voice, he explained, Dan, the instigator of the zombies, appeared in the sanctuary and took Peter hostage. I had no choice but to seek Peter's assistance. However, Peter and Dan are evenly matched. Unable to gain the upper hand, he instructed me to find help, to seek out Chuyu. I brought Chuyu along, only to discover that he was in league with Dan, directly injuring Peter and even threatening my life. As he spoke, Ned tore open his shirt, revealing a ghastly wound on his chest. The edges of the wound were still stained with bloodied snowflakes. I truly felt powerless. I could do nothing but hide behind others. Why was it not me who was injured? As Ned continued, he began to pound his fist against the wound, causing the freshly scabbed injury to reopen. Blood flowed uncontrollably once more. Sam hurriedly grasped Ned's hands, signaling Bucky to retrieve bandages and medical supplies. After tending to Ned's injury, Sam, puzzled, remarked, how could this be? Was Chuyu merely pretending all along? As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Steve. Steve replied coldly, you are Captain America now. Do not seek the opinions of this old man. Reluctantly, Sam turned back to Ned to inquire, are you certain Chuyu is not under some form of control? Ned quickly shook his head, his brow furrowed tightly, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. His cracked lips parted slightly as he declared, I am certain. He was completely normal. After grievously injuring Peter, he stood over him, laughing triumphantly. Ned's tone was almost squeezed out between clenched teeth, his eyes brimming with hatred. Sam stood up, casting another glance at Steve. He was torn. Despite having only spent an hour with Chuyu, he fully trusted Steve's judgment. However, Ned's account did not sound fabricated, especially with that wound, which could very likely have been inflicted by Chuyu. Let us go investigate first. We shall devise a plan after understanding the situation, Bucky suggested, approaching and gently patting Ned. Can you still teleport? If so, send the two of us over. Ned, clutching his chest, stood up, his fingers gliding gracefully to reveal a golden ring in the air. He fixed his determined gaze upon the shimmering circle, vowing to himself, this time, I shall not be a coward. Time travel? Chuyu's mind was preoccupied with the task assigned by the system. If he could indeed return to the past and successfully thwart Dan, would that not mean the chaotic situation would dissipate? But if he altered the timeline and the Time Management Bureau intervened, resetting the timeline, would he not have labored in vain? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the emotionless electronic voice of the system echoed again. The system had previously informed the host that timeline anomalies were irreversible, and even the Time Management Bureau could not alter them. This implied that I could change this chaotic scenario? Theoretically, yes, but the host must first complete the task. The system reiterated that the host could resolve the zombie crisis by any means necessary. By any means? At this moment, he felt utterly helpless. With a resigned sigh, Chuyu continued onward, searching for the formation. Suddenly, a crimson glow emerged from the distance. Chuyu squinted slightly, his body soaring into the air instantaneously. Suspended above, he clearly discerned a formation resembling a magical array nestled between four towering buildings. Within this array lay a multitude of intricate patterns. Yet at its center rested an object akin to a glass vial, seemingly filled with a red liquid. Chuyu steadied himself, preparing to advance towards it. However, upon reaching the periphery of the formation, an eerie red barrier materialized silently before him. He summoned an ice shard and cautiously hurled it at the barrier. Immediately, the sound of shattering ice resonated from within the crimson shield. Frowning slightly, Chuyu descended slowly. He placed his hand gently against the barrier, but before contact was made, he felt a tremendous force attempting to tear his fingers apart. With a jolt of pain, he withdrew his palm, the sound of flesh tearing echoing in the air. Gazing at his hand in anguish, he discovered it marred and bloodied. What manner of strange formation is this? He quickly staunched the flow of blood, rinsing the wound with a gentle stream of water. The blood mingled with the water, revealing numerous tiny lacerations on his palm. After a hasty bandaging, he observed a zombie dragging its rigid body towards him in the distance. With a flick of his wrist, a gust of wind surged towards the creature, propelling it directly into the red barrier. Consequently, the glow of the barrier intensified. The zombie, accompanied by a ghastly roar, was torn apart by the peculiar force emanating from the crimson shield. Green blood splattered upon it, only to vanish moments later. How formidable is this entity? Yet, It makes sense. The formation shows no signs of concealment, and if it were so easily destroyed, it would not flaunt its existence so boldly. Resigned, Chiyu sat down. Suddenly, Peter's voice echoed in his mind. The energy of the formation is potent, generating corresponding radiation in its vicinity. If only a powerful enough energy source could be utilized to shatter this array. But where to find something of equal strength? The entire new city was devoid of power, leaving only the nuclear bomb operational. Wait a moment, the nuclear bomb? Chapter 59. I'm about to blow up New City in the southern part of New City. Dan curled her body tightly. Though her wounds continued to bleed profusely, she appeared utterly unconcerned, despite being trapped within a minuscule ice prison. A trace of a smile lingered on her face. With her eyes closed, she savored the last tranquility of this world, for she knew victory was assured. Suddenly, her eyes fluttered open. The corners of her blood-stained lips curled upward slightly as she gazed at the distant blood prison. A flash of green light flickered in her pupils before she closed her eyes once more. Without warning, a golden ring materialized beside her. Ned, Bucky, and Sam emerged from the golden portal. Ned, having just emerged, rushed straight towards the blood prison, gripping the bars tightly as he cried out in anguish. Peter, wake up. It's all my fault. I couldn't do anything. Inside the blood prison, Peter lay with his eyes firmly shut, blood continuously oozing from his wounds, pooling on the ground and deepening the crimson hue of the cell. Sam approached, his breath hitching at the sight of Peter, who now seemed to be clinging to the remnants of life. He glanced around, noticing a distant ice block that appeared to conceal something, though its form was too distorted for him to discern. Nearby, a mass of water floated in midair, cradling two injured girls, their chests faintly rising and falling, the only testament to their survival. Where's Chiyu? Bucky scanned the surroundings, realizing that Chiyu was nowhere to be found. Sam shook his head, only to be met once again with Ned's desperate cries. Straining against the confines of the prison, Ned exerted every ounce of strength. Yet the bars remained unyielding. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, incessantly blaming himself. He simply teleported inside and rescued Peter. Bucky pondered. Yet Ned weakly shook his head, his voice barely a whisper. I can't. Chiyu's powers far exceed mine. I cannot wield my magic within his formation. With effort, he rose to his feet, pointing into the distance as he fervently exclaimed, Chiyu must be searching for the formation. He said he would fully activate it to unleash the zombies. Do you know the location of the formation? Sam inquired. Ned nodded solemnly, resolutely moving forward, only to realize that Sam and Bucky had not followed. He turned back to find them exchanging anxious glances. What's wrong, Captain Sam, Mr. Bucky? You needn't seek Chiyu anymore. He's already with the army, preparing to detonate the nuclear bomb. Meanwhile, Chiyu found himself back with the military. As he approached the entrance of Sam's tent, poised to pull back the curtain, he hesitated, pondering whether Sam, Steve, and Bucky would permit him to launch the nuclear weapon. He stood outside, conversing with himself. Ultimately, he did not step inside. His gaze fell upon the heavily guarded nuclear launch site, and a decision formed quietly in his mind. System, does it mean that any method is permissible as long as the zombies are eradicated? Post, indeed. Any means will suffice, provided the mission is accomplished. A time jump can be executed. Understood. A blue orb of light materialized in Chiyu's hand, propelling itself towards the launch facility. This world had been secured at the cost of the original Avengers' lives. They would never fully trust him, nor would they entrust the safety of this realm to his hands. Even if he revealed that the timeline could reset, restoring the world to its state before the zombie outbreak, they would doubt his words, dismissing them as mere fantasies. Since persuasion was futile, he resolved to act according to his own convictions. With a decisive gesture, he moved forward. Countless ice blades struck down the soldiers guarding the launch bay, leaving them sprawled on the ground, clutching their neck wounds in terror as they gazed at Chiyu. At that moment, he resembled a grim reaper from the underworld. With merely a flick of his hand, they could be reduced to mere dust. Chiyu advanced with an impassive demeanor, not out of indifference, but from a fear of potential regret. He was acutely aware that once the mission was accomplished, all harm would dissipate. Yet, he could not reconcile himself with the excessive innocent blood staining his hands. Although the ice blades appeared ferocious, none struck at the soldiers' vital points. The appearance of Chiyu incited chaos within the ranks. Countless soldiers emerged from their tents, armed and hastily rushing towards the launch bay. However, one individual remained eerily calm. Steve lifted his coffee cup, taking a gentle sip while listening to the clamor outside the tent, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. The world now belonged to the youth. As an elder, he deemed it unnecessary to intervene. Ultimately, the young must bear the responsibility for the outcome. As Chiyu entered the launch chamber, he stomped his foot forcefully upon the ground. Countless snowflakes cascaded from the heavens, coalescing into an icy wall that barred the advancing soldiers from entry. He scrutinized the buttons on the control panel. Although he was unsure of the exact method to initiate the launch, years of cinematic experience led him to believe that the most prominent button was the most perilous. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the red button. Instantly, a crimson countdown appeared on the display. As the numbers dwindled rapidly, the red light on the nuclear missile launcher began to blink fervently. 3, 2, 1, 0, launch. A deafening sound erupted as the nuclear missile soared into the sky. Chuyu looked up at the missile piercing through the clouds, harnessing the power of the wind element, and followed closely behind. The soldiers on the ground aimed at the airborne Chuyu and shot rapidly. Countless bullets surged towards him, yet he exhibited no inclination to evade. Even as bullets pierced his calves, crimson blood flowed freely. His expression remained unervingly tranquil. He caught up with the missile, gripping it tightly. His eyes ablaze with a blue light. With a roar, the missile's trajectory shifted unexpectedly. Clinging to the missile, he disregarded the scorching temperature of its surface. Controlling the wind element as he sped towards the faintly glowing red magic circle in the southern part of New City. A golden ring materialized amidst the troops. Sam, Bucky, and Ned emerged swiftly from within. Ned, witnessing the missile ascend into the sky, could no longer mask his astonishment. His pupils transformed into a vivid green. He collapsed to the ground, hoarsely repeating, "It's over. It's all over. Everything has been in vain." Chuyu observed the red magic circle drawing nearer, forcefully tearing away the flesh and blood that had adhered to the surface of the missile due to the extreme heat. Flesh ruptured, and crimson blood stained the nuclear bomb a deep scarlet. Go. Chuyu exerted force once more, pushing the bomb, his body akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting towards the ground. As the nuclear bomb neared the red barrier, a series of explosive sounds reverberated from within it. A violent blaze instantaneously filled the crimson shield. In an instant, the barrier shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the ground. Chiyu lay upon the earth, his blurred vision gradually brightening. The searing heat enveloping him caused his consciousness to dissipate in an instant. Following the explosion of the nuclear bomb, a blinding white light enveloped New City. As the brilliance gradually waned, what was once a skyline of towering edifices transformed into a desolate expanse. Time elapsed, though its measure was uncertain. An electronic voice resonated in Chuyu's mind. Ding. Although the host had chosen the most rudimentary approach, the absence of method restrictions permitted the completion of the task. Congratulations, host, on accomplishing your mission. Rewards are now being dispensed. Time jump. May I inquire as to which time period the host wishes to transition? Steve awakened in his bed. Slowly rising to his feet, he approached the window and opened it, casting a glance at the distant one-armed Statue of Liberty. Inhaling the fresh air, he stretched languidly. The weather is splendid today. It's a clean world devoid of zombies. Chapter 60. Nipping the zombie crisis in the bud. The time jump concluded, and the system wished the host an enjoyable experience. A beam of sunlight filtered through the glass, illuminating Chuyu's face. He extended his hand to shield himself, gradually opening his eyes. Is this the place I resided in before? Chuyu shook his slightly heavy head and rose slowly. He spread his arms wide, indulging in a grand stretch. His weary body seemed yet to awaken, accompanied by the creaking sounds of his joints. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from next door. Chuyu furrowed his brow slightly and swiftly opened the door to venture outside. Ah! Peter emerged from his room in a flurry, and upon seeing Chuyu, he couldn't help but exclaim, in broad daylight, "Are you summoning spirits?" Chuyu frowned, covering his ears. Peter, looking at Chuyu, offered an apologetic smile. "I don't know why, but it feels like ages since I last saw you, despite us returning together last night. Never mind. I won't bother you further. I must go find her. Though I am uncertain of what transpired, I can only find peace once I see her." As Chuyu observed Peter's hasty departure, he pondered inwardly. It seems my endeavors have succeeded, but what time is it now? The system posed the question of which time point he wished to jump to, yet his consciousness was hazy, and he could not clearly recall the specifics. According to the host's request, we have returned to 6 days prior, the day of infiltrating the Celestial Sword Bureau. Chuyu nodded and was about to turn back when another shriek pierced the air. Ah! Chuyu covered his ears and followed the sound, discovering Alice in her nightgown, her disheveled hair a testament to her panic as she gazed at him. "What is the matter, Alice?" Alice clutched her chest, her voice trembling as she spoke. "I don't know. I just couldn't help but scream. It felt as though something terrifying had just transpired." Chuyu rubbed his ears, still reeling from the dual sonic assaults that had greeted him upon awakening. "It's nothing. You merely had a nightmare. I need to continue resting," he replied, opening the door and stepping into his room. "System, these individuals can't possibly remember the previous zombie incident, can they? Rest assured, the vast majority of people in this world do not possess memories from the future. Why the vast majority? Because some have transcended time. Who are they? The system cannot disclose that information." "Very well." Chi massaged his slightly sore neck and approached the bedside, lying down. Just as his head barely grazed the pillow, he abruptly sat up. "If I don't stop Dan, will there be zombies appearing in New City?" "Theoretically, yes. That won't do. Otherwise, my return would be utterly meaningless." He swiftly rose to his feet. But where should I search for Dan? Suddenly, a recollection of Fry's words in the temple surfaced in his mind. I saw the heaven and hell chessboard in Job's office. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded solemnly. Dan will undoubtedly seek out Job. I shall wait for him there. With that, he promptly opened the window, manipulating the wind element to propel himself toward Job's vineyard. At Job's vineyard, having just returned from the hospital, Job opened the door to his office, only to find a chessboard laid out on his desk. He approached it, scrutinizing the peculiar arrangement. The black and white pieces were meticulously placed, with only 2 pieces slightly larger than the others, while the rest appeared nearly identical. What sort of chess is this? It is neither international chess nor Chinese chess. I seem to have never encountered it before. This is the heaven and hell chessboard. Suddenly, a sultry voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, Job was taken aback to find a rugged-looking man, adorned with a black eye patch, the source of the voice. Are you Director Fry? Though your status is unique, shouldn't you announce your presence before entering my office? Job remarked with irritation at Frey's rudeness. Fry chuckled. Covering his mouth with a finger, his rough exterior combined with such a coy gesture created a striking visual contrast. Ignoring Job's disapproving gaze, he continued with his alluring tone. I can assist you. I haven't stooped so low as to require assistance from anyone. Job retorted, reaching for the telephone beside him. Doris truly is a beleaguered woman. Hearing Frey's voice, Job hesitated, the receiver lingering at his lips without a sound. He finally placed it down, eyeing the peculiar figure before him with suspicion. Who exactly are you? I am your ally, Fry declared, and to Job's astonishment, dark smoke began to emanate from his entire being. As the smoke dissipated, a woman clad in a black cloak gradually materialized before him. The woman, possessing a striking beauty, bore a disfiguring scar that marred her exquisite features. Gradually, she seated herself before Job, her fingers gently caressing his chin. You see, on her wedding day, Doris's husband vanished, leaving her family in disarray. For the sake of her lineage, she was ultimately compelled to wed a man she did not love. After their marriage, that man failed to cherish her, employing every means to torment Doris. Although her fiancé returned unscathed, what difference did it make? She was, after all, another's wife. Who exactly are you? Job rose abruptly, slamming his palm against the table. His fierce gaze bore into the woman before him, his crimson eyes threatening to rend her apart. I am Dan, a sorceress, and I can assist you in ridding Doris of her husband, Alvin, thereby allowing her to return to your side. Why would you help me? Job managed to suppress his anger, speaking in a lowered voice. Dan plucked a white piece from the chessboard and placed it before Job. I need you to plunge this piece into the body of a certain Chuyu. Job, bewildered, inquired, Chuyu. Are you referring to that young man from Huaxia who saved us? Indeed, he is the one. I will bring him to you, as long as you fulfill this task. Everything will unfold as you desire, Dan proclaimed, rising to her feet, her alluring gaze once again fixed on Job. I grant you half a day to contemplate. I hope the outcome aligns with my wishes. No need to ponder, nor to think about bringing me along. I have been waiting for you here for quite some time. A voice, not belonging to either occupant of the room, emanated from outside the window. As the voice resonated, the temperature within the room plummeted. The walls instantly cloaked in a thick layer of frost. Dan, trembling with fear, turned to follow the sound. She beheld a youthful figure suspended in the air, his gaze directed at her, brimming with derision. Chapter 61. Punishment for villains must employ villainous methods. An hour prior. Mr. Job, I am Chuyu. Chuyu landed before Job's vehicle, promptly opening the door to take a seat inside. Job nodded slightly. Mr. Chuyu, I recognize you. Thank you for your assistance. I was planning to visit you in the coming days. No need for a visit. I require your help with a matter. A woman named Dan may come seeking you. Speaking of Doris, if she does, please be sure to inform me. Chuyu urged. Job furrowed his brow. How do you know about Doris? It's a long story. I will explain in detail when the opportunity arises, but I truly need your assistance. Very well, it would be my honor to aid my benefactor. Upon hearing Job's agreement, Chuyu nodded, reopening the car door to exit. Just as his toes grazed the ground, a thought struck him. He turned back to Job. I apologize for what happened previously, but I must share a profound truth imparted to me by a villain. Villains commit wicked deeds without reason. All their justifications are mere excuses they concoct for themselves. You may address the matter concerning Ms. Doris in your own way. However, I implore you not to wield these so-called justifications to harm the innocent. An hour later, Miss Dan, would you mind if I invited my friend over? Upon finishing his sentence, Job did not await Dan's response, but instead glided over to the window and gently opened it. With an ethereal grace, Chuyu descended into the office through the window. Esteemed benefactor, this must be the Miss Dan you were seeking. Job introduced courteously. Chuyu nodded, patted Job's shoulder in gratitude. I am undeserving. Were it not for your intervention, I would likely be the centerpiece of a funeral, perhaps even without a whole corpse. Job remarked, casting another glance at Dan before continuing, as for Miss Dan, how should I extend my hospitality? No need. I can manage on my own. Chiyu turned to Dan, lightly waving his hand, causing the temperature in the room to plummet once more. Frost spread rapidly from his feet, and in an instant, the entire room resembled an icy chamber of the Antarctic. Miss Dan, I shall forego self-introduction. I happened to overhear that you were seeking me, so here I am. You've saved yourself considerable trouble, Haven Chiyu? As Chiyu spoke, several ice blades silently materialized behind him. With another flick of his fingers, the blades swiftly hurled towards Dan. Observing the ice blades, a subtle smirk appeared on her lips as she waved her hands, but to her astonishment, her body did not transform into smoke as she had intended. As the blades approached, she assumed she had made a mistake and waved her hands again, yet still, nothing transpired. The ice blades struck fiercely, leaving several ghastly wounds on her body. She stared at Chiyu in shock, only to glimpse an icy sigil forming behind him. Why have my spells failed? Dan gasped, clutching her wounds in disbelief. Chiyu, observing her bewildered expression, could not help but shake his head. Alas, had I known this was your doing, how could I have thought your intellect capable of ensnaring us so thoroughly? He concluded, bringing his foot down sharply upon the floor. A peculiar cold wind swept through the room, advancing towards Dan. Countless frost crystals rapidly spread across her form. In an instant, she found herself ensnared within a prison of ice. How can this be? Why have my spells ceased to function? How did you know I would seek job? Is it mere coincidence? Dan's eyes widened in disbelief as she surveyed her surroundings. Chiyu approached her, allowing a smirk to escape his lips. Coincidence? Do you wish to uncover what is transpiring? Go to hell and inquire with the Grim Reaper. As he spoke, his fists slowly clenched. With each tightening of his grip, the icy prison confining Dan constricted further. She endeavored to use her limbs to halt the prison's shrinking, but her current strength was insufficient. In agonizing desperation, she howled. Her limbs contorted grotesquely. Crimson blood streamed from her 7 orifices, dripping onto the icy prison and staining it a deep scarlet. The cries were hauntingly tragic. Yet Chuyu's expression remained eerily calm. A resounding crack echoed from within the icy prison, transforming it into a bizarre hue of crimson. Chiyu rose to his feet, stepping onto the now constricted ice cell, which had shrunk to the size of a mirror. His eyes bore no trace of compassion as he waved his hand, causing the ice cell to dissolve into countless snowflakes, vanishing into the air. After completing this act, he clapped his hands together and turned his gaze towards Job, nodding slightly and murmuring, I apologize for the mess I've made in your office. Job swallowed hard, quickly shaking his head. It's nothing. I can have someone clean up later. Benefactor, do you have any other matters to attend to? Chiyu fixed Job with a pair of seemingly innocent eyes, patting his shoulder once more. There is nothing else. Everything that needed to be done is complete. I'll treat you to a drink in gratitude. It's fine. I haven't done much, just assisted my benefactor a bit. Job replied, his body rigid, trembling as he spoke. Chiyu felt a pang of confusion. Why had Job suddenly changed so drastically? Was he unwell? Unable to fathom the cause, he dismissed the thought. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the temperature in the room returned to normal, and the snowflakes vanished. He approached the window once more, leaping into the air, his form disappearing without a trace. Job watched the direction in which Chiyu had vanished, struggling to control his stiff legs as he leaned against the table, making his way to the chair. He plopped down heavily, his fingers trembling as he picked up the empty glass from the table and placed it before his lips. Thank goodness I agreed to help my benefactor. Had I not, would I have met a fate as grim as Dan's? As Chiyu soared through the sky, he gazed upon the tranquil streets below. Finally, the abhorrent presence of zombies was absent, prompting him to nod in satisfaction. System. Is Yelena currently in South Africa investigating the extraterrestrial insects? Do I not need to go? Host, you should not go. What do you mean? Because the Time Management Bureau has arrived. Just as the electronic voice echoed in his mind, Chiyu suddenly noticed that the people on the streets had come to a standstill. He hurriedly descended towards the ground, discovering that these individuals appeared to be frozen in place. Even the leaves from the trees hung suspended in midair, showing no intent to fall. Suddenly, a low voice resonated behind him. He turned to see 4 mysterious figures clad in black uniforms standing before a golden portal. Mr. Chiyu, we are from the Time Management Bureau. You are required to accompany us due to suspicions of temporal crimes. Steve stepped to the window, observing the immobile populace without a hint of surprise on his face. He took a sip of his coffee, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems they have arrived, which is hardly surprising, considering the audacity of that little rascal's actions. As he spoke, Steve's pupils suddenly narrowed, only to break into a grin once more. The timeline has T-reset. It appears the Time Management Bureau has their hands full. Chapter 62, The Time Management Bureau. Mr. Chiyu, we are from the Time Management Bureau. You are required to accompany us due to suspicions of temporal crimes. Chiyu gazed at the 5 armed soldiers standing before him, his forehead slightly furrowed. The Time Management Bureau? He muttered to himself, cautiously retreating as he observed that the soldiers did not pursue him. In a hurry, He turned and began to flee into the distance. Yet, before he could take a single step, a golden portal materialized silently before him. A black woman emerged from the portal, grasping a staff that emanated a golden light, which she raised high before bringing it down with decisive force. Witnessing this, Chuyu instinctively recoiled once more. However, he suddenly felt as if his feet were burdened with considerable weight. He sensed that all his movements were slowing down, while the woman continued to advance towards him at her original pace. Spotting the black collar in her hand, a primal urge to escape surged within him. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of swiftly controlling his body. "You want to?" Chuyu began, but before he could finish, he felt a sharp blow to his head, and his consciousness swiftly faded. Vaguely, he sensed the collar being fastened around his neck, and his body seemed to be dragged away by unseen hands. The black woman observed as Chuyu was lifted into the portal, retrieving a device resembling a lamp from her back. She placed the device on the ground, and red light rapidly spread outward from it. Once the crimson glow dissipated, she surveyed her surroundings with satisfaction. Crouching down, she picked up the device when a voice suddenly emerged from her earpiece. "Captain 15, why haven't you reset the timeline?" "I have reset it. I just activated the device, and I picked it up only after resetting the timeline." Captain 15's brow furrowed slightly as she set the timeline reset device back onto the ground. Once more, a surge of red light quickly radiated outward. Upon inspecting the timeline display device, she discovered that the timeline had not reverted to its original position. Instead, a branching anomaly had emerged, peculiarly tinged with a hint of red at its end. "What is happening? Is the timeline reset device malfunctioning?" The voice from the earpiece sounded again. "Captain 15, take the reset device back with you first, then we can investigate what is going on." Chuyu opened his eyes, only to find himself in a retrofitted hall. Is this the Time Management Bureau? Memories long dormant in his mind began to resurface. He recalled that Loki had been brought here as well. Feeling an uncomfortable sensation around his neck, he raised his hand to pull it off, but suddenly felt a powerful force push him back. Turning around, he recognized the woman who had struck him on the head, the very same black woman. He seemed to recall her name. 15. "Mr. Chuyu, please refrain from struggling. This collar cannot be removed without a remote," 15 stated, her gaze sweeping over the surrounding soldiers as they held him firmly. "Take him away. I need to check my timeline reset device." As Chuyu watched the figure of 15 depart, he swiftly broke free from the soldier's grasp, instinctively rotating his wrists. Yet nothing transpired. How curious. Why was elemental control ineffective here? Was it not a form of magic? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the soldiers charged at him once more. Clenching his fists, he aimed a powerful punch at the nearest soldier's face. However, just as his fist was about to make contact, the soldier's face seemed to retreat at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Alternatively, perhaps it was his own body that was involuntarily recoiling. What was happening? Was it due to this collar? Puzzled, Chuyu scrutinized his fists, suddenly recalling that Loki had also been teleported back to his original position time and again. "Mr. Chuyu, I trust you will refrain from any futile struggles, otherwise you shall face obliteration," 15 declared, brandishing a baton that grazed the body of a man seated at the front desk. With a resounding crash, it struck the desk, which instantly erupted into a myriad of colorful sparks, vanishing without a trace. The man at the desk clutched his chest in alarm, casting a furious glare at 15. "Captain 15, you nearly killed me." Yet 15 paid him no heed, arching an eyebrow at Chuyu and waddling deeper into the premises. Chuyu gazed at the now desolate front desk, swallowing hard. Although he realized this device would not lead to his demise but instead transport him to a void, he lacked the abilities of the female Loki and had no confidence in escaping from such an ethereal realm. A soldier approached him again, seemingly apprehensive of any potential resistance from Chuyu, and promptly shackled his hands with handcuffs. This time, however, Chuyu refrained from any drastic actions. He was ushered into a room, reluctantly undergoing a series of examinations, and was compelled to don the prison garb of the facility. "If you are a robot, you shall be destroyed upon passing through this corridor." Chuyu regarded the ominous black doorframe before him, suddenly feeling as though he were at a security checkpoint. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. Yet, just as his foot fell, a small figure holding a notebook, seemingly recording something, spoke with a grave expression. "Are you truly not reconsidering? If you were a robot, you would be." "Well, you are not," the diminutive man remarked, noticing that Chuyu had ignored his words entirely and continued onward. With a sigh, he stowed away his notebook and gestured toward the door ahead. "You are not a robot. Thus, you may proceed." Chuyu shot him a glance before striding confidently forward, only to suddenly pause at the threshold. "Sir, you may exit now," the small man reiterated. Chuyu pivoted, approached the small figure, and snatched the notebook from his hands. "I've long been curious about what you've been sketching in here. You've been drawing since before I passed through." As he spoke, he opened the notebook and flipped through its pages. To his astonishment, he discovered a meticulously drawn figure of a tall man with a perfectly proportioned physique. Yet, there was something oddly familiar about the face. He set the notebook down and glanced at the anxious little man beside him. Goodness, is that your self-portrait? My apologies. Please continue. Chu Yu's lips twitched slightly as he returned the notebook to the little man, suppressing a laugh, and made his way toward the doorway. This must be the hall for collecting tickets. Upon opening the door, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. You still want to shout at me, you fool? Note, this line was spoken by a chubby man in front of Loki during the ticket collection. Chapter 63. Did I really see Loki? Taking a step forward. She was startled to find two individuals clad in prison uniforms standing in the hall. The man at the forefront was vehemently berating the armed soldier beside him, exclaiming, I just asked that person for it, and he refused to give it to me. The armed soldier completely ignored the man, extending his hand and sternly commanding, Sir, please show your ticket. The man, evidently unable to contain his temper, continued to shout, You still want to shout at me, you fool. In an instant, the armed soldier brandished a baton that shimmered with golden glints, striking the man. The moment the baton made contact with his body, he disintegrated into a multitude of colorful sparks, vanishing in an instant. Before Chu Yu could comprehend what had transpired, he noticed another man in the hall rummaging through his belongings. This man was tall, with slightly tousled black hair cascading over his shoulders. Although he wore ill-fitting prison garb, he exuded an irresistible aura of defiance. Yet, within that defiance lay a hint of humor, and beneath the humor, an undertone of danger. Loki? Chu Yu whispered. But the man seemed oblivious to his voice, continuing to search through his belongings. Finally, as if he had found what he sought, he joyfully held it aloft and exclaimed to the armed soldier ahead, Look, I have a ticket. The man, ticket in hand, hurriedly strode toward the opposite end of the hall. Chu Yu quickly followed, but before he could take a step, a hand blocked his path. Sir, please take your ticket first. Chu Yu looked down at the machine before him and hastily tore off a ticket. However, when he raised his gaze again, he found that the man had already vanished without a trace. Where did that man go? Chu Yu asked the soldier beside him in astonishment. Yet, the soldier remained as unresponsive as a statue, his icy gaze showing no intention of acknowledging him. Forget it. Asking you is pointless. Chu Yu shot him a glance and slowly moved forward. He had long been curious about one matter. If the Time Management Bureau existed outside of time, did time itself flow within its confines? He had initially believed he had arrived at the Time Management Bureau after Loki's time. However, was not the scene just now reminiscent of the moment before Loki entered the courtroom in the Loki series? He had yet to comprehend the situation when a hand once again obstructed his view. Sir, please present your ticket. Chu Yu's thoughts were abruptly pulled back as he leaned closer to the soldier, softly inquiring, What about that man just now? Sir, please present your ticket. Chu Yu gazed at the soldier, who appeared as wooden as a statue, and with a weary smirk, he muttered, Here you go. He impatiently tossed the crumpled ticket to the armed soldier. The soldier, however, remained utterly unfazed by his demeanor, extending his hand expressionlessly, gesturing for him to proceed. Where do they find such wooden figures? Chu Yu remarked, approaching the elevator doors. As the elevator doors slowly opened, he tentatively took a step forward. Suddenly, a robust man appeared behind him, roughly pulling him forward. Observing his surroundings, Chu Yu noted that the decor bore a striking resemblance to that of a courtroom, reminiscent of early 20th century Western design. The antiquated furniture, though faded in color, exhibited little wear. He continued onward, being led to the witness stand. Bang! A gavel's thud echoed from the judge's bench. Chu Yu squinted slightly, catching sight of a man clad in judicial robes sitting upright in his chair. The judge's icy gaze fixed upon Chu Yu as he placed a sheet of white paper on the desk and stamped it with a red seal. Looking directly at Chu Yu, he spoke sternly. Chu Yu, you are charged with violating the timeline's order, unauthorized time jumping, and altering the normal flow of the timeline. What is your defense? Are you the judge here? If what I just saw was Loki, should not the judge be Ravana? Who is this man before me? I am Judge Granhan of the Time Variance Authority, he replied. If Mr. Chu Yu has no rebuttal to my accusations, we shall proceed to the next phase. As Judge Granhan spoke, he picked up another sheet of paper, continuing, Mr. Chu Yu, we know only your name, gender, and the events that transpired from your arrival at the Time Variance Authority in January 2025. However, we find no records of you during January 2025 and beyond. Furthermore, the timeline you disrupted cannot be reset. I have ample reason to suspect you have engaged in actions beyond our comprehension. You must provide an explanation. Chu Yu, his expression complex, continued to regard Granhan. How many judges are there in the Time Variance Authority? Mr. Chu Yu, please answer my question. Granhan's tone was frigid. Is there not another judge named Ravana, who is currently presiding over Loki's case? Regarding your defiance, I hereby announce your sentence, a life sentence in the time prison. Upon finishing his statement, Granhan rose to leave, but suddenly halted in his tracks. Mr. Chu Yu, in response to your inquiry, allow me to clarify. Since its inception by the Time Guardian, Mr. Kong, I am the sole judge presiding over the Time Management Bureau. As for your mention of Lavana, I have never heard of such a person. Moreover, since your entrance into the Time Management Bureau, you are the only time offender undergoing interrogation. Wait a moment. Chu Yu's forehead furrowed once again. Only I? What was it that I just witnessed? A ghost? Suddenly, he was struck by an overwhelming ringing in his ears. He glanced around and noted subtle, almost imperceptible changes in the courtroom's light and shadow. The robust man who had been standing beside him had inexplicably transformed into a black woman. Meanwhile, in the very spot where Granhan had just sat, a woman emerged silently. She was clad in a deep crimson judge's robe, holding a small, golden gavel. She raised the gavel and gently brought it down. Bang! A crisp sound resonated throughout the chamber. The woman's lips parted slightly, and a solemn, chilling voice emanated from her mouth. Lafazan, Time Offender 1130, also known as Loki Lafazan. You are charged with violating the time sequence 72089. What is your defense? Note, this refers to the scene in the first episode of the Loki series where Loki is being interrogated. Simultaneously, by the wall of the courtroom, an armed soldier quietly twitched a finger, the tip of which glowed with a faint green light. Chapter 64. I told you I saw Loki. Did you not notice the changes that just occurred here? The scene before him gradually dissipated, followed by the reappearance of Granhan's figure. Chu Yu regarded everything with confusion. Yet Granhan's expression suggested that he was the only one who had perceived the anomaly. Mr. Chu Yu, do you wish to present a defense? Granhan turned to face him. Speaking with gravity, Chu Yu, perplexed, responded, Didn't you all witness the scenes that just unfolded? Mr. Chu Yu, if you have no defense to offer, please comply with the ruling. Granhan concluded, signaling to the armed personnel beside Chu Yu. Now, take him to time prison. The soldier nodded and roughly pulled him down from the interrogation platform. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Chu Yu exclaimed, swinging his arm to break free from the soldier's grasp. He strode forward, intent on pursuing Granhan. Granhan, his expression unyielding, pressed a button on a remote control. As the button was activated, Chu Yu's body reappeared on the interrogation platform. Nearby, an armed soldier who had been standing in the corner approached, joining forces with the previous soldier to escort Chu Yu away. Lost in thought, Chu Yu walked ahead. What on earth is happening? As he was led down the corridor, he noticed the hurried demeanor of the Time Management Bureau staff passing by, suggesting that something significant was afoot. Yet, he was too preoccupied with the peculiar scenes that lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. Soon enough, they arrived before the door of a room. As the armed soldier beside him pressed a button, the door slowly creaked open. The room was quite spacious, yet at its center stood a portal radiating a crimson glow. He was unceremoniously shoved forward by the soldier behind him, his fist clenched, poised to seize an opportunity to break free. Though he was uncertain why his elemental manipulation was restricted here, the fact that he had previously wielded it within Dan's array indicated that it was not merely a form of magic. Yet now, it too was constrained. He tightened his grip, and a dagger silently appeared in his hand, suggesting that his connection with the system had not been severed. Holding the dagger firmly, he feigned nonchalance as he advanced, preparing to deliver a lethal strike to those behind him. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from behind. He whirled around to find the two soldiers who had restrained him now unconscious on the ground. Beside them stood a tall man clad in a green cloak, his oversized hood obscuring his face. The man produced a remote control and pressed a button. In an instant, Chu Yu's body materialized before him. He quickly gripped the dagger, lunging toward the handsome figure, but the man remained unfazed, pressing the remote once more. Chu Yu's form returned to its previous position. You should know who I am. A deep, magnetic voice resonated. The man removed his hood, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage, akin to one sculpted from jade. You are Loki? Chu Yu inquired, his guard firmly raised. The corners of the man's mouth lifted slightly as he smirked, saying, Indeed, I surmised correctly. If the Time Management Bureau cannot trace you, then you must be quite extraordinary. I merely did not anticipate that you would have memories of me, while I remain a stranger to you. Loki pressed the remote again. Observing this, Chu Yu readied his dagger to strike forward. A crisp sound echoed. He suddenly felt the collar around his neck loosen, and when he touched it, he found the once tight band had now opened. What do you intend to do? Chu Yu instinctively stepped back. If you choose to retreat any further, you will find yourself in a time prison from which I cannot release you. Loki's voice echoed once again. Chu Yu glanced back, realizing that a mere step backward would lead him into the portal behind him. He halted, asking once more, Why do you wish to save me? Loki shrugged and replied softly, Perhaps it is because I find myself exceedingly bored here, and I require a remarkable companion. Were you responsible for the earlier scenes? Chu Yu queried again. Loki nodded without hesitation. Yes, that was indeed my doing. I wanted to experiment with what I learned from Hillman. However, I did not expect to see myself in your memories. Thus, I find myself quite intrigued by you. Certainly, do not misunderstand. I am merely intrigued by your memories. However, Isn't this a realm devoid of magic? The very essence of elemental control is restricted here, so how could Loki possibly access memories? Why are you able to wield magic to delve into my past? You ought to know that Chuyu has not yet completed his statement. Loki interrupted him directly, declaring, "This is a secret. As compensation for your predicament, you may choose one question that I shall not answer. Are you asking me a question?" "Indeed, Mr. Chuyu. For I find your memories profoundly fascinating. And what if I refuse to respond? You must be aware that your abilities are curtailed. While I possess these to extinguish your life here." As Loki's words lingered in the air, Chuyu felt a wave of oppressive force surrounding him. He strained to maintain his composure, glaring fiercely at Loki across from him. Yet, Loki remained adorned with a smile, though to Chuyu, it bore an unsettling air of menace. "Very well, I shall pose my query first. I am capable of accessing all your memories, save for one particular fragment that eludes my grasp. Should I attempt to breach it, my consciousness would recoil. What is that fragment? It must pertain to the system. Yet I cannot allow him to uncover its existence." "I refuse to answer." Chuyu gritted his teeth, beads of perspiration beginning to cascade from his forehead. "Haha." Loki chuckled lightly, continuing, "Fine, I concede your silence on that matter, but you have exhausted your solitary opportunity." He gradually closed his eyes, then reopened them with a swiftness that stripped away any semblance of warmth, revealing a chilling intensity. His lips parted slightly, yet before his voice could emerge, an urgent commotion erupted from beyond the room. "What is happening? Why is there a fissure?" A deep male voice resonated. Shortly thereafter, a hoarse female voice chimed in. "I do not know, but it seems all the soul gems are being summoned into the rift." Chapter 65. The Strange Fissure at Steve's Residence. A golden portal materialized quietly in the living room. However, Steve, seated upon the sofa, remained remarkably composed. He pushed a cup of coffee towards the opposite side, reclining against the sofa as if anticipating someone's arrival. Indeed, a man clad in a purple robe emerged from the portal. Steve gestured toward the coffee, inviting the man to take a seat. The gentleman nodded politely, settling in front of Steve, and spoke. "Mr. Steve, I have come to request your assistance once more." "Kong. I never expected your personal visit. I am curious if you're indeed the Kong I know." Steve offered a subtle smile, though his eyes were slightly squinted. They could not conceal the brilliance within. "Whether I am or not, what does it matter? Our collaboration in the past was quite fruitful. Why not continue our partnership? The Time Management Bureau is in need of heroes such as yourself," Kong humbly stated. Yet Steve remained slouched on the sofa, lazily gazing at the distant black and white photograph. "Kong, we had agreed that I would work for the Time Management Bureau for 10 years before you would allow me to seek out Diana." As he spoke, he slowly rose to his feet and approached the photograph, his fingers gently caressing the image of the young woman captured within. "But now that Diana is gone, I find no further attachments. I am merely an old soul, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, it seems that death has lost its way, for I have yet to encounter him. Or perhaps, it is all you're doing?" Kong stood up and walked to Steve, maintaining a humble demeanor as he continued, "Mr. Steve, I should not trouble you. However, that person has appeared." Steve watched as Kong stepped through the portal, his fingers once again brushing against the black and white photograph. "Diana, I truly have grown old. This world should be left to the youth to save." He sighed in resignation and returned to the sofa, his gaze fixated on the time controller resting upon the table. "Loki, are you certain we won't be discovered?" Chuyu closely followed behind Loki. At that moment, they had completely transformed into the forms of the two armed soldiers from earlier, gripping their staffs tightly as they navigated through the panicking crowd. The faces around them were filled with terror, the air rife with whispers of the rift. The rift. What rift? "The Time Management Bureau has fallen into disrepair and suffered damage. Isn't it merely a rift? Can it be repaired?" Chuyu inquired with confusion. "This is not just a simple matter of structural damage. The sole purpose of the Soul Stone is to occupy space. Now that these entities are under control, it becomes rather intriguing." Loki chuckled, quickening his pace as he continued to brandish his staff. The surrounding crowd instinctively parted ways, for when faced with the unknown dangers, the known threats are evidently far more frightening. Thus, Loki and Chuyu found themselves moving unobstructed through the corridor, despite the resentful glares cast their way by the onlookers. "What is happening?" As Chuyu and Loki arrived in the grand hall of the Time Management Bureau, a man's voice rang out. Following the sound, Chuyu beheld Granhan standing nearby, alongside Captain 15. Not far ahead of them loomed a rift, approximately the height of a person, as if the very fabric of space had frayed, suspended without support. The edges of the rift emanated a mysterious, colorful glow, while an impenetrable darkness lay within. Captain 15 crouched down and picked up a soul stone radiating an orange light. However, before he could fully grasp it, a powerful suction emanated from the rift. He quickly released his grip, and the soul stone was swiftly drawn into the rift. "Captain 15, what happened?" Granhan asked, his brow furrowed in concern. 15 gazed solemnly at the fissure before him, having just felt an overwhelming pull. Had he not released his grip, He feared he too would be drawn in. What of the others? Granhan seized a stick from a nearby armed soldier and probed the crack. Unlike 15, he experienced not a pull, but a repelling force pushing him away. He hastily withdrew the stick, his fingers instinctively reaching towards the chasm. Suddenly, a hand grasped his arm, and he looked up to find an armed soldier clad in battle attire. Mr. Granton, we remain uncertain of what this fissure entails, as our esteemed judge. It would be unwise for you to take such risks. This soldier was, of course, Loki in disguise, his true identity unknown to all present. Such perilous matters shall be investigated by my partner 50 and me. It is my utmost honor to contribute to our time management bureau. Jiu stood behind Loki, observing the latter's masterful performance. Had he not feared revealing his identity, he would likely have applauded the finest actor. Yet, he wondered who this 50 was. The name bore a resemblance to 250, and it seemed unfortunate to be chosen by the god of trickery. He surveyed the surroundings, intending to locate this unfortunate soul. Suddenly, he noticed everyone was staring at him. Confused, he glanced down, only to find the three prominent characters 50 emblazoned on his badge. You, me? Chuyu was momentarily speechless. Yet before he could utter anything further, he felt Loki forcibly pull him. I didn't say I was going. We are partners. Such a glorious endeavor cannot be mine alone to bear. Let go of me. I want to contest with you. It's all yours. Before Chuyu could finish, Loki flung him into the fissure. He could not comprehend how a mage possessed such strength. Loki watched with satisfaction as Chuyu was swallowed by the chasm. Nodding in approval, he rotated his ankle and leapt into the fissure, followed by a thunderous crash. A cascade of debris rained down from the ceiling. Everyone looked up in shock, witnessing the fervent soldier who had just sought to contribute to the Time Management Bureau, now with his head firmly lodged in the ceiling. Just as he was about to enter the fissure, he had been violently propelled upward by a powerful repelling force. Stuck in the ceiling, Loki gestured to those below. Awkwardly catching his breath, it seems I've inadvertently put Chuyu in a bind. Chapter 66. Black Widow Natasha Loki, you scoundrel! Chuyu exclaimed, sitting upright and cursing those around him. Yet, there was no response for quite some time. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was now in a dimly lit, somewhat dilapidated room, where a flickering light bulb swayed precariously from the ceiling, casting an intermittent glow. He gradually rose from the bed, clenching his hands in realization that he could finally connect with the elements around him. With a simple twist of his palm, a dagger materialized in his grasp. Loki? Chuyu called tentatively, yet received no response. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Chuyu remained vigilant behind the door, poised for action. Creak. The door opened slowly, accompanied by the sound of high heels striking the floor. Holding his breath, Chuyu fixed his gaze upon the owner of the heels. She had cascading auburn curls and a sultry figure, clad in a tight-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her curves. Abruptly, her steps halted. With a swift turn, she raised her leg high and aimed a kick at Chuyu. He instinctively blocked with his arm, a blue glow slowly emanating from his pupils. The temperature around them plummeted as frost surged violently toward the woman. She executed a swift backflip, landing gracefully on the ground, her arm glowing with blue light as a shock dart sped towards Chuyu. With a flick of his wrist, a powerful gust of wind erupted from behind him, propelling the darts back towards her. The blue currents crackled in the air as the woman, seeing the darts hurtling towards her, drew a pistol and fired at them. The bullets shattered the darts, continuing their trajectory toward Chuyu. Slamming his foot against the ground, Chuyu conjured several ice walls in an instant. The bullets struck the ice, merely leaving small dents before ricocheting to the floor. Who are you? The woman asked, her finger poised on the trigger, eyeing Chuyu warily. He waved a finger, and the ice wall shattered instantly. Following the sound, he beheld a face that lingered deep within his memories. Is that you, Natasha? He exclaimed in astonishment. The woman's eyes widened momentarily before returning to normal. She maintained her aim at Chuyu. How do you know me? Who are you? I am Chuyu. You likely do not know me, but I have heard of your exploits, which left an impression on me, he hastily explained, unsure if his acting could deceive the super agent. Is that so? Natasha lowered her gun, tossing a brown bag to Chuyu. There's food inside. You fell into my yard today, so I brought you in. Chuyu looked down at the bag on the floor, hesitating for a moment. Eat up. If I intended to kill you, your unconscious state would have been the perfect opportunity. I merely wanted to see if you had the ability to survive in this place. He crouched down, opening the bag to find some muddy sweet potatoes within. I'm not hungry right now. May I ask where this is? He closed the bag again. Rising to face Natasha, she stepped closer to him, took the bag back, and turned to walk deeper into the room. As they walked, she spoke, this place devours souls without leaving a trace. These very items are stained with the blood of countless victims. If you hesitate now, you may never have another chance. Natasha placed the bag on the table and swiftly opened it, retrieving a dagger from behind, beginning to peel a sweet potato. Although the dagger appeared ill-suited for such a task, astonishingly, not a shred of flesh clung to the discarded skin. This realm is a sanctuary of souls, an absurd title, perhaps. Yet the origin of the name remains a mystery. One truth, however, must be grasped. Every inch of this land has been nourished by fervent blood. A moment's carelessness could render you mere sustenance for these sweet potatoes. As Natasha spoke, she tossed the peeled sweet potato towards Chu Yu, spinning the dagger in her hand, and plunged it directly into the potato. The sound of the dagger piercing the wooden board resonated, prompting Chu Yu to turn and discover that the sweet potato had been firmly impaled upon the wall. I advise you to eat a bit, for this may be your final meal. Natasha picked up another dagger and resumed peeling the sweet potato in her grasp. Soon, the skin was entirely removed. She sliced off a small piece and placed it in her mouth, the sound of crunching filling the air. Observing this, Chi reluctantly retrieved the sweet potato lodged in the wall and took a timid bite. As the morsel entered his mouth, a robust, earthy flavor enveloped his palate. He frowned slightly. However, witnessing Natasha swallow bite after bite, he felt compelled to continue eating, whether it was due to acclimatization or genuine flavor. He found himself beginning to enjoy the sweet, earthy taste. After finishing his portion, his gaze wandered to the slightly deflated bag on the table. Natasha glanced at it and tossed the bag at his feet. Upon arrival here, one must embrace the mindset that every meal could be the last. Thus one should never skimp on oneself. Without hesitation this time, Chiyu opened the bag, retrieved a sweet potato, and emulated Natasha by picking up the dagger to peel it. Clearly, his skills were not on par with hers, as he inadvertently removed a sizable chunk of flesh. Noticing this, he set the dagger aside, extending his palm. A sphere of water suspended above his hand. The water gradually detached from the sphere, swirling around the sweet potato, swiftly washing away the earthiness. Chuyu placed the potato back in his mouth. The earthy taste remained pronounced, seemingly intermingled within. This time, he felt no aversion to the flavor. Rather, he experienced a hint of enjoyment. Upon finishing the sweet potato, a wave of satisfaction surged within him. The ability to manipulate water? This could simplify things in the future. Natasha's lips curled slightly, her fingers idly toying with the dagger. Suddenly, an unfriendly voice echoed from outside. Shona, why have you been avoiding me? What is the point? The voice was deep and resonant, suggesting that the speaker must be a burly man with a face full of flesh. I wondered if there were other men hidden within the room. I told our leader that as long as he could join us, we would meet all his demands. Natasha paused in her playful manipulation of a dagger, nodding towards Ji with a subtle lift of her chin, and softly remarked, "All right, I've had my fill. It's time you assist me with some tasks. I have no desire to carry a burden in this wretched place." Chapter 67. My surname is De Yi, given name Xingbo, De Yi Xingbo. With a prolonged creak, the old wooden door swung open, each motion producing a symphony of its own due to its dilapidated state. Jiu slowly stepped out of the room. Outside stood several emaciated young men, their bodies resembling mere skin stretched over bones, their tattooed arms wrinkled. Where was the one who had just spoken? Chuyu scanned the surroundings in confusion, but found no figure that matched the deep voice he had just heard. Except for the one in the middle, an unseemly, diminutive man. Natasha sat at the table, once again peeling sweet potatoes. Following her gaze, Chuyu noticed, among the group, a man whose frail physique was even more skeletal than the others. Upon seeing Chuyu emerge from the room, the little man's sunken eyes ignited with sparks of fury. "Who are you?" The deep voice emerged from the diminutive figure, oddly comical in its delivery. Crossing his arms and leaning against the doorframe, Jiu tilted his head slightly, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Miss Natasha, do you trust me so readily? What if I cannot handle these fellows? They certainly appear formidable." Natasha didn't even lift her head, continuing her meticulous task of peeling. "If you cannot handle these miscreants, I shall consider you merely a piece of refuse, picked up by another." With a resigned gesture, Jiu replied, "All right, it seems I must prove my worth." The little man, incensed by Chu Yu's apparent disregard, scowled fiercely and shouted, "You little pretty boy, do not think that just because you resemble me slightly, you can do as you please. Dare to disregard me, De Yi Shengbo, and you shall face dire consequences." "When have I ever disrespected you, De Yi?" Chu Yu retorted. "I am De Yi Shengbo. It was my first encounter with someone who self-proclaimed such a title. My name is De Yi Shengbo, surname De Yi, given name Shengbo, De Yi Shengbo." "How rude," Chu Yu replied awkwardly with a smile. From within the room came an impatient voice. "Quickly, get these ruffians out of my yard." "My apologies, gentlemen. The individual inside is rather irked. After all, I have consumed his food and am at a loss for words." As Jiu finished speaking, he raised a finger slightly, causing several icicles to hover in the air before crashing down forcefully to the ground. A roar echoed through the air. With a slight furrow of his brow, Chuyu discovered that his ice spikes had inexplicably halted in midair, faint cracks emerging upon their surfaces. As I've mentioned before, those who survive here are anything but ordinary. Even if they are dregs, they possess a modicum of skill. Natasha's voice echoed once more. This time, Chiyu did not underestimate his opponents. Wielding a dagger, he lunged towards the individuals before him. Several ice blades materialized, spinning rapidly as they soared forward. A sudden roar erupted, and this time, Chiyu discerned the source. Waves emanated from the mouth of the diminutive man, compelling the ice blades to come to an abrupt stop. As the little man continued to bellow, the ice blades began to sprout an intricate web of fissures. With a crack, the blades shattered into countless snowflakes that cascaded to the ground. Unnoticed by anyone, a single snowflake drifted silently towards the man's mouth. Seeing the situation was far from over, Natasha, with a hint of impatience, tossed her dagger onto the table and stood up. Just then, a series of anguished screams echoed from outside the door. She hurried outside, only to find Chiyu nonchalantly leaning against the doorframe, while the men lay strewn across the courtyard in disarray, all writhing in pain. Yet, one man exaggeratedly opened his mouth, his expression twisted in agony, but no sound emerged. This was the little man, blood pouring from his mouth as he clutched his throat tightly. "How did you manage that?" Chiyu remarked calmly, as if the scene before him bore no significance to him. "You've incapacitated our captain, who is a crucial aid to our leader," another man snarled, clutching his wrist in pain. However, Chiyu paid him no mind, for the system's task had begun to unfold. Ding. Task issued. Task name, Escape to Freedom. Task description, within 10 days, devise a suitable method to exit the Soul Realm, taking one person with you. Task rewards, if successful in bringing one individual. Skill proficiency increases by 100, physical attributes by 3, and fire manipulation is granted. If unsuccessful, rewards are halved, and fire manipulation is forfeited. Failure penalty, skill proficiency decreases by 100. A reminder, host's current skill proficiency stands at 280. Should the task fail, wind manipulation will be locked until proficiency is restored to 200. What is the matter with you? Chiyu, clean this mess up at once. I do not wish to return home to the stench of blood, Natasha said with disdain, casting a glance at the half-conscious men in the courtyard before retreating back inside. Chiyu regarded the men groaning before him, and with a gentle flick of his finger, a fierce gust of wind propelled them all away, transforming them into mere specks before vanishing from sight. Chiyu was not merciful, he simply chose not to annihilate them completely. As Natasha stated, this place devours its prey without leaving a trace. There is no need for him to tidy up this mess himself. He returned to the room, approached the table, and took a seat. "Miss Natasha, who are these people?" he inquired. "Just a motley crew, but their leader possesses considerable strength," she replied. "The previous leader sought to collaborate with me, yet I am currently disinclined to concern myself with such matters. Are they intentionally causing you trouble on behalf of that leader?" Chiyu asked. Natasha shook her head. "Not quite. They are merely a group of misfits seeking to claim credit for themselves." As she spoke, she seemed to recall something and continued, "You know me, so it is quite possible you are familiar with him. He is Loki." "Loki? You should have come here with me. Without him, I wouldn't have arrived here," Chiyu said, his molars almost grinding in frustration. Truly, the god of mischief had already thrived within this realm of souls before he could even comprehend the situation. "Are you suggesting he traveled here with you?" Natasha asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Chiyu nodded affirmatively. "At the moment the Time Variance Authority experienced a rupture, he threw me in first, and he must have followed shortly after. No, Loki arrived here even before I did, and you only appeared today." Natasha's words sent Chiyu into a dizzying spiral. Though he and Loki had arrived sequentially, had something else transpired during his journey? "Chiyu, did you traverse through a rift to arrive here?" Natasha's voice echoed once more. "Yes, Miss Natasha, and you?" "I leaped from Vormir after obtaining the Soul Stone and ended up here." Natasha spoke candidly, for this young man from Huaxia, who knew her name, likely understood her past as well. Chiyu meticulously recalled the scenes from Avengers Endgame. At that time, Natasha and Barton vied for the opportunity to leap, and ultimately, she relinquished her grip on Barton's hand and plummeted. This memory weighed heavily on Chiyu. Upon watching the film before his journey, he had returned to his dormitory, clutching his blanket and sobbing, lamenting the loss of his youth. "Chiyu, what are you pondering?" Natasha observed as his gaze drifted once more, waving her hand before his eyes. "Oh, Miss Natasha, I was merely contemplating the events that transpired," Chiyu hastily replied, regaining his focus. However, just then, a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside the door. He glanced at Natasha, questioning whether more trouble was brewing. Although troublemakers were not uncommon, today felt particularly frenetic. Natasha's brow furrowed as she rose and strode toward the door, with Chiyu closely trailing behind. Yet, before they reached the entrance, a powerful gust of wind surged toward them, carrying a faint scent of blood. The dust in the courtyard swirled violently, and a figure slowly emerged from the haze. He possessed a tall stature and exuded an air of elegance, each step resembling that of a model gracing the runway. Yet, though his form bore semblance to that of a human, it appeared as though two antennae sprouted from his head. As the dust settled, his figure gradually came into focus. "Beautiful Miss Natasha, I hear you have a new favorite. May I come and make your acquaintance?" he inquired, his gaze shifting towards Chu Yu, continuing. "A friend capable of wielding ice piques my interest." Chu Yu turned to follow the voice, only to discover that the individual was none other than Loki. But why did he not recognize him? "Loki, do you not remember me?" Chu Yu asked. Upon hearing his voice, Loki momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure. "Miss Natasha, I did not expect you to mention me in front of others. I wonder how you described me so vividly that someone could recognize me at a glance." Natasha crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe, yawning with a sense of ennui. "I have no inclination to discuss your appearance with others. If you wish to know, ask him directly," she said, rising and fixing her gaze upon Chu Yu, calmly stating, "Do you not wish to know the reason? He has approached you. You may inquire directly." Chu Yu nodded and took a step forward, only to find a gaunt man hiding behind Loki. Upon closer inspection, he recognized this individual as the one who had just claimed that his boss would not let him off easily. A slight furrow formed on Chu Yu's brow. This fellow seemed to possess a remarkable resilience. He had hoped to let him fend for himself, but unexpectedly, he had left him a lifeline, and in turn, created trouble for himself. As his pupils constricted, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Frost rapidly spread from his feet, swiftly reaching the man beside him. As the frost enveloped the man's feet, it quickly ascended, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a statue of ice. Loki turned to gaze at the frozen figure behind him, his eyes devoid of any anger. With a slight squint, a hint of amusement curled at the corners of his mouth. "Interesting. It is not magic, yet I cannot quite articulate what it is." He then swiftly turned around. Raising his palm gradually, a surge of green light emanated from his hand, extending until it reached a height of approximately 2 meters before halting. As the light dimmed, a green and gold staff materialized in his grasp. Upon seeing this staff, Chu Yu suddenly comprehended that this individual was certainly not the Loki he had encountered at the Time Management Bureau. After all, that Loki often struggled to recall that he was a sorcerer and preferred engaging in close combat with a dagger. "What? Do you intend to take vengeance for him?" Chu Yu asked, laughter bubbling forth from Loki in response. "I would not offend someone of interest to me for the sake of a mere pawn." However, he said, lifting the staff, which suddenly glowed with a vibrant green light at its tip. "I am curious to see how much you can intrigue me." As his words fell, a beam of green energy shot towards Chu Yu, who raised his hands, causing a massive ice wall to rise from the ground. A resounding explosion reverberated, causing the surrounding air to visibly ripple. The already precarious light fixture in the room finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. The sound of shattering glass echoed within the confines of the space, yet neither of the two men appeared to register the event. A frigid voice emerged, stating, "If anything else within this house breaks, you shall accompany it to its grave." The tone was devoid of emotion, utterly flat. However, the two men, on edge, felt the hairs on their arms stand on end. Loki, with a flick of his wrist, sheathed his staff, tossing his cloak back as he strode forward with the grace of a model. As his toes barely grazed the steps at the threshold, he softened his step. Upon reaching the door, he rapped lightly on the frame and inquired softly, "Miss Natasha, may I enter?" Natasha cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent as she shifted to one side. Observing this, Loki stepped inside, approaching Chu Yu and gently patting his shoulder. "How did you arrive in this world?" "I ventured to Vormir with Thor to retrieve the Soul Stone, purportedly requiring the sacrifice of one's beloved." "So you left for Thor's sake?" "No. I intended to cast Thor down to demonstrate his significance in my heart, only to find myself thrown instead." Chapter 69. A world where death is an everyday occurrence after a day of upheaval. Chu Yu and I ventured out in search of sustenance, while Loki, the elder, should hastily escort his icy companion outside. The glow of the setting sun streamed through the window, illuminating the dimly lit room, unexpectedly casting a glimmer of light. With Natasha having issued her decree for departure, Loki naturally chose not to linger. He shrugged and approached Chu Yu. "Chu Yu, is it? I have grand ambitions that may pique your interest." Chu Yu regarded Loki with the expression of someone confronted by a sales pitch, instinctively retreating a step. "I think not. I am still bewildered by the circumstances here." Not perturbed by the rejection, Loki pressed on, "You must be intrigued by this grand endeavor. Allow me to elaborate." "Are you preaching again?" Natasha interjected impatiently. "Preaching? Miss Natasha, do you intend to remain here indefinitely, living the same day over and over?" "Living the same day?" Chu Yu asked, astonished. Loki regarded him thoughtfully, stroking his chin, and replied with interest, "Are you not aware of the peculiar nature of this place? Time in this world loops, confined to a single day. Regardless of what transpires, every individual ultimately meets the same fate as yesterday. For instance, that sound wave, every day, someone meets their end by having their throat crushed. Yet, once the clock strikes midnight, all returns to normal, only for another to suffer the same fate the following day. Even though the individual has departed from this world, The tolling of the clock at midnight seems to awaken them from their eternal slumber, allowing them to rise anew, only to face death once more the following day. What of those like me, who are but newcomers on this first day? Chiyu cast a fleeting glance around the dimly lit room, noticing the last rays of the setting sun slipping away. The already dim chamber grew even darker due to the shattered light bulb. Natasha retrieved a candle from the cupboard and ignited it. The flickering flame danced gently in the breeze. Under the feeble illumination, Loki's shadow loomed on the wall. A silhouette that bore an uncanny resemblance to certain missionaries depicted in religious texts, perhaps due to the distortions of light and shadow or some other reason. He continued speaking. If you survive until midnight today, it implies that you may remain safe henceforth. However, to my knowledge, no soul has ever traversed the midnight hour unscathed. Even those who reach midnight are a rarity. And you and Natasha? Chuyu inquired hastily. My first day was not as fortunate as yours. Had I been aware of the peculiarities of this world, I would have feigned death to avoid the hour. Alas, my misfortune led to my demise at the hands of a titan, subjecting me to an endless cycle of unforeseen deaths. Chuyu turned to Natasha, tentatively asking, Miss Natasha, what of you? I too have met my end, though the specifics are best left unspoken. I simply perished, Natasha replied, concealing her dagger once more. Picking up a bag and backpack from the table, and stepping before Chuyu, pausing momentarily. If you fear, you might consider hiding today. To see if you could be the first to emerge unscathed. She secured the bag at her waist, hoisted the backpack, and departed without a backward glance. Loki chuckled softly, twirling his wrist as his wand reappeared in his hand. He gestured toward the ice sculpture in the courtyard. Contrary to Chuyu's expectations, the figure encased within did not find salvation. Rather, with a resounding crash, the ice shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. Chuyu stared in shock at the ice shards, where remnants of mangled flesh could be discerned. Even if I do not slay him, others will. His fate is sealed. Death awaits him each day, Loki declared, retracting his staff. Just as he prepared to depart, he paused, turning back to Chuyu, his eyes narrowed. A gentle smile gracing his face. Mr. Chuyu, I wish you luck in navigating this day. Yet, one more thing, jealousy can drive a person to madness. What does that mean? It means nothing. I wish you good fortune. Chuyu watched Loki's retreating figure, muttering to himself, what am I to do? He turned once more, gazing in the direction Natasha had taken. Gritting his teeth, he spread his arms wide, his form soaring skyward in an instant. Let me discover what my fate holds for this day. Natasha, burdened with her backpack, traversed the dimly lit street. Although twilight had just descended, the absence of streetlights enveloped her surroundings in a shroud of darkness. At this moment, it was likely that the majority of souls in this realm had perished. The few remaining individuals mostly sought refuge in their homes, attempting to escape what seemed to be a predestined fate. Consequently, few, like Natasha, roamed the streets at this late hour. Amidst the night sky, Chuyu, soaring above, finally caught sight of Natasha's silhouette. He deftly maneuvered and descended silently behind her. Upon landing, he called out, Miss Natasha? The sound startled Natasha, compelling her to instinctively draw her firearm and aim toward the source of the voice. Observing her reaction, Chuyu hastily conjured an ice shield to protect himself and shouted, Miss Natasha, it's me. Chuyu. Recognizing the voice, Natasha did not lower her weapon. She scrutinized him coolly and asked, Why aren't you hiding? Because I wish to uncover the secrets of this world, he replied, as he retracted the ice shield. He hesitated for a moment, still wary of the gun in her possession, ultimately choosing not to advance. What secrets could there possibly be? This world was likely hell itself, and we were merely the ghosts inhabiting it. As Natasha spoke, she holstered her weapon and continued her forward march. Chuyu quickly followed, maintaining a distance of several meters. Miss Natasha, what transpired on your first day here? No sooner had Chuyu posed the question than Natasha halted abruptly. She raised her pistol and aimed it at him, pulling the trigger without hesitation. A flash of fire erupted as the bullet shot forth at alarming speed. Chuyu summoned another ice shield, but the bullet veered past the edge of the shield and struck something behind him. Had it missed? He could hardly believe it. A seasoned agent could not possibly miss. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed from behind him. He turned swiftly to find a grotesque man standing there, brandishing a dagger, his eyes filled with malice. A crimson mark on his brow attested to the bullet having penetrated his skull. What was happening? Why had he felt no indication of this man's approach? Chuyu was acutely aware that, despite lacking spider sense, his heightened physical abilities had sharpened his senses considerably. Yet, he had not perceived this man's arrival at all. Did Loki not warn you? Natasha inquired, stowing her firearm with an air of calm. Warn me about what? Chuyu replied. Warn you that jealousy drives one to madness. As Natasha's words lingered in the air, a cacophony of footsteps echoed around them, as if a throng was advancing in their direction. As the sounds grew louder, Chuyu peered through the moonlight towards the source, only to discover countless figures hastening towards him. Chapter 70. The Art of Hospitality. Who are these people? Chu vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, realizing that he and Natasha had been completely surrounded. Among the crowd, some wielded large blades, while others hoisted heavy artillery upon their shoulders. Cloaked figures, their faces obscured by masks, stood ominously among them. Yet, regardless of their appearances, a shared characteristic glimmered in their eyes, an expectation of brutality and slaughter. "They have come to kill you," Natasha stated calmly. "Why would they wish to kill me? I harbor no enmity towards them. Your mere existence is their reason for wanting you dead." Natasha raised her handgun, her gaze cold as she scanned the throng. From within the crowd emerged a man with pronounced cheekbones and sunken eyes. He slung a long gun over his shoulder, raising an eyebrow as a smirk crept across his lips. A noxious green gas escaped from his mouth, causing those nearby to hastily cover their noses, grimacing as they cursed. "Enoch, shut your foul mouth. I would rather not end today suffocated by your stench." The man named Enoch showed no sign of anger at the insult, maintaining his smile. He lowered the long gun from his shoulder, aiming it at the individual who had just spoken. "What do you intend to do, Enoch?" "Nothing but assist you in your demise," Enoch replied, his finger tightening on the trigger. A bullet, akin to the size of a ping-pong ball, shot forth from the barrel, piercing the skull of the one who had spoken. A gaping wound, the size of a ping-pong ball, marred the victim's head, blood splattering across the ground. Yet, not a single soul among them reacted with alarm. Their expressions remained unchanged, as if they had merely witnessed a mundane act rather than a murder. Enoch wiped the muzzle of his gun, surveying the onlookers. "Esteemed gentlemen, it is evident that this gentleman is visiting our domain for the first time. In the spirit of hospitality, let us all endeavor to put forth our utmost effort." Though no one stepped forward in agreement, neither did anyone dissent. All present gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes fixed on the youth standing at their center. Enoch turned to Chuyu, his smile still affable, as if he were the consummate gentleman extending the warmest of welcomes. Yet, Chuyu did not harbor any illusions of being treated kindly. "Sir, may I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am Enoch, and welcome to the realm of souls." With that, he redirected his attention to Natasha, bowing slightly as he courteously continued. "Miss Natasha, would you not wish to join us in extending a warm reception to our guest? Or do you prefer to be treated as a guest yourself?" Natasha twirled her finger, stowing away her handgun as she replied with calm resolve, "Enoch, I wish to involve myself in none of this. Clear a path for me. I intend to leave." As she spoke, she advanced forward, completely disregarding those around her. The crowd, sensing her intent, parted to create a passage. Chuyu observed Natasha's retreating figure, wishing to follow, but found himself confronted by the weapons now aimed squarely at him. The sniper rifle's red dots were scattered across his body, numbering over a dozen, targeting vital areas such as the heart, throat, and brow. "Sir, you have yet to reveal your name. I am not particularly fond of such guests." Enoch observed Natasha's reluctance to intervene and chose not to press further. At times, one may find themselves with friends or foes. However, at this moment, the absence of enmity suggested the potential for camaraderie. Chuyu's pupils constricted as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. "I am Chuyu. I wonder how you plan to extend your hospitality?" The finest reception is one where the guest is treated as the host, enjoying the same privileges. Before Enoch could finish his thought, a burly man emerged, a long knife slung over his shoulder. He directed a harsh reprimand at Enoch. "Why engage in such idle chatter?" Turning his fierce gaze towards Chuyu, he continued, "So, you are Chuyu. I will end you, plain and simple." With that, he lunged forward, each step sending tremors through the ground. Despite his massive size, his speed was remarkable, and within moments, he stood before Chuyu, raising his long knife to strike the frail youth. Yet, in a flash of blue light, the blade halted midair, leaving everyone astonished at the unexpected turn of events. Thud. The hulking figure collapsed to the ground, sending dust swirling around him. It was then that they noticed his body was riddled with countless wounds, blood oozing from each gash. With a mere flick of his finger, Chuyu caused the blood to coalesce, suspended in the air. As the crimson liquid surged, it split into several blood blades, ominously hovering around him. Bathed in the cold moonlight, they appeared both resplendent and perilous. "Alas, your hospitality leaves much to be desired," Chuyu remarked with a soft smile. Ascending into the air, with a wave of his hand, the blood blades surged towards the crowd below. A cacophony of screams and the clanging of metal erupted in response. As the echoes faded, dozens lay sprawled on the ground, some clutching their throats, convulsing violently, while others had their heads severed from their bodies. Yet, a majority remained standing, unfazed, their eyes filled only with madness. "Now, this is intriguing. We graciously accept your gift, but we shall reciprocate in kind." Enoch discarded the scapegoat he had used to shield himself from the blood blades and raised his rifle once more, resolutely pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The sound of the gunshot shattered the tranquility of the night, prompting everyone to unleash their full might upon Chuyu. He gazed at the incoming bullets and weapons. Extending his arms, an ice shield materialized instantaneously, encircling him. His pupils glinted with blue light as countless ice spikes appeared around him. With a roar of fury, he sent the ice spikes hurtling towards the assailants, their trajectory relentless and swift. Once again, the sound of flesh tearing echoed, as blood flowed from the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, converging into a river of crimson. This sanguine stream extended outward, only to be stepped upon by a high-heeled shoe. The owner of the shoe wrinkled her brow in disdain, but continued to advance. Suddenly, a surge of warm blood splattered towards her. She swiftly dodged, yet the ink-black bodysuit she wore bore the taint of the crimson mark. As she glanced down at the bloodstains on her attire, her gaze turned icily cold. It was truly revolting. Even in death, they managed to be disgusting. With that, she drew a dagger, moving through the crowd like a wraith. With the glint of cold steel, one figure after another clutched their throats, collapsing into the pool of blood. Chapter 71. The souls beneath the snow. Chu Yu hung suspended in the air, his arms raised above his head. A flickering azure light emanated from his palms, seemingly vying for brilliance with the moon in the sky. A chilling wind swept through, and snowflakes gracefully descended from the heavens. These seemingly gentle flakes, however, radiated a sharp luminescence along their edges. Enoch opened his palm as a single snowflake slowly drifted into his grasp. What harm could such a thing inflict? Yet, before the thought could fully form, he felt a searing pain emanate from his palm. Hastily, he brought his hand before his eyes, only to discover a gaping blood hole had formed, piercing entirely through his hand. This was dire. Enoch silently cursed, but it was already too late. He looked up to see waves of crimson mist rising before him. Despite the bodies falling one after another, the others appeared utterly unperturbed by death. They continued their advance, their eyes alight with madness as they charged towards Chu Yu. Noticing this, Chu Yu waved his hand again, only to observe a spectral figure weaving through the throng. This apparition wielded a dagger, moving with such swiftness that a faint afterimage trailed behind her lithe form. Her chestnut-red hair shone vividly against the dark backdrop. As she pierced the throat of the person beside her, she inadvertently lifted her gaze. Chu Yu recognized the strikingly familiar visage, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He dove down, controlling his descent to land behind Natasha. With a flick of his wrist, a massive snowflake hovered in the air, spinning rapidly, cleaving through the oncoming assailants. "Miss Natasha, didn't you leave?" she exclaimed, drawing her gun and aiming it at Chu Yu. However, this time, he did not flinch, for he was certain that the shot was not meant for him. Indeed, the sound of a bullet piercing flesh resounded from behind. Without needing to turn, he knew that the bullet had found its mark in another's head. Clenching his fist, a blue aura enveloped him. He forcefully stomped the ground, initially believing these individuals might possess some ability to fight, so he had held back, hoping to glean a way to escape from their lips. However, after the recent confrontation, he has come to a complete understanding. These individuals are mere minions, their strength comparable to that of the infamous Lord Soundwave, save for a few who display a reckless disregard for life. In this ruthless world, how could the weak ever have a chance to acquire crucial intelligence? Therefore, there is no need for restraint any longer. As the radiance emanating from Chu Yu intensified, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted to freezing point. Frost rapidly spread outward from beneath his feet, and countless ice spikes erupted from the ground. The so-called masters were instantly pierced by these icy protrusions. A tempest laden with sharp snowflakes surged violently toward the crowd, and the air was filled with anguished cries. This time, these individuals could not withstand the onslaught. As the gale swept through and the ice spikes thrust forth, one after another, they collapsed to the ground. Even their fervor was rendered to crystalline ice by the frigid winds. In mere moments, what had been a densely packed throng was transformed into souls entombed beneath the snow. How can you be so formidable? Why then did you hold back when you faced me before? Even the composed Natasha found herself momentarily astonished at the icy world around her. She had initially believed that, even if these people could not defeat Chu Yu, they would still pose significant trouble. She never anticipated that he would resolve the matter so effortlessly. I believe Miss Natasha was merely testing my capabilities at the time. Thus there was no need for hostility. It sufficed for me to demonstrate that I would not impede her progress. Chu Yu chuckled, twisting his wrist once more. There is still one more to catch. No sooner had he spoken than a violent gust swept through, and a figure crashed heavily beside them. Chu Yu approached the fallen figure, crouched down, and summoned a dagger to press against its throat. The figure raised its head, revealing Enoch. "Tell me, how did you know of my arrival and muster such a force to trouble me?" Chu Yu's gaze was icy. Yet, Enoch showed no fear. He grinned, exposing his yellowed teeth, encrusted with grime. Before he could utter a word, a wave of green mist escaped his lips. With a flick of his finger, Chu Yu directed the noxious vapor straight into Enoch's face. He tightened his grip on the dagger, piercing the skin of Enoch's neck. "Will you speak?" Enoch gasped in pain. Yet his eyes retained their previous madness. "I will say nothing, even if you kill me. Come tomorrow, I will awaken unscathed. This is not my first death. Your little tricks will not work in this world. Is that so?" She replied coldly, pressing the dagger deeper once more. Ah, Enoch cried out in agony, beads of sweat forming densely on his forehead due to the intense pain. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged. A sickening smile began to curl at the corners of his lips. No one escapes unscathed past midnight, not even you. As you are now, every moment you linger brings more formidable foes to hunt you down. They are the true masters of this world. He spoke, bursting into a wild laughter once again. Chuyu, incensed by the sound, twisted his wrist and swiftly severed Enoch's neck. The head rolled away from the body, eyes wide open in shock, with a manic grin still etched upon its lips. Why did you kill him? Natasha asked coldly. Her arms crossed. What, do you expect me to give him a second chance? Chuyu was somewhat perplexed, recalling that Natasha had taken numerous lives herself not long ago. What second chance? What are you talking about? I merely suggested I could interrogate him, but now that you've slain him, I lack the ability to converse with the deceased. Natasha cast a glance at Chuyu, retrieving a silk handkerchief to wipe the blood from her dagger before putting it away. Well, it is only 8 o'clock now, and there are still 4 hours until midnight. Let us see if you can truly be the first to survive until then. Chuyu rose to his feet, gazing at Natasha, and inquired, who are the true masters he spoke of? Do not ask me, Natasha replied with tranquil composure. Why not? Natasha lifted her chin slightly, pointing ahead. Because one of them has already arrived. Chapter 72. The Storm Woman and the Archangel. Chuyu looked up, discovering a figure emerging from the darkness in the distance. The silhouette appeared human, yet it bore a magnificent pair of wings. As it strode forward, its handsome visage was illuminated by the moonlight. The features were exquisitely sculpted, with a flawless face, particularly accentuated by a dazzling feather earring adorning the left ear. The wings fluttered gently, allowing Chuyu to discern that they were composed of metallic feathers, unlike Sam's vibranium wings. These metallic appendages were evidently an integral part of the man's being. Archangel Warren, Natasha coldly regarded the figure. She turned and gently patted Chuyu on the back. It seems they do not regard you with too much significance. What does that mean? Chuyu inquired. This individual possesses average abilities among the true masters. He is not particularly formidable, yet he should not be underestimated. As the two conversed, the figure across from them moved. He unfurled his wings and charged swiftly toward Chuyu. Observing this, Chuyu grasped Natasha's arm and retreated quickly. With a flick of his hand, numerous ice blades surged toward Warren. Warren hastily maneuvered his wings to shield himself. A cacophony of metallic clangs resonated as the ice blades shattered, forcing Warren to stagger back several meters. He truly is somewhat lacking, Chuyu chuckled softly, extending his arm. A colossal snowflake hovered above his palm. With a twist of his wrist, the snowflake began to whirl rapidly, its sharp edges slicing through the surrounding air, creating fissures. This time, Warren opted not to defend with his wings. Instead, he flapped them vigorously and soared into the sky, ascending to a height of 100 meters above the ground in the blink of an eye. However, the snowflake pursued closely behind. Chiyu's fingers, glowing with a blue light, trembled slightly. The snowflakes swirled rapidly around the Archangel. Warren observed as they drew ever closer. With a powerful sweep of his wings, he struck at the snowflakes. Clang! The metallic resonance echoed once more. Yet, unlike before, the snowflakes did not shatter. Chiyu found amusement in the sight of Warren, who appeared increasingly beleaguered in the sky. Leaning towards Natasha, he remarked, "It seems these so-called true masters are rather underwhelming. Let us resolve this swiftly." However, Natasha's expression was grim. Although Chuyu was unaware of the unfolding events, he complied. Clenching his fingers tightly, the snowflakes in the air instantaneously fractured, transforming into countless snow particles. A chilling gust arose, carrying these particles towards Warren. He again shielded himself with his wings, feeling the cold stiffen them. He shouted into the air, "Storm! Are you waiting for my demise to make your appearance?" No sooner had his words left his lips than a bolt of lightning rent the darkened sky. Chuyu looked up and discovered a figure suspended above, having appeared unbeknownst to him. Another flash of lightning struck, this time aimed at Chuyu and Natasha. Chuyu quickly pulled Natasha back, but the lightning inexplicably curved mid-air, charging towards them once more. He hastily pushed Natasha aside. Realizing with certainty that the lightning was targeting him, he extended his arms, and an ice shield materialized instantly before him. Boom! Snowflakes erupted in a flurry. White lightning enveloped the ice shield, weaving intricate patterns akin to a spider's web, completely surrounding Chuyu. Observing this, Natasha swiftly drew her handgun and aimed at the figure above, firing several shots. Pop! 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 The bullets soared towards the figure, only to be intercepted by metallic wings. Warren spread his wings and glanced back at the shadowy figure. Could you not arrive a tad later? If that individual had promised to reveal the way for me to escape, I wouldn't care about this newcomer's fate. The figure's gaze turned icy as she extended her hand, summoning another lightning bolt from the heavens. This time, the lightning illuminated the previously dark sky, revealing the mysterious figure. She donned a black trench coat that swayed despite the absence of wind, her dark brown skin framed by short silver hair. Most peculiar were her eyes, devoid of pupils, appearing entirely grayish-white. Chuyu, bracing against the ice shield, felt a slight tingling in his arm from the residual electric current. As he gazed at the woman in the sky, buried memories resurfaced. The ability to control lightning, a black woman with white hair, rolling her eyes. This could only be Storm. Aurora Monroe. Yet, before Chuyu could extricate himself, the bolt of lightning descended upon him. With a furious roar, a colossal figure emerged behind him. A colossal frost giant, clad in armor and towering approximately 30 meters high, loomed behind him. The frost giant roared, clenching its fist, and unleashed a powerful punch towards the tempestuous lightning. Bam! Snowflakes erupted in a flurry amidst the thunderous clash. After a considerable duration, the storm abated, and the frost giant's arm disintegrated into powder. Aurora prepared to summon another bolt of lightning, only to discover that the ground was shrouded in a thick fog. With her arms outstretched, a fierce wind surged from behind her, pushing against the fog. Yet, she soon realized that within the mist was a gust of wind equally potent as her own. Her efforts to disperse the fog proved futile. Natasha gazed at the surrounding haze, her brow furrowed in confusion, yet she remained silent. Having recognized that this fog was conjured by Chuyu, suddenly she felt a hand grasp her arm. Instinctively, she drew her dagger and thrust it sideways. A faint voice then reached her ears. "Natasha, it's me." Chuyu watched as the dagger halted mere inches from him, and he exhaled a sigh of relief, coupled with an untimely admiration. Truly, as a top-tier operative, she was swift, precise, and could retract her strikes with impeccable timing. Lowering his voice, he continued, "I am uncertain of the events unfolding. The Storm Wielder is more formidable than I anticipated. Do you know her? Well, it is not surprising." Natasha also lowered her voice deliberately and replied, "What do we intend to do? Although it is quite challenging, there remains a solution. Did you just hear?" He mentioned a means of escape. Natasha nodded towards Chuyu but quickly realized he could not see her gesture, prompting her to verbalize, "Yes, I heard it." With a sweep of his arm, the fog around them thinned slightly. Though they could now see each other, a veil of mist still lingered overhead. "I have a plan, but it requires your assistance." Warren gazed down at the fog blanketing the ground, flapping his wings as he circled above the mist, yet he did not descend. Returning to Aurora's side, he inquired, "What should we do? Should we charge ahead?" Aurora, with her eyes closed, remained silent. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, fixating on the edge of the fog. A mass of mist began to part, swiftly retreating into the distance. Chapter 73. "I predicted your prediction. Have they fled?" Warren exclaimed, pointing at the dissipating fog. Just as he prepared to pursue, he noticed Aurora remained rooted in place, her gaze fixed on the obscured ground. "Storm Wielder, they have escaped." Warren shouted again. Aurora shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Is that so? If they truly fled, we would lose our chance to discover a way out of here." Warren appeared increasingly anxious, yet Aurora seemed entirely unfazed. She spread her arms wide, conjuring yet another powerful gust. This wind, however, did not disturb the fog in the slightest. With her arms crossed, she calmly declared, "They have not departed. They are still here, choosing to obscure their escape with the fog merely to mislead us." Warren gazed into the receding fog, his heart racing with trepidation. He turned to Aurora and exclaimed, "Storm, we must not allow him to escape. If you do not pursue him, I shall. Should I succeed, do not expect to learn from me the way to depart." With that, he flapped his wings and darted towards the direction of the fleeing mist. Aurora regarded Warren's retreating figure with a cold stare, then waved her hand once more, summoning lightning to strike again. The frost giant emerged from the fog, raising its solitary arm to clash with the descending bolt. Ice particles erupted, sending powerful gusts of wind swirling. Its singular arm was reduced to mere powder. It opened its maw and roared defiantly at Aurora in the sky. Observing this, Aurora spread her arms wide, her silver hair dancing in the wind. An ominous cloud began to coalesce in the air. Multiple bolts of lightning pierced through the cloud, targeting the frost giant. After a cacophony of thunder and lightning, the once mighty frost giant, which had stood tall amidst the fog, was shattered into countless fragments, raining down upon the ground. Aurora gracefully controlled her descent, landing slowly as she waved her arm again. This time, the fog was dispersed. In the dimly lit forest, a thick mist raced forward, while not far behind, a silver-haired man with metallic wings was exerting himself to catch up. Suddenly, the mist halted and swiftly dissipated, revealing the figure of a young boy. He turned, a slight smile gracing his lips, arms crossed, patiently awaiting the approach of the silver-haired man. The man flapped his wings a few times, landing swiftly before the boy. With excitement in his gaze, he exclaimed, "Chuyu, I knew it had to be you. If I kill you, I shall discover how to leave this place." The boy, indeed Chuyu, remained unfazed by the silver-haired man's threat. "Warren, where do you find your courage? Is it from Liang Jingru?" "What Liang Jingru? Let me tell you." Warren retorted, but suddenly felt the temperature around him plummet. A chilling sensation enveloped his body, particularly his feet, which lost all feeling. Looking down, he was alarmed to find frost silently creeping over his legs, swiftly spreading outward. He flapped his wings desperately, yet found himself unable to move an inch. The immense force felt as if it would tear his body apart. "Chuyu," he gasped, mouth agape, yet no sound emerged. Crimson blood oozed from his lips as a shard of ice, stained with blood, pierced through his body, emerging from the other side. Chuyu simply clapped his hands. And with a wave, countless ice blades surged towards Warren. In an instant, Warren's form was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh upon the ground. How unfortunate. "You shall awaken tomorrow," Chuyu remarked, observing the gruesome scene without a trace of discomfort. After all, to show mercy to those who wish to harm one is tantamount to suicide. He gazed into the distance where thunder and lightning erupted. A slow smile creeping onto his lips. It seemed preparations were in order. "Why are you here?" Storm Woman gazed in astonishment at the figure emerging from the mist. Realizing it was Natasha, and she let out an enraged howl. Natasha raised her weapon and coldly remarked, "It has always been me. Shall we settle for a life or death confrontation?" "Natasha, you know that if we eliminate him, we can escape," Storm Woman retorted. "That man's words? I have never believed his apologies." "Natasha," Storm Woman continued, her pupils shifting to a pale gray. A tempest roared around them, and lightning illuminated the sky. The fierce winds tousled Natasha's chestnut hair. She brushed aside the disheveled strands from her forehead and softly said, "What? Do you wish to kill me? Come then, having faced death countless times. I fear it no longer. However, I shall not allow you to slay me without consequence." As Natasha spoke, the widow's bite on her wrist glimmered with blue light. Her gaze sharp as she scrutinized Storm Woman. "I will not kill you, even though I know you will resurrect tomorrow. I refuse to let my hands be stained with your blood." Another gust of wind swept through, and Storm Woman pivoted, soaring in the direction where Chuyu had fled. Natasha observed Storm Woman's retreating figure, retracting her pistol. Yet, before she could stow it away, she raised it again, her vigilance heightened as she commanded, "Since you are here, why not reveal yourself?" Receiving no reply, she squeezed the trigger, firing several shots into the darkness. The gunfire shattered the silence, yet no other sounds followed. Suddenly, her expression froze. A surge of blood erupted uncontrollably from her mouth. She glanced down to find a bronze hand, saturated with blood, emerging from her abdomen. A hoarse, solemn voice, as though from a divine entity, echoed in her ears. "Why do you engage in futile struggles each time?" Storm Woman descended to the ground, observing the remnants of flesh and blood still encased in frost. The stench of blood hung heavily in the air, prompting her to furrow her brow. With a wave of her hand, a powerful wind dispersed the ghastly odor. She took a step forward, her toes barely grazing the ground when a brilliant blue light erupted from beneath, extending her arm to shield her eyes. She prepared to regain control of her body and descend once more, only to discover that her feet were ensnared by some unseen force. Lowering her gaze, she saw frost creeping up from her feet. A whirlwind materialized nearby, rushing toward her with alarming speed. The icy tempest enveloped Storm Woman's form, and as it dissipated, she found herself encased entirely in crystalline ice. Her pupils rolled back, her eyes turning a ghostly white. The howling winds intensified, thunder and lightning crackled in the air. An ice spike pierced through, and from behind a large tree, Chuyu stepped forth, offering a slight smile to Storm Woman, his demeanor polite as he stated, "Miss Aurora, I have a grand endeavor that I wonder if you might find intriguing." Chapter 74, Cooperation? The moon hung high in the sky, its cold light spilling onto the earth. A gentle breeze stirred, rustling the leaves with a soft whisper. Standing amidst the trees, the two individuals gazed intently at one another, each awaiting the other to break the silence. The Storm Woman cleared her throat, directing her gaze towards Chuyu, and stated, "I harbor no intentions regarding your grand ambitions." Upon finishing her words, her pupils transformed once more into a shade of grayish white. The surrounding winds howled ferociously, and the sky intermittently illuminated with flashes of lightning. With a swift motion of his hand, Chuyu summoned several icicles to form around the Storm Woman, their sharp points poised ominously close to her body. A mere inch forward would result in her being pierced by these icy spears. "You must understand, threatening my life holds no significance," she remarked. Unperturbed by the icicles threatening her throat, a faint smile gracing her lips. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens. Just as it was about to reach Chuyu, he deftly turned and vanished from his original position. The lightning struck the ground, creating a burst of sparks. The Storm Woman observed the massive black crater that had formed, yet Chuyu's figure had completely vanished. She was not the least surprised. With an expression of indifference, she surveyed the surrounding icicles and declared, "Since I cannot slay you, feel free to end my life. Like Natasha, I harbor no fear of death. Even if you choose not to kill me, by midnight, I shall be oblivious to whose hands I may fall. Thus, your threats bear no weight." Yet, the icicles showed no inclination to advance. Chu leapt from a nearby branch, landing gracefully. With a sweep of his hands, he caused all the icicles surrounding the storm woman to dissipate. Even the frost enveloping her body vanished at a visible pace. He approached her seemingly unguarded. Speaking courteously, "Miss Aurora, even if you were to kill me, do you truly believe you could return to your world? The professor has been waiting for you." "How do you know of the professor?" The storm woman's pupils returned to normal, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. "It has been so long since I have heard that name," she murmured. Sensing the opportunity, Chu cleared his throat and continued, "Miss Aurora, if we collaborate, I shall assist you in finding a way to depart. This way, you can return to your world, and I can return to mine." The storm woman scrutinized Chu face under the moonlight, a scornful smile appearing on her lips. "Very well, you may allow me to kill you. And then that person will reveal to me the means of escape. Upon your revival, I shall share it with you. Do you truly believe I would entrust my life to another? What then is your solution?" The storm woman attempted to spread her arms, only to realize that the frost on her hands had yet to dissipate. She reluctantly withdrew. Chu waved his hand again, and this time, all the frost surrounding the storm woman vanished, causing the ambient temperature to return to normal. As she broke free from his control, her pupil shifted back to grayish-white. A fierce bolt of lightning descended from the sky. However, this time, Chu showed no intention of evading it. He squinted his eyes, a smile lingering on his lips, as if he were impervious to the impending strike. A flash of brilliance surged forth. The lightning struck perilously close to the tip of his nose, leaving a tingling sensation in its wake. Yet, it ultimately landed a short distance from Chu's toes. Why did he not evade? Because deep down, he yearned for collaboration. A gentle smile graced Chu's lips as he gazed at the storm woman, continuing, "Now that we have reached an accord, would you be so kind as to divulge who sent you?" In response, the storm woman turned away, her arms outstretched. A fierce wind began to swirl around her, lifting her swiftly into the air. Once she had ascended from the ground, she hovered above, casting a cold glance down at Chu. "When you possess the capability to meet that individual, then I shall consider our partnership." With her voice fading into the ether, she transformed into a mere speck, dissolving into the night. Chu sighed in resignation. Indeed, such tasks were not easily accomplished. He spread his arms, propelling himself into the sky, harnessing the wind element, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he sped backward. He hovered above the very spot he had just vacated, surveying the carnage below, where bodies lay strewn about and rivers of blood flowed, the acrid scent of death palpable even from his lofty perch. He lowered his gaze, searching for a familiar figure amidst the chaos. Yet, after a thorough scan, he found nothing. "Natalia!" he cried out, his voice echoing loudly in the stillness of the night, yet met with silence. Suddenly, his expression froze in disbelief as he beheld a familiar silhouette lying amidst a pool of blood. He controlled his descent, swiftly landing on the ground. Approaching the figure, he knelt beside her, gently brushing his fingers through her chestnut-red hair. "Natalia? How could this be? Did the storm woman do this to you? Did you not say she would spare your life?" He lifted Natalia's form, only to discover a gaping wound the size of a fist in her abdomen. Her expression was twisted in agony, as if she had endured immense suffering. Yet, her once bright eyes now appeared dull, like embers extinguished. Chu's gaze sharpened, his pupils transforming into a vivid blue. He unleashed a furious roar skyward. Tornadoes materialized around him, surging forth with ferocity. Leaves rustled violently, yet not a single one relinquished its grip on the branches. This was not due to a lack of force. Rather, the tornadoes had other targets in mind. Debris was swept into the air by the whirlwinds, and countless blades of wind shot forth from the tornadoes. Each fragment of wreckage faced relentless assault from these wind blades. What once resembled human forms were now reduced to shattered flesh. A chilling luminescence radiated from Chu's being, swiftly enveloping the surroundings in frost. The entire expanse transformed into a realm of ice and snow. Gently, Chu laid Natalia down and bellowed towards the heavens. "Who are you? If you wish to take my life, then reveal yourself. Why do you cower in the shadows like a tortoise? What nonsense are you spouting? I am still alive." A voice, rich with magnetism, suddenly echoed through the air. Chu, taken aback, glanced around, only to find himself alone in the desolate surroundings. Suddenly, he felt Natasha in his grasp stir slightly. He hurriedly looked down, only to discover that she was enveloped in a green glow. As the luminescence faded, the sultry figure he had just beheld transformed into that of a man, who adorned his head with a golden circlet resembling cockroach antennae. Chapter 75, The Sun Rises Again. "Yet another dismal day, how can it be you?" Chu exclaimed, horrified to find Loki in his embrace, and he promptly flung Loki away. Unprepared, Loki landed heavily on the icy surface, clutching his rear and glaring at Chu, exclaiming, "What is this? Even if she isn't Natasha, you shouldn't treat me this way." He wobbled to his feet, supporting his waist, and conjured a wand into his right hand, feigning an attack towards Chu before retracting it. He gently brushed off the frost clinging to him and assumed a condescending posture, gazing down at Chu. You mortals should kneel before the god of mischief. Are you deranged? Chuyu retorted. Perhaps a little, but there are no doctors here to remedy it. He glared fiercely at Loki, rising to his feet. What just transpired? I have been following you closely. After you departed, I sensed that individual's presence. Hence I masqueraded as Natasha. If it weren't for me, Natasha would likely be dead, though she would resurrect after midnight. Today marks the first day of our collaboration. And as the initiator, I felt compelled to act. A frown creased Chuyu's brow as he queried, when did you decide to collaborate? No sooner had he spoken than a figure descended from a nearby tree. Today. Upon learning that individual had devised a method to exit this world as a reward for eliminating you, I agreed to join Loki's cult. Turning to see Natasha, Chuyu was greeted by Loki's eager approach. Just as he prepared to open his arms for a grand embrace, he noticed Natasha's hand resting on her holster. Awkwardly retracting his arms, he feigned innocence, saying, Miss Natasha, how can you label me a cultist? I just saved your life. I even deceived that individual. How could such prowess equate me with a cult? Noticing that Natasha ignored him, Loki shifted the conversation, directing his gaze toward Chuyu. What was the outcome with Storm Girl? Did you eliminate her? Chuyu shook his head vigorously. No, we discussed collaboration. She didn't heed your warning, did she? After all, I sought her out numerous times, only to be met with lightning each time. Loki scrutinized Chuyu, noting the absence of any signs of electric assault, which irked him further. Yet, it was Chuyu's subsequent remarks that intensified his displeasure. She remarked that as soon as that person appears, she would engage in collaboration with me. What? Chuyu was startled by this exclamation, nearly losing control and unleashing an icicle. He shot a glance at Loki before turning to Natasha, only to find her gazing at him with a look of astonishment. What is it? Did I say something amiss? No, it is merely that Miss Araro is one of the few who still retains her true self. However, she does not involve herself in the affairs of others. Her appearance this time is solely due to the fact that that person claimed killing you would provide a means of escape. Furthermore, it is not merely the prospect of escape that motivates her, but rather the necessity to act on the words of that individual. Had this statement been made by Loki, Chuyu would have been less surprised, as Loki's actions always aligned with his perception of him. Yet, this declaration came from Natasha. Her eyes sparkled with fervor. In both his memories and their recent interactions, he had never witnessed Natasha so unable to contain her emotions. He inquired in confusion, you all keep mentioning that person. Who exactly are they? Before Loki could respond, his gaze flitted around the room, and upon confirming their solitude, he lowered his head and whispered, in this world, there exists a taboo. One must never utter that person's name. Are you afraid of someone? How could I possibly fear him? Has he not merely killed me several times? What is so formidable about that? As Loki spoke, he straightened his posture, seemingly attempting to validate his words through this gesture. Chuyu disregarded him, pondering silently. Anyone who can instill fear in the god of mischief must possess extraordinary strength. What then? Have I done to provoke such a formidable being to seek my demise? Or is it merely that the appearance of any individual in this world prompts such a reward to rally everyone? When newcomers emerged previously, was there such a reward? Chuyu turned to Natasha and Loki, inquiring. Natasha shook her head. No, even Loki only disseminated information without any rewards. Even in the absence of incentives, they would willingly participate, for none wished to witness someone survive the midnight hour unscathed. This time, however, you have a reward, and I find myself intrigued. Thus, I am discussing this matter with the cult leader, Loki. Miss Natasha, I have reiterated countless times, I am not a cult leader. I am a legitimate deity from Asgard. Loki explained once more, though this time Natasha did not even glance in his direction. Storm was back in her courtyard. In the realm of souls, where no laws exist, strength is the sole criterion. Even though all may not fear death, they certainly dread the powerful. Therefore, individuals of Storm's caliber naturally possess a respectable abode, while those like Enoch and Soundwave merely have a place of concealment. She approached the door, her hand poised upon the handle, yet she halted abruptly. Turning her gaze back, she beheld a tall figure clad in bronze armor, standing resolutely in the center of the courtyard. Oroluo, you betrayed me in the previous realm. Do you seek to betray me once more in this one? A voice, imbued with solemnity and a hint of divinity, emanated from the man. You may kill me. The Storm Woman replied with unwavering calm. The man extended his palm, and an overwhelming force surged forth. The Storm Woman's body was uncontrollably drawn towards him, landing before him as he gripped her neck with a powerful hand. Though his expression remained tranquil, she could feel the fierce pressure constricting her throat. As the sensation of suffocation enveloped her and her vision dimmed, she showed no inclination to escape. Her forehead furrowed, a physiological reaction to the asphyxiation. Yet her eyes remained devoid of any light, akin to a soulless husk. The grip around her neck intensified, and she distinctly heard the sound of her neck fracturing. As the sense of suffocation grew more pronounced and her consciousness began to fade, she managed to lift the corners of her mouth in a gentle smile. This wretched day had finally come to a close. Tomorrow, when the sun rises, it would still be a dreadful day. Chapter 76. The eerie lullaby. An hour had elapsed. Why had no one arrived? With only a couple of hours remaining until midnight. Could it be that Chuyu might become the first soul to survive the witching hour in this realm? This simply could not be, for I would be envious. Perhaps. Chuyu, I shall have to slay you, and we can devise another plan to escape this world tomorrow. Upon hearing Loki's voice, Chuyu instinctively leaped backward. Indeed, the very spot where he had just stood was now enveloped in a green glow. With a swift motion, he conjured an icicle that hurtled toward Loki. His voice icy as he asked, "What do you intend to do?" Loki, retracting his wand, shook his head in disappointment. To be honest, seeing you alive brings me a tinge of displeasure. You could engage me in combat, and then seek that person you speak of for a means to escape. Chuyu's pupils constricted as the temperature around them plummeted once more. The frost that had just fallen from the leaves above now settled in a fresh layer. Loki stood, dusting off his garments lazily, and remarked, "While I lack any sense of contractual spirit, I shall not sever ties with you while you still hold some value." Enough of the bickering, Natasha interjected, glancing at the two before continuing, "Preserve your strength. If the enemy has yet to arrive, do not turn on one another." As she spoke, a child's voice suddenly rang out, a melodic babble that, though unclear in its lyrics, resembled a nursery rhyme. "Loki, stop with the theatrics." "Oh, but isn't this merely creating a bit of atmosphere?" Loki cleared his throat and resumed his seat. Chuyu also sat up, and the three of them gathered around the fire, silently awaiting the challenges that lay ahead in the next 2 hours. Initially, they had intended to press forward and locate their enemies ahead of time. However, upon deeper reflection, Chuyu realized that surviving until midnight would constitute a success in itself. It would be wiser to conserve their strength and wait for their adversaries to arrive. Natasha and Loki were both acutely aware of just how arduous it was to survive the midnight hour. The presence of that individual ensured that no one could safely navigate past the witching hour. Should anyone attempt to succeed, that entity would emerge, wielding an irresistible force capable of extinguishing the flicker of triumph. Even if someone were to narrowly survive until midnight, they would be left in a state akin to that of Mr. Soundwave, barely clinging to life. Such a half-existence was more painful than a swift demise. Yet, Chuyu remained oblivious to this grim reality. He picked up a branch and tossed it back into the fire. Sparks flew, accompanied by the crackling sounds of the ignited wood. A haunting nursery rhyme once again drifted into Chuyu's ears. La la la. He grimaced, glancing at Loki, and retorted, "Loki, you're at it again. What am I starting?" Loki replied, "If you're not, then how do I hear this?" Before Chuyu could finish his thought, he suddenly spotted the silhouette of a little girl lurking in the shadows. She wore a red dress and cradled a brown teddy bear in her arms. The girl took a tentative step forward, emerging from the darkness. Under the moonlight, her face appeared strikingly pale, a ghostly white that sent chills down one's spine. Most unsettling of all was the fact that her pupils matched the color of her dress, a hue reminiscent of blood. The little girl clutched her teddy bear tightly, her lips parting slightly as her innocent voice sang that eerie nursery rhyme once more. La la la, look, who is that little girl? Chuyu pointed toward her, turning to Loki and Natasha. Suddenly, his expression froze. Natasha and Loki, who had been sitting beside him just moments ago, had vanished without a trace. What is happening? Is this an illusion? Isn't the system supposed to help me dispel illusions? Chuyu swiftly rose, his wrist twisting as a dagger materialized in his palm. "Who are you?" he shouted. The little girl seemed oblivious to his question, still clutching her teddy bear, her lips continuing to chant the unsettling nursery rhyme. Chuyu extended his hand, and an icicle shot toward the girl. Yet, as it penetrated her form, it left no mark, as though she were merely a figment of light and shadow. "Who are you truly?" Chuyu inquired once more. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his shoulder. He instinctively recoiled, sweeping his hand to unleash a flurry of ice blades toward the spot he had just vacated. The blades found nothing but empty air. Clutching the wound on his shoulder, he gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Moments ago, he had seen nothing, and now he had been struck. Around him, apart from that eerie little girl, there was not a soul in sight. The little girl remained a distant figure. Could it be that the eyes could no longer be trusted? At this thought, a shiver ran down his spine, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Though uncertain about what was unfolding, his numerous experiences had endowed him with a keen sense of danger. He was unsure of the accuracy of his instincts, yet in this moment, he chose to heed them. With a swift motion of his dagger, he indeed made contact with an object. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted his left hand, conjuring an ice spear that he thrust forward with precision and ferocity. Yet again, nothing unusual transpired. Even the force behind the dagger seemed to dissipate. If his eyes could not be trusted, he would have to rely on his hearing. Closing his eyes, he concentrated intently on the sounds around him. However, the nursery rhyme seemed to possess an enchanting quality. Even though the lyrics were indistinct, it stirred an inexplicable agitation within Chuyu's heart. He opened his eyes once more and leapt backward with sudden vigor. Unsure of the potential danger in his previous position, he dared not linger in uncertainty. What was truly happening? The blue hue in his pupils deepened, while countless snowflakes began to drift from the sky, swiftly blanketing the earth below. As he observed the snowflakes on the ground, he noticed a footprint rapidly approaching him. At last, the ruse was unveiled. He tightened his grip on the dagger and swung it towards the direction of the footprint, unleashing a massive ice blade that surged forward with great speed. The footprint, evidently startled, hastily retreated. However, the ice blade was swifter, soaring directly above it. As the ice blade pierced through, a spurt of blood erupted, leaving an imprint of a fallen figure in the snow. Chuyu gazed at the mark in the snow and took a step forward. Suddenly, a dagger appeared behind him, seemingly raised high by an unseen assailant, aimed at his back. Yet, just as the dagger's tip was about to pierce his flesh, an ice shield materialized, protecting him. The snowflakes in the air crystallized into numerous ice blades that charged towards the dagger, with the ice blades hurtling towards the dagger below. The nursery rhyme in Chuyu's ears faded, replaced by a chorus of anguished cries. The surrounding light and shadows shifted, the footprints in the snow vanished. And Natasha and Loki, who had been seated by the fire, reappeared. Loki handed Natasha a roasted sweet potato, suggesting that indeed, intervention was unnecessary. It was acceptable. But why had such a feeble opponent approached? Natasha accepted it, her gaze sweeping over the distant figure of Chuyu. At that moment, he stood still, looking down at a man with a bushy beard sprawled on the ground. The bearded man clutched at his neck, his body marred by numerous gashes from the ice blades. His eyes widened in fury as he glared menacingly at Chuyu. How could you possibly know that was a trap? I have confidence in my control over light and shadow. You could never have discovered that the footprint was not mine. Chuyu cast a cold glance at him and remarked, "Do you truly believe that I have blanketed the ground in snow merely to trace your footsteps? You possess the ability to alter the scene before my eyes, even conjuring a young girl to capture my attention, excluding the realm of illusions. It is evidently a matter of light and shadow manipulation. Creating a silhouette of a little girl and leaving footprints is hardly a challenge for you. You confuse me with your footprints and distract my hearing with your songs. What you fail to realize is that I have an alternative means of perceiving your location." Initially, Chuyu genuinely believed it to be an illusion, but considering that the system could eliminate illusions like Lilith's, he was skeptical that anyone could surpass her in controlling illusions. The shadowy figure with the beard executed his light manipulation flawlessly. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Chuyu wielded the power of wind. By the time Chuyu recognized this, he had already discerned the man's position. As for the trick with the footprints, it was merely a jest in Chuyu's eyes. "What other abilities do you possess?" The bearded figure asked, struggling to maintain his consciousness. Chuyu crouched down, narrowed his eyes slightly, and smiled, "Curious, are we?" Suddenly, his gaze hardened. A shard of ice pierced directly through the bearded man's body. Disgusted, he stood up and coldly declared, "I am not foolish enough to reveal my trump card to someone who wishes to kill me." She watched as the last flicker of light faded from the bearded man's eyes, before turning away and settling down next to the fire. "How was that lullaby? Did you find it melodious?" Loki inquired, offering a roasted sweet potato to Chuyu. Chuyu accepted the sweet potato and shot a glance of disdain at Loki. "When did you discover this man's presence here?" "Right when I was singing the lullaby. I was trying to alert you. If you cannot handle this fellow, how could you expect to fend off someone truly dangerous?" Loki observed. "Yet you still sustained an injury. It seems you must endure the harshness of society." Loki wore a grin as he regarded Chuyu, but in Chuyu's eyes, that gentle smile seemed rather irritating. "What is the background of this bearded man? His strength does not appear particularly formidable. Why has he come now?" Chuyu questioned, eyeing the bearded figure lying on the ground. Loki stood up, approached the bearded man, and kicked him a few times with force. Noting the lack of response, he returned to Chuyu. As he walked, he remarked, "Perhaps this fellow simply miscalculated the timing. He is likely associated with Enoch and his group. Had he come alongside them, you would not have so easily dispatched that wave of individuals." Chuyu inquired, "Will there be more people coming?" "Certainly, there are many capable individuals in the Soul Realm. However, their previous absence indicates that the person in question forbade their arrival." Loki explained. "Why?" "Because he fears you might unite with them to mount a rebellion against him, which could lead to chaos in the Soul Realm, and perhaps even a successful escape." "Why does he have such confidence in me?" "Because of the Storm Woman." Natasha finally interjected, having finished her roasted sweet potato. Loki nodded. Continuing, "It is precisely because of Storm that I undertook those actions before, which seemed trivial in the eyes of others. However, you have successfully shaken Storm's resolve, and that is the reason for his confidence in you. Yet, since Storm has promised you, she is likely already dead at that person's hands." As Loki spoke, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He summoned his wand and raised it towards the front. A beam of green light erupted from the tip of the wand, severing a large tree in half. The tree crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. What happened? Loki. Chiyu observed Loki's terrified expression as he stared ahead, seemingly in fear of something lurking beneath the fallen tree. However, as the dust settled, nothing was revealed behind the tree. Chiyu, this is the last thing I will tell you. It is not necessarily by defeating him that one can survive until midnight. As Loki spoke, the wand spun rapidly, enveloping them in a green shield. He tightened his grip on the wand and forcefully struck the ground. The shield propelled them swiftly into the distance. Observing the scenery outside the shield, Chiyu realized just how fast they were moving. Though he did not fully comprehend what was transpiring, it was evident that whatever had prompted Loki to flee recklessly was indeed the individual they had mentioned. As he gazed ahead, he suddenly discerned a faint barrier before them. Loki, look. He pointed forward. Following the sound, Loki turned and the wand in his hand blazed with light. The shield shot upwards into the sky. Yet, within the darkened heavens, there was a translucent barrier shimmering faintly. Chiyu hurriedly glanced around, discovering that this barrier resembled a dome, enclosing the three of them within. Moreover, it appeared to be shrinking. He is coming. Natasha drew her handgun from her waist, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Like Loki, her expression was grave, filled with dread for the entity that was soon to appear. Chiyu felt an oppressive sensation as the barrier constricted. Why do you mere insects always seek to betray the divine? A voice resonated from all directions, imbued with solemnity and even a hint of divinity. Those simple words evoked a desire to worship, to not defy. Chiyu quickly tapped his fingers against his temple, the chill coursing through his mind awakening his senses. He glanced at Loki and Natasha, finding them both gazing solemnly at the sky. Following suit, he lifted his head only to discover a figure suspended in the air. This individual was tall, clad in bronze armor. Strangely, under the moonlight, his skin appeared gray. Chiyu recognized him. The one consistently referred to as that person was indeed him. Chapter 78. The Apocalypse. How could it be the apocalypse? Chiyu stared in astonishment at this godlike figure hovering in the sky. At this moment, the man donned a suit of bronze armor, illuminated by the moonlight, which rendered his gray skin eerily peculiar. An aura reminiscent of a demon emanated from him, yet intertwined within it was an essence akin to that of a deity, impervious to desecration. The Harbinger gazed down upon the three individuals on the ground, his arms outstretched. A portal materialized before him, and he advanced as though traversing solid ground. With each step he took, the air beneath him seemed to fracture subtly. Despite the silence of his movements, the surroundings trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. As he entered the portal, a massive fissure appeared on the ground where Chiyu stood. He hastily summoned the wind element, suspending the three of them in midair. Another portal manifested before them, and the Harbinger emerged, his towering figure dwarfing Jin Bing only slightly. Nonetheless, the oppressive force radiating from him was far beyond what Jin Bing could ever hope to match. Loki gripped his staff tightly, from which a beam of green energy shot forth, racing towards the Harbinger. Unfazed, the Harbinger slowly raised his hand, and the beam halted upon reaching his palm. With a flick of his wrist, he redirected the beam, sending it hurtling back towards Chiyu and the others. This time, it seemed infused with amplified energy, its width expanding and the green glow intensifying. Loki swiftly waved his wand, unleashing another beam. The two beams collided, creating a colossal gust of wind that nearly destabilized the trio. Yet, that godlike figure remained utterly unmoved. Natasha drew her pistol and swiftly pulled the trigger. The bullets were no ordinary projectiles. Each was akin to a small explosive. However, as they soared towards the Harbinger, they too, inexplicably, came to a halt before him. Explode! Natasha shouted, pressing a button on her pistol. In an instant, the suspended bullets detonated, engulfing the Harbinger in a conflagration of flames. Though it appeared they had the upper hand, none of the three dared to relent. This was the Harbinger, and it seemed his power far exceeded Chuyu's previous impressions. Indeed, the flames began to dim, not merely fading, but seemingly suppressed by an unseen force, shrinking until they coalesced into a fist-sized orb of light. The Harbinger clasped this orb of intense radiance in both hands, gradually spreading his fingers. The fiery sphere was drawn into his being. Clenching his fists, a torrent of blinding fire erupted from his form. Chiyu surged forward, delivering a powerful punch, conjuring a colossal ice shield to stand before them. Yet, as the icy shield made contact with the flickering flames, a crack unexpectedly appeared instantaneously. A brilliant blue light emanated from Chuyu's body, and the surrounding temperature plummeted drastically. Under the radiance of the azure glow, the fissures in the ice shield were swiftly mended. Moreover, the frost seemed to aspire to engulf the fiery sparks. With a fierce roar, he summoned forth an intense blue light that took on a solid form. A tempest arose, and snowflakes danced chaotically. The frost began to spread rapidly over the flames, transforming the once orange-red fire into shimmering blue ice crystals. After a prolonged stalemate, the flames finally dissipated. Chiyu retracted the ice shield, exhaling deeply. This felt reminiscent of the Black Emperor's powers. The Black Emperor had the ability to absorb and release any form of energy. and it was evident that the recent phenomenon of the apocalypse was no different. Furthermore, it appeared to amplify the energy significantly. The expression on Apocalypse's face remained unchanged, coldly observing everything around him, as if the three individuals before him were mere ants, posing no threat whatsoever. With arms outstretched, Jiyu ascended into the air, where countless snowflakes began to fall. These seemingly soft and beautiful flakes, with every flutter, tore through the surrounding air with a sharpness. A gust of wind swept through, causing the snowflakes to whirl rapidly towards Apocalypse. Yet, he simply stood there, arms open, treating the snowflakes as if they were merely ordinary. With a slight tremor of his hand, the snowflakes came to an abrupt halt. He cast a glance at Chuyu, and, with a wave of his palm, sent the snowflakes surging towards him with renewed vigor. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed, and Apocalypse felt a sharp object slice into his throat. He touched his neck. Though no blood flowed, he could distinctly sense the wound, a gash that nearly severed his neck in half. A glance to the side revealed a colossal snowflake rotating rapidly beside him. Moments ago, Chuyu had executed a seemingly full-powered strike to divert Apocalypse's attention, which served merely as a feint. The true assault lay concealed behind him in the form of the immense snowflake. Thus, seizing the opportunity was paramount. It must not be squandered. With a deft twist of his wrist, he commanded the snowflake to charge once more toward Apocalypse. Loki, witnessing Apocalypse's injury, swiftly raised his staff, unleashing a green beam that shot forth from its tip. Natasha naturally joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of bullets from her firearm. The trio unleashed their attack without reservation, fully aware that even that wound, for an ordinary person, would herald the approach of death. Yet, this was Apocalypse. Even if he had not yet arrived in this world or grown stronger, he remained one of the most formidable mutants. Such an injury could hardly be fatal to him. In the face of the relentless onslaught, Apocalypse maintained a calm demeanor. The wound on his neck healed at a visibly discernible rate. Indeed, such an injury posed little threat to him. Even to say, it has no effect. He once again raised his palm with a nonchalant demeanor, as if attempting to catch a mere mosquito. As his hand opened, the onslaught paused before him yet again. With a flick of his wrist, he returned the assault entirely. Not only that, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. The earth resembled a turbulent sea, generating wave after wave. As these waves surged, three immense hands erupted from the ground. The three individuals, weary from their defenses, found themselves unable to break free to confront these earthen appendages. These colossal hands resembled the claws of some abyssal creature, grasping the trio with an iron grip. Jiu's veins bulged as icy blades materialized around him once more. The blades spun rapidly, slicing towards the hands. However, just as a narrow opening was created, it immediately reformed. Tianchi spread his arms wide, soaring to a halt before Chuyu. His mouth slightly parted, and that solemn voice resonated once more. I command you to serve as my knight. Chapter 79. Tianchi seeks to dominate my body. What? Chuyu gazed at Tianchi with confusion. He exerted all his strength to pry open the hands that held him, yet to no avail. He lowered his gaze, discovering that Loki and Natasha had been drawn back beneath the earth by those very hands. Their bodies were firmly embedded in the soil, just as he was, unable to escape. As my knight, Tianchi continued. Chuyu turned his head to face Tianchi again, inquiring. Why? There is no why. I commanded, and you must comply. Tianchi extended his palm, resting it atop Chiyu's head. A blinding light flashed. Yet, Tianchi hastily withdrew his hand, clenching his fist tightly, attempting to conceal something. However, Chiyu perceived it clearly. Tianchi's palm appeared as if it had been scorched, now charred and blackened. Moreover, this charred state did not heal as swiftly as the previous wounds. Why can't I control you? Chiyu observed a ripple of emotion cross Tianchi's previously calm gaze, prompting a cold smirk from him. He silently mused, the entity within me, so haughty, is not something just anyone can usurp. Though Chuyu did not hear the system's voice, he could envision it mocking him in an emotionless tone. You are quite interesting. I have changed my mind. I no longer wish for you to be my knight. I seek to occupy your body. What nonsense is this? Are you serious? Chuyu was suddenly gripped by fear, feeling this dread was more terrifying than death itself. Exchanging bodies with me is an honor. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your intentions. Chuyu thought, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. However, the notion of swapping bodies did not seem like a favorable conclusion. With clarity of thought, Chuyu once again strained against his restraints, the blue in his pupils intensifying, threatening to burst forth and engulf his entire gaze in azure. Frost began to spread outward from his body, thick layers of ice enveloping his clenched palms. Break! He bellowed in fury. The howling winds surged around him, and his palms finally exhibited a myriad of cracks. Before these fissures could mend, the frost had already seeped into them, widening the gaps even further. Chuyu felt the last remnants of his strength dissipate. He swiftly retreated, but this time, Tianchi did not pursue. With an outstretched hand, Tianchi summoned the earth once more, and a massive serpent, coalesced from the soil, emerged from the ground. Its gaping maw was large enough to swallow a truck. Hurtling toward Chuyu, he hurriedly ascended into the air. However, before he could gain significant altitude, a faintly glowing blue barrier appeared above him. Clenching his fists, he struck the barrier, which rippled but remained unyielding. As the serpent drew ever closer, Chuyu plunged toward the ground. Behind him, icy blades whirled and launched toward the serpent. Yet, astonishingly, the creature opened its mouth wide and consumed the blades entirely. With his attack thwarted, he had no choice but to flee once more. The earth surged again, and several more serpents erupted from below. His expression turned grave. With arms outstretched, blue light erupted from his body, spreading rapidly beyond his immediate vicinity. Soon, the blue glow enveloped the entire barrier, and traces of frost appeared even at its edges. As the blue light began to dim, the serpents became ensnared in frost, unable to move, and even Tianqi was encased in a thick layer of ice. Chuyu, his face pale, descended to the ground. That last strike had nearly drained him of all his strength, rendering even the support of his own body a luxury. Trapped within the ice, Tianqi's eyes flickered open as cracks appeared in the surrounding ice. Chuyu gazed in despair at the chunks of ice that fell away. Was this truly the gulf of power between them? He understood all too well that Tianqi had yet to unleash his full might. And this was merely a test to determine if he was a suitable vessel. At last, Chuyu could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed onto the ground. He clenched his fists, striving to regain control over the ice elements, the blue light at his fingertips flickering like a dying ember. Lowering his head, he watched as shards of ice fell to the earth. The shattered crystals flew up, leaving a wound upon his face. A drop of blood trickled down his cheek, splattering onto the ground. As the blood fell, penetrating the frost and striking the earth, a brilliant green beam of light erupted from below. The luminous shaft enveloped Chuyu's entire being, and though he did not comprehend its nature, it ignited a final flicker of hope within his heart. As the radiance faded, Chuyu's figure inexplicably vanished from the spot. Apocalypse gazed as Chuyu vanished from sight, a surge of energy rippling around him. The ice encasing him shattered completely, and he descended to the ground, observing the verdant magical array that marked Chuyu's former position. His eyes briefly flickered to Loki and Natasha, who knelt on the ground. With a wave of his arm, the frost enveloping the surroundings dissipated entirely. Approaching Loki and Natasha, he slowly raised his finger. The earth stirred once more, and soon their bodies were lifted from the ground. At that moment, both remained with eyes tightly shut, their chests barely rising and falling. He stood before Loki, placing his palm atop the latter's head. Who would have thought you would choose to save him, forsaking your own chance at survival? Clearly, you share my unwavering faith in him. Yet my confidence stems from wielding his flesh, possessing sufficient assurance to shatter the rules of this realm. Your belief, however, is destined to culminate in failure. His gaze sharpened, and he pressed his finger down with greater force. As the pressure intensified, the sound of cracking bone echoed in the air. A resounding pop reverberated, yet there was no splatter of brain matter as one might expect. He lowered his gaze towards Loki, only to find not Loki, but rather a mere sweet potato. In his hand, remnants of the crushed vegetable still lingered. In a fit of rage, he hurled the sweet potato aside and approached Natasha, delivering a powerful blow to her head. This time, blood spattered forth. But a surge of green light rapidly emanated from her form. As the luminescence dimmed, Natasha's striking visage transformed into that of a bearded man. Chapter 80, New Allies. Magneto, how did I end up here? Chuyu slumped against the ground, gasping for breath. Somehow, he found himself atop a desolate rooftop. The chilling moonlight illuminated his forehead, beads of sweat gleaming like jewels. He haphazardly wiped the perspiration from his brow with his sleeve. A gentle breeze swept by, lulling him into a momentary drowsiness. Releasing his grip on the ground, he ultimately chose to recline on the dusty surface, indifferent to the grime staining his clothes. As his chest rose and fell, he calmed his breathing, his eyes fixated on the moon above. Just as he was carelessly admiring the celestial body, two heads intruded upon his line of sight. Upon seeing their faces, Chuyu bolted upright, exclaiming, "Aren't you two trapped by Apocalypse?" Loki chuckled softly, munching on the sweet potato in his hand. He was trapped by a sweet potato, he quipped. Natasha crossed her arms, her hair blown across her face by the gentle wind. With a delicate motion, she tucked her hair behind her ear and calmly remarked, "Are you all right?" Chuyu nodded, sitting up from the ground, brushing off the dust that clung to him. He looked at the pair beside him and asked, "What just happened?" With a devilish smile curving at the corner of his lips, Loki proclaimed with pride, "As the god of mischief, I can deceive whomever I wish. I had already taken Natasha away before he arrived. To bolster his belief, I left you behind. Moreover, fearing that you might not escape, I carefully prepared a teleportation array. This array is a recent acquisition of mine, and seeing you unharmed brings me great relief. You must admit how remarkably proficient I am. It is my first attempt at this array, yet it has manifested so flawlessly. What if I hadn't made it out?" Chuyu, having regained most of his strength, approached Loki, viciously grasping his collar. With 2 fingers, Loki effortlessly pried Chuyu's hands apart. Well, here you are. Proving you are worthy of my trust. Chuyu raised his fist, poised to strike Loki's face. However, Loki showed no inclination to evade. Observing the smile upon Loki's face, Chuyu hesitated momentarily, but soon steeled himself once more. At the very least, he aimed to teach him a lesson. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect with Loki's sharply defined nose, Chuyu suddenly felt his arm ensnared by an unseen force. Confounded, he glanced at his arm, only to discover a metallic bracelet had inexplicably manifested around his wrist, exerting a tremendous grip upon him. Ally, you've arrived, albeit a bit late? Loki released Chuyu's grasp and cast a subtle smile towards the shadows atop the building. A robust middle-aged man emerged from the darkness, adorned with a red-brown helmet that enveloped his head entirely. The red-brown mantle billowed with each step he took. Extending his arm, he pulled towards himself. And Chuyu felt the pull of the iron bracelet intensify, his body uncontrollably propelled towards the man. Realizing he could not break free, Chuyu summoned an ice spear that materialized in his hand. Gripping the icy weapon tightly, he thrust it towards the man's chest with all his might. A metallic clang reverberated through the air. Chuyu, feeling his fist tremble slightly, retreated, casting a wary glance at the iron bracelet on his wrist. In an instant, the bracelet was sheathed in frost. With a powerful grip, the veins on his arm bulged as he managed to create a gap in the iron band. As the shattered bracelet fell to the ground, it curiously suspended in midair, reassembling itself and flying towards the man. Loki observed the tense standoff between the two, remaining utterly unfazed. With a smile, he remarked, "Now, allow me to introduce our new ally, Magneto." Chuyu promptly interrupted Loki, recognizing the unmistakable figure. With the ability to control metal in such a distinct appearance, who else could it be but Magneto? Loki awkwardly retracted his hand that had been extended towards Magneto, then turned to him for further introduction. However, before he could utter a word, Magneto coldly addressed Chuyu. "Chuyu, the method to depart from this world, as a reward bestowed by Apocalypse, is likely possessed solely by him, the one who commands both ice and wind elements." Loki, observing his own ineffectuality, reluctantly closed his mouth, his arms falling in a gesture of awkward retreat. "Why do you know me?" This inquiry is often posed by those who meet Chuyu upon his arrival in this realm. Each time, Chuyu refrains from concealing his awareness, yet he does not articulate it plainly. The formidable beings of the Marvel Universe have encountered myriad peculiarities. Thus, they remain largely unfazed by what would astonish ordinary individuals. "I have heard of you from my world," Chuyu continued to elucidate, adhering to his previous manner of speaking. Magneto, like the others, chose not to pursue the matter further. He regarded Chuyu and inquired, "Do you have any questions? If you wish to know why I am here, I can only confess my ignorance. I wish to ask why you can address that individual so casually, devoid of any trepidation," Chuyu queried. Magneto flicked his cloak behind him and approached the edge of the rooftop. He lifted his gaze to the moon, his arms gradually extending outward, his body soon levitating into the air. Although the gentle breeze was barely perceptible, his cloak billowed wildly behind him. Chuyu heard a distant sound of metal scraping, growing ever closer. He looked up to find Magneto suspended in the moonlight, surrounded by countless iron blades hovering in the air. His lips parted slightly as a deep voice resonated from within him. "Though he is powerful, I have never feared him." Apocalypse extended a finger, and the rugged ground instantly smoothed beneath him. He withdrew his barrier and took a small step forward. There was no wind, nor the sound of his feet touching the ground, yet the leaves surrounding him rustled softly. He slowly closed his eyes, reopening them moments later, the glimmer of white light in his pupils yet to fade. His mouth opened slightly, and though his voice was barely above a whisper, it was imbued with solemnity. Birds perched upon the branches yearned to spread their wings and flee, yet their trembling legs confined them to their refuge. "Do you seek to unite against me? That deity has informed me that here, I shall forever reign supreme, and all your endeavors are inescapably bound by the rules that will ultimately ensnare you in this world." Chapter 81. The last 2 hours, what is he doing? Natasha leaned against the railing, gazing at the suspended Magneto, her tone icy. Loki shrugged in response. "I don't know. Possibly pretending. Why didn't I think of such a clever line? I am certain my words would be more impressive." Natasha cast a disdainful glance at Loki and turned away, no longer regarding him. Chuyu observed Magneto, suddenly reminded of scenes from a film. Magneto seemed unable to contend with Apocalypse. With merely 2 hours remaining, Chuyu, regardless of the circumstances, must ensure his own safety and persevere until midnight. Natasha glanced at her wristwatch and spoke gravely. Suddenly, Loki popped his head in, wearing a mischievous grin, and remarked, "In truth, if you protect me well enough, I could survive until midnight as well." Natasha shot him an exasperated look, drawing a dagger from her waist, and coldly retorted, "We have done this before." "And what was the outcome? You were struck down by lightning." Prior to Chuyu's arrival in this world, Natasha had also fallen for Loki's tricks. She had fought valiantly alongside Magneto to safeguard Loki, only for him to meet his end at the last moment. Loki, perhaps due to some misdeed from a past life, had been directly struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens, though the manner of his demise was somewhat comical. It illustrated the harsh reality that those whose fates had been inscribed by this world were nearly incapable of altering their destinies. Conversely, those who had just arrived in this world held uncertain fates. It was precisely this unpredictability that fueled the jealousy and madness of many. Loki awkwardly rubbed his palms together and leaped onto the balcony. Raising his staff, he shouted towards the sky, "We fight for Chuyu. We fight to defy the fate this world has decreed for us." After delivering a series of overly dramatic proclamations, Loki returned to the ground. He raised an eyebrow, surveying the crowd on the rooftop. "What do you think? Am I not dashing and spirited?" The three others exchanged exasperated glances. Even the usually impassive Magneto's lips twitched involuntarily. Indeed, regardless of the universe, Loki was a blend of brilliance and folly. In the distance, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Chuyu and the others approached the edge of the rooftop, following the noise. To their astonishment, they found a dense throng of people gathered below. Natasha observed the crowd, her brow furrowing in concern. "This time, it seems somewhat different," she said gravely. "Different in what way?" Chuyu inquired. Natasha pointed towards the masses below and explained, "Previously, only the strongest individuals came to eliminate those who dared to challenge the rules of this world. However, now it appears that these individuals are among the weakest in this realm. Isn't that easier?" Chuyu asked. "No." Natasha quickly shook her head. "While these individuals may lack individual strength, their numbers are overwhelming. Normally, they would not have survived this long. Their continued existence must be due to Apocalypse's machinations." Magneto observed the crowd from the rooftop. Then with a subtle flick of his finger, a blade of iron cleaved through the bodies of those in front. Though the spectacle was gruesome, none of the surrounding individuals were moved. Perhaps it was because the death of this person held no relevance for them. Or perhaps they believed that with the dawn of the next day, this individual would awaken and scathe from his slumber. The iron blade spun, severing one body after another. Blood gushed forth from the ghastly wound. Despite their presence atop the rooftop, the pungent scent of blood wafted up from below, unmistakably clear. Magneto's fingers trembled slightly. Yet his expression remained eerily calm, as if the horrific scene beneath him bore no connection to his being. His gaze was fixated on Chuyu. And after a prolonged silence, he remarked, "I never imagined that Apocalypse would hold you in such high regard. Not only did he personally come to eliminate you 3 hours before midnight, but it seems he is now orchestrating a perfect conclusion to your fate. Is it truly necessary? If he didn't wish to ascertain whether I am a suitable vessel, how could I possibly escape his grasp?" Chuyu scoffed, sweeping his hand. Countless snowflakes began to descend from the sky, accompanied by a chilling wind. The seemingly gentle snowflakes, devoid of menace, reached the ground, triggering a chorus of anguished cries. Blood splattered, and before it touched the earth, it transformed into blades of crimson, surging forth towards the crowd. Unlike Magneto's tranquility, Chuyu appeared to be unleashing a torrent of emotion, an anger directed at those who had never crossed his path, yet sought his demise. He harbored no compassion for these individuals. If they desired his life, they must first surrender their own. As the snow and blood blades intertwined, they mercilessly claimed the lives of those weaker souls encircled outside. At last, a few individuals with slightly greater prowess emerged. Though they were still inferior to the likes of the Soundwave, 2 or 3 of them could momentarily withstand the onslaught of snowflakes or blood blades. However, this merely prolonged their existence by a mere second or two. Loki and Natasha also joined the fray. Loki's staff unleashed laser beams that turned all in its path to ash, while Natasha fired specialized bullets from her handgun, causing mushroom clouds to rise amidst the crowd. Debris soared through the air, and the stench of blood thickened into a liquid, shrouding the area below in a scarlet mist. Yet, the relentless tide of adversaries showed no signs of diminishing, advancing towards them in an unending stream, reminiscent of the millions of zombies from New City. I once thought zombies were repulsive, but now they evoke an even greater disgust. Furrowing his brow, Chuyu slowly extended his hands. In response, countless blood blades coalesced beneath the rooftop into a colossal blade, its width rivaling that of the adjacent buildings. This blood blade surged forward, carving a path through the throng. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd finally recalled their primal instincts as humans. Fear began to seep in, and their forward momentum faltered. Yet, how could Chuyu harbor even a shred of mercy for these individuals? After all, their intent today was to take his life. The blood blade showed no signs of slowing, relentlessly charging into the mass. Countless lives were severed in half, their blood splattering against the blade, rendering it even sharper and more formidable. They began to hesitate, retreating in terror. They finally realized how fanciful it was to think they could eliminate those individuals atop the rooftop. The dread of death had caused them to forget that they could awaken and scathe the following day. The blood blade surged forward. A figure crashed heavily to the ground. extending its palm towards the blood blade, astonishingly grasping this terrifying instrument of murder. Chu Yu's eyes widened as he gazed at the silhouette below. He watched as the gray hand of this figure gently clenched, shattering the blood blade, having claimed countless lives, into droplets that coalesced on the ground into a river of blood, flowing toward the horizon. Chapter 82. Why do they value me so much? The apocalypse? Chu Yu clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the apocalypse below. He shook his head, striving to regain clarity. Indeed, in the eyes of the apocalypse, he was merely a vessel. Yet, even so, surrender was not an option. He spread his arms wide, his body suspended in midair. Snowflakes drifted down, gathering behind him. A brilliant blue radiance enveloped his form. The building's surface was cloaked in a thick layer of frost, which began to spread outward. The snow river on the ground also crystallized. With a fierce roar, a colossal ice blade hung suspended in the air, as if it sought to cleave the heavens as it surged towards the apocalypse. This time, the apocalypse responded in kind. He too spread his arms and ascended into the air, a blue barrier enveloping him. This barrier rapidly expanded, ultimately covering all the survivors below. It seemed he cared about their fates. Magneto chuckled coldly, also hovering in the air, as countless iron blades surged forth in pursuit of the ice blade, even rending the surrounding air. The ice blade and iron blades collided with the barrier, producing a resonant clang. The brilliant light was so intense that it made the night retreat from its brilliance. The rock-solid blue barrier rippled with waves, and the sound of cracking echoed through the air. Finally, a fissure appeared in the blue barrier, though the crack was hardly noticeable. The four on the rooftop saw it clearly. Through this fissure, the figure of the apocalypse was distinctly visible. Without hesitation, Chu Yu and Magneto once again concentrated their energies into the ice blade and iron blades, propelling them swiftly towards the crack. A laser shot forth from above the rooftop, reaching the barrier's fissure first. As it pierced through, it rapidly expanded, widening the previously insignificant crack. The ice blade and iron blades followed closely behind. However, upon reaching the barrier, a purple portal manifested before them. Simultaneously, another identical portal hovered above their heads. When this portal opened, countless ice blades and iron blades erupted from within. Seeing this, Magneto waved his right hand, and a large sheet of iron flew forth to shield the four of them. The sound of impact resonated, leaving indentations on the iron sheet. Chu Yu placed both hands against it, instantly covering the surface with a layer of frost. The two individuals were fervently resisting the ferocious onslaught. Natasha suddenly pointed ahead and shouted. What were they doing? It seemed they were attacking Apocalypse. Chu Yu and his companions followed the sound and discovered that everyone within the barrier had raised their hands high above their heads. Energy lasers erupted from their palms, hurtling towards Apocalypse. Could it be that they had switched sides temporarily, preparing for a final showdown with him? Loki, observing the scene, inquired with confusion. Chu Yu shook his head. It appeared not to be so straightforward. The energy lasers bombarded the vicinity of Apocalypse, who showed no intention of evading. Instead, he spread his arms wide, seemingly welcoming the impending assault. As the lasers struck his body, his expression remained serene, while those on the ground were drenched in sweat. Their faces contorted in agony, as if enduring excruciating torment. Their flesh gradually withered, their bodies shriveling, mouths agape, eyes wide with suffering. Apocalypse was siphoning their energy. Chu Yu spoke gravely. Natasha's eyes suddenly brightened, as if a realization dawned upon her. These individuals seemed to have been deliberately left behind. They were all utilizing energy output as an attack, while the apocalypse they had just witnessed appeared capable of appropriating this energy for himself. As the energy lasers fused into Apocalypse's form, his body began to swell, emanating a radiant white glow. Watching the increasingly powerful Apocalypse, Chu Yu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He never anticipated that he would be regarded with such significance. Did he truly consider my strength akin to that of an ant? Was it necessary to create such a commotion to eliminate me? The portal in the sky had closed, and the cracks in the barrier had been mended, even becoming more fortified than before. Within the barrier, Apocalypse reveled in the energy lasers. As the lasers dimmed, the individuals on the ground collapsed one after another. Their withered forms fell to the earth, instantly disintegrating into dust, becoming part of the ground. Though their former appearances and even their species became unrecognizable, when the sun rose over this land tomorrow, they would still open their eyes to greet another dreadful day. Today, beneath the moonlight, the four on the rooftop were valiantly resisting against the rules imposed by this world. As the barrier dissipated, Apocalypse drew ever closer to them. He extended his hand, unleashing a laser from his palm. Chu Yu hastily summoned an ice shield to protect the four of them. He felt a hand suddenly rest upon his shoulder. Almost immediately, a green light, resembling spider silk, appeared upon the blue glowing ice shield. He refrained from turning around to ascertain the cause, for he knew the owner of that arm was Loki. Magneto would not bestow such support upon Chu Yu. However, that did not mean he would hide behind a young man. With a swift motion of his arm, all the surrounding metal converged, forming a shield to cover the ice shield above. Observing this, Loki, extending another palm, it rested upon Magneto's shoulder. Green luminescence danced at the fingertips, while a similar glow emerged above the iron shield. As the laser reached the shield, a powerful gust surged forth. The trio simultaneously let out a fierce roar, their voices echoing through the heavens, shattering the silence of the darkness. Yet, even so, it merely served as a fleeting barrier against the laser. Natasha watched as the beam pierced through the iron shield, hurtling towards the ice barrier. Furrowing her brow, she swiftly drew a dagger from her waist and without hesitation slashed at her palm. Clenching her fist tightly, droplets of blood fell from her hand, splattering onto the ground and quickly spreading outward. Beneath their feet, a magical array began to materialize. Loki gazed at the array beneath him, a smirk escaping his lips. As the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms, even newly learned spells could be wielded to perfection. A column of green light erupted from the array, enveloping the 4 of them. Almost simultaneously, the laser breached the ice shield, crashing into the rooftop above. With a thunderous roar, the rooftop succumbed to the onslaught, collapsing in an instant. What once stood firmly was now reduced to a pile of rubble. Were they dead? Apocalypse hovered above the debris, scanning the wreckage below. Amidst the shattered concrete, nothing remained. Yet, the figures of Chu Yu and his companions had vanished. He slowly closed his eyes, and patterns began to emerge from beneath his feet. After a moment, he opened his eyes again, turning to the distance. With a wave of his hand, a portal materialized before him. Within the portal stood a figure, one hand resting on his hip while the other pointed skyward, proclaiming with a grin, "How could he possibly kill me?" Apocalypse swiftly interrupted, propelling his hand towards this figure. In an instant, blood splattered forth. Chapter 83, Acting. A gentle breeze creaked the wooden door, which bore the marks of age. In the somewhat dilapidated courtyard, a few unmelting ice crystals remained. A green beam descended from the heavens, stirring a cloud of dust. As the light dissipated, the figures of Chu Yu and his companions gradually emerged. Chu Yu, having arrived in Natasha's courtyard, took a deep, labored breath. He glanced up at the moon, which, although not particularly bright, cloaked in cloud, revealed a hazy beauty. Yet, Chu Yu had no mind to admire it. "Truly, my magical array is formidable. Chu Yu, would you not agree that I have saved you twice now?" Loki remarked, reclaiming his scepter. Just in case, he had also established a teleportation array on the rooftop. Indeed, it had proven useful, though he was reluctant to rely on escape as a means of survival. Chu Yu remained silent, gazing at his palm. His fingers twitched slightly, a snowflake hovering above his hand. Once more, a voice reached his ears, and he lifted his gaze to find Loki still recounting his grand achievements. "Chu Yu, that Apocalypse. How formidable he is, yet he always leaves me in a dizzying whirl. He wishes to slay me? How could that be? I am Loki." With wide eyes, I gazed down in disbelief at my own body. A gray hand had pierced through me, crimson blood trickling down from its grasp. The owner of this gray hand was none other than Apocalypse. Everything transpired with alarming swiftness. None of us anticipated that Apocalypse would catch up so quickly. As the portal behind him closed, he withdrew his hand from my body. "Ack!" I cried out in agony, clutching the wound on my abdomen. Yet the flow of blood could not be stemmed. Chu hurriedly rushed forward, his palm swirling as an ice blade swiftly darted toward Apocalypse. Apocalypse's eyes narrowed. Astonishingly, the ice blade halted midair. Raising his hand, he gently squeezed, and the blade shattered into fragments. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out as several bullets soared into the sky. However, Apocalypse merely opened his palm slightly, halting each bullet before him. Just before the bullets could explode, he clenched his fist. The flames that might have spread were suppressed within a fiery orb. With a flick of his fingers, the fireball hurtled toward Natasha, detonating instantaneously. As before, this explosion bore a significantly greater force. Magneto rushed forward, sweeping his hand, causing the surrounding metals to coalesce and shield the two of them. Chu Yu's pupils ignited with a cerulean light as countless ice blades surged toward Apocalypse. Clutching his dagger tightly, concealed behind the ice blades, he lunged forward like a specter. Apocalypse waved his hand, disintegrating the ice blades into mere particles that cascaded to the ground. Seeing this, Chu Yu broke through the ice particles, brandishing his dagger and closing in on Apocalypse. Aiming for his neck. Thud. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed. The dagger had plunged directly through Apocalypse's throat. As Chu Yu twisted the dagger, the blue light emanated from his fingertips. He intended to control the blood within Apocalypse's body to launch an attack. Yet, to his astonishment, there was no blood flowing within Apocalypse's form. Apocalypse seemed to perceive Chu Yu's intent, a scornful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "How could my body ever be controlled by you insignificant insects?" With his left hand, he gripped Chu Yu's arm tightly, pulling with force. As the dagger slipped from his body, the wound on his neck healed at a visible pace. His right hand seized Chu Yu's shoulder, exerting pressure. The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Chu felt a surge of excruciating pain and attempted once more to command the ice blades toward Apocalypse. Yet again, Apocalypse waved his arm, and the ice blades shattered instantaneously. He gestured again, and spikes protruded from the ground, impaling Chu Yu's knees. In agony, Chu braced himself with his hands, collapsing to the ground. He felt a powerful hand gripping his head, lifting him up. "As my vessel, you should feel honored," Apocalypse declared, hoisting Chu Yu's body as his eyes glimmered, revealing a massive portal that materialized before him. He cast a cold glance at Natasha and Magneto standing nearby and remarked, "The weak must bear the consequences of their unalterable fate." As the portal closed, the figure of Apocalypse vanished from sight. To everyone's astonishment, Loki, lying in a pool of blood, propped himself up. Clutching his abdomen, he cursed. "That was brutal. Had it been any later, I would truly have perished." A flash of green light enveloped his hand as the gory wound on his belly inexplicably healed. Though his green robe bore a large tear, exposing skin as fair as that of a woman. Magneto lowered his iron shield and inquired, gazing at Loki, "Are you truly certain you want Chu to face Apocalypse alone?" Loki steadied himself and rose, a green light shimmering over him, restoring his tattered robe to its pristine condition. He shrugged nonchalantly and retorted, "The fellow believes he can manage. What can we do?" He even entertains the idea of competing with Apocalypse in the realm of the mind. Apocalypse is a monster, and Chu is merely playing with fire. Natasha, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, coldly replied, "Yet you agreed to join him in this charade. I must say, you appeared quite earnest in your performance." Loki raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he responded, "It is quite simple. I have faith in him, just as Apocalypse has faith in him." Chu found himself pinched by the head and transported into a dimly lit chamber. With a wave of Apocalypse's arm, the room was instantly illuminated, revealing an antiquated yet opulent space. The ceiling resembled the tip of a tower rather than a conventional roof, and the walls were adorned with ceremonial murals. In these depictions, many knelt with their hands raised above their heads, seemingly receiving the greatest of baptisms. Before them sat Apocalypse, a towering figure with gray skin. As they ventured deeper, Chu discovered 2 stone beds resembling coffins, each covered in intricate magical patterns. He frantically searched his memory, finally recalling where he had seen such things before. Were these not the very stone beds Apocalypse desired for the doctor's body? He was forcefully thrown onto one of the beds, and with another sweeping motion of Apocalypse's arm, he felt utterly immobilized. In an effort to portray his role convincingly, he strained against his bonds, even uttering some unsavory curses. Observing Apocalypse disregard him while reclining on the adjacent bed, a smile crept onto Chu's face. It appeared his suspicions were correct. Apocalypse would be eager to exchange bodies with him. This was not merely an opportunity for Apocalypse, but also a chance for Chu to defeat him. With this thought, he closed his eyes, awaiting the ultimate confrontation in the realm of the mind. Suddenly breaking the silence, Apocalypse remarked, "You have both performed splendidly." In Chapter 84, The Tale of the Murals, Natasha, alert, scanned her surroundings and asked, "Do you hear that sound?" At this moment, a fierce wind swept through, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Intermingled with the sound of leaves was the distinct echo of high heels striking the ground. The cadence was slow, a single footfall resonated, followed by an agonizingly long pause before the next sound emerged. However, the second sound was far more pronounced than the first. Loki turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and discerned a dark silhouette standing at a distance. The shadowy figure lifted its foot slightly, tearing through the very fabric of space, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before them. Loki raised his staff, sending forth a beam of light into the air. The brilliance cleaved through the darkness, illuminating the earth below. The 3 of them could finally see who had approached. The figure was clad in a black cloak, which was blown open by a gust of wind, revealing a form-fitting black battle suit. The few straps adorning her chest could scarcely conceal the radiant whiteness of her skin. The Black Queen? Natasha tightened her grip on her handgun, raising it to aim at the newcomer. Magneto waved his arm, causing nearby metals to coalesce into several iron blades, hovering menacingly behind him. However, Loki seemed unfazed by the escalating tension. His eyes narrowed slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With a casual flick of his arm, he tossed the cloak behind him and strutted towards the Black Queen. "My dear lady, I wonder what brings you to our humble abode. Natasha's place is rather austere. Why not join me for a drink at my quarters?" The Black Queen slowly raised her hand, her gaze icy as she regarded Loki and his companions. "There's no need for drinks. I have come to bring an end to all of you. Your performance has been commendable, but ultimately, it is merely a fade." Chu heard the voice of Apocalypse, his eyes widening in alarm as he attempted to break free, only to realize that his body was no longer under his control. His limbs felt as stiff as a corpse, and no matter how he struggled, he could not move an inch. Yet, he could distinctly sense the intense pain radiating from his body. His vision darkened, as if he were plummeting into an abyss, silent and trapped. His consciousness grew increasingly murky until he was completely engulfed. Time passed in an indeterminate stretch. He slowly opened his eyes, discovering that he lay on the floor of a dimly lit room. A sliver of light filtered through the window, casting a faint glow into the otherwise shadowy space. He propped himself up, gradually rising to his feet, shaking his head slightly as he murmured, "Have I entered Apocalypse's mental realm?" In his recollection, Apocalypse had similarly transported him to such a room to usurp Professor Xavier's body. He turned his wrist and confirmed his suspicions. Here, he was utterly incapable of controlling the wind and water elements. With a resigned sigh, he approached the wall, gently tracing his fingers over its surface. The wall was adorned with various murals, much like those he had seen outside, depicting the grand achievements of Apocalypse. As he continued forward, one mural captivated his attention, distinctly different from the previous scenes of worship and sacrifice. The mural depicts a pregnant woman, her belly prominently rounded, radiating happiness as she awaits the arrival of her child. Following the mural's imagery, the woman reclines on the ground, surrounded by anxious individuals assisting in the delivery. However, when the midwife cradles the newborn, her face betrays a profound terror. The mother, perplexed, gazes at the midwife as she takes her child, her initial reaction not one of joy, but rather a visage of horror, as if confronted by a demon. Could this child truly be the harbinger of doom? Chewie continues forward. Although there is a glimmer of light, the room remains shrouded in a somber gloom. Only upon approaching the mural can one discern its intricate details. Indeed, the child's visage emerges within the artwork. Unlike the predominantly brown tones, the artist has deliberately infused the child with unsettling hues, gray skin, blue lips, and a grotesque countenance. Unmistakably not the visage of a normal being. The woman, struggling to support her frail body, points at the child with a contorted face, seemingly hurling curses. While the mural cannot encapsulate her words, Chewie distinctly hears piercing invectives echoing in his ears. "Kill this monster. It is he who has harmed my child. It is he." The anguished cries resonate painfully, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Shaking his head, he presses onward. The mural indeed unveils the scene of abandonment, a swaddled infant cast into the desert. Under the relentless sun, the child remains eerily tranquil, his gaze uncharacteristic of an infant. A group of figures approaches in the distance, taking the child in. As the infant matures into a towering young man, Chewie recognizes him. Truly, it is the harbinger. Although circumstances have shifted, the demon-like visage of this figure continues to evoke unease among his kin. The only one with whom he shares a close bond is the elder who initially adopted him, now the leader of the tribe. Despite the occasional peculiar glances from the tribe members, the fact that he is the leader's foster son allows for a relatively harmonious existence. Yet, the once serene atmosphere is shattered by an invading army. Descending upon the tribe with fire and slaughter, chaos erupting as blood flows like a river. The leader rescues him, but perishes in a cave-in. The anguished cries of the young man pierce through time, and although it is merely a mural, Chewie perceives the transformation that has occurred within him. Subsequently, the mural reveals the young man using his powers to slay the pharaoh, successfully rescuing a girl in the process. In the course of their shared moments, he gradually develops feelings of love. Chewie strokes his chin, nodding in acknowledgement. After all, as a young man of vigor, even one with an unusual appearance deserves the right to pursue love, does he not? But does the girl reciprocate these feelings? Contemplating this, he continues on, encountering a scene that reshapes his worldview. The towering figure of Apocalypse, surprisingly bashful, lowered his head while cradling a bouquet of flowers, standing opposite the girl. Yet, the girl appeared utterly terrified, her face pale and veins bulging, as she struggled to suppress her fear, ultimately fleeing. How remarkable that this Apocalypse has endured emotional turmoil. Chewie chuckled softly, continuing to observe, only to discover that the wounded heart of Apocalypse erupted once more, rendering his visage even more fearsome. Even as a mere mural, Chewie could distinctly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Thus, the tale of becoming stronger through the pains of love was indeed part of Apocalypse's narrative. Chewie's lips twitched slightly, just as he was about to proceed, when he suddenly noticed the eyes of the mural's Apocalypse gleaming with light. A beam radiated from his gaze, ultimately coalescing into a humanoid form. "You have witnessed my tale. Now, shall you share yours?" Chapter 85. Why Can't I Dominate You? The Black Queen gently clapped her hands, her cloak swirling as a gust of wind swept through the courtyard, dispersing the thick stench of blood. She feared that the blood on the ground might stain her shoes, so she tiptoed cautiously forward. However, before her toes could even touch the ground, she suddenly felt a large hand tightly grasping her ankle. Disgusted, she furrowed her brow, swinging her arm to deliver a precise strike that severed the hand from its arm. Turning her gaze back, she coldly regarded the three figures lying in a pool of blood, disdain dripping from her words, with such paltry strength. "How dare you disrupt my world? After Apocalypse amplifies my abilities, you are but ants in my eyes." As she spoke, She cast a glance at the bloodstains on her shoes, her voice icy as she continued. No, you are far more repulsive than ants, for at least when ants perish. They do not tarnish my shoes. She raised her hands, 3 strands of dark energy coalescing into long swords suspended in midair, poised to strike the 3 on the ground. The sounds of flesh ripping echoed, intermingled with the sharp report of a gun. The Black Queen's eyes widened in shock as she felt the warm blood trickling down from her brow. Staring in disbelief, she realized it was too late. The cold moonlight illuminated the courtyard, revealing 4 corpses lying in a pool of blood, while the alluring brunette woman pressed her finger firmly against the trigger of her gun. Having heard my story, now tell me yours. What story? Chuyu instinctively stepped back. Although it was his first encounter in the spiritual realm facing Apocalypse, he vividly remembered how Apocalypse had mercilessly beaten the professor. Why can't I dominate you? Apocalypse spoke coldly. Chuyu furrowed his brow, perplexed. What does that even mean? In my spiritual realm, I can crush anyone. Here, I can obliterate their psyche and seize their bodies. Thus, your theatrics appear to me as a self-imposed trap. However, upon your arrival here, I found myself unable to control my own realm. You are even more perplexing than Charles. Chuyu gazed at the bewildered Tianqi, an inappropriate urge to chuckle rising within him. Even if Tianqi's mind were to explode from computation, it was unlikely he would fathom the existence of an extraordinarily intelligent life form system within Chuyu's body. Thus, having learned my tale, shall you not share your own? How could I possibly discern the circumstances, nor comprehend your notion of acting, as I was forcibly brought here by you? Naturally, Chuyu would not divulge the true reason to Tianqi. He could not ascertain whether Tianqi might pry open his skull to inspect the nature of the system. Is that so? Nevertheless, at this moment, whether you are indeed performing or not bears little significance. Those actors have long since perished at the hands of the Black Queen. And you, even in the absence of my control over the spiritual realm, remain susceptible to my wrath. What do you mean? Chuyu's eyes widened, and the surrounding structures warped instantaneously, causing him to feel as though the world were spinning. Upon opening his eyes abruptly, he found Tianqi's palm reaching towards him. He attempted to break free, yet discovered his body remained immobilized. As Tianqi's hand drew nearer, it aimed to grip his throat with ferocity. A surge of blue light erupted from Chuyu's pupils, frost rapidly emanating from his being. The entire room became enveloped in a thick layer of ice. This frost swiftly crawled toward Tianqi, ascending from his feet. Just as Tianqi's hand was about to make contact with Chuyu's neck, the frost completely enveloped his form. Subsequently, his hand came to an abrupt halt. Gazing at Tianqi, now crystallized in ice, Chuyu inhaled deeply. However, before he could relax, he noticed Tianqi's eyes blink beneath the frost. Soon after, the crystalline ice began to shatter, and that halted hand lunged once more towards Chuyu's throat. In response, Chuyu directed ice blades frantically at Tianqi. Yet, Tianqi appeared unfazed, showing no inclination to evade. The ice blades marred his skin, leaving behind a series of gruesome lacerations. Yet, these horrific wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. Even before the ice blades had fully detached from Tianqi's body, the injuries had already mended. The ice blades failed to impede Tianqi's advance. His hand ultimately found its place upon Chuyu's throat. He felt the pressure intensifying, the sensation of suffocation growing increasingly acute. His eyes widened in terror, a raspy, guttural roar escaping his throat. However, such sounds could scarcely halt Tianqi's actions. With a concentrated gaze, Chuyu summoned a colossal ice blade from the air. This blade was far sharper than its predecessors, spinning rapidly as it hurtled toward Tianqi's neck. A sickening sound of flesh tearing resonated as the ice blade severed Tianqi's throat. At last, Chuyu felt the oppressive grip on his throat dissipate. Regaining control of his body, he twisted his wrist, tightening his grip on the dagger, and aimed it at the arm constricting his neck. With swift precision, he struck. The arm of the Harbinger shattered in an instant, allowing Chuyu to break free from its grasp, gasping for breath while clutching his throat. As his vision regained clarity, he distinctly observed a gaping wound traversing the Harbinger's neck, through which he could vaguely glimpse the ceiling of the room. Yet, this wound was rapidly healing at a visibly alarming rate, while the Harbinger's gaze sharpened with intensity. In a swift motion, he turned and hastened away from the stone bed, racing towards the door. However, before he could reach it, a portal materialized, obstructing his path. Without a moment's hesitation, Chuyu clenched his arm and lunged toward the portal. A hand emerged from the portal, tightly gripping his arm. With a forceful tug, it propelled Chuyu uncontrollably toward the portal. Just as his upper body crossed the threshold, the portal swiftly closed. He could only roll forward, his entire body surging through just as the portal snapped shut. He landed heavily on the floor, looking up to see that the hem of his garment had been severed by the portal, drifting slowly to the ground. There was no time for contemplation as he felt himself violently hurled into the air. The earth shattered through the floor, coalescing around him. With arms outstretched, he summoned an ice shield that enveloped him. The gathered earth solidified into earthen spikes, viciously assaulting the ice shield. With each clash, the shield trembled perilously. Chu gritted his teeth, bracing against the lethal onslaught of the spikes. Suddenly, a chilling electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host proficiency points have reached 500. Earth Element Control activated. Chapter 86. Earth Element Control. Ding. Earth Element Control activated. No sooner had the electronic voice faded than Chu Yu's eyes snapped open. A faint golden glimmer lurking beneath his pupils. Ah! He bellowed furiously, thrusting his hands against the ice shield. His fist pierced through the shield. But the sharp spikes halted their relentless assault. With a flick of his wrist, the spikes shattered instantly. And Chu Yu flipped through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Do you wish to confront your demise directly? The Harbinger's expression was icy, though he made no move. Yet, the earth elements hovered ominously behind him, causing the floor to fracture under the weight of the surging soil. The ground once again manifested the bizarre sight that Chu Yu had first encountered upon seeing the Harbinger, resembling tumultuous waves. Strangely, however, the patch of earth beneath Chu Yu remained remarkably tranquil, not even breaking the surface of the floor, which had become the sole survivor in the room. The Harbinger's gaze fell upon the ground beneath Chu Yu, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. Though it quickly vanished, a rare smirk crept upon his lips, rendering his peculiar visage all the more terrifying. Interesting. The Harbinger slowly raised his arm, intensifying the turmoil beneath the ground. Countless strange entities, resembling tentacles, emerged from the ground, rushing towards Chu Yu. However, just as these peculiar forms encircled him, they instantaneously disintegrated into dust, swept away by a gust of wind before they could even touch the ground. Chu Yu clenched his fists tightly, the remnants of distinct marks still visible on his neck. He glared furiously at the Harbinger and stomped his foot vehemently onto the ground. A whirlwind materialized around him, enveloping him in swirling dust. Countless blades of wind, earth spikes, and snowflakes erupted from the murky tempest. Although these assaults left numerous marks on the walls of the room, the Harbinger merely gestured, and a wall of earth coalesced before him. Not a single attack pierced this seemingly fragile barrier. Time passed, and the Harbinger sensed the onslaught diminishing. He gently pointed at the earthen wall, which instantaneously transformed into dust, cascading to the floor. Indeed, while the wind blades, earth spikes, and snowflakes dissipated, the murky whirlwind remained. He took a step forward, and the tumultuous ground beneath him calmed, even the shattered floorboards reassembling as if brand new beneath his feet. Though his movements were slow, in the blink of an eye, he stood before the tempest. He pointed his finger towards it once more, and the wildly swirling winds vanished in an instant. As the dust settled, Chu Yu was nowhere to be seen within the whirlwind. Observing Chu Yu's disappearance without the slightest hint of panic, the Harbinger closed his eyes. And golden threads, reminiscent of spider silk, reappeared in his vision. These threads spanned every corner of this realm of souls. A figure, trailing remnants of its presence, darted swiftly among these threads. Gazing at this silhouette, he slowly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, I am the sovereign of this world. No matter where you flee, I shall manifest before you in an instant. Chu Yu, while I am perplexed by your sudden ability to manipulate earth elements, it does not incite fear within me. It only deepens my curiosity regarding your peculiarities. At that moment, the room returned to its usual state, devoid of any signs of conflict. Even the scratches on the murals had vanished. He approached the mural, gently caressing its surface. I am a deity, no one can escape my grasp. As his words faded, a portal materialized before him. Natasha, Loki, Magneto. Chu Yu's eyes widened as he beheld the scene in the courtyard. Now Natasha, Loki, and Magneto lay lifeless in pools of blood. At the entrance of the courtyard, a stunning woman in a black robe lay motionless on the ground. He advanced towards Natasha and the others, discovering their bodies marred by countless wounds. The most striking was Loki, whose chest was caved in, his bloodshot eyes straining open yet devoid of any light. With a wave of his arm, the blood pooled on the ground began to rise slowly. He commanded the elemental forces of wind, lifting Natasha and her companions and transporting them to the room. Although the chimes of midnight would soon resurrect everyone, he wished for his allies to conclude the day without such a disheveled appearance. After completing these tasks, Chu Yu returned to the courtyard. With a swift motion of his arm, the ground beneath the Black Queen cracked open, creating a vast chasm. Her body plummeted into the abyss like a stone. Chu Yu clenched his fist slightly, causing the fissure to vanish, leaving only a faint white trace upon the ground. Having accomplished this, he sat quietly on the steps by the door. A gentle breeze, tinged with a hint of chill, caressed his cheek. Resting his head against the doorframe, he gazed upward at the moon in the night sky, its radiance undeterred by the surrounding dark clouds. Did you not anticipate that I would wait for you? A voice imbued with divinity resonated. Chu Yu remained unperturbed, seated calmly in his place as he observed a portal manifest silently in the courtyard. A large foot emerged from the gateway, and the divine voice echoed once more. What? Do you wish to struggle against your inevitable fate? Following the sound, Chu Yu beheld a towering man with gray skin who exuded a formidable pressure, yet he remained entirely undaunted. He leaned against the doorframe and coldly addressed the figure before him. Apocalypse, go ahead and kill me. I no longer wish to resist. There are merely 2 minutes until midnight, and I lack the confidence to endure until then. Upon finishing his words, Chiyu's eyes glazed over as he stared blankly at Apocalypse, who advanced toward him. Despite the weight of the moment, he approached Apocalypse without hesitation. The latter regarded Chiyu with a mix of curiosity, his normally statue-like brow momentarily furrowing. In an instant, he raised his hand, appearing before Chiyu in a flash. Grasping Chiyu's neck tightly, he twisted forcefully. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Apocalypse hurled Chiyu to the ground. Looking down, he was taken aback to find a triumphant smile gracing Chiyu's face, a visage that melded with the memory of someone from his past. His gaze sharpened, and from the ground, numerous soil spikes erupted, piercing Chiyu's body. Blood flowed along the spikes, yet the smile on Chiyu's face remained steadfast, as if carved from stone. I care not for your tricks. You are already dead. Your ultimate fate is to endure the ceaseless cycle of death and resurrection. Is that so? Chapter 87. The Chimes of Midnight. Is that so? Apocalypse exclaimed in shock, turning to discover Chiyu standing unharmed behind him. A green light flickered before his eyes. He looked down to see that it was Chiyu lying on the ground, bloodied yet adorned with a mocking smile. Just moments ago, Chiyu escorted Loki into the room, only to discover that Loki's form had transformed into a fleeting beam of light and vanished. This luminous essence coalesced once more, and as the radiance dimmed, Loki, wielding his scepter, appeared unscathed within the chamber. Indeed, he was the god of mischief, either feigning death or on the path of deception. Without uttering a word, Loki instantly materialized before Chiyu, his finger glowing with a verdant hue gently tapping Chiyu's temple. Though he did not observe Loki's lips move, he distinctly heard his voice. Chiyu, there are but a few minutes remaining. I shall impersonate you to contend with the apocalypse. If we can endure until midnight, victory shall be ours. Before Chiyu could respond, the striking figure before him morphed into his own likeness. With a slight nod towards Chiyu, he proceeded directly to the doorway. Seated upon the steps outside, Apocalypse, slay me, Chiyu declared. Apocalypse, gazing at Chiyu's form, charged forth with haste. Yet, Chiyu displayed no intention of evasion. He approached Chiyu and delivered a ferocious punch, only to find that his fist passed directly through Chiyu's corporeal form. Simultaneously, Chiyu's body transformed into a radiant beam, dissipating into the air. On the ground, a green luminescence began to emerge. 3, 2, 1, 0. Chiyu quietly counted down while advancing toward the entrance. Upon uttering the final numeral, he arrived at the threshold. Turning to face Apocalypse in the courtyard, he slightly parted his lips. I have succeeded. As his words fell, Apocalypse lunged toward him. Yet, before he could take a single step, the moon above unexpectedly shone with an intense brightness. This silvery light illuminated every corner of the earth, enveloping all in its powerful glow. Chiyu could not discern what transpired beneath this overwhelming radiance. However, the anguished roar of Apocalypse resonated in his ears, a sound akin to the torment of disintegration and reassembly, only to disintegrate once more. Beneath the white light, Apocalypse emitted a final cry, a sound that seemed to exhaust the last vestiges of his life. As the brilliance waned, leaves returned to their branches, and everything in this world reverted to its original state from the previous day. Chiyu beheld the door to the room standing intact. He stepped forward, gently pushing the door open, only to find the courtyard devoid of anything. No scent of blood, no traces of battle, no remnants of ice crystals from the day before, nor the body of Loki. Furthermore, Apocalypse's presence was utterly absent. Chiyu turned and retraced his steps back into the room. As he crossed the threshold, a sultry female voice inquired, "Did we succeed?" Following the sound, he discovered Natasha seated safely on the bed, her fingers vigorously kneading her neck, while Magneto, who had been placed beside her, was nowhere to be found. Chiyu nodded, on the verge of uttering a few words when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed an object plummeting into the courtyard. It struck the ground with a bounce. He turned to observe Loki clumsily rising from the ground, his helmet marred by a broken antenna, barely clinging on by the last thread of connection. Yet, he seemed utterly unfazed, approaching Chiyu with palpable excitement and exclaiming, "Did we succeed? We did it. I made it to midnight. Look, my words have weight. I told you it isn't necessary to defeat him. As long as you survive until midnight, we are victorious." Loki stomped his feet in exhilaration, but the antenna above his head ultimately fell as anticipated, its sharp tip piercing his boot. The jubilant Loki, now hopping on one foot, clutched his left foot in pain. His previous excitement transformed into a more frantic dance of discomfort. Magneto soon descended as well, his demeanor less exaggerated than Loki's, yet the thrill in his eyes was unmistakable. This world had dictated their fate. Each day met its end, only for the tolling of midnight to restore everyone to their original point. This cycle had persisted for an indeterminate time, and they had begun to accept their grim destiny. However, just as they were on the brink of surrender, Someone finally broke free from this predetermined conclusion. How does it feel to survive until the end? Loki pulled the antenna from his foot, applying pressure to staunch the bleeding, and remarked through gritted teeth. Chiyu shook his head. To him, the radiant glow seemed to have changed nothing. He felt no miraculous sensation of resurrection or the wondrous healing of wounds, nor did he experience the agony of apocalypse under the luminous rays. His position remained unchanged, as if he had detached himself from the world's rules, utterly disregarding the cycle. I feel nothing, he finally confessed after a moment of reflection. Loki's expression dimmed abruptly as he lowered his gaze and murmured, "Is there truly no way to escape this world?" Natasha, who had been seated on the bed, rose and approached the cabinet, retrieving 2 bottles of red wine. Drawing a pistol from her waist, she shattered the neck of one bottle and poured its contents into glasses. She calmly distributed the wine to the 3 standing at the door, stating, "We have completed the first step, proving that the rules of this world are not insurmountable. One day, we shall return to our own world." Magneto raised his glass high, proclaiming, "To the freedom we shall ultimately attain." He drained the wine in one swift motion. Loki, observing, lifted his glass as well, grumbling, "To this maddening realm of souls." He drained the wine from his glass in one gulp, only to notice that Chiyu had yet to partake of the crimson drink. "What is the matter? This place is already quite splendid. Don't be so picky," Loki remarked, casting a glance at Chiyu. Yet, Ji remained lost in thought, gazing ahead, where a crack seemed to appear on the stem of the wine glass held delicately between his fingers. "What troubles you?" he asked. "I believe I have an inkling of what to do. I can seek out the apocalypse for clarification." Chapter 88. Seeking clarity from the apocalypse. Chiyu, are you truly certain you wish to approach the apocalypse? Loki inquired softly, trailing behind him. Despite their recent success and his repeated outwitting of the apocalypse, a sense of inexplicable dread lingered within him. After all, his daily fate culminated in being unmasked by the very entity he deceived, ultimately meeting his demise at its hands. Even though it was the god of trickery, facing a foe that had claimed his lifetime and again instilled a measure of trepidation within him. Suddenly, Chiyu halted in his tracks, lifting his gaze to the towering structure resembling a pyramid, drawing in a sharp breath. The clock struck midnight, and the moon hung high in the sky, its chilling light casting an eerie glow upon the apex of the pyramid, rendering the already imposing edifice even more sinister. Just moments ago, he had been preoccupied with fleeing and hadn't had the opportunity to observe from whence he had escaped. Now, returning to this place, he could clearly appreciate the grandeur of the pyramid-like structure. In stark contrast to Natasha's courtyard, this majestic and solemn pyramid seemed to belong to realms apart. Chiyu had heard that in the realm of souls, having a residence like Natasha's was no small feat. Even Loki, who had become the leader of an organization, resided in a dilapidated 2-story villa. Yet, the abode of the apocalypse was a magnificent structure, akin to the Egyptian pyramids. However, considering that pyramids served as tombs, did he not find that ominous? The apocalypse certainly has a penchant for showcasing his status, Chiyu mused, noticing that Chiyu was oblivious to his presence. Loki hurriedly stepped forward, leaning close to him, and exclaimed, "Chiyu, are you even listening?" What? He had been so engrossed in marveling at the pyramid and pondering its origins that he had truly failed to heed Loki's words. Clearing his throat, Loki cast a wary glance around, as if fearful that his voice might disturb lurking dangers. He spoke in a hushed tone, "Are you really intent on seeking the apocalypse? While we still stand outside, we could retreat. Perhaps the sensation of breaking the world's rules has yet to reach you. Why not we return and wait?" "Enough. He is coming," Loki exclaimed, his voice laced with panic as he raised his head to glimpse the figure standing atop the pyramid. Chi followed suit, only to find the silhouette backlit by the moonlight, rendering its features indistinguishable. However, the towering stature and the divine aura surrounding the figure unmistakably indicated that it was the apocalypse. "What brings you here?" the voice called out. A solemn voice resonated from the apex of the pyramid, and Chiyu sensed that this sound seemed to emanate from all directions around him. Just a single tone instilled within him a profound sense of pressure. Chiyu gazed at Tanchi and called out, "Tanchi, I wish to inquire about certain matters." "Inquire? What gives you the audacity to believe that I shall respond?" "Because you once proclaimed within the illusion crafted by Loki that you too yearn to shatter the confines this world has imposed upon you." A hearty laugh erupted from Tanchi, who had always maintained a cold demeanor. His mouth agape, eyes tightly shut, his boisterous laughter reverberated from his throat. This laughter cascaded down from the pinnacle of the pyramid, enveloping both Chiyu and Loki as if it possessed a corporeal form. They felt the cacophony of laughter surround them, the raucous sound causing their eardrums to tremble. With a wave of his arm, Chiyu stirred the air around him, creating ripples that gradually diminished the clamor of laughter. "Tanchi!" he shouted, only to discover that the silhouette atop the pyramid had vanished. Then, the sound of mechanisms activating echoed through the air. With a thunderous rumble, Chiyu turned towards the source of the sound and was astonished to see an opening emerge in the wall of the pyramid. The laughter that had filled his ears had completely dissipated. Approaching the opening, he leaned down for a closer inspection and noticed a staircase ascending within. Yet the end of the staircase was engulfed in darkness, obscuring his view. "Come inside." Tianqi's voice beckoned from within the opening. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiyu stepped forward, with Loki hastily following suit. However, just as their toes neared the threshold, the opening rapidly began to close. Summoning his wand, he concentrated a vibrant green light at its tip and forcefully waved it toward the entrance. A beam of green energy shot forth from the wand. Yet, as the beam struck the opening, the surrounding walls swiftly coalesced, sealing the entrance tightly. The green ray seared the wall, leaving behind a charred mark. But soon a cloud of dust poured forth from the walls, blanketing the surface. In the blink of an eye, the walls of the pyramid had returned to their original state. Qiyu descended the staircase, noting that the light above him grew increasingly dim. He looked up to find that the opening had been completely sealed, and darkness now enveloped the passageway. As if aware of Qiyu's inability to discern his surroundings, several torches ignited along the corridor. Though their glow was not particularly bright, it was sufficient for Qiyu to clearly see the path ahead. He continued forward, the darkness still thick before him, yet as he walked, the light from the torches illuminated his way. Strangely, the flames extinguished behind him, plunging that area back into darkness. For a fleeting moment, Qiyu felt as though these torches were not fixed to the walls but rather followed him as he advanced. Time slipped away unnoticed. At last, the staircase came to an end, revealing a long corridor ahead. The last time Qiyu found himself here, he was brought in under duress. And in the urgency of the moment, he had little thought for the contents of the corridor. This time, however, as he cast a casual glance down the hallway, he noted the presence of murals once more. Yet, unlike before, he felt no inclination to inquire about their subject matter. In comparison to the grand achievements of Apocalypse, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to escape this realm. He continued onward. But scarcely had he taken a few steps when the solemn voice of Apocalypse echoed in his ears once again. "I advise you to pause and examine closely." Examine what? Qiyu wondered, scanning the surroundings to find no trace of Apocalypse. The only thing within his view were these murals adorning the walls. What could possibly be so captivating? He remarked with irritation, "I know that prior to entering the realm of souls, you were revered as a deity, but aren't these merely tributes to your past glories?" Nevertheless, he approached the wall. In the dim light, the murals became discernible. True to his expectations, they depicted various accolades of Apocalypse. As he pressed forward, a sudden furrow formed on his brow. One particular mural seemed distinct from the rest. "Continue observing." Qiyu gazed in astonishment at the imagery unfolding before him. This mural not only illustrated the devout worship of Apocalypse's followers, but also recounted the events surrounding Apocalypse's slumber. It depicted the reassembly of the four horsemen of Apocalypse, who sought to seize the professor's body. However, in a surprising turn of events, Magneto betrayed them, while Storm ultimately stood against Apocalypse. The butterfly of fate, recognizing the decline of Apocalypse's power, discreetly departed. The only one who failed to escape betrayal was the Archangel, whose demise occurred before he could take any action. Ultimately, Apocalypse was vanquished by the Phoenix's power. These scenes resembled those from a cinematic narrative, portraying the death of Apocalypse. Yet, it struck Qiyu that followers often inscribed the final fates of their deities upon walls. This notion did not astonish him. What truly captivated him was what transpired next. The fallen Apocalypse, obliterated by the Phoenix's might, was mysteriously reconstituted by an individual radiating a golden luminescence, reminiscent of a true deity. However, their visage remained obscured by a shroud of light, rendering their features unrecognizable. If the depiction of Apocalypse in the mural instilled a sense of dread within Qiyu, then this divine figure, even as a mural, suffocated him with its overwhelming presence. He sensed a hint of familiarity in the silhouette. Desperately rummaging through his memories for a recollection of this god, yet without a clear visage, he found it impossible to remember. Qiyu advanced further, discovering the once proud Apocalypse kneeling before this divine entity. Much like his own followers had once knelt before him, his gaze filled with reverence. Unconsciously, his fingers brushed against the wall, causing the surrounding scene to warp and twist. Suddenly, he was beset by dizziness, struggling to steady himself and avoid falling. In that moment, a voice resonated abruptly. He gradually opened his eyes, only to find Apocalypse before him. Had I once again entered his mental realm? Before Qiyu could articulate his thoughts, the answer became apparent. He witnessed Apocalypse kneeling down, with several orbs of light materializing before him, coalescing into a humanoid form. As the light dissipated, a figure clad in a flowing white robe emerged. Yet, the golden radiance upon its visage remained undiminished. A mere glance at its countenance felt akin to searing pain. "Apocalypse, I am profoundly grateful for the divine gift bestowed upon me." Apocalypse's voice resonated once more as he raised his hands above his head in humble reverence. After a protracted silence, the deity finally spoke. "Apocalypse, I have resurrected you, but you must guard the realm of souls. This domain is forged from the soul gems of myriad universes. Here, some are the sacrifices of these gems, while others are my chosen ones. These individuals have perished in their respective universes, only to attain rebirth in this realm. The realm of souls possesses a peculiar trait. All souls shall perish or be left with but a breath before the stroke of midnight. When the clock strikes 12, the moon in the sky will shine brilliantly, reverting everything to the state it was in the previous day. Only you shall persist within this realm of souls. In this world, you shall forever be the sovereign, an unquestionable deity. However, should a second individual survive the midnight hour, you will be scorched by moonlight before the clock strikes 12, leading to your demise. Thus, you will be ensnared in an eternal cycle of life and death. Moreover, the rules of this world shall subtly shift. Once the deity's words were uttered, his form transformed into a stream of light and vanished. Apocalypse remained humbly kneeling in place. After a considerable time, he finally rose. The surrounding scenes rapidly morphed, yet regardless of their nature, they invariably culminated in Apocalypse's execution of the individuals. Amidst these visions, she beheld Natasha, Loki, Magneto, and Storm. It became evident that Apocalypse was akin to the guardian of this world's loss. Even those who survived would ultimately face death at his hands. My success implies that Apocalypse, like the others, would die daily and be resurrected each time. Chuyu felt no sympathy for the cycle of death and rebirth that he inadvertently imposed upon Apocalypse. He was not so naive as to feel pity to such an extent. Yet, he remained perplexed about how to escape this place and what the subtle changes in the world's rules entailed. The surrounding scenes twisted once more. This time, Chuyu seemed to acclimate somewhat. His vision returned to the dimly lit corridor, where the flames of several torches continued to emit their glow. He pressed onward, only to discover that the wall murals had abruptly ceased once again. Why had they vanished? Because this was the end. This time, the voice belonged to Apocalypse, albeit with a slightly different tone. In contrast to the previous inability to discern the direction of sound, this time, Chuyu distinctly felt that the noise emanated from before him. He raised his gaze and discovered Tianqi standing ahead, his countenance as impassive as a statue. You summoned me for what purpose? Chuyu inquired. Yet, Tianqi did not respond directly. Instead, he regarded Chuyu and said, I arrived in this world with the belief that I could continue to exist. However, after an indeterminate passage of time, I grew weary of this existence. I yearned to return to my realm. Indeed, I wish to put an end to this aimless life. I have been relentlessly seeking a way out. Yet I remain unable to ascertain the means of departure. Even when I disregarded the fate of a particular individual, that person ultimately met their demise by lightning. I thought I would remain thus indefinitely. However, upon encountering you, I discovered that I could perceive every corner of the realm of souls. For indeed, as that deity proclaimed, I am the sovereign of this world. Yet your mind remains an inaccessible domain for me. Thus, I can wholly believe that you are the second individual in this world capable of safely traversing past midnight, and you have indeed accomplished it. You shall be the key to breaking the rules of this world. Yet, I feel nothing. That moonlight bears no effect upon me. Chuyu spread his hands in resignation. It turns out, everything is merely a hypothesis of Tianqi. However, the subsequent words from Tianqi left Chuyu astonished, his eyes widening. The absence of impact is the greatest sensation, Tianqi stated calmly, though a suppressed emotion lingered within his tone. Do you know how we might leave this place? I do. What is it? Let me occupy your body. Chapter 90. The means of departure. Let me occupy your body. Chuyu scoffed, turning away and striding toward the exit. Tianqi did not impede him, allowing him to depart. As he continued walking, he lost track of time, only to realize he had not reached an end. He glanced around. The torches still hung upon the walls, emanating a faint glow. This light, though dim, allowed Chuyu to clearly discern the mural etched upon the wall. Despite having walked for so long, the mural still depicted Tianqi kneeling before the deity. What is happening? He abruptly turned back, discovering Tianqi still standing not far behind him. It seemed as if he had not moved at all during this time. What do you truly desire? Chuyu twisted his wrist, revealing a dagger in his grasp. He waved it through the air, causing the temperature to plummet instantly. Frost swiftly spread from his feet, enveloping the corridor. Yet, as this frost crept toward the torches, it froze the flames, but the fire itself remained unaffected, continuing to illuminate the corridor with its steady glow. Frost spread around the Apocalypse. Yet it came to an abrupt halt, as if suppressed. Apocalypse cast a cold glance at Chuyu and inquired, Do you wish to leave? Of course I do. Chuyu replied defiantly. I meant this world. Apocalypse reiterated emphatically. Chuyu crossed his arms and nodded. I am indeed referring to this world. If you wish to escape, trust my words and relinquish your body to me. Only then will I find a way to exit this realm. Upon hearing Apocalypse's words, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Chuyu's mouth. And then what? You leave, but what becomes of me? I would merely exit in body. while my soul would likely be annihilated by you. Is there any point in leaving then? As he spoke, Chiyu's palms clenched silently. The frost beneath his feet seemed to thicken, and a few snowflakes began to encroach upon the ground where Apocalypse stood. Yet, as soon as they touched the earth, they dissipated into nothingness, unable to advance even a fraction further. Apocalypse glanced down at the rebellious snowflakes and continued, I will not harm your soul. I merely wish to borrow your body. Once we depart this world, I shall willingly vacate, leaving you unaffected. Chuyu shook his head, slowly extending his hand, spinning it in the air. Miraculously, the walls began to distort, revealing a passage where there had once been a solid, unyielding surface. Gazing down the passage, Chuyu could see the moon suspended in the sky. Why should I trust you? Without further wasting words, he leaped towards the opening, instantly propelling himself forward. A shadow trailed behind him as he swiftly traversed the corridor. Apocalypse did not impede him, but instead continued to address the spot where Chuyu had stood, saying, If you wish to escape, you must surrender your body to me. Otherwise, no one can breach the confines of this world. As Chuyu drew nearer to the passage's end, he glanced back to find Apocalypse had not pursued him. He felt no surprise if Apocalypse desired to find him. All he needed to do was open the portal. After all, even though he was currently the only being in this world free from the constraints of its rules, Apocalypse remained its sovereign. He had received no divine revelation, nor had a radiant being appeared to instruct him on his course of action. He soon reached the opening and successfully made his exit. Looking down, he spotted Loki crouched in the corner, idly scratching the ground with a stick. He controlled his descent and landed. What if I choose not to leave? After all, that fellow Chuyu can't possibly die. If Apocalypse were to erupt in fury and slay me, that would be quite the predicament. He poked at the ground with his stick, occasionally crushing an ant that dared to emerge. As he tossed the stick aside and prepared to rise, he resumed his soliloquy. Yes, just like that, I shall leave first. Chuyu's fate yesterday was survival, and today will surely follow suit. Apocalypse likely lacks the ability to kill him. After all, even Apocalypse cannot alter the outcome. Yesterday, could that be considered the conclusion for Chuyu? What if today he could still be killed? Would that not render everything futile? At this thought, he crouched down once more. Twisting his fingers, he summoned back the branch he had previously discarded. Grasping the twig, he continued to trace patterns on the ground, deliberately nudging the food carried by a worker ant away to a distant spot. Suddenly, a pair of shoes appeared before him. He abruptly lifted his head and discovered it was indeed Chuyu. Chuyu? I knew you would be unscathed. He flung the twig aside, rising in excitement. Then, gazing at Chuyu, who appeared entirely unharmed, he said with sparkling eyes, So, what did that fellow Apocalypse say? Chuyu nodded and replied, Let us discuss it back at home. With that, he harnessed the wind element, levitating gracefully into the air and soaring towards the distance. Loki, observing his retreating figure, followed closely behind. The two descended into their courtyard. The dim light in the room still flickered. Upon hearing their movements, Natasha and Magneto rushed over. So, do you have answers? Magneto asked, unable to contain his impatience. Chuyu nodded and spoke calmly. I encountered Apocalypse and inquired about how to escape. He revealed to me the origins of this world and the reasons for his presence here. He also explained the rules of this world, which even he cannot transgress. The only way to leave this world is to allow his soul to dominate my body. Initially, Chuyu had intended to use the term occupy, but reconsidered, aware that such wording could lead to misinterpretation, and thus opted for a different expression. And then, Natasha inquired, her excitement finally surfacing. Then, I rejected him. Although he promised that once I left, he would relinquish control of my body, I do not trust him. Chuyu felt that even if Apocalypse intended to enact something within his body, the system would undoubtedly prevent any aberration from causing havoc within him. But what if? What if Apocalypse truly refused to return his body? Moreover, if the system lacked alternative solutions, it would be rather foolish to perish. Loki's expression grew serious as he regarded Chuyu and said softly, From my understanding of Apocalypse, he is likely to fulfill his words. However, if I were in your position, I would not relinquish my body to another for control, even if the situation seemed to be progressing favorably. Chapter 91. An alternative approach. Natasha stretched and yawned widely. If it were me, I would also be unwilling. Enough of this turmoil for one day. Let us sleep. With the dawn comes yet another dreadful day. With that, Natasha entered the room, closing the door behind her with a creak that echoed for a while before subsiding. Magneto glanced at Chuyu, offering a nod of acknowledgement before extending his arms and soaring away from the courtyard. Loki approached Chuyu, gently tapping him on the shoulder and softly suggesting, Rest for now. It's not convenient here with Miss Natasha. You may stay at my place. Chuyu nodded, raising his gaze to the moon above. At this moment, the moon continued to hang in the sky, and tiny stars began to emerge around it. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the surrounding trees. Everything seemed to embody a tranquil passage of time, a serene acceptance of life. Yet beneath this peaceful night, No one was savoring the subtleties of the moment. This night, like the previous ones, was devoid of incident. All lay in their beds, awaiting the immutable fate that tomorrow would bring. The moonlight dimmed, and the golden glow on the horizon illuminated the earth below. This not only heralded the dawn of a new day, but also signified the commencement of new carnage. Chuyu opened his eyes, feeling a lingering heaviness in his head since arriving at Loki's home the previous day. He had naturally tuned out Loki's boastful recounting of how he discovered such a comfortable two-story villa. Even though this villa appeared dilapidated, perilous, and slightly eerie in the original world, in this shattered realm, such a house seemed rather normal. Chuyu sat up, walked to the window, and gently opened the glass. The wooden frames creaked as they rubbed against each other. A gust of wind, tinged with the scent of blood, wafted through the air. Indeed, some had merely begun, only to find themselves already reaching their conclusion. With a wave of his arm, snowflakes began to drift down into the courtyard, finally dispersing the metallic tang in the atmosphere. He greedily inhaled a mouthful of the slightly chilled air. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a rather vexing portal in the courtyard. Had he seen this portal yesterday, fear would have gripped him. However, now, facing the inevitable outcome of this world's apocalypse, Chuyu felt no hint of panic. The portal expanded, and a towering figure emerged from it. His demeanor remained aloof, as if the events of the previous day were of no consequence to him. Observing the weather, Chuyu shifted his body and perched himself on the windowsill, calling out loudly, "Lord Apocalypse, is there something you require? If you still wish for my body, I must regrettably decline your request." He paused, recalling something, and continued, "Of course, if you merely desire to showcase your mural, then so be it. I lack any artistic appreciation and hold little interest in such elevated art." Upon hearing Chuyu's voice, Apocalypse slowly raised his head. He stepped forward, seemingly traversing invisible stairs, suspended in midair. Chuyu, witnessing Apocalypse, couldn't help but chuckle. This deity, revered by many, always seemed to indulge in frivolous pursuits. With a flourish of his arm, he spun gracefully in the air before landing firmly on the ground. The once aspiring Apocalypsis, upon witnessing Chuyu descend to the ground, could only relinquish control of his own body and follow suit. This time, he descended without pretense, landing directly before Chuyu. Despite Apocalypsis' towering stature and the divine aura he exuded, which inspired reverence, Chuyu did not display the same trepidation as during their initial encounter. He took a step back, striving to meet Apocalypsis' gaze at eye level. "Master Apocalypsis, do you have further matters to discuss with me? I have conceived a new method," Chuyu proclaimed. The sound of his voice seemed to cast a pall over the previously vibrant morning, rendering it eerily silent. Every creature, every being, held its breath, attuned to the impending words of Apocalypsis as a sign of respect. "The method still requires your physical form," Apocalypsis intoned. "However, unlike before, this time it is not my soul that shall command your body, but rather your body that will govern my soul." Chuyu furrowed his brow at first glance. This proposal bore a striking resemblance to the one from the previous day, merely with the roles reversed. Yet, it was precisely this shift in hierarchy that rendered it a novel approach. "Are you suggesting that I can wield your soul and utilize your powers to escape this place?" Chuyu inquired. Apocalypsis nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, but I have a stipulation. What is your requirement?" Chuyu asked. "Once my soul is under your control, my consciousness will plunge into silence, and my abilities will be bestowed upon you. However, I implore you, upon your departure from this world, to seek a suitable vessel for me, so that I may be reborn. You may even claim my powers as your own, provided that I am granted a second chance at life." Chuyu regarded Apocalypsis thoughtfully, then asked in a hushed tone, "Do you trust me? Are you not afraid I might renege on our agreement and prevent your resurrection?" "I do not trust you," Apocalypsis replied candidly. "Then why would you willingly surrender your soul to me?" Chuyu pressed. "Without relinquishing it to you, I cannot seize your body against your will. In that case, even if I were to disrupt your fate and end your life, I would remain ensnared in this realm. Yet, by entrusting you with my soul, there exists at least a possibility that you might find me a vessel. Though these are merely uncertain variables, it is this uncertainty that may alter my otherwise predetermined fate." Apocalypsis remained remarkably composed, as though he were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. Chuyu, his fingers resting thoughtfully on his chin, remained silent for an extended period. "I can await your decision, for regardless of how much time passes, this world shall remain trapped in the cycle of this day. Once you have reached clarity, you may inform me, and I shall reveal how to rend this world with my soul." With that, he turned and took a deliberate step forward. A portal slowly materialized, and as it fully opened, he took another step beyond. As he was about to step into the portal, the youth behind him finally broke the silence. "Wait, can you tell me what I should do?" Chapter 92. An uncertain answer is hope. "Tell me, what am I supposed to do?" Chuyu gazed steadfastly at Tianqi, and for some inexplicable reason, he felt a fleeting illusion that the corners of Tianqi's mouth lifted slightly. This moment was so subtle that he questioned whether his eyes were deceiving him. Although this smile vanished in an instant, Chiyu distinctly sensed that it did not signify the success of a sinister plot, but rather a sense of relief. Tianqi maintained his icy demeanor, resembling a statue. His lips parted slightly, and this time, the divine quality in his voice had considerably diminished. "You need not do anything, simply leave with me," Tianqi stated as he continued towards the portal. Chuyu observed his silhouette with a twinge of conflict, yet ultimately took a step forward. However, before his foot could touch the ground, he felt a firm grip around his wrist. Turning back, he discovered Loki had appeared behind him, holding him tightly. "Loki?" Chuyu had yet to finish when he noticed the concern etched in Loki's eyes. "Chuyu, do you genuinely believe that Tianqi will sincerely assist you? After all, just yesterday, he sought to end your life. What if this is all part of his scheme? You heard him say that without your consent, he cannot commandeer your body. Though he has not, to my recollection, engaged in treachery or broken promises. It is only because he has no need to do so. His own power suffices to resolve all matters in this world. This does not imply he would refrain from such actions." As Chuyu beheld Loki's genuine concern for him, warmth surged in his heart. He had not anticipated that the god of deceit would spare a fragment of his attention for someone he had known for merely a few hours. "Loki, I do not trust Tianqi, but my reasons mirror his. Whether he deceives me remains uncertain. It is precisely this uncertainty that opens the door to greater possibilities. This may be a gamble, yet at least we possess a chance to win, do we not?" Chuyu gently removed Loki's hand and turned his gaze towards the distant portal, which remained ajar, occasionally spilling forth flickers of purple light. Tianqi's figure stood steadfast, seemingly awaiting him. He strode towards the portal, uncertain of success, yet recognizing that if he did not proceed, even this faint glimmer of hope would vanish. "Wait!" Loki's voice echoed behind him once more. Turning around, Chuyu saw Loki clad in his battle attire. The previously damaged helmet's antennae now restored and standing proudly atop his head. His countenance was resolute as he gazed ahead like a warrior prepared to face death. "I shall accompany you." Chuyu wished to express his gratitude, but he was abruptly silenced by Loki's subsequent words. "I have no intention of allowing my hard-won achievements to serve as a wedding garment for another. How foolish of me to presume he might care for my well-being." With this thought, the weight on Chiyu's heart lightened somewhat. He nodded at Loki and murmured, "Very well, should I ultimately be foolish enough to be deceived. I hope you can carry my hopes and successfully depart from this place." With that, he turned and stepped toward the portal. As he fully entered, the portal remained open, indicating that Apocalypse had tacitly permitted Loki to accompany him. As Loki also entered the portal, the three of them found themselves in the corridor from the previous day. Chuyu felt no curiosity towards the murals adorning the walls. Even if they represented a time-honored culture and artistic expression, he found himself somewhat weary of their aesthetic. He closely followed Apocalypse, with the sound of Loki's boots echoing behind him. Their pace was unhurried, as if they were not engaged in a matter of great urgency. Finally, the lengthy corridor came to an end, revealing a stone door adorned with runes before them. Apocalypse's arm slowly extended, and with a resounding thud, the stone door creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. Eventually, the door fully receded into the wall. Apocalypse stepped forward, and the space behind the door brightened suddenly, illuminated by flickering torches exuding a faint yellow glow. In the firelight, Chiyu clearly saw two stone beds, resembling coffins, standing in the center of the room. They had returned to the place where Apocalypse had forcibly brought him yesterday. The three entered the room in succession. Apocalypse approached one of the stone beds and gestured. "You will lie upon this bed." Following his direction, Chiyu noticed that Apocalypse was indicating the very bed he had occupied the previous day. After a brief hesitation, he approached the stone bed, sat down, and reclined, placing his legs upon it. "You will subsequently enter your spiritual realm. My soul will then be consumed directly by you. Upon awakening, if fortune favors you, you may wield all my abilities. If luck is not on your side, you will glean nothing beneficial from me. And then, what should I do?" Chiyu was intrigued as to why Apocalypse had not informed him how to leave this world after completing these tasks. Apocalypse cast a fleeting glance at him and softly replied, "Afterward, my soul will fall into silence, and my physical form will perish. My state will be indistinguishable from death. Moreover, this world will fracture upon my demise, allowing everyone to return to their original realm through the rifts." With that, he reclined upon the stone bed. As both closed their eyes, the patterns on the bed began to emit a radiant glow. The radiance spread outward as if it possessed a corporeal form, enveloping the two individuals entirely. Loki, brandishing his wand, gazed warily at Apocalypse and Chuyu. A sphere of green light coalesced at the tip of his wand. He was acutely aware of Apocalypse's ability to seize control of another's body, and now was the time when he appeared most vulnerable. Should Loki detect any anomalies in the two, he would not hesitate to eliminate them both, for he could not ascertain whether Chuyu remained truly himself. Time slipped away, second by second. Aside from the glowing orb, nothing else peculiar occupied the room. Yet, outside the pyramid, subtle changes began to unfold. The birds concealed among the trees unfurled their wings and fled chaotically. The leaves of their hiding place began to wither at a visible pace, ultimately detaching from their branches, plummeting to the ground, and dissolving into the earth. Chapter 93. The Collapse of the Soul Realm. What is happening outside? Natasha stood at the threshold, observing the avian flock resembling ominous clouds as they soared into the distance. However, before they could venture far, the leading birds fell as if severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground. During their descent, their bodies visibly decayed, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Natasha furrowed her brow. In her lengthy time in this world, experiencing death and resurrection repeatedly, she had never witnessed such a scene. Not only the birds, but the distant trees also toppled at an alarming rate. The ground began to fracture, with cracks appearing one after another. No fierce wind assailed the area, yet the door of the room creaked ominously. Every anomaly seemed to signify that this world was collapsing. She took a cautious step forward, and suddenly the fissures in the ground widened, causing her body to uncontrollably plunge downward. She instinctively reached out, hoping to grasp something to save her. Yet, surrounded by destruction, there was nothing to anchor her. Abruptly, a gust of wind surged, lifting her body upward. She noticed a figure materializing above her head, a tall silhouette with dark skin and a mane of silver hair that danced in the wind. "Storm Woman, what brings you here?" Natasha called out to the figure hovering in the sky. The Storm Woman raised her arm, pulling Natasha before her. With eyes entirely white, she regarded Natasha with grave concern, stating, "This world is collapsing. Many of those with lesser abilities have already perished. This is the first occurrence of such a phenomenon in this realm." Natasha glanced around, realizing that it was not merely her yard. As far as her eyes could see, everything was succumbing to descent. The sounds of despair echoed incessantly, and only a few with the gift of flight managed to escape. Yet, neither Chiyu nor Loki's presence could be discerned amidst the chaos. Magneto also arrived, controlling his body. With a wave of his arm, a metallic platform materialized in the air. The three of them exchanged glances, each gracefully descending. Others naturally wished to land as well, but due to the formidable powers of Magneto, Storm, and Natasha, they could only watch helplessly, utilizing their flight abilities to remain airborne. "Natasha, have you seen Loki and Chiyu?" Magneto inquired, directing his gaze towards her. Natasha shook her head. "No. I was just about to search for them when this chaotic situation arose. There's no need for concern. Both Chiyu and Loki are quite capable and will be fine. However, what was the outcome for you yesterday? How long did you manage to hold out?" Storm asked, her curiosity piqued regarding Chiyu. Chiyu succeeded. He is now the only one in this world who has emerged unscathed. Despite the passage of a night, Natasha's revelation was laced with undeniable excitement. "What? Is that true? Does the collapse of this world have anything to do with him? Can we escape?" Storm's eyes widened in astonishment. Just then, a distant voice called out, "Look! A crack has appeared in the sky." Chiyu opened his eyes to find himself lying upon the surface of a lake. He glanced down to see the depths of the water clearly beneath him, yet he stood eerily on its surface. Taking a step forward, he discovered he could walk upon it, as though it were solid ground. Even as ripples began to form, he felt no disturbance. "Where am I?" Chiyu wondered, surveying his surroundings, only to notice a figure standing not far from him. Narrowing his eyes, he prepared to approach the silhouette. In the blink of an eye, he found himself directly before it. What is happening? He was bewildered, uncertain of his location. Yet he recognized the figure. "Apocalypse!" he exclaimed, but the figure offered no response. Although Apocalypse's eyes had once held a semblance of calm, a flicker of light was now absent, leaving them dull and lifeless. Chiyu instinctively reached out to touch Apocalypse's shoulder. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous force tugging at his hand. He strained to pull away, finally managing to free his hand. Yet the pull remained unrelenting. Looking at his palm, he noticed several beams of light emanating from beneath it. To his astonishment, these rays originated from Apocalypse's body, continuously flowing forth and converging upon Chiyu's hand. As time passed, he felt his arm swelling, while Apocalypse's form began to grow increasingly ethereal. What is happening? He wondered, continuing to grapple with his arm. However, it remained utterly ineffective. The swelling in his arms began to rapidly spread throughout his entire body. He felt as though he were on the verge of bursting, as if filled with gas. His eyes widened in anguish as he gazed upon the Apocalypse. The sensation of his body on the brink of explosion persisted for an indeterminate duration, causing his mind to drift into a haze. Yet, his body stubbornly refrained from exploding as he had envisioned. The figure of Apocalypse grew increasingly ethereal, eventually allowing him to discern the scenes behind him with clarity. With a furious roar, Chiyu's grasp intensified, the radiance in his hand becoming even more pronounced. The sensation of impending explosion surged within him. His eyes, bloodshot, bore a faint crimson hue in the depths of his pupils. A blood-red vein snaked from his palm toward his body, traversing his neck and reaching his visage. When this vein made contact with his forehead, it coalesced into a crimson mark, resembling a rune, solemn and sacred, yet oddly sinister due to its scarlet hue. Chuyu felt his consciousness growing increasingly murky, his eyelids beginning to close involuntarily. In the gradually fading panorama, he vaguely perceived the figure of Apocalypse vanishing entirely. Suddenly, a refreshing coolness emanated from his forehead. This sensation rapidly coursed through his body, swiftly restoring his awareness. He opened his eyes wide, gasping heavily for breath. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly resonated from the surface of the lake. Ding! Congratulations, host, on absorbing the skills of Apocalypse. Due to losses incurred during the absorption process, the host can only acquire a portion of the skills. Acquired skills include Portal, Earth Manipulation, already possessed by the host, negligible, Energy Absorption. Chapter 94. The Path to Uncertain Hope. Chuyu. A deep, magnetic voice reached his ears. His eyelids fluttered slightly before he gradually opened them, discovering Loki gazing at him with profound concern. Loki, what's wrong? He propped himself up, the feeling of inflation in his body still lingering. Supporting his head with a hand, he gently shook it. Suddenly, the entire room began to tremble violently. Chuyu quickly steadied himself against the bed as a beam of light burst forth from above. He looked up to find a massive crack had appeared in the ceiling, letting sunlight stream into the dim chamber. As the fissure widened, the sunlight pouring in grew broader, eventually illuminating the figure of Apocalypse. This sunlight bore a hint of the previous night's chill. Yet, under such illumination, Apocalypse's body began to ignite. Orange flames rapidly spread across him. Chuyu stared in shock, still reeling from the spectacle, when the room quaked once more. What is happening? Chuyu's expression turned grave. He swiftly rose to his feet, gripping Loki's shoulders as they surged toward the crack. Countless fragments tumbled down from the fissures. With a swift motion of his palm, these stones shattered instantly, transforming into powder and dispersing into the surroundings. His gaze sharpened as a violet portal materialized above them. Loki, upon beholding this portal, felt a chill run down his spine. His back stiffened, and his grip on the staff tightened, watching Chuyu warily. Unbeknownst to Chuyu, who remained oblivious to Loki's unease, he continued to soar through the air. Soon, he traversed the portal, and as it sealed completely, the pyramid crumbled, losing all semblance of grandeur. Upon passing through the portal, a flicker of blue light in his hand conjured a platform, just large enough for both to maintain their footing, suspended in the air. He placed Loki upon it, casting a puzzled glance at the surroundings. At that moment, the realm of souls bore no trace of its former visage. The ground had collapsed, and a tempest raged. If one were to liken it to the apocalypse, it would not be an exaggeration. He scrutinized the unfolding chaos below when suddenly, a chilling sensation crept up his back. Turning around, he found Loki brandishing his wand, his eyes filled with suspicion directed at him. The verdant light at the wand's tip had coalesced, should Loki choose. This orb would unleash a formidable beam of energy. Loki, what are you planning? Who are you? Loki's voice remained steadfast, his vigilance unwavering. Chuyu furrowed his brow, replying, I am Chuyu. What troubles you? How is it that you possess the abilities of the Harbinger? Have you been overtaken by it? I can currently wield a portion of its powers. Its essence has not usurped my body. If I were the Harbinger, do you truly think I would need to deceive you only to seize the perfect moment to eliminate you? Surely, the Harbinger would not require cunning to bring about your demise, would it? At Chuyu's words, Loki's lips twitched slightly, yet he ultimately lowered his wand. With a slight tilt of his chin, he attempted to maintain his pride, stating, though your words sting, it appears the truth aligns with them. He then surveyed the area and inquired further, what has transpired here? I have never encountered such a situation before. Never, it had always been a tranquil existence, replied Chuyu, as Loki's gaze swept the vicinity, suddenly drawn to a distant rift in the sky. He extended his hand, pointing towards it, and exclaimed, Chuyu, what is that? Following Loki's gaze, Chuyu noticed indeed a fissure in the distant sky, resembling a gaping maw tearing the heavens asunder, an eerie sight. Yet, why did this rift seem familiar? Narrowing his eyes, he discerned a platform beneath the rift, upon which stood three familiar figures, Natasha and her companions. A spark of recognition ignited in Chuyu's eyes as he slowly raised his hand, conjuring a portal before them. However, as the portal barely opened, several bullets shot forth from within. In haste, Chuyu summoned an ice shield to protect himself. Although the bullets were halted at the periphery of the ice shield, they showed no signs of relenting. The crimson glow at the rear of the bullet flickered rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted from the bullets. The immense power caused Chuyu's arm to tingle, as blue light surged from his palm, enveloping the ice shield in frost once more, preventing the flames from spreading. As the fire dimmed, Chuyu advanced through the portal. However, upon stepping inside, he was met with the tense stares of Natasha, Storm, and Magneto. Why is everyone so hostile towards me today? He chuckled ruefully, peering through the ice shield to see that the trio had finally ceased their aggressive posturing. Natasha, recognizing Chuyu, quickly inquired, "What brings you here? Why are you using Apocalypse's portal?" As Chuyu noticed Loki approaching to close the portal, he explained to Natasha, "I have taken control of Apocalypse's body, granting me access to some of his abilities." "And Apocalypse?" Storm asked urgently, seemingly more concerned about his whereabouts than the reason behind Chuyu's use of Apocalypse's powers. Chuyu glanced upwards. "To put it frankly, within my understanding, he is likely deceased. I struck a bargain with him, allowing me to seize his soul to find a means of escape. The condition was that I would seek a way to resurrect him after my departure. However, I currently lack knowledge on how to leave." It seems he did not disclose that information to me. As he spoke, his gaze was once again drawn to the crack above. Memories surged chaotically, and he inadvertently cast a glance at Loki beside him. Loki? The crack? A realization dawned upon him. Was this the very crack that manifested within the Time Variance Authority? It was precisely because of this anomaly that he had arrived here. Could this be the key to his escape? What exactly is happening with this crack? Chuyu inquired of the group. Natasha regarded the fissure with a grave expression, responding, "We are uncertain of the specifics. Approximately half an hour ago, all plant and animal life perished, and the ground began to collapse. If it weren't for Storm, I might have met the same unfortunate fate as others, falling to my demise. Subsequently, this crack appeared in the sky." Chuyu scrutinized the fissure in the heavens. But Loki suddenly broke the silence. Turning to look, he found Loki's countenance solemn, his mouth slightly agape, as a divine voice emanated from him. "When the dominion of the world fades, the world loses its support. The land collapses, and life withers. A fissure shall appear in the sky. And this crack will lead to uncertain hope." Chapter 95. At worst, just death. The rift in the sky leads to uncertain hope. "Loki, are you preaching again?" Natasha remarked, stepping beside him and playfully striking his head. "Ouch, Natasha, why are you hitting me?" Loki exclaimed, clutching his head in pain. "What was that you just said?" Chuyu quickly pressed for clarification. As Loki rubbed his head, he spoke with a sense of grievance. "You and Apocalypse were." "Wait, what do you mean by sleeping?" Natasha, Storm, and Magneto all stared in astonishment, their eyes occasionally drifting towards Chuyu, as if questioning, "Are you truly not selective?" "Loki, what do you mean by sleeping?" "Do not spread rumors," Chuyu responded, exasperatedly covering his forehead, feeling a strong urge to crush the god before him, who sported a helmet resembling cockroach antennae. With a mischievous grin and an arched brow, Loki quipped, "Not sleeping, but rather wanting to dominate the other's body." "Very well, please continue," Chuyu conceded, surrendering to the absurdity. Observing Chuyu's capitulation, Loki lost interest, adjusted his demeanor, and continued, "While you two were lying down, I initially intended to act as your protector. Should Apocalypse make any moves, I would ensure he does not survive easily. However, as time passed and my arms grew weary, I could only sit back and observe my surroundings. That is when I noticed the murals on the walls. Discovering that Apocalypse was indeed a lovesick youth, something I had never anticipated. Yet, amusingly, the girl found him unattractive. Is that not laughable? The most comical part is that Apocalypse, during the girl's youth, mockingly pointed out her aging. Loki began to elaborate on the murals he had seen, occasionally teasing Apocalypse about his romantic endeavors. Yet, this chatter remained entirely unrelated to the fissure in the sky. Finally, after a flurry of words, he steered towards the crux of the matter. At the end of the mural, I saw a rune. If it were not for my vast knowledge, being well-versed in these characters, you would be unaware that I was once the most learned god in Asgard. That hammer-wielding fool cannot compare to me. If you divert the topic again, I shall throw you down," Natasha interjected, finally irked by Loki's incessant rambling. Her fists clenched, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. Loki, noticing Natasha's icy gaze, swallowed hard and suppressed his superfluous words. What was inscribed on the wall was, "The world collapses, and the sky fractures. This fissure leads to uncertain hope." Upon hearing these final words, Chuyu fell into deep contemplation once more. Did Apocalypse's ultimate choice stem from uncertain hope? Could this fissure be the key to their escape? "Has anyone ventured inside?" he inquired, pointing towards the rift in the sky. Natasha shook her head. "No, many have arrived here, but none have dared to attempt it." Chuyu then realized that a considerable number of people had indeed gathered around the periphery of this platform. Some appeared vaguely familiar to him. They were likely those who had participated in his assassination mission the previous day. Yet, he had no desire for vengeance against them, after all. The paramount concern now was how to depart. Although everyone fixated on the crack in the sky, none dared to approach it. For the world had manifested scenes beyond their comprehension. In their hearts, uncertainty does not necessarily equate to hope. It may still signify danger. "Shall I venture forth to investigate?" Chuyu softly proposed, gathering the other four around him. Natasha nodded, calmly declaring, "Take me along." Loki waved his hand, summoning his wand once more, and raised it high towards the heavens, arching an eyebrow at Chuyu. "While I have no desire to perish, I am even less inclined to await my demise." Storm and Magneto exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They conferred and decided that if one were to assume the role of a hero, it would be far better for them all to embark together. Magneto lifted his arms, and the platform gradually ascended toward the sky. The five of them soared toward the rift, while the onlookers surrounding them ultimately lacked the courage to confront the uncertain peril as they had, remaining rooted in place, gazing at the valiant heroes' retreating figures. From a distance, the fissure appeared rather small, but as they drew nearer, its true magnitude became apparent. Upon arriving beneath the rift, they realized that in comparison, they resembled ants beside a towering mountain. Chiyu lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the scene within the crevice. Although darkness predominantly enveloped it, he could faintly perceive a few glimmering stars, reminiscent of the depths of the cosmos. Turning to Loki and the others, he whispered, "Shall we proceed within? Or perhaps I should enter first to ensure safety before you follow?" Storm crossed her arms, casting a frosty glance at Chuyu. "There's no need. At worst, I shall die. Having been resurrected countless times, I have long since lost interest in life." As she spoke, her pupils turned a stark white. A tempest erupted around her, propelling her swiftly toward the rift in the sky. "Let us all go together," Magneto stated, once more guiding the platform to follow Storm into the fissure. All eyes were fixed upon the silhouettes of these five individuals. For reasons unknown, as their figures drew closer to the rift, the hearts of the onlookers tightened in unison. This uncertainty embodied a blend of danger and hope. They feared that this singular opportunity might be nothing more than a figment of their imagination. Chuyu watched as the rift loomed ever closer. His arm instinctively reached upward. As his fingertips brushed against the fissure, an overwhelming force suddenly emanated from within, drawing him in. Without time to register whom he grasped, the surrounding scenery began to distort. Countless lights and shadows whirled past him, akin to a dream, devoid of any semblance of reality. Only the tangible sensation of the arm he clutched anchored him in awareness. He noticed a brilliant light emerging before him, drawing nearer without any effort on his part. Upon reaching this radiant glow, a piercing pain assaulted his eyes, rendering them unable to open. He shielded his eyes and crouched down. A sudden sound of a bullet being chambered echoed in his ears. He lowered his arm and raised his gaze. Faintly, he discerned a figure lodged atop a rather indescribable structure. Chapter 96. The Time Management Bureau Ding. The system detected the completion of the task. Please accept your reward. Task reward: 100 proficiency points, an increase of 3 in physical attributes, and the acquisition of fire manipulation. Host proficiency points: 623. Physical strength: 16. Approaching but still beneath the effects of the serum injection. Attribute manipulation: water, wind, ice, and fire. Note: fire manipulation will be unlocked upon reaching 1,000 proficiency points. As the electronic voice faded from his mind, Chuyu, still grappling with his surroundings, felt something constrict around his neck. "Chuyu, raise your hands." A stern, icy voice commanded from behind. He slowly lifted his hands and glanced back, only to find an irate, voluptuous black woman in a black uniform glaring at him. She wielded a long staff that shimmered with a golden light. Despite her anger, there was a hint of astonishment in her eyes. "ISNT, this the 15 from the Time Management Bureau? Could it be that I have returned?" Chuyu surveyed his surroundings, noting the decor exuded a charm reminiscent of the early 20th century. Although the style seemed distant, it bore no signs of age. This peculiar scene resembled the hall of the Time Management Bureau. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt himself yanked up by a firm grip around his neck. Turning once more, he realized it was indeed the 15, using her robust arms to seize him by the collar. "Hey, can't we converse civilly?" Chiyu struggled against her grasp. Yet, as 15 repeatedly pressed the remote in her hand, his body reverted to its original position time and again. "Chuyu, shouldn't you be confined in the time prison? How did you end up here?" Granhan, who had been standing behind him, finally spoke. His eyes filled with bewilderment as he observed Chuyu's ongoing struggle. Just moments ago, the 50 had been pulled into a rift, and another employee was flung onto the rooftop, yet to descend. In the blink of an eye, Chuyu had emerged from the rift, accompanied by a woman with auburn hair. Once they exited, the bizarre rift in the hall inexplicably sealed shut. Granhan cast a glance at the unconscious woman lying on the ground, signaling for others to swiftly place a collar on her. Despite her stunning beauty, the employees of the Time Management Bureau showed no mercy. They roughly fastened the collar around her delicate neck, neglecting to brush aside the strands of hair that had fallen across it. "Chuyu, tell me what transpired." Granhan pressed again. Yet, Chuyu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the unconscious woman. How could she have come here with me? If one were to traverse the rift, it would lead them here. But what of Loki, Storm, and Magneto? Chu Yu furrowed his brow as a pair of suspended feet came into his line of sight. Were it not for the presence of the Time Management Bureau personnel surrounding him, he might have been startled by those feet. Yet, why did that figure seem so familiar? Loki? Although the uniforms of the Time Management Bureau bore a striking resemblance to one another, devoid of any distinction of gender, this tall silhouette resonated with a memory in his mind. But why was Loki now found in such a precarious position, ensnared upon the rooftop? Chu Yu? Are you still choosing not to answer my question? Brandon's irritation was palpable as he exchanged a knowing glance with Captain 15, whispering, "Take him to the time prison first, and then we shall proceed with his trial." Captain 15 nodded and, with a firm grip, roughly yanked Chu Yu by the shoulder. "Stay still, behave yourself, or face obliteration." As Chu Yu beheld the stick looming perilously close to him, a chill coursed through him, compelling him to cease his movements. He glared fiercely at Captain 15, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Just you wait. I will make you feel the sting of that stick when the opportunity arises." Captain 15 disregarded Chu Yu's threats, relieved that he was finally ceasing his futile struggles. Loki, trapped atop the roof, had heard the commotion below. He shifted his body, bracing his hands against the ceiling, and with a forceful push, finally freed his head from confinement. At last, he was liberated. However, before he could savor the fresh air outside the walls, he felt his body plummet downwards. Instinctively, he attempted to conjure a spell, but noticing the collective gaze of the onlookers fixed upon him, he gritted his teeth and resigned himself to the fate of an ordinary fall. Ouch! Loki crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his backside and curling up on the floor. In order to make his performance appear more authentic, he had even accelerated his descent slightly. Thus, all his reactions were genuine. After all, the most compelling acting is that which immerses one in the experience. Grandhan observed as Loki writhed on the ground, still under the influence of his spell. Mistakenly believing he was a member of the Time Management Bureau, he approached Loki, squatting beside him with a feigned concern. "Are you all right?" Loki, still nursing his injury, forced himself to stand, shaking his head. "I'm fine, Your Honor." His gaze darted toward the distance where Chu Yu and Captain 15 had moved, and he hurriedly added, "Your Honor, 50 is trapped in the rift, and Chu Yu has emerged from it. He must know what transpired. He is cunning, and I fear Captain May 15th be overwhelmed. Allow me to assist her." Grandhan initially intended to decline, confident in both the caller and Captain 15's capabilities. Yet, recalling the peculiar series of events that had transpired since Chu Yu's arrival, he reluctantly withheld his refusal. "You should accompany them and keep a close watch on Chu Yu. Once I have tidied up the situation here, I will interrogate Chu Yu again. I am certain we will uncover the truth regarding the matter of 50. Before Grandhan could finish his thought, he noticed Loki limping towards Chu Yu, clutching his rear. Observing Loki's retreating figure, he recalled the impassioned speech the youth had just delivered, and he nodded in satisfaction. It is indeed rare to encounter a young individual with such a profound sense of awareness, even while injured. He prioritizes the well-being of his friend. It appears he is deserving of a promotion, just as Grandhan was moved by the actions of his employee. An untimely voice interrupted from behind him. "Your Honor, how shall we handle this woman? She must have arrived with Chu Yu." One of the employees, supporting the woman, spoke respectfully. Grandhan was compelled to pull himself from his reverie and glanced at the woman. "First, investigate her background. If she is akin to Chu Yu, we shall confine her to the temporal prison as well." Chapter 97. I created a dramatic memory for her. Grandhan stood with arms crossed, pacing restlessly within his office. Meanwhile, a young data clerk incessantly tapped away at the keyboard in front of him. The sounds of the old-fashioned keys harmonized with the rhythmic footsteps of Grandhan's polished shoes. Listening to the clatter of the keyboard, Grandhan cast his gaze repeatedly towards the busy clerk. At length, just as he was about to approach for an update, the clerk's voice broke the silence. "Your Honor, we have obtained information. The woman's name is Natasha. Is there any other information?" Grandhan inquired. "Yes. We possess detailed information about her," the clerk replied, a perplexed expression suddenly crossing his face. Grandhan hurried over, anxious and pressed. "But what is it?" "However, she should have perished long ago as a sacrifice for the soul gem, and according to the data, she indeed hails from this timeline's Natasha." Grandhan furrowed his brow once more. Why is it that we are encountering such odd individuals? First, there was Chu Yu, whom we could not trace. And now we have Natasha, whose presence only deepens the mystery. The clerk slowly raised his head, instinctively adjusting his glasses, and inquired, "Your Honor, how should we proceed with Natasha?" "First, send her to the temporal prison. I will interrogate her later," he instructed, his expression grave as he exited the data room. He moved forward in a daze, entirely oblivious to the employees greeting him in the corridor. Upon reaching the door of the judge's office, he twisted the doorknob and entered stiffly. Instead of sitting at his desk immediately, he walked directly to the window, pulling open the curtains. He was met with the sight of a colossal statue. He gazed reverently at the statue and humbly asked, "Mr. Kong, what is truly happening here?" Chu Yu was forcibly brought to the temporal prison. As he stood before the golden portal, he felt no trace of fear within. Even he found himself intrigued by the time he would be ensnared, as he braced himself for the forthcoming challenges. Chiyu was startled to discover that the coarse hand gripping his neck had inexplicably detached itself from his body. A faint, unrestrained sob echoed from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a robust black woman seated in the corner, weeping unabashedly. Curled up against the wall, her fingers incessantly traced the tears at the corners of her eyes. What was amiss? Was it a moment of existential despair? Suddenly, the world seemed devoid of worth. The corners of Chuyu's mouth twitched slightly. Then, he discerned another sound amidst the sobs, an audible gasp, as if she were struggling to breathe. How could this woman run so fast? It nearly exhausted him. Following the sound, he observed a subtle shift in the shadows at the corner, as a man clad in a black uniform emerged. Though his face was obscured by a helmet and mask, Chuyu could surmise the identity of this figure, Loki. What transpired once I entered the rift? Although he had encountered another Loki in the realm of souls, he felt an undeniable certainty that this Loki was the one who had remained in the Time Management Bureau. But what of Natasha, who accompanied him? Where were the others? Chuyu, although my head was momentarily lodged in the ceiling, I clearly perceived that nothing occurred after you entered. You emerged shortly thereafter. Accompanied by that member of the Avengers, Loki remarked, striding forward. Even as he passed by the woman, she remained oblivious to his presence, lost in her own sorrow. What have you done to her? Chuyu inquired, pointing at the woman. Loki cast a glance her way, responding with a mocking tone. I initially intended to restore her memories. However, it appears her mind is as if formatted, void of anything but the trivialities of the Time Management Bureau. Thus, I could only fabricate a few memories for her. She is currently immersed in the heartbreak of being jilted by her beloved, unaware that she is pregnant. The most harrowing revelation is that her beloved is, in fact, her half-brother. You really ought to watch fewer melodramas, Chuyu remarked, his lips twitching once more. Loki extracted a collar remote from the woman and unfastened the collar around Chuyu's neck. Approaching the door, he noted that Chuyu remained rooted in place and softly said, What is the matter? Are you genuinely curious about what lies within? Of course, if you seek assistance, I can certainly give you a nudge inside. Chuyu glared fiercely at Loki and hurriedly followed him. However, as the door swung open, he spotted Granon approaching in a distracted manner. Oh no, he thought. Do not worry, Granon 1T recognize you. I have cast a spell, you are now her. Loki assured him. Yet, Chuyu remained apprehensive as he gazed at Granhan in the corridor, for he was, after all, a fugitive in this moment. Upon his release from prison, he encountered the warden and was met with the question of who felt intimidated. However, what struck him with greater alarm was Loki's bold strides toward Judge Granum. As he approached, he animatedly gestured with his arms and exclaimed, Judge Granum, we have confined that scoundrel Chuyu within the time prison. Yet, Granum appeared lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to Loki's exaggerated greeting. Observing Granum's disregard for Loki, Chuyu felt his heart, which had nearly ceased beating, begin to race once more. After Granum passed by, he hurried to Loki's side and delivered a forceful punch to his shoulder. Loki, do you revel in such provocations? Chuyu seethed. Indifferent, Loki simply yawned and replied. What is the matter? Do you not trust my magic? I trust your magic, but I do not trust you, Chuyu retorted. Just then, he caught the sound of voices emanating from further down the corridor. He and Loki exchanged glances and pretended to be unfazed as they moved forward. As the voices grew louder, the content of their conversation became clear. Who is this Natasha? She was imprisoned in the time prison without even being interrogated. I don't know, but her gaze was terrifying. I swear, among all the time criminals I've apprehended, she instills the greatest fear in me. Enough of that. The time prison is just ahead. Let us hurry and confine her. I do not wish to endure that icy stare any longer. Upon hearing this, Chuyu glanced at Loki. They locked eyes and proceeded toward the source of the voices. Chapter 98. Natasha needs no rescuers. Loki, 1T we be discovered like this? Chuyu whispered as he and Loki concealed themselves in a corner. With a flicker of green light from Loki's fingertips, the shadows before them twisted, rendering their figures invisible to any onlookers. Fear not, trust in my magic. If I cannot manage such a simple illusion, I would not have survived this long, Loki assured. His gaze fixed on the bend in the corridor. Two armed soldiers, wielding long staffs, trailed behind a woman with auburn hair. Recognizing her as Natasha, Chuyu was about to rush forward when Loki restrained him. After they pass, we'll take them down while their guard is down. Reluctantly, Chuyu returned to his hiding spot, steadying his breath and waiting for the opportune moment. Natasha's hands were shackled, and a black collar adorned her neck. As she had yet to be tried, she still wore her form-fitting black combat attire. Her expression was cold as she gazed ahead, seemingly indifferent to her fate. As the trio passed before him, Chuyu clenched his fists, ready to charge. Suddenly, he noticed a blue glow emanating from the widow's bite on Natasha's arm. She abruptly halted, leaped backward, and executed a flip, knocking both armed soldiers to the ground. One of the armed soldiers frantically retrieved a time control device from his pocket. Yet before he could press the button, Natasha's knee pressed against his throat, inducing a sensation of suffocation that swiftly darkened his vision. Natasha raised her arm, releasing a stinger from her widow's bite towards another armed soldier. The soldier, still reeling from the previous encounter, had no time to evade. The powerful electric shock rendered him completely paralyzed, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Moments later, he foamed at the mouth, his pupils rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Chuyu observed Natasha's fluid movements, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. How could the Black Widow be so easily subdued? Given the slightest opportunity, she would deliver a fatal blow to her adversaries. Loki tightened his fingers and snapped with a sharp crack, with the crisp sound resonating. The light and shadows around them shifted once more. Upon noticing Natasha's gaze directed at him, Chuyu realized their forms had become visible. He hurriedly made his way towards her, but just as he was about to take a step forward, he saw Natasha draw a handgun from her waist and aim it at him. "Natasha, it's me. Don't you recognize me?" Chuyu furrowed his brow slightly. Just as he was about to elaborate further, Natasha coldly inquired, "Where's Chuyu? Where have you taken him?" "I am Chuyu," he exclaimed, inadvertently glancing at the window, only to discover that his reflection was absent from the glass, and he now appeared as a robust black woman. "You are still 15. Loki chuckled mischievously from beneath his helmet, his fingers twitching again. Chuyu felt a green light slice through the air before Natasha holstered her gun. "You are Chuyu?" she asked, rising to her feet with caution. "Where exactly are we?" "We are in the realm of souls," Chuyu quickly explained. At the mention of this phrase, Natasha's wariness dissipated, and she crouched down to retrieve keys and a remote control from the fallen soldier, liberating herself from the handcuffs and collar. After completing her task, she turned to Chuyu and asked, "Do you know where the others are? And who is this insufferable fellow beside you?" Chuyu distinctly sensed Loki's displeasure at the remark, and with a light chuckle, he replied, "He is Loki, though not the one from the realm of souls. I heard them say that only the two of us have arrived here. Storm, Loki, and Magneto have not appeared." Loki removed his helmet, revealing his handsome visage. He shook his silky black hair and approached Natasha, bowing courteously. "Heroine of the Avengers, it is a pleasure to see you again. Though I must admit, your earlier comment regarding me was somewhat displeasing. It does not diminish my gentlemanly demeanor." Natasha cast him a sidelong glance, ignoring his presence as she turned back to Chuyu, asking, "So, where exactly is this place?" Chuyu observed Loki awkwardly straighten himself, suppressing a smile as he spoke. "This is the Time Management Bureau. It is from here that I inadvertently entered the Realm of Souls." "The Realm of Souls? Are you saying that the place you reached after entering the rift is called the Realm of Souls?" Loki finally expressed some curiosity about this place that had been persistently echoing in his ears. Chuyu nodded, about to elaborate further when a clamor erupted from the far end of the corridor. Noticing this, Loki hastily snapped his fingers again. At that moment, the light and shadows around them shifted once more. Chuyu appeared as a 15-year-old, while Natasha transformed into one of the individuals who had previously escorted him. The two figures lying on the ground were rudely kicked into the corner by Loki, obscured by the shifting light. They turned their heads towards the noise and discovered a group of people hastily approaching them. Chuyu felt a shove and was about to turn around to reprimand Loki when he suddenly heard Loki's voice beside him. "You are now Captain 15. The most authoritative speaker among us three. You should inquire about what is happening." Chuyu glanced down at his body, his proud chest thrusting outward in an exaggerated manner. Observing the anxious strides of the approaching individuals, he reluctantly mimicked the movements of Captain 15 and made his way towards them. The group greeted him with respect upon noticing his presence. Clearing his throat to soften his demeanor, he lifted his chin, adopting an air of arrogance as he addressed the foremost employee. "I just confined that handsome gentleman from Huaxia in the time prison. What is the urgent matter that brings you all here in such a flurry?" Loki and Natasha exchanged glances, contemplating the merit of exposing this narcissist's facade. At that moment, Chuyu's self-praise continued unabated. The individual queried by Chuyu, however, did not focus on the handsome gentleman from Huaxia, but rather maintained a respectful tone, replying, "It is the esteemed judge who requires an urgent meeting. All employees of the Time Management Bureau are required to attend. You must have been preoccupied and did not receive the notification." Upon hearing this, Chuyu feigned a nod of understanding. He had been pondering how to make it seem unremarkable that he had not been informed, and now, a convenient excuse had presented itself. He continued to shift his body, allowing the group passage. "You may go ahead, I will join you shortly." As he watched their figures retreat into the distance, he hurried back to Loki and Natasha, raising an eyebrow. "So what do you think? Shall we find out what is occurring?" Chapter 99. The Urgent Assembly. What on earth is happening? When has the judge ever convened such an urgent meeting? I am not certain. They mentioned that even the cleaning staff has arrived, apart from those who were out on missions. Indeed, it has been ages since this conference room was utilized. Could it be that something significant has transpired? Chuyu settled into a corner of the meeting room, leaning back in his chair, attentively listening to the animated discussions around him. Yet, after eavesdropping for a considerable time, he still could not discern any clarity. Though these senior officials engaged in discussions, they contributed not but their curiosity regarding the meeting, devoid of any substantial information. Suddenly, the door to the conference room swung open, and dust settled from the crevice, landing upon the shoulders of the newcomer, who appeared utterly indifferent, not even brushing off the specs. Chuyu squinted slightly, recognizing the figure striding towards the podium as Granhan. Following closely was a middle-aged man clad in a brown suit. His appearance suggesting he was in his 40s, yet he bore none of the slight paunch typical of many men his age. Instead, his slender frame was enveloped in a loosely fitting suit, exuding an air of elegance and erudition. Chiyu's mind raced to recall the man's name. And just as it was about to burst forth, a deep, magnetic voice reached his ears. Mobius. He had not anticipated his return. It had been ages since he last graced the Time Management Bureau. Loki's gaze remained fixed on this singular friend within the Bureau. Despite the fact that this friend was oblivious to his presence for reasons unbeknownst to him, Granhan approached the center of the podium and took his seat, while Mobius settled in closely beside him on the right. With their seating arrangement, the previously raucous room fell into a hushed silence, as all present craned their necks in eager anticipation for the meeting as proceedings. "Where's Captain 15? Granhan finally spoke, his opening remark seeking the whereabouts of the woman ensnared by her emotions. As his words resonated, Chuyu felt the collective gaze of those around him converge upon him. "Why are you looking at me?" "I am not." "Well, I am." Resigned, Chuyu rose, acutely aware of the inappropriateness of his identity. Yet, as a competent actor, one must not stray from their role. Thus, he mimicked Captain 15's gait, swaying his ample chest and hips as he moved. Unperturbed by the scrutiny, he reminded himself that he was not presenting his true self before them. Nevertheless, the members of the Time Management Bureau found Captain 15's demeanor somewhat peculiar. He had not previously boasted of his impressive physique. Granhan, oblivious to any oddity, pulled out another chair beside him and gently urged, "Please take a seat here. The meeting will commence once everyone has arrived." Chiyu nodded, continuing to sway his body as he advanced. Upon reaching his seat, he exerted extra force to align his weight with that of 15, causing the chair to creak ominously beneath him. Granhan surveyed the room and noted the absence of one individual. He turned to the armed soldier disguised as Natasha and inquired, "Where is the person who accompanied you in escorting Natasha?" Natasha, feeling the weight of the attention, closed her eyes and coldly replied, "She went to the restroom." Graham nodded slightly, his mind preoccupied with various concerns that rendered him oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding the individuals present. He leaned closer to the microphone and gently exhaled, dislodging the dust that had settled within its crevices. Clearing his throat, he declared, "I trust everyone is aware of the events that have transpired today." As soon as he uttered these words, the previously quiet conference room erupted into chaos once more. Was it related to that fissure? Surely not. The arrival of Chuyu was equally enigmatic, as I overheard personnel from the archives remarking that there were no records pertaining to him. Natasha, too, was a subject of speculation. It was said she had perished long ago, yet here she was. The murmurs among the crowd escalated, drowning out even Graham's voice. Suddenly, Chuyu recalled the imposing figure of the number 15. To embody the character's persona, he seized the microphone and placed it before him. "Silence. Allow Judge Graham to speak. For those of you chattering below, come forth and voice your thoughts," he bellowed, his tone resonating with authority, which others interpreted as a display of fury from number 15. The audience, sensing the shift in atmosphere, promptly fell silent. Chuyu raised an eyebrow at Graham, shifting the microphone toward him. "Mr. Graham, the floor is yours." Graham cast a grateful glance at Chuyu, cleared his throat once more, and proceeded. "What everyone has mentioned is indeed accurate. Many strange occurrences have unfolded today. Chiyu's identity remains ambiguous, and the reason for Natasha's presence here eludes us. Furthermore, we are left questioning the origin of that fissure and its subsequent closure. Why was Chuyu imprisoned in the temporal jail only to emerge alongside Natasha from that very fissure? These are enigmas we have never encountered before, surpassing the limits of my understanding." He spoke while unscrewing the thermos on the table, taking a modest sip. Chuyu observed this scene with a smile, realizing that regardless of location, public officials invariably attend meetings with a thermos in hand, pausing for hydration. Graham, unaware of Chuyu's amusement, swallowed the warm water and continued. "At present, we lack clarity regarding these matters. However, all signs point in a singular direction, one that undoubtedly involves Chuyu. I sought answers from Mr. Kong, who has explicitly provided me with a course of action." Chuyu contemplated this, recalling that Mr. Kong had previously been rather uninvolved with the Temporal Management Bureau. Surely, he would not wish to condemn him to annihilation? Reflecting upon this, he lifted the teacup set before him and took a sip, nearly choking as he heard Graham reveal an unexpected conclusion. "I consulted Mr. Kong, who has indeed articulated a solution. Given that all these incidents pertain to Chuyu and Natasha, we shall send Chuyu and Natasha back to their own world, ensuring they no longer appear in the Temporal Management Bureau. Chapter 100, Their Departure. What? Chuyu, stifling the urge to spit out his drink, inadvertently choked on it. Before he could finish his sentence, he was seized by a fit of coughing. Cough, cough, Your Honor, how can you so readily release the two of them? He exclaimed, wiping the water from the corner of his mouth, as though those being set free were his mortal enemies. Natasha leaned back in her chair, casting a sidelong glance at Chuyu on the podium. What? Does this fellow have a penchant for self-sacrifice? Loki chuckled softly. Perhaps he has become too engrossed in his role. He now fancies himself as captain of Team 15. After uttering that remark, Chuyu regretted his words. Was it not better to let them go? Did he wish to remain in the Temporal Management Bureau, shackled to the presence of a strong, imposing woman? With that thought, he straightened his back and turned to Gran Han. Your Honor, since Mr. Kong has spoken, I naturally place my complete trust in him. How amusing. Allowing oneself to be liberated while hesitating to leave. Was he foolish? Aside from Chuyu's peculiar behavior, the meeting elicited little reaction from the others. Some may have had reservations about the outcome, but they chose to unconditionally acquiesce to Chuyu's declaration of trust in Mr. Kong. However, was such a grand display truly warranted for this matter? Well, now that everyone has been informed, there are no further matters to discuss. You may all disperse, Gran Han announced, gathering his belongings as he headed toward the exit. Mobius said nothing and rose as well, smoothing the creases in his suit as he closely followed Gran Han. Upon reaching the door, Gran Han paused, his fingers resting on the doorknob. He turned to Chuyu, who had yet to rise, and softly said, Captain 15. You may proceed to the temporal prison to escort these two individuals. Chuyu was momentarily taken aback, but nodded slightly. Then, with a creak, the door swung open, sending dust cascading down once more. As Gran Han and Mobius departed, the conference room buzzed back to life. Everyone had anticipated discussions of significant matters. Yet the meeting concluded so simply. Gran Han had convened a long-dormant assembly solely for the sake of one person, delivering only a few terse remarks before it ended. Naturally, such occurrences became fodder for idle chatter among them. As for the reasons behind it, such high-ranking officials need not concern themselves, nor do they wish to. They swiftly dispersed, each absorbed in their own affairs. Chuyu, Loki, and Natasha followed the crowd outside. They entered the temporal prison room, casting a glance at number 15, who was still weeping in the corner. Chuyu glanced at Loki and inquired, how much longer will she remain like this? Loki shrugged and replied quietly, it can end at any moment. But how do we make her aware that it is I who facilitated our departure to this meeting? Chuyu gazed at the still weeping 15. Loki's lips curled slightly, his fingertips emanating a faint green glow. I can certainly weave a melodramatic love story for her, just as easily as I can implant memories of meetings. He leaned closer to 15, his fingers gently brushing against her forehead. As the green light from his fingertip intensified, the sorrow in 15's eyes gradually diminished. After a while, her eyelids fluttered slightly, and she blinked several times. Her gaze returned to its original state. Jiu focused intently and suddenly recognized that look. It was the same expression he had witnessed when he first encountered 15, her proud chest thrust forward, her eyes filled with disdain for ordinary beings. Faced with such arrogance, Jiu momentarily felt compelled to seize that stick and obliterate 15. 15 picked up the stick from the ground, her chin held high like a haughty hen. Casting a cold glance at Chuyu and Natasha, she declared, though I do not comprehend why Mr. Kong chose to release you, do not presume that this grants you free rein. Should I detect any further signs of temporal transgressions, the stick in my hand will ensure your annihilation. Natasha crossed her arms, giving her a frosty glance. Let us see who meets destruction first. Fury ignited in 15's eyes as she clenched the stick, ready to charge at Natasha. However, before she could take a single step forward, another armed soldier intercepted her. This soldier was, of course, Loki. He cast a sharp gaze at 15 from beneath his helmet and coldly stated, Captain 15, do you intend to defy Mr. Kang's wishes? Should you choose to oppose him, I will enforce his punishment upon you, even if you are my superior. Here, every command from Mr. Kong is to be obeyed without question. 15 met Loki's gaze, instinctively retracting the stick in her hand. She shot Natasha a venomous glare, suppressing her rage, and said, very well, let us go. You all better behave. Judge Gran Han, Captain 15 has escorted Chuyu and Natasha back. Very well, thank you for your efforts. You may leave now, Gran Han replied softly from behind his desk. The reporting employee bowed slightly to Gran Han and was about to exit when he suddenly noticed Mobius, who had been silently seated on the sofa. He inclined his head slightly toward Mobius once more. Mobius returned the gesture politely with a nod. The employee smiled contentedly and turned to leave. Upon reaching the corridor, he closed the door behind him, showing no curiosity about the conversation within the room, and walked away. As the sound of the employee's footsteps faded, Mobius turned to Gran Han and inquired, what did Mr. Kong say? Granon glanced out the window at the statue, softly replying, Mr. Kong stated that the emergence of that individual has surpassed his capabilities, though he had been tirelessly mending the fractures of the multiverse during this period. The sheer magnitude of the task was overwhelming, rendering him incapable of managing it alone. However, Chuyu might be the most pivotal factor in restraining that individual. Chuyu? Is he the Huaxia boy you speak of? Aren't you unable to foresee his future? Mobius inquired with confusion. Granon nodded, acknowledging the truth of it. Indeed. They could not glimpse it, yet the fates of others could not curtail that individual's existence. It was precisely this uncertainty surrounding Chuyu's destiny that rendered him a potentially critical element. As Granhan spoke, his eyes suddenly shifted, as though he had recalled something significant. Mr. Kong also mentioned that not only were Chuyu and Natasha being sent away, but also an individual who had been lurking within the Time Management Bureau would accompany them. Chapter 101. The Return. Behave yourselves here. Next time. Fortune may not be so kind. Captain 15 roughly thrust Chuyu and Natasha through the portal, not pausing for a moment before re-entering herself. As the portal sealed shut, the previously frozen scene around them resumed its ordinary flow. A single leaf began to drift gently to the ground. As Chuyu surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had arrived at the very moment he had been abducted. With time returning to its normal course, pedestrians resumed their bustling activities, oblivious to the sudden appearance of two individuals in the middle of the road. Natasha, too, glanced around, her eyes narrowing slightly as she inhaled deeply. She spread her arms wide, allowing the gentle breeze to caress her cheeks, tousling her loose strands of hair. After a considerable moment, she reopened her eyes, her gaze glistening with moisture. I'm finally back, she exclaimed softly, yet her outstretched arms welcoming the breeze made her a striking figure on the street. This time, the passers-by finally turned their attention to the woman with the auburn curls. Most of them furrowed their brows, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with her, even though she should not be there. After all, 2 years prior, this girl had sacrificed herself to save the world. Perhaps it was true. Her resemblance to the actress in that stage play was uncanny, truly a rarity. Such were the fleeting thoughts of the onlookers, quickly dissipating as they returned to their normal routines. Had it not been for the lack of traffic on that street, Chuyu and Natasha would have surely been apprehended by the police for questioning. Chuyu, do you know? I never imagined I would return. I just wonder how they are faring. And my sister, is that little girl still as unpredictable as ever? Upon returning to New City, Natasha found herself reminiscing about her family and comrades. Just as Chuyu was about to share the fate of the last Avengers, he hesitated momentarily. Yelena is doing well now. Although there were some misunderstandings with Barton before, they have since been resolved. Mr. Barton has taken on a young apprentice, officially embarking on his retirement life. Captain America has journeyed back in time, living a lifetime of companionship with Diana. The Falcon has assumed the mantle of the new Captain America alongside Bucky. Although Peter Parker stirred up some commotion, it was ultimately resolved, and he no longer relies on his spider suit. As for Banner, his whereabouts remain a mystery. He is likely engrossed in experiments within his laboratory. Thor, the god of thunder, is presumably traversing the cosmos. Wanda and Mr. Strange are both faring well. Chuyu merely expressed the positive aspects, deliberately avoiding mention of Mr. Stark's sacrifice, which he prefers not to dwell upon. While he believes Natasha has never been a fragile individual, he adheres to the principle of not dampening others' joy. Yet, when he gazed into Natasha's eyes again, he realized he could not deceive her. Within her eyes lay a comforting acknowledgement of these favorable outcomes, albeit tinged with a hint of melancholy. He had mentioned everyone but deliberately skirted around Mr. Stark. The astute Natasha, capable of outsmarting the god of trickery, would not easily be misled by him. Natasha sniffled and nonchalantly remarked, "It's fine. Everyone is doing well. I'll go find my sister and then surprise everyone." Chuyu nodded, glancing upwards, suddenly recalling that Yelena must be en route to the nation of Mus in South Africa. The thought of that repugnant alien creature sent shivers down his spine. Observing Natasha prepare to leave, he hurriedly stepped in front of her and softly said, "I really want to know where your sister is. She should be on her way to Mus." Upon hearing Chuyu's voice, Natasha's eyes brightened. She pulled out her phone and handed it to Chuyu, signaling him to check the screen. Curiously, he glanced at it, nearly choking on his breath. It displayed Natasha's chat history with Yelena. "Natasha, Yelena, I'm back. Where are you? Yelena, who are you? Natasha, I'm your sister, Natasha. Yelena, you've scammed the wrong person. My sister has long been dead. Don't you scammers even bother to investigate your victims' backgrounds? Natasha, I'm not a scammer. I'm alive. I'm back now. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Yelena, what? Do you lack travel funds? Need me to wire you $300 so you can come find me? I don't know how you have my sister's contact info, but if I weren't busy, I'd make you regret it. Natasha, you're looking for trouble, aren't you?" This final exclamation was never sent. The crimson exclamation mark at the end stood out starkly on the phone screen. Soon after, A line of grayish-white text appeared in the chat interface. You have been blocked by the other party. Messages cannot be sent. Isn't it peculiar that Yelena doesn't even recognize her own sister? Does she only feel relief at my death? Natasha found herself at a loss, caught between anger and amusement. Unable to suppress a smile tinged with incredulity, she awkwardly raised the corners of his mouth in a gesture of comfort, suggesting, "Perhaps she is still grappling with the acceptance of your demise, and your sudden revival has left her in disbelief." He handed his phone to Natasha and continued. The mission she mentioned earlier pertains to the country of Maus in South Africa, where extraterrestrial beings have emerged, exhibiting formidable lethality. Not only ordinary individuals, but even I would find them challenging to confront. While each alien may lack individual strength, their sheer numbers and regenerative capabilities make them a daunting adversary. It would be quite troublesome for Yelena to handle this alone. We should accompany her and offer assistance. Natasha nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of annoyance, declaring, "That little imp. When I see her, I shall give her a fright and see if this supposedly deceased sister of hers can scare her to tears." Observing Natasha's feigned anger brought a smile to Chuyu's face. He spread his arms, and a portal materialized before them. This was a skill of Apocalypse. Although not all abilities could be employed, this portal was undoubtedly the most practical. Just as they were about to step through, a voice suddenly called from behind. "What is this? Are you two off on an adventure without me?"